Chapter 1. All Deception. In the garden of the Chan Wangfu of the state of Chu, a solitary woman clad in thin garments stood by the pond, gazing at a dashing man in a crimson robe, his face alight with the warmth of spring. Mushuang glanced at the Tianshan snow lotus in her hand, a faint smile tinged with bitterness gracing her lips. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck her from behind, and before she could react, a sharp scream pierced the air. In an instant, she found herself engulfed by water. The suffocating sensation overwhelmed her, prompting an instinctive struggle. Water was her greatest fear. In her moment of helplessness, she caught sight of that red figure swimming desperately towards her, only to pass her by and reach for the woman behind. She yearned to grasp him, but was rendered powerless. The relentless fatigue from days of turmoil had drained her completely. As her body began to sink slowly, she thought she was utterly forsaken. When a force pulled her up, she was rescued by a guard. Before losing consciousness, she saw Pei Ci carrying Lin Yining, departing without a care for her fate. When she awoke, it was deep into the night. The maid, Xiao Yao, looked at her with concern. "Miss, do you feel any discomfort?" "Where is the young master?" "He is in Lin Miss courtyard," Xiao Yao replied, her head bowed, speaking cautiously. "Call him here." Mushuang spoke coldly, her voice low. Mississippi Xiao Yao looked at her in disbelief, as if she had uttered something blasphemous. "If you want go, I shall find him myself." With that, Mushuang attempted to rise, but a wave of dizziness nearly caused her to collapse once more. "Miss, please don't move. I shall fetch the young master immediately," Xiao Yao said in a flurry. Watching Xiao Yao leave, Mushuang endured her discomfort, rising from the bed, dressing hastily, and sitting in a chair to await Pei Ci. Moments later, he arrived. Upon entering, he began to scold her. "Mushuang, I have told you countless times, Yining is my only kin in this world. She can rely solely on me. Must you make things difficult for her?" Mushuang lifted her gaze to him, her complexion pale. "If I were to say that she was the one who pushed me into the water, would you believe me?" A flicker of impatience crossed Pei Ci's eyes. "You are a master of martial arts, while she is a frail girl, utterly defenseless. How could she have pushed you into the water?" "She ambushed me. I was taken completely off guard and was thrust down." Knowing he wouldn't believe her, Mushuang still felt compelled to defend her truth. "You claim she pushed you, yet do you know what she says? She insists she accidentally fell into the water, and you went to rescue her." Pei Ci's face was etched with sorrow. "No matter the circumstance, she always speaks on your behalf. Yet you only think of taking her life. That I knew you wouldn't believe me." A self-deprecating smile escaped Mushuang. Since Lin Yining entered the residence, countless incidents had transpired, and each time, he had chosen to trust Yining. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Young master, you say Lin Miss is your only kin in this world. What of me?" Pei Ci paused, his gaze shifting to her pallid countenance, an inkling of pain flickering in his eyes. "You have always been the one I cherish most. We have walked this path together, endured so much. Why do you still doubt me? I have believed in the Crown Prince for 7 years, unwaveringly. Thus, when you claimed that the Empress Dowager required the Tianshan snow lotus to survive, I risked everything to journey to the far north in search of it. After tireless days and nights, I finally returned to the capital, only to hear the first news being that you are now betrothed." Tears cascaded down Mushuang's cheeks. The Tianshan snow lotus she sought so desperately had merely become an excuse for him to cast her out of the capital. She endured countless hardships in the frigid north while he occupied himself in the capital, preparing to wed another woman. Perhaps he had even been entangled with his cousin, Lin Yining, during this time. Exhausted and in a daze upon returning to the capital, she was pushed down by Lin Yining, who showed no concern, only reproached that in that moment. Mushuang felt like nothing more than a complete farce. Pei Ci averted his gaze, somewhat guilty. "Mushuang, my engagement to Bai Moran is unavoidable. Pei Yujing's influence grows stronger, bolstered by my father's support. If I do not secure a powerful ally, I shall lose the position of Crown Prince that I have only just acquired. You understand my predicament better than anyone, and you will support me, won't you?" Mushuang was well aware of a situation they had met when he was exiled to Chuan Prefecture by the Crown Prince. Pei Ci's return to the capital and ascension to the position of Crown Prince was a result of her sacrifices. Yet now, in order to maintain his status, he was prepared to abandon her. She gazed at him quietly. "So, where does that leave me, Crown Prince? You, Schwanger, you are my lady-in-waiting. Once by Moran enters the estate, I shall elevate you to concubine. You know I will not become a concubine. His words were cut short by her cold interruption. Mushuang, we are in the capital now, not in Chuan Prefecture. Even with my support, your father is merely a fifth-rank governor, and you are his illegitimate daughter. Being my lady-in-waiting is already a favor for my grandmother. He did not continue, but Mushuang understood well that her lowly status rendered her unfit to be his crown princess. Indeed, another lady-in-waiting, a legitimate daughter of a fourth-rank official, would be the only one qualified to become his concubine. Had it not been for their long-standing affection, she would not even qualify for that. The outside world had always voiced such opinions. Yet she had believed he would not share the same sentiment. Before coming to the capital, he had promised her he would take her as his wife. How had everything changed in just 2 years? So, I can never be your crown princess. Pei Ci clenched his fists and replied coldly, Mushuang, I must now marry a noble woman to secure my position. Thus, for the sake of power, I am to be cast aside. I never intended to abandon you. Why can you not accept being a concubine? Enin, my cousin, has accepted it. Realizing he had let slip too much, Pei Ci quickly halted. Think carefully and go apologize to Enin tomorrow. As she watched him walk away, Mushuang froze. It became clear that not only had he become engaged, but he had also made promises to Lin Enin. In his heart, she was merely one among many women. His affection for himself pales in comparison to the power he harbors within, as well as the sense of responsibility he feels towards Lin Enin. The love he professes is, in truth, rather trivial. Indeed, from the moment he brought Lin Enin back to the Prince of Qin's residence 6 months ago, she should have realized that everything had changed. At that time, he was already laying the groundwork for his betrothal. It was her own folly not to perceive this reality. To become a concubine, despite her profound love for him, such a role was utterly inconceivable. Since she now finds herself merely a burden in his eyes, it would be best for them to part ways. Chapter 2. The decision to depart Mushuang was not a person prone to indecision. Once her mind was made up, she felt no hesitation whatsoever. Early the next morning, she arrived at the study of Qingzhou courtyard. Despite it being midday, the sky outside was shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by rumbling thunder, and the incessant patter of rain fell upon the eaves. A biting cold wind seeped through the cracks of the door, making Mushuang, drenched to the skin, shiver involuntarily. Yet compared to her physical state, her heart felt even colder. She pressed her fingers into her palm until it nearly bled, reminding herself that retreat was not an option. With her back straight, she uttered the words, Your Grace, I wish to leave the residence of the Prince of Chun. In the dim light, Pei Ci sat in a resplendent red robe, poised upon a grand chair, resembling a deity as he opened his half-lidded eyes and glanced at her, his lips parting slightly. Indeed, you have been burdened lately. Why not take some time to rest? It is not rest that I seek. I wish to leave the residence of the Prince of Chun, Mushuang replied with an unprecedented firmness. The word she once believed she would never utter came forth with surprising ease. His fingers trembled slightly, and a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. Is it the residence of the Prince of Chun you wish to leave? Or is it me? It is the same, she asserted. In the past, she had feared his anger above all else, dreading to provoke him. Even the slightest furrow of his brow would compel her to comply with his every whim. Yet this time, she stood her ground like a headstrong child, unperturbed. You once said that if I ever wished to leave, you would consent, she reminded him. Pei Ci's breath hitched, momentarily rendering him speechless. He had indeed made such a promise, but it was based on his conviction that she would never depart. Why? He asked coldly. Because I am betrothed, she replied, and you think this absurd? Absurd? Mushuang lowered her gaze, recognizing the absurdity of it all. Perhaps everyone would label her as mad. Let them think so. She could not bear the thought of him marrying another noblewoman, nor could she endure his affection for other women. The most unbearable truth was that he had taken a fiancée, and she was the last to know. 2 months prior, he had told her that the Empress Dowager's health was failing and required the Tian Shan snow lotus from the far north as a remedy, sending her to retrieve it. Understanding the Empress Dowager's significance to him, she had set off without hesitation, racing against time and braving perilous conditions to bring back the precious flower. Yet upon returning to the estate, the first news that greeted her was his engagement, leaving her feeling utterly foolish. In the eyes of others, perhaps she had always been a jest, a foolish joke, deluding herself into thinking she could ever be the princess consort. Taking a deep breath, she spoke softly, "I am weary." The weariness in those two words encapsulated her profound physical and emotional fatigue. She was indeed exhausted. They had known each other since the age of 10, and for 7 years, she had poured all her strength into loving him, into safeguarding him. They had traversed a path laden with hardships. Yet what awaited her in the end was not sweetness, but relentless sorrow. She neither desired nor wished to remain in such a state forever. Pei Ci furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you throwing a tantrum, Mushuang? You have always been sensible. When did you learn to be petulant? You know such tactics are of no use to me. Refrain from employing them in the future. Inine is the sole descendant left by my maternal family, and I must protect her. Over the past 6 months, I have endured your repeated provocations against her, yet you continue to act with such obstinacy." She mustered her courage and endured great anguish to arrive at a difficult decision, which in his eyes seemed merely a display of jealousy. He perpetually believed that she was deliberately tormenting Lin Yinyin, questioning why the prince would never trust her words. As if defying fate, she uttered those words once more. "Your Highness, it was she who pushed me into the water yesterday." "Enough, Mushuang. I do not wish to hear that again." The usually composed Pei Ci's face was still etched with fury upon hearing those words. A wave of helplessness engulfed Mushuang entirely. "Your Highness, the maidservant informs that Miss Yinyin is unwell and wishes to see you." The cry from outside interrupted their conversation. Mushuang's breath caught. She recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to Lin Yinin's maidservant. Every time she found herself alone with Pei Ci, his maid would invariably appear at the most opportune moment to disrupt their discourse. Pei Ci stood up, as he often did, preparing to exit. But Mushuang could no longer hold her tongue. "Your Highness, might you allow me to finish speaking?" Pei Ci paused momentarily, but did not turn back. "Mushuang, considering your long service, I permit you this one outburst. Once you tire of this, return to your duties. After the princess enters the manor, you may be elevated to a concubine. Do not harbor any other illusions." With that, he strode away without granting her another chance to speak. Watching his retreating figure, Mushuang felt as though all her strength had been sapped, and she collapsed to the ground. Illusions? Suddenly, she perceived that all her sacrifices had been but a farce. She had consented to be his official lady-in-waiting solely to remain by his side and protect him. Her desire to become his princess stemmed from her love for him. "Miss, the ground is cold. Please rise." Xiaoyao hurriedly assisted her to her feet. "You are already unwell. If you catch another chill, even the strongest body cannot withstand it." "What does it matter if I catch a chill? When have I not suffered some injury each month?" Mushuang replied with a bitter smile. Since childhood, the prince had sent people to teach her martial arts, solely to transform her into a weapon at his disposal. How many times had she narrowly escaped death? She had lost count. Yet she always believed that as long as she could aid him, losing her life would be worth it. However, even the deepest affection can eventually wane. Now, she yearned for a tranquil life, no longer wishing to pursue him, while he seemingly no longer needed her. "Mississippi." Xiaoyao wept nearby, fully aware of the hardships her mistress had endured. "What are your plans moving forward? Did I not say I would leave the Chun Wang manor?" "Naturally. I shall return to the Mu family," Mushuang replied indifferently. "But has the prince not promised otherwise?" Xiaoyao inquired cautiously. "I have already spoken with him. Whether he agrees or not, my decision is made." Mushuang gazed towards the southern courtyard, where he should be comforting Lin Yinyin. But Xiaoyao hesitated to speak further. Mushuang understood her implication. She was a concubine of the Mu family, her father selfish, focused solely on his interests, and her stepmother was equally domineering. Her biological mother had passed away due to illness when she was merely 10 years old, leaving no place for her in the Mu family. Yet, where else could she go now but to the Mu family? "Let us return to the courtyard. It is late. We must wait until tomorrow to depart." Xiaoyao helped her to her feet, and, as they stepped out of the room, they were met by the guards of the young master. "Miss Mu." One of the guards observed her disheveled appearance, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes as he lowered his gaze and spoke softly. The young lady expressed a desire for the lotus seed porridge you prepare. Despite her current state, the young lady was being subjected to further torment, a situation that Xiaoyao found intolerable. This Lin Yinyin delighted in opposing her mistress, taking advantage of the young master's support to belittle others. If the young lady is unwilling, I shall convey your message to the young master, he offered, having grown up alongside Mushuang and unwilling to let her suffer. That won't be necessary. I shall prepare it. Recognizing that the guard's message was undoubtedly a command from the young master, she realized her recent actions had angered him, serving as a deliberate admonition. Thus, she decided to fulfill this request one last time. As she gazed at the lotus seed porridge before her, a hint of a smile crept onto Pei Ci's previously taut lips. Has she returned to rest? He inquired. Yes. The young lady prepared the lotus seed porridge and then returned to the courtyard. Without needing to specify names, the guard understood whom he was referring to. Dear cousin, what has prompted this sudden craving for lotus seed porridge? Lin Yinyin asked cautiously. Chapter 3. Merely a tool, what is the matter? Pei Ci raised an eyebrow, regarding Lin Yinyin with gentle eyes. Nothing, she replied, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. What I meant to say was, if you wish to have it again, I would be happy to prepare it for you next time, so you might savor my culinary skills. From childhood, Lin Yinyin had harbored feelings for the young man before her. At that time, he was the heir to the crown prince, and she was the esteemed young lady of the Lin family. Her mother often told her that once she grew up, she would become the crown prince's consort. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. The Lin family was falsely accused, leading to their annihilation, and only she was saved by her aunt, the crown princess, escaping calamity. Subsequently, she was sent to her family's ancestral home in Jiangnan, and it was not until a year ago, when Pei Ci rehabilitated the Lin family's name, that she was able to see the light of day once more. Aware of her current status, which she deemed unworthy of her cousin, she was willing to remain by his side, even in a servile capacity. Yet, she soon discerned that Pei Ci's heart was solely reserved for Mushuang, a lowly servant, and she could not permit herself to be overshadowed by such a person. Moreover, if her cousin were to marry her, it would jeopardize his standing. Without the title of heir, how could he protect himself? Lin Yinyin resolutely refused to allow the wealth she had painstakingly gained to slip away again. Thus, over the past 6 months, she had intentionally sowed discord, hoping to instill a distaste for Mushuang in Pei Ci, while subtly suggesting that he must marry a woman of power to secure his position. In fact, her machinations bore fruit. Her cousin had become engaged to Bai Muron, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Xinping. Once Bai Muron entered the household, she would position herself as her cousin's concubine. As for Mushuang, if she behaved modestly as a concubine, Lin Yinyin would consider granting her an opportunity for the sake of her cousin. However, should Mushuang continue to harbor foolish dreams, Lin Yinyin would not hesitate to show her no mercy. You are unwell. Rest early. Pei Ci savored the lotus seed soup until the bowl was impeccably clean. I shall return to Qingzhou courtyard now and visit you again tomorrow, he said, gently cradling her cheeks and bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. His deep, affectionate gaze and gentle actions made Lin Yinyin feel as though she were his most cherished treasure. In that moment, an overwhelming sweetness filled her heart, leaving her unaware of when Pei Ci had departed the room. The following day, Mushuang gathered her belongings and discreetly left the prince's residence with Xiaoyao. Upon arriving in front of the Mu family estate, she sighed softly, reflecting on her return after 7 long years. Her father and stepmother looked at her with expressions of astonishment. Lu Shi glanced at the nearby bundle, her expression flickering as she tentatively inquired, Shuang, the heir cannot do without you. Why have you returned at this time? This is my home. Am I not allowed to come back? Mushuang met Lu Shi and her father's gaze directly. Once, she was merely a powerless concubine, hesitant to speak back to them. Yet now, the Mu family had flourished from the desolation of Chuan province to establish roots in the capital, all due to her efforts. This very residence had been obtained because of her contributions to Pei Ci. It rightfully belonged to her. Of course, you may return, but what does this mean? Lu Shi pointed to the bundle beside her. In the past, even when Mushuang returned, she would only stay briefly, never overnight, let alone with luggage. It signifies nothing. I have merely moved back from the prince's residence, and shall reside here in a Mu family. I kindly request my mother to prepare a courtyard for me. Mushuang replied. No sooner had she finished speaking than Mu Nan hurled a teacup at her. Had she not possessed swift reflexes, the cup would have struck her forehead. Mushuang, have you committed some grave error that led to your expulsion by the heir? Monan scolded Angredi. What do you mean by returning to the Mu family? You should hasten back and apologize to the heir, seeking his forgiveness. You are a lady-in-waiting to the heir. You are destined to remain by his side for life. Father, I have done nothing wrong. I simply no longer wish to serve as his lady-in-waiting, Mushuang replied coolly. What nonsense are you speaking? Being a lady-in-waiting is not a position you can choose to accept or reject at will. Lu Shi feigned concern, urging her to abandon her childish stubbornness and return to the prince's residence. I have already spoken with the heir, Mushuang stated. The heir has agreed? Mu Nan was taken aback, having always believed that the heir held great regard for his daughter. Mushuang nodded, taking his consent as a given, for it was the condition under which she had initially accepted the position. He was a man of his word, and if she insisted on leaving, he would not hinder her. This is absurd. You must go back and apologize, begging the heir to take you back, Mu Nan said, clutching his chest in frustration. You are already tied to the heir. Without him, you have no future. Ultimately, a lady-in-waiting is merely a concubine in waiting, destined to serve as a secondary wife once the heir's spouse enters the household. Having spent so many years by the heir's side, Mushuang knew there was no longer any notion of purity. Leaving the prince's residence meant she would be cast aside. As long as I do not starve, I shall survive, she thought. Having endured hardships akin to those among the dead, she cared little for her reputation. At worst, she would live out her days in solitude, never to marry again. Foolish girl, it seems you have lost your senses, came the exasperated retort. Mu Nan trembled as she pointed at her, declaring that if she did not return to the prince's residence, she would kneel in the ancestral hall until she came to her senses. No sooner had she spoken than Mushuang turned and walked toward the hall. My lord, what shall we do? The heir cannot truly have grown weary of Mushuang. Can he? Lu's concern was palpable. Their family had relied on the heir's connections to move from Chuan province to the capital. Mu Nan, who had only been a county magistrate in Chuan, had finally ascended to the position of governor in the capital, a significant leap for the entire Mu family. Furthermore, her son had only just excelled in the imperial examinations and become an editor in the palace. She had been counting on the heir to facilitate Mu Hanfeng's rise. They absolutely could not afford to lose this support. Surely not. Mushuang has been with the heir for 7 years, and he has always treated her well. This must simply be a result of his recent engagement. Mushuang is merely throwing a tantrum. As long as she returns to apologize, the heir will not cast her aside. Mu Nan reassured herself, believing she understood men well enough. Mushuang resembled her mother, possessing a beauty that was rare even in the capital. Even without the years of affection shared with the heir, as long as she humbled herself, he will welcome her back. A concubine had no reason to be pushed away. Let her kneel and await her apology? Very well, let her remain there. I shall send someone to the heir's residence to gauge the situation, Mu Nan said, her unease evident. Meanwhile, Pei Ci had returned home after the morning court session. Upon reaching the entrance of Qingzhou courtyard, he paused momentarily. My lord, what troubles you? Wu Fan inquired. Nothing, Pei Ci replied curtly, striding into the courtyard. As he scanned the area and failed to spot the familiar figure, his expression darkened. Summon Mushuang, he commanded coldly. My lord, Wu Fan hesitated, reluctant to leave. Pei Ci frowned. This morning, the young lady left with Xiao Yao for the Mu residence. When will she return? She has taken her belongings and left, Wu Fan reported. Pei Ci halted in his tracks, having thought that she would have come to her senses by now. Otherwise, she would not have prepared lotus seed soup the previous night. Today's turn of events was perplexing. It seemed he had indulged her too much, allowing her to behave with such impudence. My lord, upon returning to the Mu residence, the young lady was punished by Lord Mu to kneel in the ancestral hall. He said she must remain there until she acknowledges her mistake, Wu Fan added, casting furtive glances at Pei Ci. This is a choice she has made. Let her kneel if that is her desire, Pei Ci responded dismissively, shutting Wu Fan out. It was not until the hour of shun that Pei Ci opened the door, instructing for the meal to be prepared. After only a few bites, he set down his chopsticks. Is she still kneeling? Yes, came the reply. Pei Ci's expression hardened. No one understood Mushuang better than he did. She was one who responded to gentleness rather than harshness. She would likely remain obstinate even after 2 days of kneeling. He sighed deeply and spoke resolutely. Send word to Mu, Nan, that it is I, the heir, who has instructed Mushuang to rest at home for a while. Chapter 4. The Thoughts of Sisters in the Mu family's ancestral hall. Mushuang gazed at the tablets before her, feeling momentarily dazed. How long had it been since she last knelt in the ancestral hall? She had almost forgotten. She recalled her childhood when her stepmother would often punish her by making her kneel there, but since being with Pei Ci, no one in the Mu family had dared to bully her again. Pei Ci had appeared in her life like a ray of light. She recalled that it was a day of torrential rain when her beloved mother succumbed to illness, leaving her bereft of her only support. Her stepmother maliciously accused her mother of having died from a shameful disease, refusing to grant her a proper burial, instead allowing only a crude mat to wrap her body before discarding it in a mass grave. Upon learning of this, she frantically rushed to the graveyard, desperate to reclaim her mother as remains. She pleaded with her stepmother and father for a dignified farewell for her mother, but they turned a blind eye, casting her and her mother's body out of the household. Battling against the downpour, she dragged her frail form through the streets, her mother's lifeless body in tow, while passers-by kept their distance, penniless and lost. She had no idea where to lay her mother to rest, just as despair threatened to engulf her. A striking young man appeared before her. He was 15, while she was merely 10. Xiao Tang, rise, do not kneel. Lu's voice jolted her back to the present. She looked up to see Lu's sycophantic smile, momentarily disoriented. Child, if you wish to return and rest for a few days, that is understandable. Why speak of leaving the young master? What? Mushuang was perplexed. The young master sent word, expressing concern for your well-being during these trying days. He wishes for you to return to the Mu residence for half a month to recuperate before returning. Lu assisted Mushuang to her feet. I have already arranged the courtyard and prepared meals for your comfort. Go and rest. At that moment, Mushuang grasped the underlying meaning. It was indeed because of him. Was he providing her with an opportunity to step back? Did he believe she was still sulking? A bitter smile crossed her lips after all these years. Did he not realize she would never indulge in such childishness? No, he was well aware. He simply remained convinced of her inability to part from him. So be it. He would come to understand the strength of her resolve. Even if she could no longer remain at the Mu residence, she would never return to that place again. Mushuang refrained from further explanations, for she genuinely did not wish to kneel any longer. Lu had prepared a vacant courtyard for her, albeit one that appeared desolate and overgrown with weeds. Xiao Yao furrowed her brow. Miss, while you serve as a lady-in-waiting at the Chun Wang Fu, you are of greater value than most young ladies, and your quarters should reflect that, ornate and exquisite, with each ornament meticulously chosen. Third, miss, the household is crowded, and we have no spare courtyards. I must apologize for your discomfort, explained Chun Chao, Lu's chief maid. Yet, such explanations felt woefully inadequate. Mushuang forced a smile. It seemed they intended to sweeten the deal, while simultaneously reminding her of her predicament, hoping she would soon relent and return. She was all too familiar with the methods employed by Pei Ci. With a gentle smile, she replied, It is quite all right. Residing here is rather pleasant and tranquil. Do rest early, Mississippi. I shall take my leave, Chun Chao said before departing. Once alone in the courtyard with Xiao Yao, a chill breeze swept through, causing Xiao Yao to shudder involuntarily. Miss, this place is too desolate. If you are afraid, you may sleep with me tonight, Mushuang offered. Having taken lives before, this courtyard held no terror for her. Yet, while Xiao Yao was her maid, she lacked martial skills and had spent most of her time within the confines of the Chun Wang Fu. It was only natural for her to feel apprehensive. The maid shall share a night with the young lady, and on the morrow, she will sleep alone. Thus the night fell, and the two lit a candle, leaning over the table, counting their entire possessions. My lady, With this considerable amount of silver, we could purchase several prosperous shops and even acquire a manor. Xiao Yao gazed at the gold and jewels before her, her eyes sparkling with excitement, for she had thought the young lady would not take these treasures with her. Mushuang smiled wryly. These are all earned at the cost of my life. They rightfully belong to me. The gold and jewels were bestowed upon her by Pei Ci, and regardless of what he presented her, she would meticulously treasure each item as if they were precious gems. Yet now, she merely felt that these represented her hard-earned rewards. Tomorrow, I shall pawn these for silver, and we shall buy 2 shops and a courtyard. Who knows, I might be expelled from the Mu residence one day. It is prudent to plan for myself. All right, Xiao Yao nodded, carefully wrapping the items away. Contrary to her expectations of sleeplessness, Mushuang found herself enjoying a restful night. It turned out that leaving him was not as sorrowful as she had imagined. The next morning, she was greeted by 2 visitors in her courtyard, her elder sister, Mu Xishue, and her eldest sister, Mu Ninger. Mu Xishue was the biological daughter of Lu, bearing a resemblance with her large eyes and delicate face, exuding charm, yet carrying an air of pride. Following her was Mu Ninger, clad in a dark green skirt, whose features were unremarkable, but whose fair skin and graceful demeanor exuded a sense of tranquility. Like Mushuang, she was the daughter of a concubine, 1 year her senior. Upon seeing them, Mushuang called out, "Elder sister, second sister." Mu Ninger nodded in acknowledgement, "Third sister." Mu Xishue sneered disdainfully, taking a seat on a stone stool in the courtyard. "Why are you not by the young masteress' side? What brings you back to our humble abode? Have you truly been cast aside?" She found it hard to believe their mother's words about returning for rest. Mushuang had not returned to the residence since she began to curry favor with the crown prince. Thus it seemed implausible for her to suddenly wish to return. With the recent engagement of the crown prince and his affection for that cousin of hers, Mushuang must surely have fallen from grace. Mushuang offered a faint smile. "This residence was bestowed upon me by the young master. How could I not return?" Mu Xishue had always been at odds with her, using her mother's support to bully her. Now, though older, her behavior remained unchanged from their childhood. Mu Xishue's expression stiffened in the past. "The young master was kind to you, but that was when there were no other women by his side. Now, with the dignified and virtuous Bai Junju and the gentle Lin Yinin, how could you still catch his eye?" Anger simmered within Mu Xishu. She could not fathom why she lacked such fortune to capture the young master's attention. Had she been Pei Ci's female official, she would have long secured her position as a concubine, binding his heart firmly, unlike Mushuang, who, after all these years, remained nameless and without status. "I am of lowly status and unworthy of the young master's attention. Yet, dear second sister, you are of noble birth. Even when you presented yourself in the capital as a female official to the young master, you were still dismissed. Mushuang, you truly have grown bold to insult me so. This matter is a sensitive scar in Mu Xishue's heart, a past she wishes to forget." Chapter 5. A concubine has no dignity. Back in Chuan Prefecture, even knowing that Pei Ci was the son of the Prince of Chun, she held him in contempt. It was common knowledge that Pei Ci's mother had passed away, and he himself was cast aside by the Prince of Chun, left in Chuan Prefecture. Mushuang followed him merely as 2 forsaken souls seeking solace in one another. Who could have anticipated that the despised Pei Ci would return to the capital 5 years later, ascending to the position of heir? Gazing upon the grand and magnificent Chun prince's residence, and the heir adorned in splendid robes and a jade crown, her heart stirred uncontrollably. Considering that Mushuang, a mere illegitimate daughter, could serve as the heir's female official, she believed she, too, could attain such a role. Therefore, for the first time, she shamelessly proposed to Pei Ci that she be his female official, yearning to remain by his side for eternity. She assumed that her beauty would be irresistible to him. Yet Pei Ci's response was merely 3 words: "You are unworthy." Those words shattered all of Mu Xishue's pride, causing her to faint in the Chun prince's residence. She could not recall how she returned to the Mu residence, but from that moment on, she never set foot in the Chun prince's estate again. Those 3 words became her perpetual nightmare. Mushuang, do not revel too much in your fortune. Your fate, even if not abandonment, will be a solitary existence in the Chun prince's residence. You believe the heir harbors genuine feelings for you. He merely sees you as a pawn. Now, his side lacks no such pieces as you. Had it not been for lingering sentiments of the past, you would have long been cast aside. I shall await the outcome of your fate. With that, Mushuang swept away. Mushuang gazed at her retreating figure, lost in thought. Third sister, Sushiwe speaks thus. Do not take her words to heart, Mu Ninger gently reassured, pulling her from a reverie. She shook her head, saying no, what she said is indeed the truth. I am merely a superfluous piece in the heir's game. How can that be? You and the heir share a bond from childhood. He moved the Mu family from Chuan Prefecture to the capital for you. During his most challenging times, you are the only one at his side. He regards you differently than others. Is there truly a difference? Mushuang pondered. Perhaps there was, but that slight distinction could never compare to the power he craved, nor to his responsibilities toward Lin Yingying, let alone to the noble born by Moran. Even Mu Sushiwe could see that clearly. Since he chose what was of greater importance to him, it was best for both to let go. Let's not dwell on this. I heard that eldest sister is betrothed and will marry in the coming year. Yes, Mu Ninger blushed at the mention of her own engagement. He is a scholar, honest and upright. As long as he treats eldest sister well, nothing else matters. A woman's life is about finding someone who will cherish her and staying with him for a lifetime. Mu Ninger nodded. He treats me well. I know I am of average appearance and do not seek a wealthy family. I simply wish to find someone who will take me as a wife. She had witnessed the humiliation her aunt suffered as a concubine, and her sole wish was to never endure such a fate. Upon finishing her words, she realized she had misspoken. Frost, that was not my intention. You are unlike me, and the heir is certainly not an ordinary person. His concubines differ vastly from those of common households. There is no difference. A concubine is forever a subordinate, subject to the whims and humiliations of her master. Not only the heir's concubines, but even the consorts in the imperial palace possess a status inherently distinct from that of the queen. A wife is a wife, and a concubine is a concubine. They will always remain different. Indeed, the distinction is stark. To be the heir's concubine is a position many envy. Even Mu Sushiwe is eager to break her neck to attain such a status. Mu Ninger whispered, currently, no matter which family my legitimate mother favors. Mu Sushiwe is never satisfied. She insists she cannot be overshadowed by you and must seek a husband even more formidable than the heir of the Chunwang. To find someone of higher status than the heir of Chunwang, she can only aspire to a prince or a royal, Mu Frost remarked, shaking her head. If she wishes to compete, let her be. Indeed, no matter her antics, she has her legitimate mother to shield her. We cannot be compared. Mu Ninger aside, you and the heir of Chunwang? To be honest, dear sister, I have no intention of returning after I leave this time. Once I made this decision, I never look back. Your father will likely disapprove. Mu Ninger understood that their family's foundation in the capital hinged upon the heir of Chunwang, and Mu Nan was unwilling to lose such a support. At worst, I shall be cast out of the family. There is nothing to fear. If I could secure a marriage, I would not wish to return to the Mu residence. Just think it through. In the end, Mu Ninger refrained from offering comforting words. She was on the verge of escaping this den of wolves. The future of the Mu family was no longer her concern. At the Chunwang residence, Pei Ci gazed at the delicate and graceful reflection in the study, his heart leaping with joy. He hastened towards the study, exclaiming, "You were to rest for half a month. Why have you returned after merely 3 days, my lord?" Pei Ci's expression stiffened upon seeing the pink garb before him. He despised the color pink. Lu Zhu, who permitted you to enter this lord's study? My lord, please do not be angry. I noticed your study had not been tidied for several days, so I came to clean. Lu Zhu replied with composure. You must be weary. I have freshly prepared tea for you to savor. Pei Ci felt a lump rise in his throat, caught in a dilemma. Lu Zhu, the daughter of a minister, had been chosen by the Empress Dowager as a lady-in-waiting, and her presence by his side was not without merit. However, in the past, due to Mu Frost's presence, he had dismissed her under the pretext of not wanting too many around him. He sat down and accepted the tea offered by Lu Zhu, only to spill it on the ground the moment he grasped the cup. This tea is so cold. How did you brew it? You can't even manage this simple task. He scolded in anger. Lu Zhu quickly knelt to apologize. This tea was brewed with hot water, steeped for an additional 15 minutes. It should have been just right. I was careless and failed to monitor the time properly. Pei Ci narrowed his eyes. Who taught you to brew it this way? It was Mu Frost who instructed me before she left. Ah, how attentive she is. Pei Ci let out a cold laugh, addressing Lu Zhu. You and Mushuang serve as the female attendants to this prince. She is dissatisfied with my intention to take Lin Yining as a concubine. Do you not harbor similar feelings? I dare not, my lord. It is beyond my capacity to influence whom you wish to take as a concubine, Lu Zhu hastily replied. As female attendants, our sole desire is to serve you diligently. Once the future princess enters the residence, we hope to earn your favor. Lu Zhu lowered her head, shyly contemplating that being a female attendant meant she was destined to become a concubine of the prince. It was a matter almost set in stone. Yet she could not fathom why Mushuang had chosen to throw a tantrum at this juncture. However, her outburst provided Lu Zhu with an opportunity to draw nearer to the prince. Despite both being female attendants, Lu Zhu's noble lineage surpassed that of Mushuang. Yet the depth of their bond with the prince had always kept Lu Zhu from being noticed. At last, she sensed an opening. In Chapter 6, you have chosen an exceptionally fine future princess. She is a legitimate daughter nurtured by a prominent family, while Mushuang is merely a daughter of a lesser branch. How could she possibly compare? With this thought, Lu Zhu gracefully rose and poured another cup of tea. My lord, I assure you I will serve you well. Grant me this chance. You may leave for now, the prince commanded. Lu Zhu wished to say more, but upon seeing Pei Ci's dark expression, she bowed and retreated. Pei Ci gazed at the tea that bore almost no distinction from hers and asked in a low voice, Is it true that I treat Mushuang poorly? Why does she fail to understand and insists on being upset? My lord, I believe Miss Mu is not merely upset, the attendant cautiously replied. If she is not upset, what does she mean? Does she truly wish to leave me? Pei Ci's voice rose slightly. Who in the capital does not know she belongs to me? Where could she possibly go? Even if I have not touched her in any way, in the eyes of others, she has lost her purity. Is it because I did not make her the princess? Does she not comprehend the struggles I endured to reach this point? Why must she pressure me as well? My lord, I believe Miss Mu's anger stems from your engagement, the attendant suggested. Then what does she mean? What does she desire? Miss Mu's displeasure likely arises from your deception and lack of trust. You concealed your engagement from her, which naturally incited her anger. As for Miss Lin, you should understand that Miss Mu is not one to engage in schemes. Even if she dislikes Miss Lin, she would not go so far as to harm her. Pei Ci rubbed his aching forehead. You know that my engagement to buy Mo Ran is of great significance. There must be no errors. Sending her away was for her own good. I did not anticipate her return would be so swift. According to my plan, she was not to return for 3 months. By that time, I intended to settle my engagement and clarify matters with her on the way back. Who could have foreseen she would arrive on the very day of my engagement? And as for Yining, she is my cousin. I promised my mother to take care of her. How could a delicate woman like her compete with Mushuang? How can anyone believe that she would push Mushuang into peril? If it were a usual occurrence, it would be improbable. However, the young lady, tirelessly toiling day and night, was already in a frail state. Coupled with the knowledge of the heir's betrothal, it is entirely plausible that she became momentarily disoriented, unwittingly falling prey to Miss Lin. Observing Pei Ci's sullen countenance, his remarks dwindled into whispers. He understood that the heir remained unconvinced in his mind. Lin Yining was a gentle and kind woman, akin to the princess, and could never commit such an act. Yining would never act in such a manner. She had always expressed her gratitude towards Mushuang for the multitude of assistance rendered. Out of appreciation, she bore any slight Mushuang might inflict upon her. Privately, she had never uttered a disparaging word about Mushuang, leaving him perplexed as to why Mushuang harbored such animosity towards her. He was at a loss for words, perceiving a reality that starkly contrasted with the heir's view. Contemplating the many sacrifices Mushuang had made for the heir, he could not help but defend her. In the heir's heart, Miss Lin was undoubtedly unique. Even the life-saving grace she bestowed was not comparable. Pei Ci fell silent. recalling the arduous journey he and Mushuang undertook from Chuan Prefecture to the capital, facing numerous tribulations along the way. Each time, Mushuang stood before him, embodying more than mere life-saving grace. Exhausted, he shut his eyes and rubbed the corners of them. Everyone knew of her deep affection for the heir. How could Molan not be wary? Over the past half-year, her demeanor had grown distant, not solely due to Enin, but also to spare the Ximping Marquis household from difficulty. In the heir's heart, Mushuang had always occupied the most significant place. Why could she not comprehend this? He lowered his gaze, refraining from further discourse. At that moment, he felt that perhaps the heir had never truly sought to understand Mushuang. Even he could see that Mushuang cared solely for the heir. Her departure this time was not born of spite. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived." The announcement from outside interrupted his thoughts. Pei Ci abruptly opened his eyes. "Quick, invite the Crown Prince in." No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open. The Crown Prince, adorned in a deep purple dragon-patterned robe, with a white jade dragon pendant at his waist and his dark hair tied back with a purple beaded crown, emanated an imposing aura, serene yet commanding. "Your Highness, Pei Ci in respect. Rise, there are no outsiders here, so there is no need for formality." The Crown Prince smiled, his gaze instinctively scanning the surroundings. Pei Ci stood, puzzled as he regarded the Crown Prince. Though they were allies and shared a close rapport, the Crown Prince seldom visited the Chunwang residence, leaving Pei Ci uncertain of the purpose behind his visit. The Crown Prince cleared his throat awkwardly. "I merely passed by the Chunwang residence and thought to check in on you. Also, Pei Yujing will return to the capital in 5 days. He has performed admirably in his recent assignment, and I suspect the Emperor will bestow significant rewards upon him, so be prepared." Pei Yujing, the eldest son of the Chunwang residence, originally born of a concubine, had ascended in status after the death of Pei Ci's mother, who had been the Chunwang's consort. Following that, Pei Yujing's mother became the Chunwang's wife, elevating him from a concubine's son to the legitimate heir. When the Chunwang had sent Pei Ci to Chuan Prefecture, it was to clear the way for Pei Yujing. Despite reclaiming his title as heir with the assistance of the Crown Prince and the Empress, Pei Ci had yet to firmly secure his position, as the Chunwang and many court officials still predominantly supported Pei Yujing. Now, he is merely a hollow prince, yet with his return, there shall be no further opportunities granted to Pei Yujing. Rest assured, Your Highness, though Pei Yujing possesses a modicum of cleverness, he is unlikely to achieve anything of great significance. I shall not regard him with any concern." The Crown Prince sighed. "Indeed, a single Pei Yujing does not merit our utmost attention. But the fact that the Prince of Chun has taken a liking to him raises the possibility that he may leverage this opportunity to secure greater advantages for Pei Yujing. The most significant advantage, naturally, will be the title of Crown Prince. Currently, the health of our esteemed grandmother deteriorates day by day, and it is feared she may not endure until the coming spring. For many years, Pei Yujing has failed to ascend to the position of Crown Prince, largely due to the Empress Dowager's restraint. Once she departs this world, the Prince of Chun will undoubtedly petition the Emperor to strip Pei Ci of his title. Contemplating the imminent departure of the grandmother who has cared for him most tenderly, Pei Ci felt a pang of sorrow. "I have already become betrothed to Bai Moran. With the Ximping Marquis as my backing, it shall not be so easy to revoke my title." The Ximping Marquis is from a venerable family with significant influence in the court, and coupled with the kinship with the formidable Prince of Pingbei, even the Emperor must accord him some measure of respect. It can be said that Pei Ci has chosen remarkably well for his intended. Upon Pei Yujing's return to the capital, he will undoubtedly seek to sabotage this engagement. This is what you must guard against, and you must hold this engagement firmly. The Crown Prince is correct. This engagement is of utmost importance to me. Pei Ci raised an eyebrow, inquiring with curiosity, "And what of you, Your Highness?" "The esteemed Miss Liu harbors deep affections for you. She is the sole daughter of the Prince of Beiping. Should she become the Crown Princess, the eldest prince would likely not dare to act so brazenly." Chapter 7. The Crown Prince's Secret Affection. The Crown Prince scoffed, asserting that he does not require a woman to solidify his position as Crown Prince. Such a declaration was exceedingly arrogant, Yet Pei Ci understood the crown prince's exceptional capabilities. The eldest prince was no match for him. However, the eldest prince has an influential uncle who is a chancellor, in addition to the favor of the favored concubine Yu, which renders the crown prince's position rather precarious. The court is currently divided into two factions, one supporting the crown prince and the other rallying behind the eldest prince. Their power in the court is nearly evenly matched. Thus, apart from the emperor's stance, military support remains paramount. The Prince of Beiping commands substantial military strength, and his choice could very well determine the outcome. Considering this, Pei Ci could not help but advise the eldest prince is quite attentive to Miss Liu. Should he gain her favor first, matters may become complicated. Whom she chooses is of no concern to me. If I do not favor her, I shall not marry her. The crown prince coldly replied. Some matters may be employed in the pursuit of power and profit, while others cannot. Even if he were to lose the title of crown prince, he would steadfastly protect something of value. What does the crown prince mean? It is nothing, the crown prince replied, shaking his head as if casually inquiring, what of the lady in waiting by your side? She used to be inseparable from you. Why is she absent today? Pei Ci's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly responded, she has returned to the Mu residence for the past few days. The crown prince's expression flickered momentarily before he smiled and remarked, Pei Ci, you must not neglect the old in favor of the new. She is the one who saved my life. Your Highness jest. She merely fulfilled her duties. How can such actions merit the title of benefactor? Whether or not it merits such, that is for me to decide. The crown prince's smile waned slightly as he remarked that it was getting late, and he would take his leave. Walk safely, he bid as he exited the residence of the Prince of Chun. Once outside, he exhaled deeply, having carried the weight of concern for 3 days. He pondered whether Ji Dong had truly moved on and would not return. Yet, the heir assured him that she would merely be resting for a few days before returning. Ji Dong was perplexed by the crown prince's conclusion, as the heir's female attendant. She had no other place to go aside from the Prince of Chen's estate. The crown prince smirked. You do not understand her. Once she makes a decision, she never looks back. He held this belief steadfastly, yet in matters concerning Pei Ci, he was not entirely certain. He feared she might develop a soft spot for Pei Ci. Your Highness, if you truly harbor feelings for Miss Mu, simply speak to the heir, and he will surely escort her to the Eastern Palace. Why go about it this way? Ji Dong expressed her confusion at the crown prince's preoccupation with a woman. Moreover, given Miss Mu's humble origins, it should be a simple matter for the crown prince to express his affections. The crown prince sighed in resignation. You underestimate the bond between Pei Ci and her, as well as my own feelings toward her. If I were to voice my intentions, it would extinguish any possibility between myself and Mushuang. Pei Ci likely remained unaware of how significant Mushuang was to him. He needed her to relinquish her feelings for him before Pei Ci caught on. He acknowledged the ignoble nature of his thoughts. One was his cousin, the other her savior, but he could not help his feelings. Observing the crown prince's despondent expression, Ji Dong remained baffled. Aside from her striking appearance, Mushuang did not seem to possess any extraordinary qualities that would captivate both the heir and the crown prince. If it were a matter of gratitude for saving his life, Mushuang had merely followed the heir's orders to rescue the crown prince in exchange for a chance to return to the capital. What was it that made her so unforgettable to him? Yet he dared not voice his musings, for the crown prince's heart was beyond his comprehension. Mushuang, indifferent to the opinions of others, had been preoccupied these past few days with selecting a shop and a residence to plan for her future. Miss, these shops are excellently located. What sort of business should we pursue? Xiao Yao inquired with a furrowed brow. Mushuang shook her head. I have no experience in business. She had spent her childhood within the confines of her courtyard, and though Pei Ci had arranged for numerous masters to teach her music, chess, calligraphy, and martial arts, she had never ventured into commerce. However, one need not conduct the business personally. We can hire someone to manage it, she suggested. Yes, let us recruit a few managers to oversee operations. Xiao Yao agreed, eager to proceed. No, we must purchase. Only a death contract will provide the necessary security. Being young and inexperienced in business, hiring seasoned managers could lead to potential pitfalls. Furthermore, without a death contract, they could leave at a moment's notice. leaving her ill-prepared to take over. Acquiring a death contract was the most prudent course of action. Yet finding an experienced manager at the pawnshop might prove to be a challenge. Within the realm of servitude, the majority are mere slaves, with few fortunate enough to engage in trade, let alone manage a shop. Therefore, we shall take a chance. If we find nothing suitable, we will devise another plan. Without hesitation, Mushuang made her way to the largest slave market in the capital. "Miss, are you in search of a maid or a bodyguard?" A slave dealer approached her with a welcoming smile. Mushuang surveyed the surroundings, noting the variety of slaves available, including children as young as 5 or 6. Each individual huddled in corners, heads bowed, adorned with a tag around their necks, resembling mere commodities awaiting selection. "I seek someone with a talent for business." "Business? That indeed presents a challenge," the dealer replied, his eyes darting about. "Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Monetary concerns are not an issue." Observing his reaction, Mushuang sensed he had someone in mind. As if confirming her intuition, the dealer's smile broadened. Though skilled merchants were scarce, the timing of her visit was fortuitous. A man had just arrived, formerly a shopkeeper, sold here due to a minor error he committed. "Was he heir?" Mushuang inquired, her brow furrowing. "It was not a grave matter, merely an inadvertent slight against a noble," the dealer explained, indicating he hailed from Jiangnan. Mushuang nodded. Offending a noble from Jiangnan would not adversely affect her. "Where is he?" "Over here." The dealer promptly led Mushuang to the far-right cage, where both men and women were confined, presumably recent arrivals from Jiangnan. He pointed to a man of approximately 40 years, slightly overweight and appearing haggard. "This is him." "What type of shop did you manage?" Mushuang asked. Replying to the young lady, "I once managed a fabric store," the man said, revealing a grateful smile upon realizing someone was interested in purchasing him. "A fabric store?" Mushuang pondered whether her establishment would suit the trade of textiles. Just as she hesitated, a clear yet timid voice interjected. "Miss, I can handle business. I am capable of anything." Mushuang turned toward the sound, astonished to behold a young girl of about 15 or 16, with a delicate nose and small mouth. Despite her emaciated appearance, her beauty remained undeniable. Her round, expressive eyes reflected fear, worry, and a glimmer of hope, as if she would burst into tears should she remain unsold. Mushuang, self-aware of her nature as a trained assassin under Pei Ci, felt no empathy for those unrelated to her. Yet upon encountering this girl, her heart ached. Unwilling to witness the disappointment in her eyes or to see her endure suffering, it was easy to imagine that such a striking young woman would attract buyers in the market, likely to be taken by a wealthy man as a personal maid, or with better fortune, become a concubine, potentially altering her fate forever. Yet, it was evident that the girl did not desire such a future, and Mushuang could not bear the thought of her walking that path. "Very well, you shall be the one." Without further deliberation, Mushuang made her decision. As her words echoed, 2 streams of tears cascaded down the girl's cheeks. "Thank you, Mississippi Miss. Do not blame me for not warning you." This girl was previously a maid from an official's household, sold off for enticing her master. As for her claim of being adept in commerce, it is likely a fabrication. "It is not false. I truly possess business acumen," the girl weakly retorted, but upon sensing the threatening gaze of the overseer, she quickly fell silent. "Miss, I merely wish to forewarn you. The circumstances of every slave must be made clear." The overseer's intent was unmistakable. "Think carefully before purchasing, for once bought. There is no turning back." "Miss, she appears younger than the maidservants," Xiaoyao added. "It is hard to believe that such a young woman could claim to manage a household." The girl timidly gazed at Mushuang, wanting to speak but hesitating to voice her thoughts. "I will buy her. How much?" Mushuang declared resolutely. She herself could not fathom why she was so determined to acquire this girl, even if she possessed no skills. It seemed as though her purpose for coming here today was solely for her. 5 taels of silver, the overseer stated, noticing her unwavering stance. "Xiaoyao, hand over the silver." The girl appeared to have been rescued, letting out a sigh of relief. Yet when she attempted to bow to Mushuang, her hands moved awkwardly from left to right, unsure of how to perform the gesture. This surprised Mushuang, having heard from the overseer that the girl was also a maid from a noble house. She expected her to know how to bow. However, Mushuang brushed it off, considering she might simply be flustered. Mushuang first helped her change into a new set of clothes and arranged for some food. After her transformation, the girl looked even more charming. No wonder the mistress had grown weary of her. Even if the girl lacked ambition, the master might still harbor improper thoughts. Yet, society often attributes blame to the woman. What is your name? The girl paused momentarily while serving food, and after a brief silence, she replied, My name is Xiao Wanyan. Wanyan? The elegance of Wanyan's grace suggests that your parents must have cherished you dearly. How is it then that you? A name so refined could only belong to someone from an educated background. How could such a daughter be sold? Xiao Wanyan's eyes reddened, and shaking her head, her voice trembled. I cannot find them. Were you abducted? Mushuang was taken aback, suspecting that some trafficker had taken advantage of Xiao Wanyan's beauty. Where do you come from? What are your parents' names? I will help you find your real parents. They must be searching for you. At her words, Xiao Wanyan did not display excitement. She lowered her gaze and shook her head. I cannot find them. They are no longer in this world. I am sorry. I do not know. Mushuang felt a pang of guilt. Time will heal all wounds. We can survive on our own. When her own mother passed away, she felt as though her world had crumbled. But later, when she met Pei Ci, he became her everything. Now, even after parting from him, the world had not collapsed. She could still thrive. In the days since leaving the Chunwang mansion, aside from the midnight dreams that brought her pain, she felt a sense of relief. It turned out that one could indeed live without another. Xiao Wanyan nodded. Yes, I will live in this world. I will surely do so. As she spoke, she began to devour her meal with fervor, seemingly intent on making up for the days of deprivation. Mushuang observed her without interruption, patiently waiting for her to finish and regain her composure. It was only after a hearty belch that Xiao Wanyan set down her chopsticks, turning to find Mushuang gazing at her, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Miss, I apologize. I do not usually behave this way, she stammered. It is quite all right. You need not be so formal in my presence. Be yourself. Mushuang gently reassured her, noticing the anxiety etched on her face. Thank you, Mississippi. Xiao Wanyan continued to look down, her shyness evident. Mushuang continued. This courtyard is newly acquired by me. You shall reside here from now on. There is no need for concern. Simply keep the courtyard tidy, as I do not yet reside here. Very well, Xiao Wanyan nodded. Then, as if struck by a thought, added, Miss, I genuinely know how to conduct business. Both my parents are merchants, and I once operated a confectionery shop that was quite profitable. Yes, you. I'm not deceiving you. Seeing her earnestness, Mushuang inquired, Are you literate? Can you do accounts? Yes, Xiao Wanyan affirmed. If you doubt me, I can calculate right now. That will not be necessary. I trust your word, Mushuang replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of trust towards this young woman. Rest well today, and tomorrow I shall take you to see the shop, so we may discuss potential business ventures. Mushuang rose. Xiaoya, let us return. Miss. Xiao Wanyan suddenly grasped Mushuang's arm, her doe-like eyes reflecting her unease. Do you truly believe in me? You won't sell me to a pawn shop again, will you? Mushuang's heart ached. From Jiangnan to the capital, she had likely been sold multiple times, enduring much hardship along the way. I will not, even if you possess no skills, she assured her. Truly? Xiao Wanyan still appeared somewhat anxious. Mushuang paused for a moment before saying, Xiaoyao, where's the contract for your servitude? Here, Xiaoyao replied, handing the contract to Mushuang. Upon receiving the document, Mushuang tore it into shreds. Miss, you can't do that, Xiaoyao exclaimed in shock. Without the contract, the 5 taels of silver would be wasted. Xiao Wanyan looked at her in astonishment. Mushuang smiled softly. Without the contract, you will no longer be subject to the whims of others. Rest assured. Xiao Wanyan trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at her. I will not disappoint you. Mississippi Chapter 9. Disjointed conversations upon returning to the Mu residence. Xiaoyao could no longer contain her curiosity. Miss, should we not keep someone watching over Xiao Wanyan? Without the contract, what if she decides to run away? That will not happen, Mushuang responded firmly. She is not that kind of person, but we have only just met her. How can you be so certain? Xiaoyao inquired cautiously. Today. You seem as though you are under some enchantment. Mushuang paused, reflecting on her unusual behavior towards Qiao Wanyan that day. I do not know what it is. I simply cannot bear to see the disappointment in her eyes. Miss, could it be that you have truly been enchanted? Xiao Yao exclaimed in a flurry, eager to check for any signs. Mushuang forced a smile, her heart heavy with an inexplicable familiarity towards the lady despite their recent acquaintance, which compelled her to show a bit more kindness. After all, even if she had indeed misjudged the person, 5 taels of silver was a trifling sum she could afford to lose. The young lady seemed to be reminiscent of the moment when the servant first laid eyes on her. At that time, she was kneeling on the ground, selling herself to bury her father, and it was the young lady's compassion that led her to purchase her. If only the concubine had not passed away then, the young lady, though she faced hardships, still had someone to rely on. Later, after becoming involved with the heir, the young lady remained a lady. Yet her gaze grew increasingly cold, and there were times when she genuinely feared that the young lady might turn into a tool for murder. Mushuang paused momentarily, unable to recall her past self. Presently, all she desired was to live according to her own heart. The following day, Mushuang set out early for the auxiliary residence, coincidentally encountering Mu Nan, who was returning from court. Upon seeing her, Mu Nan's expression darkened. She had been busy all day without giving a thought to how to seek the heir's forgiveness and return to the Chen Wangfu. Did she truly intend to wait another fortnight before returning? Not only had the heir taken a concubine, but another Miss Liu could easily replace her position. I did not intend to wait another fortnight to return, Mushuang replied coldly, determined to leave the Chen Wangfu for good. Then go to the Chen Wangfu now and apologize to the heir. I have done nothing wrong, so why should I apologize? You ungrateful girl. If the heir truly rejects you, you might as well prepare to throw yourself into the river. Mu Nan was infuriated by her nonchalant demeanor. Father, do you see me as your daughter, or merely a pawn to curry favor with the heir? If the heir deems me worthless, do I cease to exist? You were the one who chose to follow the heir. I did not force you into that position, Mu Nan retorted sharply. Mushuang scoffed, well aware of his attempts to evade responsibility. Had it not been for him and Lu Shi cornering her into a situation with no escape, she would not have followed Pei Ci. Yet, she bore him no grudge. She had never regretted being with Pei Ci. However, she yearned for freedom now. Father, I am truly weary. I wish to rest. With that, without waiting for Mu Nan to respond, she departed. Frustrated, Mu Nan found himself helpless. For Pei Ci was still supporting Mushuang, and he dared not punish her further. As Mushuang arrived at the auxiliary residence, she spotted a figure in pale yellow squatting at the entrance from afar. The child seemed to be waiting for a family member's return, and upon seeing her, their eyes sparkled with delight. Little miss, you are back, Qiao Wanyan exclaimed, her face brimming with joy, yet somewhat flustered. Have you had breakfast? I made porridge. Let me warm it up for you. I have already eaten. Glancing at her, Mushuang couldn't help but smile. You should wait inside. The weather has turned chilly, and sitting on the ground will make you cold. I was afraid you wouldn't return, Qiao Wanyan timidly admitted. This is our courtyard. How could I possibly not come back? Xiao Yao, standing nearby, found herself speechless. It was amusing that the girl feared they would not return when she herself was worried about Xiao Wanyan running away. I apologize. Miss, I will not act this way again, Qiao Wanyan promised, raising her hand earnestly. Have you truly worked as a maid in an official household? Xiao Yao asked, looking at her in confusion. Indeed, Qiao Wanyan's demeanor and conduct were far from that of a mere maid. Rather, she bore the grace of one cultivated in a prominent household. She was a handmaid accompanying the young mistress of the governor's family in Jiangnan. Qiao Wanyan replied, a handmaid? Did you not just arrive at the governor's house? No, I have served the young mistress since childhood, she began, but was interrupted by Xiao Yao. Wait, did you not say yesterday that your parents were merchants and that you were educated and even managed a shop? Xiao Yao scrutinized her, sensing a contradiction in her tale, indicating that she must be lying. I cannot recall clearly, Qiao Wanyan muttered, lowering her head, her voice faltering. What do you mean you cannot recall? You are clearly lying, Xiao Yao rebuked. I am not. I truly have not lied, Qiao Wanyan stammered, noticing Mushuang's skeptical expression. In a flurry, she attempted to clarify. Half a year ago, I fell into the water and fell ill, causing me to forget many things. The Zhang family insists I am the young mistress's handmaid, having served her since childhood. Yet I remember my parents were merchants, and I was not a maid. Do not rush. Speak slowly, Mushuang interjected, sensing her distress and seeking to calm her. I really have not lied. I do not understand what is happening. Xiao Wanyan expressed her helplessness, unsure of how to articulate her current predicament. Miss, could there be something amiss? Xiao Yao observed her unusual state, gesturing toward her head. Seeing Xiao Wanyan's helpless expression, it did not seem like an act. After a brief silence, Mushuang reached out to grasp Xiao Wanyan's hand. All right, if you cannot remember, then do not dwell on it. I believe you have not lied, and that is sufficient. Do you truly believe me? Anxiety flickered once more in Xiao Wanyan's eyes. Mushuang nodded earnestly, ruffling her hair. From now on, do not call me miss. Address me as Sister Mu. Sister Mu, I knew it. You're my Sister Mu, Xiao Wanyan exclaimed, embracing her suddenly. I just knew it was you. Mushuang found herself often unable to keep pace with Xiao Wanyan's thought processes, often perplexed by her words. Yet, recalling Xiao Yao's comment about a possible issue with her head, she chose not to dwell on it. Perhaps it was indeed the fall that had caused her confusion. After adopting the title of sister, Mushuang notably observed a transformation in Xiao Wanyan's demeanor. Her previously anxious and fearful expressions dissipated. The three then proceeded to the shop. Sister Mu, this shop is situated in a prime location. Naturally, it was chosen specifically by the young mistress, costing a considerable amount of silver. If managed poorly, it could result in significant losses, Xiao Yao remarked with exasperation, lamenting that her mistress had essentially purchased a troublesome venture. With my presence, we will surely manage it well, Xiao Wanyan asserted, her eyes sparkling with determination. Do you already have a plan? Mushuang inquired. I do have some ideas, Xiao Wanyan replied softly. Sister Mu, I just noticed a silver shop over there. Shall we go take a look? Very well. Mushuang agreed with a nod. Miss Xiao Yao was on the verge of madness, fully convinced that her mistress had been bewitched. How could such an astute individual be led around by the nose by Xiao Wanyan? Today, they had come to inspect the shop. Yet the sudden desire to visit the jewelry store raised her suspicions. It was clear that there were ulterior motives at play. However, her mistress seemed utterly unperturbed by the prospect of being deceived. Xiao Yao could not voice her concerns, so she fixed her gaze on Xiao Wanyan, intent on thwarting any tricks she might play. The jewelry store they entered was known as Kaifeng Lu, the most prestigious establishment in the capital and a property of the wealthiest family in Chu, the Ji family. Upon entering, they were warmly greeted by a young attendant. Ladies, what type of jewelry would you like to select? Please allow me to present our finest and latest pieces. Xiao Wanyan's request left both her companions astonished. Xiao Yao immediately interjected. Xiao Wanyan, do you have any idea how exorbitantly priced the jewelry at Kaifeng Lu is? One ordinary piece could purchase several of you. Xiao Wanyan blinked her innocent eyes, perplexed as she replied, I merely suggested we take a look, not that I intended to buy anything. At this point, the attendant was taken aback, awkwardly responding, Miss, while you may freely browse the ordinary pieces, our latest and finest jewelry is in high demand. Therefore, there's a policy that only customers who purchase more than 10 pieces a year are permitted to view the new collections. And they must buy at least one after viewing. But what if I dislike all of your new pieces? Must I still make a purchase? Xiao Wanyan frowned. The attendant maintained his smile. With so many pieces available, you are bound to find something you like. And what if I truly find nothing to my taste? Xiao Wanyan insisted. This policy is entirely unreasonable. It amounts to coercive selling, infringing upon the rights of customers. Wanyan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected. The issue is not whether to buy after viewing. I have never purchased jewelry from Kaifeng Lu before, and we haven't even qualified to browse their collections. Let's just look at these ordinary pieces, though they are rather lackluster. Xiao Wanyan sighed, her brow furrowing. Wanyan, wishing to alleviate her distress, thought of her own limited finances, having purchased both the shop and the estate. She could not afford the exquisite jewelry from Kaifeng Lu. Just as she was mulling this over, a familiar voice interrupted from behind. Young attendant, Please bring out all the new jewelry for these two ladies to see. Wan Yin turned around and, upon recognizing the speaker, quickly bowed. However, before she could lower herself, she was gently lifted. Miss Mu, what a coincidence. I came today to select jewelry for my sister. Since we have met, let us explore together. Wan Yin immediately understood that he wished to keep his identity concealed. She quickly replied, I have poor taste and am unable to select jewelry. I shall not disturb you, young sir. Hearing her refusal, Pei Ci's eyes flickered with disappointment. But he responded warmly, the young lady beside you seems quite eager to see. At the moment Pei Ci appeared, Xiao Wanyan had hidden behind Wan Yin, seemingly afraid of encountering strangers. Yet, she undeniably wished to see the jewelry. After much internal conflict, and upon confirming that the gentleman posed no threat, she tugged at Wan Yan's sleeve. Sister Mu, let us just take a look. The corners of the prince's lips curved into a subtle smile, prompting Mushuang to refrain from saying anything further. The proprietor of Kai Feng Lu, recognizing the prince, promptly led them to a private room on the second floor, displaying all the jewelry available in the shop. We shall examine it ourselves. You may withdraw, Ji Dong stated. The proprietor hurriedly bowed and, along with all the servants, exited the room. Before them lay an array of dazzling jewels. Even Mu Shuang, who typically held little interest in adornments, found her gaze captivated. The pieces, housed in their boxes, sparkled brilliantly. It was no wonder that the young ladies of the capital flocked to Kai Feng Lu's jewelry. Just moments ago, Xiao Wanyan, who had been rather timid, now gazed at the jewels with bright eyes, fixated solely on the treasures before her. She examined one piece after another. Noticing her fixation, Mu Shuang's expression grew stern as she pulled her aside. Bowing to the prince, she is inexperienced. I hope your highness can forgive her. No harm done. This is precisely for you two to enjoy. Feel free to look. If you find something you like, I shall gift it to you, Pei Ci replied gently. There is no need for such formality. Today, while I am in disguise, consider me an ordinary friend. Mu Shuang glanced at Xiao Wanyan's hopeful expression and sighed softly. Thank you, your highness. She then whispered to Xiao Wanyan, hurry and take a look. Xiao Wanyan nodded eagerly and resumed her inspection of the jewelry. Observing Mu Shuang standing still, Pei Ci offered a faint smile, thinking that with so many pieces to admire, it would be better to sit down and enjoy a cup of tea together. This is against the rules. The maid should remain standing. Please do sit. Must I keep raising my head to converse with you? The prince's tone remained gentle. Yet Mu Shuang sensed an undercurrent of chill. Reluctantly, she took a seat, unable to fathom what there was to discuss with the prince. The prince gazed at her graceful profile, his hand trembling slightly around his teacup. Clearing his throat, he asked, I heard you have left the residence of the Chunwang? Indeed, that was a wise decision. Mu Shuang paused, momentarily taken aback by his words. Choosing not to respond further, she surmised that the prince was concerned about her causing a ruckus that might affect Pei Ci's future, hence his statement. After all, who would truly care about the feelings of a mere, insignificant person like her? Seemingly understanding her thoughts, the prince continued. You are happier now than you were at the Chunwang's residence. That is all that matters. Startled, Mu Shuang turned her head, meeting the prince's profound gaze, which held unspoken affection and countless words. She felt mesmerized, standing there in a daze, unable to comprehend the prince's intentions. At that moment, Xiao Wanyan's voice broke the silence, interrupting their mutual gaze. Sister Mu, this Yulon flower hairpin is lovely and would suit you perfectly. Snapping back to reality, Mu Shuang shifted her attention to the jade hairpin in Xiao Wanyan's hand. It was a Yulon flower carved from Han white jade, its hue delicate and translucent, clearly of considerable value. It truly suits you, elegant and noble, pure and beautiful, the prince remarked as he reached for the hairpin. I shall gift it to you, he said, preparing to place the pin in Mu Shuang's hair. Mu Shuang was startled and quickly rose, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, your highness, but I cannot accept such an honor. The crown prince's hand, suspended in mid-air, froze momentarily. With a gentle smile, he replied, You have saved my life. Thus you are worthy of such acknowledgement. This is my way of expressing gratitude for your act of heroism. Chapter 11. A visit to the jewelry shop, my prince. You yist. I merely assisted you in your return to the capital, and our debts are settled. I cannot bear the weight of such a life-saving debt. Mushuang felt a twinge of awkwardness. Her relationship with the crown prince was neither particularly close nor entirely unfamiliar. After all, they had spent 6 days together in the wilderness when she saved him, yet their interactions since had been scant. Now that Mushuang had resolved to leave the residence of Prince Chun, she did not wish to grow closer to him. Their encounter at the jewelry shop was merely a coincidence, yet the crown prince's recent words and the gift of the hairpin stirred a sense of unease within her. The crown prince retracted his hand that held the pin and quietly inquired, "Was your sole reason for rescuing me to assist Pei Ci in returning to the capital?" "Indeed," Mushuang answered without hesitation. The crown prince's expression sharpened suddenly. Even though he had anticipated this response, hearing her unwavering affirmation sent a pang of pain through his heart. He yearned to question her vehemently, to understand why Pei Ci was so exceptional that she would risk her life for him, merely to ensure his safe return to the capital. Yet, the words caught in his throat, and he feared the answer too much to voice it. "Your Highness, Sister Mu does not desire this hairpin. Let's not accept it." Xiao Wanyan, trembling, positioned herself defensively in front of Mushuang. Mushuang stiffened, despite her own fear. She instinctively wished to protect herself. It was always she who shielded others, and this was the first instance someone stood before her in defense. The crown prince, captivated by the sight of the woman before him, failed to notice the shift in his own emotions, which only fueled his frustration. He growled in a low voice, "Leave." "Thank you, Your Highness." Upon receiving the command, Mushuang hastily took Xiao Wanyan's hand and exited the room. As Jidong entered, he was met with the sight of Pei Xian's ominously dark expression, his grip tightening around the jade hairpin, crimson blood trickling down its surface. With a bitter smile, he mused, "Perhaps I, as the crown prince, have been too hasty. After waiting so long, I find myself unable to wait even a moment longer." In her presence, he struggled to control his emotions, unable to tolerate the way her gaze often lingered on others. In the past, he had seldom visited the residence of Prince Chun, fearing his emotions would be revealed to Pei Ci. He understood that once Pei Ci discerned his feelings, his chances would be irrevocably lost. Taking a deep breath, he regained his usual composed demeanor. "Jidong, investigate the background of that Xiao Wanyan. The behavior of that girl was quite peculiar, though timid. She exhibited boldness in her actions, and her words were strange. More importantly, Mushuang has always been a solitary figure, rejecting all but Pei Ci. Yet, in just a day, she has grown so attached to Xiao Wanyan, which is truly perplexing." Upon leaving Kai Feng Lu, Xiao Wanyan inquired, "Sister Mu, besides Kai Feng Lu, are there other jewelry shops in the capital?" "Certainly, there are numerous jewelry shops throughout the capital." Mushuang seemed to have guessed her intentions. "You wish to open a jewelry shop?" "Indeed," Xiao Wanyan nodded. "My family primarily operated a jewelry store before, and I have also studied design." "What did you study?" I apprenticed under a craftsman who specializes in jewelry for many years." Xiao Wanyan lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. "What a web of lies. You are only 16, literate and educated, involved in business, serving as a dowry maid, and now you claim to have apprenticed craftsmen? How could that be possible?" Xiao Yao scoffed. "What maid possesses such a plethora of skills?" "I did not lie," Xiao Wanyan murmured, unsure of how to explain, looking at Mushuang with a pitiful expression. "All right, I understand you have your secrets. Whenever you are ready to share, it will be fine." Mushuang's gentle words instantly soothed her inner turmoil. "Thank you, Sister Mu." Miss Xiao Yao wore a glum expression, bewildered by her mistress's behavior. Subsequently, Mushuang and Xiao Wanyan visited 5 or 6 more jewelry shops. Each shop had its unique charm, yet none could rival the allure of Kaifeng Tower. After their excursion, Xiao Wanyan felt a surge of confidence. "Sister Mu, the shop on the main street only sells silverware. The jewelry I design is no less exquisite than that of Kaifeng Tower." "Very well. If that is your wish, let us establish a jewelry shop." Mushuang, though not well-versed in jewelry, entrusted its management to Xiao Wanyan and thus acquiesced to her decisions. "The other shops can be rented out for now. Once the jewelry business flourishes, we shall reclaim them." "Agreed," At that time, we will acquire several more and establish a silver shop as grand as Kaifeng Tower. Xiao Wanyin said with a hint of aspiration. Designing jewelry was her lifelong dream, one she had tirelessly pursued since childhood. Yet, she had never considered that she would fulfill it in such a place. She gazed up at the sky, silently saying, "Father, Mother, I have met Sister Mu. I shall no longer be alone. I will strive to live on, and you must do the same." In the Chun Wang Fu, Pei Ci perused the documents in his hands, flipping through them repeatedly without absorbing their content. Frustrated, he cast the papers aside. What has she been doing in the residence recently? It had nearly been 10 days, and his patience was wearing thin. The young lady has not been in the residence, the servant continued. She has purchased several shops in the capital, seemingly intending to engage in business, leaving early and returning late each day. Engaging in business? Pei Ci frowned. Does this young master lack for food or clothing, that she feels the need to expose herself to the public in commerce? Has she forgotten her station? If others learn that his female official is conducting business, what face would he have left? Send someone to the Mu family. Instruct her to close the shop and return to the residence at once. There are numerous matters awaiting her attention. Though she had scarcely been gone for 10 days, surrounded by maids and guards, he felt his life had descended into chaos. Even the servants who had been with him since childhood could not comprehend him as well as Mushuang did. With just a slight furrow of his brow, she instinctively understood his desires. Half a month had passed. He could wait no longer. He needed her back immediately. Initially, it was believed that no unforeseen events would transpire, for Mushuang had always regarded his words as sacred edicts, willing to go to any lengths, even risking her life. Once again, he displayed a moment of vulnerability. Despite their quarrels, 10 days was ample time for her to cool her temper. He had extended an olive branch, and she was bound to accept it. However, upon seeing only a solitary figure return, an ominous premonition surged within him. Where is she? The subordinate knelt, confessing his incompetence, revealing that the young lady had departed from the Chunwang mansion and would not be returning. The teacup in his hand shattered with a resounding crash, and Pei Ci was engulfed in a deafening buzz. Chapter 12. The Art of Indirection. After a quarter of an hour, Pei Ci regained his composure and coldly commanded, "To the Mu residence." "My lord, the young lady is not at the Mu residence," came the anxious reply from his subordinate. "Where is she?" The subordinate's countenance darkened as he gritted his teeth and replied, "The gambling house." Pei Ci paused for a moment, then strode decisively towards the door, colliding with the flamboyantly dressed Lin Yingying. "Cousin, I have made lotus seed soup for you to try," she began, but before she could finish, he brusquely shoved her aside, the scalding soup spilling across the floor. Lin Yingying cradled her swollen hand, gazing at Pei Ci with tear-filled eyes, seeking solace. Yet, he afforded her not even a glance. Continuing his march outwards, "My lady, the young master may be in a hurry," Xiao Mei attempted to soothe. Lin Yingying let out a bitter laugh. What urgency could there be? He has just returned from the Mu residence. Clearly that woman is unwilling to come back, and the young master has gone to fetch her himself. This Mushuang, emboldened by their youthful bond, was utterly reckless. Pei Ci would grow weary of her in due time. Xiao Mei murmured softly. It must be said, her recent retreat has indeed captured the young master's attention more keenly. I never anticipated Mushuang would take such a step. Her outburst has, paradoxically, elevated her status in her cousin's eyes. Lin Yingying declared in indignation. I truly underestimated her before. My lady, do you think Mushuang might really not return? How could that be possible? Lin Yingying scoffed. Where else could she go besides the Chunwang mansion? This is merely a ruse to compel my cousin to take her as a concubine sooner. Lin Yingying fancied herself an astute observer of her every maneuver. You speak wisely. Should we perhaps prepare for her return? Mushuang has always shown disrespect towards you. No need, she replied dismissively. After all, my cousin is already betrothed. The one who truly cares for him now is the future young mistress. I shall not engage in actions that provoke my cousin's ire. Pei Ci would never forsake his position for her, and her becoming his concubine is a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, the future young mistress harbors a deep apprehension regarding the bond between Mushuang and my cousin. Once the young mistress enters the mansion, The first to face her wrath will undoubtedly be Mushuang. Meanwhile, Mushuang had ventured to the gambling house precisely because Qiao Wanyan's design for the establishment was excessively costly. Not only did the walls require tiling with porcelain, but even the cabinets for jewelry had to be made of glass. The scant silver she possessed was insufficient for such extravagance. Although they had agreed to temporarily forego the glass cabinets, it was still inadequate. She was unaware of the substantial expenses involved in opening a jewelry shop. Yet upon witnessing Qiao Wanyan's hopeful expression, she found it difficult to refuse. After much contemplation, she resolved to visit the gambling house. Qiao Wanyan, feeling apprehensive in the raucous atmosphere, instinctively took a step back. "Sister Mu, should we consider an alternative means of earning silver?" she suggested. "Currently, this is the quickest way to acquire funds. Otherwise, your aspirations for the jewelry store will have to be set aside." Mushuang was also reluctant to be there, for gambling bore a striking resemblance to deceit. While it was true that gambling could yield swift silver, the risk of losing everything loomed large. This was the very concern that troubled Qiao Wanyan. Despite her experiences, she had always steered clear of gambling. She was acutely aware of the numerous families that had been shattered by the vice. "You underestimate the young master. We shall not incur losses," Xiaoyao retorted, exasperated. Had it not been for her insistence on making the shop lavishly adorned, would the three of them have had to disguise themselves as men to gamble? Now that they were present, she hesitated. Every gambler harbored the belief that they would emerge victorious. Qiao Wanyan stammered, "It's fine. Let's play a couple of rounds. Once we have won enough silver, we shall depart." Mushuang resuscitated. As the trio conversed, a man within the gambling house took notice of their presence. Observing their clean and refined appearance, it was evident they were novices to such establishments. He glanced at his nearly empty purse, and a spark of opportunity ignited within him. With a broad smile, he approached the three, saying, "Young masters, is this your first time at a gambling house? What would you like to play? Allow me to guide you." Mushuang raised her gaze to the man before her, whose face glistened and bore dark circles beneath his eyes, indicating he had spent the night at the gambling house. Dressed in the latest satin fashion, with a jade pendant at his waist, he was undoubtedly a person of considerable wealth. If it's offered, why refuse? She thought. "Very well, we would appreciate your guidance. What games does the gambling house offer?" "We have dice, pai gao, and flower games," he replied. Seeing their ignorance of the games, Shun Sun felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if he was taking advantage of newcomers. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. If he left empty-handed, he would be ridiculed by his companions. So be it. If others do not suffer misfortune, I shall, he resolved, believing that perhaps winning against them might turn his luck around. "I don't understand the complex games. We simply wish to compare sizes," Mushuang stated. The game of rolling dice to compare sizes was the most fundamental form of gambling, attracting the most participants. Comparing sizes is good. The young master knows how to play. Shun Sun eagerly led the three to the central gaming table. Make way, make way. This young master intends to challenge this gentleman to a game of dice. You may step aside." The other gamblers, interrupted by his sudden intrusion, felt a twinge of displeasure. However, due to Shun Sun's status as a regular patron of the gambling house and his distinguished identity, none dared to voice their complaints. Moreover, it was common knowledge that he had incurred some losses that day and sought to regain his standing by targeting the newcomers. The crowd parted, allowing Shun Sun and Mushuang to step forward. Zhuan He observed the two, and upon Shun Sun's nod, began to shake the dice in his hand. After a series of movements, he placed them firmly on the table. He gestured at the face of the dice, inviting the two young gentlemen to choose between high and low. "You may go first," Shun Sun declared with a clear voice. "Thank you, young master. I shall choose low," Mushuang replied, placing her coins atop the low option. Shun Sun's eyes sparkled. He had recently lost money playing Pai Gao, a game reliant solely on luck, which had led to his defeat. However, this game of high and low was his forte. He discerned from Zhuan He shaking that this round was destined to be high. "If you've chosen low, do not harbor regrets, for I shall choose high. Young Master Shun, may we join you in placing our bets? We too wish to win some silver," the onlookers chimed in. Aware of Shun Sun's prowess in gambling, none dared to challenge him, but now, with an opportunity presenting itself, they sought to bask in his fortune. Shun Sun wearily waved his hand. What business is it of yours? This is a wager between me and this young lady. Do not meddle. He still retained a semblance of conscience. He could not lead the others to mislead the young master. However, Mushuang merely smiled. It's all right. Let us all play together. Young Master Shun, see? This young lady has agreed, so you should acquiesce. The crowd laughed, delighting in the audacity of the newcomer. Are you certain? If everyone bets high, you may lose a considerable amount of silver. Shun Sun cautioned kindly. Mushuang nodded. I understand, but should I win? The reward will be substantial. Fortune favors the bold. I grasped that principle. Recognizing her resolve, Shun Sun felt compelled to allow others to place their bets. For obstructing others' opportunities would tarnish his reputation in this establishment. With his consent, the crowd surged forward, placing their wagers. High. I bet high. Me too. Count me in. After a brief commotion, the silver atop the high option had amassed into a small mound, while only a solitary ingot rested on the low option, belonging solely to Mushuang. Should you wish to retract your choice, now is the time, Shun Sun gently reminded her. I shall not retract. Let us proceed. Mushuang stated firmly, her smile deepening at the corners of her eyes. With a decisive motion, Zhuan revealed the dice. 3 points low. As the three appeared before the onlookers, they were utterly dumbfounded. Shen Xan instinctively protested, impossible. This cannot be. It must be high. In the realm of betting, he had scarcely tasted defeat. Young master, the outcome is as it is. The rules of the table dictate that whatever is revealed is the truth, Zhuan replied. Equally perplexed by the unexpected result, Shun Sun fell silent, fully aware of the rationale, yet unable to comprehend the anomaly. While he was enveloped in dismay, Mushuang gleefully directed Xiao Yao and Xiao Wanyan to collect the silver. At this rate, she would amass her winnings in just 3 rounds. She arched an eyebrow at Shun Sun. Will you continue to wager? Indeed, I must, Shun Sun insisted, convinced that this was merely an aberration. Everyone falters at times, and a single failure does not define one's fate. Yet, Mushuang pointed out with a teasing glance, it seems you may be out of funds. Was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his eyes. He turned to the gaming house attendant and requested a loan of 200 taels of silver. In no time, the attendant brought forth the 200 taels without requiring him to sign any promissory note. Lowered her gaze, pondering the true identity of the man before her and whether participating in this gamble might lead to trouble for herself. Before she could dwell further on her thoughts, commanded to continue shaking the dice. Once the dice settled on the table, placed the entirety of his 200 taels on a large outcome. Then I shall continue to bet on small, he declared. Seemingly uncertain, placed her wager of 50 taels on the small outcome. Observing her modest bet, frowned, but ultimately refrained from commenting. He looked at the bystanders and inquired whether they wished to continue gambling. Indeed, we shall wager, trusting in your abilities, young master. They responded, and once again, they followed, placing their bets on the large outcome. However, this time, the number of bettors had diminished by half. It was not a lack of faith in, but rather a disdain for the paltry 50 taels. Very well, let us commence, said eagerly, eager to validate his confidence. Just as was about to unveil the copper lid, interjected, wait a moment. Young master, once a bet is placed, it cannot be retracted, cautioned, pausing her actions. It is not a retraction. I simply wish to increase my wager. If you are placing such substantial bets, I must naturally follow suit. She then placed all her recently won silver onto the table, watched the silver with dismay, wishing to intervene, for small stakes are for amusement, while large stakes can be detrimental. Trust in the young master, replied with irritation. He shall not lose. The others, however, were visibly impressed, lauding his audacity. Initially dismissive of her 50 taels, they now eagerly joined her in raising their stakes, continuing to bet alongside on the large outcome. Gazed at with a touch of sympathy. Open it, he urged. 3 points, small. As announced the results, the sympathy in's eyes turned to astonishment. How is this possible? Again, it is small and 3 points. He hurriedly approached, pushing aside to examine the dice, scrutinizing them meticulously, yet he found nothing amiss. What on earth is happening? He asked, turning to, reiterated. What is rolled is what is revealed. were it not for his knowledge that the gaming house would not dare to deceive him. He might have suspected a conspiracy against him. However, the gaming house would not stoop to such treachery. He turned to, "Did you cheat?" "Young master, one must not make unfounded accusations without evidence. With so many eyes upon us, how could I possibly cheat?" S' expression stiffened, her anger palpable. "Indeed, how could there be any cheating?" Scratched his head, bewildered by the unfolding events. Ignoring his frustration, signaled to her two companions to hastily collect their winnings and depart. Having earned more than enough silver in just 2 rounds, she was not greedy and deemed it wise to cease gambling. As turn around, her gaze fell upon the figure of standing a short distance away. "Young master!" exclaimed, nearly dropping the silver she held. Xiao Wanyan gazed at the two individuals, her confusion palpable. Pei Ci remained silent, turning to leave. Mushuang sighed softly. "You all return to the shop and wait for me," she instructed, before following Pei Ci to the tea house opposite the gambling den. Inside the room, Pei Ci continued to refrain from speaking, pouring 2 cups of tea and taking a delicate sip. Mushuang sensed his anger and lowered her gaze, speaking gently, "Your Grace, what I said that day was not frivolous or driven by ulterior motives. I have made my decision. I will not return to the Qinhuangfu." Pei Ci tightened his grip on the cup, remaining silent for a moment before finally responding. "If you are short on silver, you could simply tell me. There is no need to resort to the gambling den. What if someone discovers your deceit? That would be troublesome." Seeing him evade her words, Mushuang felt a sense of powerlessness wash over her. He always seemed to disregard her feelings, focused solely on expressing his own thoughts. "Your Grace, my Shuang, please return to the residence with me. Without you, my migraines have returned." Pei Ci rubbed his forehead, a pained frown etched upon his face. In the past, Mushuang would have immediately offered to massage his temples, easing his discomfort. Yet now, she remained rooted in place. "Your Grace, do not forget the promise you made when you appointed me as your lady-in-waiting." Pei Ci's hand, which had been resting on his forehead, paused. He understood that she meant if she were to express her desire to leave, he would be powerless to stop her. He raised his gaze to her, astonished that this once obedient woman was now resisting him. The flames of anger ignited within him once more. "Mushuang, some words, once spoken, leave no room for retreat. I am aware, yet I do not regret it." Chapter 14. Departure. A life unlivable in truth. Mushuang's decision to leave Pei Ci was not born of impulsiveness. She had anticipated this day long ago. From the moment she arrived in the capital, she understood that certain things had irrevocably changed. Whether through the words of others or his own expressions, she realized that their separation was inevitable. However, she was reluctant to confront this reality until the very last moment. Though she served as his lady-in-waiting, she had never aspired to become his concubine. Otherwise, she would not have sought that promise from him. She surmised that perhaps he would never take her as his wife. Thus, she had prepared an escape route for herself, and now the time for her departure had come. Her very existence had become an obstacle to him, and she was already weary in both body and spirit. If that were the case, letting go would be in the best interest of both. "Your Grace, since you have chosen Princess Bai, then treat her well." Pei Ci's pupils constricted. "Is it because I'm betrothed that you feel this way? But you know, the position of the consort will not be by Moran. It will be someone else. I understand. It cannot possibly be me. I was foolish to harbor such aspirations." Mushuang forced a bitter smile. How could she not have dreams? Her love for him was profound. How could she not wish to become his wife? "Since you understand, what is the point of this turmoil?" A flicker of sorrow crossed Pei Ci's eyes. The person he cherished most remained Mushuang. He did not wish to wrong her. Yet, he was compelled to select a wife who would provide him with political advantage in the court. This was an unavoidable circumstance, having finally returned to the capital. He had to secure his position as the heir apparent. He rose and approached Mushuang, gently caressing her face. "Shuanger, cease this sulking. You have always held the utmost importance in my heart." Mushuang met his gaze, which was filled with deep affection, and her heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 needles. "My lord, do you recall my words? I do not wish to be a concubine. I refuse to live like my mother, a mere secondary wife, subjected to the whims of others, discarded upon death without even a memorial tablet. I despise such a fleeting existence. I'm not like your father. I will not allow you to endure such a fate. Pei Ci stammered in response. Once I become a prince, I shall make you my secondary consort, and you will have a place in the ancestral hall. Do you truly wish to part from me? No, I cannot bear to part, Mushuang replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My lord knows I love you deeply. How could I ever desire to leave? Yet, rather than continue in this painful struggle, it would be better to let go for the sake of you, the future princess, and myself. Pei Ci had never doubted her love. If anyone were willing to sacrifice their life for him, it would undoubtedly be Mushuang. Yet, the very woman who was prepared to forsake everything for her love now sought to distance herself, unwilling to accept the role of a concubine. He inhaled deeply. Aside from not being able to grant you the title of princess, my heart and my being are entirely yours. Is that not enough? I know your heart belongs to me, yet has never been solely mine. You care more for your position as prince. Mushuang boldly exposed his deception. Pei Ci's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, a man with ambitions must wield power. Without it, he is subject to humiliation and lives precariously. Do you truly wish to return to Chuan Prefecture? Mushuang remained silent, her heart yearning for the days spent together in Chuan Prefecture, where they relied on one another for warmth. Those were the happiest days of her life. Yet that was not the answer he wished to hear. Thus, her response seemed futile. With a soft sigh, she shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on the past. I wish to know, my lord. What conditions did you agree to with Princess Bai? What do you mean? Pei Ci's gaze momentarily faltered. Mushuang forced a bitter smile. Staying by your side brings no good to anyone. It is time to let go. Mushuang, Bai Muron does not wish for you to be gone. She only asks that you wait until she bears her legitimate son before you can take your place as concubine. Is that truly unreasonable? What are you truly resisting? Pei Ci sans giflard. You are destined to be my concubine. The entire capital knows this. Where else could you go but the residence of the Chunwang? Anywhere but there. I would rather sleep on the streets than return to the Chunwang residence. Mushuang's resolve was unwavering. My lord, I will never look back. Very well, Pei Ci replied, his fists clenched tightly. Let us see how you survive without me, the Prince of Chunwang. In this capital, who will show you any favor? Even those from the Mu residence could make your life unbearable. Furthermore, the capital is a place where the powerful elevate themselves while trampling the weak. Mushuang said nothing, turning to leave. She understood the challenges that lay ahead, yet she remained unfazed. She does not value her reputation. As for the Mu residence, she will stay as long as she can, and if she can escape from it, that would be even better. In any case, no matter what lies ahead, she has no regrets. Mushuang did not expect Pei Ci to be so resolute in her departure. He had always thought she was merely throwing a tantrum. He never imagined that she genuinely wished to leave him. Letting go, he gave a bitter smile. How could he? He desired power, and he desired Mushuang as well. For him, it was never a matter of choice. He was the crown prince's heir, while Mushuang was merely a lowly official's illegitimate daughter. Without the affection of their youth, she would not even qualify as his concubine, and yet she was still discontented. Mushuang, do not blame this prince for being heartless. I merely wish for you to recognize the truth and remain by my side obediently. His expression darkened as he realized he had never anticipated that his methods would one day be directed towards her. The following day, news of Mushuang being cast aside by the crown prince's heir spread throughout the capital. Everyone knew that the heir had returned with a woman of exceptional talent and beauty, a lowly official's illegitimate daughter, who would serve as the heir's lady-in-waiting. Just like Lu Zhu, the physician's daughter. Once the prince's wife entered the residence, she would also become a concubine. The heir showed great affection for this new woman, often taking her with him, and many in the capital had seen Mushuang. Speculation arose regarding whether Mushuang would impact the position of the prince's wife, reminiscent of the rivalry between the former crown princess and her concubine. The sudden abandonment sparked a flurry of rumors, most claiming that Mushuang had become arrogant due to her favor and that the heir had grown weary of her. Having been by the heir's side for so long, her reputation was already tarnished. Now that she had been discarded, even with her striking beauty, no one would want her. Many eagerly awaited her downfall. The Mu family, too, seemed to be in disarray, particularly Mu Nan, who feared that without the heir's support, he and his son would struggle to establish themselves in the capital. While others remained ignorant of the truth, he understood the reality. It was not the heir who had abandoned Mushuang, but rather Mushuang who sought to leave the crown prince's residence. The heir's anger had led him to speak thus. Mushuang, you must go and apologize to the heir immediately, begging him to allow you to return, until you earn his forgiveness. Do not even think of entering the Mu family home. I will not go, Mushuang replied calmly. Chapter 15. A cruel suggestion, Muhan Feng. The eldest son of the Mu family sat nearby with a sullen expression. Though he had passed the imperial examination, he had only achieved a low rank and would have been assigned to a remote post if not for Pei Ci's influence that allowed him to remain in the capital. His abilities were mediocre, and life in the Hanlin Academy had already been difficult. Without the heir as his support, he feared he would be expelled. Realizing this, he spoke in a deep voice. Mushuang, you cannot be so selfish. Your actions are causing distress to the entire Mu family. Selfish? Mushuang scoffed. Have you forgotten who is responsible for the Mu family's current standing? Have you forgotten how you and your mother treated me in the past? You have never regarded me as family. My willingness to support the heir on your behalf is already a display of my magnanimity. If you continue to pressure me, then you may as well return to Chuan Prefecture. Rebellious girl, Moonin shouted angrily. Are you intent on bringing ruin to the Mu family? You dishonor our ancestors and are utterly unworthy of being a daughter of the Mu clan. Meanwhile, Lu, patting his chest to soothe him, chastised Mushuang. You have behaved most recklessly. You are already betrothed to the heir. Whether you wish it or not, you must fulfill that role. It has been established since time immemorial that a daughter follows her parents' commands and a matchmaker's words. You chose this heir yourself, leaving no room for retreat. Even if you refuse to apologize, we will send you to the heir's residence. Lu's ruthless nature was once again evident. She had always been cold-hearted, especially towards Mushuang. Although a part of her envied Mushuang for securing such a fine match, she was willing to yield for the sake of her husband and son's future. Now that Mushuang sought to destroy that future, she would not allow it under any circumstances. Shuanger, do not blame us for our lack of compassion. The entire capital knows you are the heir's betrothed. No other man would want you. We act for your own good. Stop wasting time with her. Expel her. Unless she seeks the heir's forgiveness, she is not to return. Mu Nan waved his hand, signaling for her to be removed from the Mu residence. Mushuang did not resist and walked straight out. Gazing at the gates of the Mu family, she sighed, reflecting on her biological father's unyielding nature. Unchanged from 7 years prior. Sister Mu, she turned to see Qiao Wanyan looking at her with a face full of grievance. Her eyes were slightly red, and her hair disheveled. A pang of concern gripped Mushuang as she hurried over, asking what happened. Who bullied you? Sister Mu, our shop was vandalized. Qiao Wanyan could no longer hold back her tears. This morning, a group of people came and smashed our newly arranged cabinets. They even tore down the door. When I reported it to the magistrate, not only did he refuse to help, but he also warned me against operating the shop, or I would be thrown into prison. At this, Qiao Wanyan felt even more aggrieved, lamenting, this place is utterly lawless. Those with power dictate everything, showing no regard for the lives of ordinary people. Mushuang sighed, do not cry. It will be all right. Miss, the heir wishes to corner you, forcing you to return to him, Xiao Yao remarked. Surprised by the heir's ruthlessness in expelling the Mu family and sabotaging their livelihood. Should we? Mushuang lowered her gaze. She had considered this predicament. We shall go to the Xianping Marquis's residence. If anyone rejoiced at her departure from the prince's residence, it would be Bai Moran. In the capital, she was the only one willing and capable of assisting her. After sending Qiao Wanyan back to the courtyard, Mushuang arrived at the Xianping Marquis's residence. As she beheld the graceful and elegant woman before her, exuding an air of nobility in every gesture, Mushuang felt a twinge of pain in her heart. Such a person should be standing beside him. Bai Moran smiled, seemingly unfazed by her arrival. With a raised brow, she scrutinized her, saying, Miss Mu, what exactly do you wish to achieve with this commotion? Why does the princess not perceive that I genuinely wish to leave the prince's residence and part ways with the heir? Mushuang forced a bitter smile. What could her intentions possibly be? Did anyone truly believe that by causing a stir, the heir would take her as his bride? Bai Wuren lowered her gaze. I know that Miss Mu is not a frivolous person, yet I find it incomprehensible. It is perplexing that she, who loves the heir so deeply, would choose to depart. It is baffling that as a mere daughter of a governor, being a concubine to the heir would be an immense privilege, yet she remains unwilling. There is nothing to fathom. Everyone possesses their own unwavering principles and paths to follow. Mushuang continued, even though I once loved him with my very life. We have reached a crossroads, and our chosen paths diverge, necessitating our separation. Yet the path you have chosen seems devoid of any benefit for you. Bai Wuren expressed her skepticism. It is not solely power and status that hold value. The tranquility of the heart and the simplicity of life. These seemingly inconspicuous treasures are what I truly desire. Mushuang gazed earnestly at her and said, Princess Bai, to be candid, I am a rather petty person. I cannot endure the thought of the heir taking a wife and concubines. Nor can I tolerate his affection being shared among many women. Being with such a man would drive me to madness. Knowing full well the impending madness, why would I willingly plunge into it? A flicker of astonishment appeared in Bai Wuren's eyes, as if she had never anticipated such a proclamation. Nevertheless, he is the heir, and marrying a wife and taking concubines is perfectly normal. Not only royal heirs, but even those from ordinary affluent families often have numerous wives and concubines. Jealousy is a woman's nature, yet she speaks so openly about it. I understand, which is precisely why I could never be with him. Now that I am here, Mushuang intends to speak candidly with her. Princess, I'm not employing a strategy of feigned retreat, nor have I ever contemplated turning back. Bai Wuren paused for a moment before responding. I comprehend your sentiments, yet I have yet to marry into the Chen Wangfu, and it would be inappropriate for me to interfere in your affairs. More importantly, she cannot allow any rift to develop between herself and the heir for Mushuang's sake. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I wish for you to assist me in establishing a female household. With a female household, I can govern my own affairs, no longer subject to the constraints of the Mu family. Bai Wuren's expression flickered slightly. As long as Lord Mu is alive, you will require his consent to detach from the Mu family and establish a female household. In Chu, a female household may be formed, but only in the absence of male heirs. The Mu family currently has a head. Bai Wuren took a delicate sip of tea and said casually, If you truly wish to establish a female household independently, I do have an idea. Please share, Princess. You could first marry someone and then be divorced, thereby escaping the Mu family and also detaching from your husband, which aligns with the conditions for establishing a female household. Although Mushuang was aware that she would not offer a favorable suggestion, she was taken aback by such a detrimental one. After all she had said, Bai Wuren still seemed unconvinced. The thoughts of these noble women are indeed intricate. Chapter 16. She comes to declare her heart. I will consider the princess's suggestion. Mushuang resumed her former aloof demeanor. Having expressed all she wished to say, she decided not to intrude any longer. She stood to take her leave. Bai Wuren was aware that her recent suggestion was indeed rather harsh for a woman. Her gaze deepened as she addressed Miss Mu, stating that this matter was never solely hers to decide. If she wished to leave, the young master might not be inclined to let her go, and her family would certainly disapprove. At times, embracing death to seek life could be a viable option. Her concern for Mushuang stemmed from her understanding of the latter's esteemed position in the young master's heart. He would not easily part with her. Princess, it is not that I harbor other intentions, but given my current reputation, it would be challenging to find a suitor in this capital. Furthermore, common families would not dare oppose the young master, she continued. Although she wished to act, cooperation from others was necessary. Bai Wuren paused for a moment, confirming that Mushuang was not lying. Before proceeding, I have been bewitched by my own thoughts. You should return to the Mu residence. You need not worry about them, as they will no longer expel you. As for everything else, you must devise your own plans. Since Mushuang desired to depart, Bai Wuren naturally wished for her not to look back, and she could assist with this small favor. Thank you, Princess. Mushuang did not expect Bai Wuren to aid her, for in Bai Moran's eyes, her threat was insufficient to provoke Pei Ci's ire. Nevertheless, upon witnessing her determination, Bai Moran could lend a subtle push at the right moment. Moreover, with her involvement, Pei Ci would find it difficult to act excessively. Bai Moran was a perceptive individual. She knew what needed to be done. "Cousin," a sweet voice interrupted their conversation. Mushuang turned to see a lady clad in the most fashionable moonlight brocade long gown, adorned with a golden and jade headdress, accentuating her already fair complexion, rendering her even more radiant. Mushuang recognized her as Princess Lu from the Pingchuan Wangfu, along with Bai Moran, was referred to as the twin pearls of the capital and a candidate for the future crown princess. "Princess Lu," Mushuang rose to greet her. The lady regarded her with an initial expression of astonishment, followed by confusion. "And you are?" "I am Mushuang." "You are Mushuang?" Lu Yiqi exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at Bai Moran. Upon receiving confirmation, her demeanor shifted to one of sharpness, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "Lady Bai, I shall not intrude upon your gathering any longer. I take my leave." Mushuang was aware of their disdain for her, and having said her piece, she departed with discernment. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Ichio sighed. "I wondered why you were always apprehensive of a female official. It turns out she has grown into such a figure. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses remarkable martial skills. Were it not for her background, the position of the twin pearls of the capital would be at risk." Bai Moran chuckled bitterly. Who could find peace knowing such a talent is near their future husband? Yet what of it? A governor's illegitimate daughter is destined to remain in obscurity, Lu Ichio replied disdainfully. "I heard she was abandoned by the young master. Is she here to plead for you?" "No, she has come to express her intentions." Bai Moran understood that this was the primary purpose of Mushuang's visit. She was uncertain whether Mushuang's choice was right or wrong, but she admired her courage. "What do you mean?" Lu Ichio asked, perplexed. "Nothing of consequence. Let us not speak of her." Bai Moran redirected the topic. "How has your grand-aunt been faring lately?" Bai Moran spoke of her grand-aunt, the venerable old princess of the Pingbei Wangfu, who is also Lu Ichio's grandmother, thus intertwining their families and kinship. The grandmother remains in fair health. She visited the Jing'an temple yesterday. With Pingbei Wang stationed at the frontier, only the old princess and Lu Ichio reside in the capital. Upon hearing that the old princess had again ventured to Jing'an temple, Bai Moran sighed, recalling how she often forgets that every year around this time, her grand-aunt would visit the temple to pray for her late aunt. Indeed, as the weather turns cooler and the temple remains modest, I worry each year that my grandmother might not endure the journey, yet she insists on going, and I cannot dissuade her. Lu Ichio lamented. It has been nearly 20 years. Aunt Ru has likely been gone for quite some time, but grandmother refuses to accept this truth. Bai Moran's expression shifted, cautioning her to never voice such thoughts in front of their grand-aunt. The old princess had one son and one daughter. Her son is the current Pingbei Wang, while her daughter was doted upon from birth, cherished by both the old prince and princess as she grew. Many once speculated she might be a candidate for future empress. Yet at the tender age of 20, she was abducted by brigands and vanished without a trace. The emperor and Pingbei Wang scoured the land of Chu in vain. The kidnapper was eventually captured. He was a spy from a rival nation, intending to threaten the old prince by seizing his most beloved daughter amidst the war. However, on the journey to the frontier, she managed to escape, only to fall into a river, leaving her fate uncertain. Pingbei Wang dispatched men to search the river for 3 days and nights, yet no body was found. Everyone understood that the river connected to the sea, and it was highly probable that she had been swept away, her remains forever lost. Nevertheless, the old princess steadfastly refused to accept the possibility of her daughter's death, insisting that she was merely missing and would one day return. Since then, she has made an annual pilgrimage to Jing'an Temple, residing there for a month, praying daily for her lost daughter's safe return. The mention of her daughter's demise is a taboo. Even though she adores Lu Ichio dearly, she would not allow her to utter such words. "I understand, and I am merely confiding in you," Bai Moran reassured. Lu Ichio rolled her eyes, for she was not foolish enough to speak such sentiments to her grandmother. Interestingly, her adoption into the Lu family is also tied to Aunt Rue. Deep down, I too wish for Aunt Rue to be alive and return safely. Neither of them had ever met the aunt, nor did they harbor any emotional ties. All they knew of her was through the old princess's tales. Were it not for my imminent duties in the palace as a companion to Princess Yanshu, I would have gladly accompanied my grandmother to Jing'an Temple. How fortunate you are. This way, you shall see the crown prince every day, Bai Moran teased. Recognizing her subtle intentions, Lu Ichio's face flushed. Sister Anne, you jest. I enter the palace solely to accompany the princess in her studies, not for any other reason. Indeed, you have no ulterior motive, Bai Moran laughed. For who in the capital was unaware of the affections of Lu Ichio, the daughter of the Lu family? For the crown prince, it was quite evident, and given their respective statuses, everyone surmised that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Ichio would be the future crown princess. Speaking of which, it seems your engagement should soon be formalized. The crown prince has reached the age for marriage, and it is rumored that the empress has been urging him. Lu Ichio lowered her gaze, her expression somewhat melancholic. My feelings are evident, yet the crown prince remains oblivious. Chapter 17, Transcending Time. The crown prince's demeanor has consistently been aloof, leaving her unable to discern his affections. Thus, her heart continues to beat anxiously. Bai Moran comforted her, explaining that the crown prince is inherently reserved, and since emperors often conceal their emotions, even if he harbors feelings, he would not overtly express them. You can still converse with him. Observe how other young ladies dare not approach him. Reflecting on this, Lu Ichio realized the truth in Bai Moran's words. The crown prince, though seemingly gentle to all, maintains an emotional distance, softening only in her presence. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, thinking perhaps she is being too impatient. No worries. Now that you are in the palace as a companion reader, you have ample time to cultivate feelings with the crown prince. By next spring, when Prince Pingbei returns to the capital, your engagement will be settled. Bai Moran reassured her, believing that regardless of the crown prince's intentions, he would choose Lu Ichio as his consort unless he wished to relinquish his position. I hope so, Lu Ichio murmured to herself, sensing that this matter may not unfold as smoothly as she imagines. Meanwhile, Mushuang returned to her small courtyard. Xiao Wanyan had regained her spirits and handed her a stack of papers. Sister Mu, what do you think of the jewelry designs I've created? Mushuang took the drawings and, upon examining several, her eyes brightened. These styles are quite unique. Did you draw all of this? The pieces, unlike the opulence of the colorful Phoenix Pavilion, exude a fresh and elegant charm without appearing drab. They are indeed exquisite, and Mushuang found them delightful. We may not possess the wealth of the colorful Phoenix Pavilion, and we cannot compete in grandeur. Hence, we must carve our own niche and create a distinctive style. Whenever the topic of jewelry arises, Xiao Wanyan's enthusiasm is palpable. I still need to think of a blockbuster design that will astonish the capital when we open, ensuring our jewelry shop becomes an instant success. Hearing this, Mushuang was convinced that she must have managed a shop before. Everything shall proceed according to your vision. Mushuang gently patted her head and sighed. Wanyan, you must have heard the recent gossip in the capital. I have offended the heir of the Chunwang, and the days ahead may not be easy. There will likely be many troubles for the shop. Pei Ci will not allow me to open it without a struggle. Xiao Wanyan set down the papers, looked earnestly at her, and declared, Sister Mu, no matter what, I shall remain by your side to support you. If need be, we can leave the capital and find a secluded place to live. I will engage in business and ensure your sustenance. Mushuang was not unwilling to part with the capital's riches. It was merely that Pei Ci would not permit her departure. While she could attempt to escape secretly, she feared that if she did, the entire Mu family would suffer Pei Ci's wrath. It was not that she felt pity for them, but she could not bear the thought of their suffering due to her own actions, for they were her kin, and such guilt would haunt her for a lifetime. Moreover, the capital was also the place her mother wished to remain. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not wish to leave. Wanyan, do you also think I am being foolish, neglecting the heir's concubine to engage in such trivialities here? I believe Sister Mu made the right choice, not to mention the heir. Even the prince's concubine is not worthy of such a role. Xiao Wanyan's words were astonishing. A person so cold-hearted and ungrateful does not deserve Sister Mu. Yet, without the heir, my reputation would be tarnished, and I fear I would live a life of solitude. Mushuang, unaware of the feeling of loneliness in old age, had heard from others that it is often quite tragic. But am I not here to accompany you, sister? I have no desire to marry either. The two of us can rely on each other, and when we grow old, we will still have each other's company. Xiao Wanyan spoke with a sense of calm, as if the notion of remaining unmarried was quite ordinary. Mushuang gazed at her in surprise. Why do you not wish to marry? Xiao Wanyan blinked. If I do not want to marry, then I shall not. There is no particular reason. She did not wish to wed, to bear the responsibilities of a household, nor to expend her emotions on a man. Being alone was the most carefree existence. Upon hearing her words, Mushuang felt as if something had struck her heart. Not wanting to marry was indeed a choice. Do not women typically seek a suitable partner, whether mastering the arts or adhering to etiquette? It is all in pursuit of finding a good husband. Even ordinary women harbor such desires. Her decision to remain unmarried stemmed from both an inability to accommodate another in her heart and circumstances beyond her control. Yet how could Xiao Wanyan possess such thoughts and express them so openly? Sister, if one day you encounter a person with whom your soul resonates, someone you truly love, then marrying would be a natural progression. Until that time, we need not impose such limitations upon ourselves, nor should we marry merely for the sake of it. Xiao Wanyan continued, in the future, dear sister, you must not pressure me to marry. I shall not. I would rather you stay by my side forever. Mushuang replied with a smile, her heart suddenly enlightened. Indeed, she had chosen to live for herself, leaving him behind. Thus, it was time to completely let go, to release him and the shackles within her heart. What lies ahead shall unfold naturally. Xiao Wanyan leaned against her shoulder, looking up at the sky. Sister, do you think there are many parallel worlds in this universe? Each one harboring different versions of ourselves, living distinct lives? Parallel worlds? Mushuang murmured, isn't this world created by the heavens? There should be many worlds, but surely there cannot be identical versions of ourselves. Who would create an exact replica of a world? Xiao Wanyan was about to remark on her superstition, that there are no gods or spirits in this world, but she suddenly realized the irony of her thoughts. She was the least qualified to make such a statement. If there were no gods or spirits, how had she inexplicably arrived in this world? Indeed, she had traversed from the 21st century. She was originally a freshly graduated university student who, on the day of her graduation, went hiking with friends. However, she encountered a heavy snowfall and accidentally fell from the mountain. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in this world, transformed into Zhang's young lady's maid, Xiao Yan. With no memory of Xiao Yan in her mind, she was at a loss as to how to survive in this realm. Merely for exchanging a few words with the young master of the Jiang family, she was subjected to a vicious beating by the young mistress and subsequently sold off. Upon her arrival in this unfamiliar world, she was already engulfed in panic, and being sold from one place to another only intensified her fear. She dreaded the thought of being forced into a brothel or being purchased as a concubine. She was also terrified of inadvertently breaching the unspoken rules of this realm, which could cost her life. Her modern memories found no application in this world, and she dared not exhibit any peculiarities. She intended to hide in the shadows, merely striving to survive. However, the appearance of Mushuang suddenly illuminated her existence. Mushuang bore an uncanny resemblance to her neighbor sister, even sharing the same name. In her childhood, when her parents were frequently absent, it was Mushuang who had cared for her, making her the person closest to her heart. Thus, when Mushuang appeared at the tooth shop, despite her frosty demeanor, she summoned the courage to make herself seen. In her heart, she believed that the Mushuang of this world and the one from the 21st century were two facets of the same person living in disparate realms. The modern Mushuang was gentle and graceful, leading an ideal and liberated life, while the Mushuang of this world, though oppressed by the constraints of her era, remained a seeker of freedom at her core. Although their temperaments differed, their essence remained unchanged. Xiao Wanyan was perplexed about why she found herself in this world or what her future held. She was consumed by anxiety and confusion, feeling utterly lost. Yet, encountering Mushuang brought her a sense of stability. As long as she could remain by her side and protect her, everything would be all right. Sister Mu, no matter the challenges we face, we must strive to live well. Indeed, we must persevere, Mushuang murmured, echoing a promise she had made to her late mother. Regardless of the circumstances, one must fight to survive, for life itself holds hope. As night fell, Mushuang returned to the Mu residence. Just as she had imagined, no one obstructed her path. She smiled wryly, realizing why Pei Ci favored power. It proved immensely useful. What should have been a source of trouble for her family was effortlessly resolved by a mere word from Bai Moran. Power, indeed, was far more valuable than the farcical bonds of kinship. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, she found someone waiting for her. It was Mu Xishua, seated in the courtyard, surrounded by 4 maidservants who attended to her every need, transforming the otherwise desolate space into a lively scene. Wrapping her cloak tighter around herself, Mu Xishua wore an expression of impatience, for the courtyard was chillingly cold. Only Mushuang could endure it. She could never compare to the esteemed daughter of a noble family. Abandoned by the heir, she had been left with no path forward, and it was only the kind-hearted mistress who offered her refuge. The sycophantic words from the maidservants seemed to resonate deeply with Mu Xishua, causing her to beam with satisfaction. Indeed, if I were Mushuang, I would have long lost the face to live in this world. From a moment Mushuang returned home, Mu Xishua had sensed her abandonment by the heir. Though she had feigned defiance then, the truth was now undeniable. Heaven knew how elated she felt. Observing Mu Xishua's demeanor, Mushuang could only shake her head in resignation, aware that this was a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. It is indeed a predicament for her. The biting cold wind pierces through the air. And how could she afford to disappoint her by making her wait so late? She strides towards the courtyard, wondering why her second sister has not entered the house. Upon hearing her voice, Mu Xishua's eyes light up with joy, and she defiantly raises her chin, declaring, "Why would I want to step into your dilapidated abode? Mushuang, I foretold your abandonment by the young master. How tragic your fate has become," she taunts. "Indeed, I am now the most pitiable person in this world." Mushuang replies with an air of indifference. "This wretched being is exhausted. I long to return and sleep." The smug expression on Mu Xishua's face freezes. She did not wait here for such a response. Do you not comprehend the kind of life that awaits you after being cast aside by the young master? What kind of life? Mushuang feigns ignorance, knowing Mu Xishua would not relent until she unleashed her frustrations. Mu Xishua immediately perks up, scoffing. As the young master's female attendant, your abandonment signifies your reputation is tarnished. No respectable family would ever consider marrying you. You will face a life of solitude, ridiculed and scorned by all. Or perhaps your father will send you to a convent as a nun. If I were you, I would rather embrace death. That would surely disappoint my second sister. I shall not perish, nor do I wish to become a nun. Ultimately, I will simply grow old alone, Mushuang replies placidly, finding a peculiar joy in the prospect of solitude. The thought of aging alongside Xiao Wanyan, without the confines of marriage, seems rather appealing. Mushuang, did you not adore the young master? You were willing to do anything for him. How is it that you remain so composed after being forsaken? Seeing Mushuang's lack of reaction after her lengthy tirade, Mu Xishua inquires, perplexed. She believes no woman could withstand such a blow without succumbing to madness. Sister, do you not understand why our parents have persistently urged me to apologize to the young master? Naturally, they do not wish to lose the young master as their protector. Mushik snorts. Having offended him, do you think there is still a place for you in this capital? It is because they know that if I apologize, the young master will surely forgive me, Mushuang observes. You understand deep down that I have not been abandoned. Rather, I wish to leave him. Thus, I have no regrets regarding my choice. Perhaps, as you say, my future may be bleak, but it remains my decision. Please inform our mother that there is no need for further futile efforts. I shall not return to the residence of Prince Chun. The triumphant expression on Mu Xishua's face visibly fractures. The entire Mu family knows that it was not the young master who discarded her. It was she who chose to part ways. She is well aware of this truth, but is unwilling to admit it. feeling unjustly that her longed-for dreams have been so easily attained by Mushuang, who seemingly cast them aside. How could she, a mere illegitimate daughter of lesser status, make such a choice? Mushuang, you are truly laughable. Do you believe anyone would accept that it was not the young master who abandoned you? Whether they believe it or not is of no consequence. Let them think I was forsaken by the young master. In any case, we are no longer meant to be. Mushuang asserts with unwavering conviction. Mu Sishu had glared at her, and after a lengthy pause, remarked that her mother, in her kindness, had said she need not return to the Chenwangfu, but certainly could not remain in the Mu residence indefinitely, lest she become an old maid. She would seek a suitable match for her within a month. Upon hearing this, Mushuang's pupils constricted. Was this the intention of Princess Bai? She recalled Bai Moran's earlier words, initially believing them to be mere suggestions, only to discover that she had directly communicated with Lu Shi about her. Yet during the day, there had been no sense of coercion. Why had things changed? You should understand, Mu Sishue continued, that our Mu family's standing in the capital relies on the heir. Since you have offended him, we must seek a new patron. Noticing Mu Shuang's composure falter, Mu Sishue finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Otherwise, do you think father and mother would have consented to your return home? You are fortunate, for you shall not face a lonely old age. Your mother, being kind-hearted, will undoubtedly find you a worthy husband. However, you are aware that your reputation is tarnished, and the sons of reputable families may look down upon you. It is likely that you may be destined to become a secondary wife. The thought of Mushuang marrying an old and unattractive man brought her a sense of relief. I will not marry, regardless of the family, Mushuang coldly replied. You may think to use me to curry favor with Bai Moran, but that seems an unlikely prospect. This matter is not within your control. As a concubine-born daughter, your marriage is dictated by your mother. Whoever she chooses for you is whom you must wed. Mu Sishue felt a sense of triumph, having waited so long for this moment. She was eager to see how Mushuang would contend without the heiress support. Since you are weary, rest. I hope you can still sleep soundly tonight. With that, she left with her maid, a triumphant air about her. Miss, what shall we do? Xiaoyao asked, her face filled with concern. Mu Sishue was correct. As a concubine-born daughter, both her marriage and fate were the mercy of her legitimate mother. Previously, with the heir present, Lu Shi had not dared to interfere with Mushuang, but now there were no reservations. If Lu Shi were to casually arrange a marriage for her, it would be better for Miss to become a concubine for the heir. Mushuang's expression darkened. She had thought her earlier words had been sufficiently clear, and that Bai Moran would not act so ruthlessly. She was not a heartless individual. What had transpired to elicit such cruelty from her? If Lu Shi insisted on this course, then she would leave the capital. At that juncture, the fate of the Mu family would be of no concern to her. However, this was a last resort, and she was not yet willing to take such drastic measures. Xiaoyao wished to persuade Mushuang to seek the heiress' help, but seeing her so resolute in her determination to leave the capital and unwilling to reconsider, the words caught in her throat, unspoken. At the Xianping Marquis, Bai Moran had just finished her grooming and sat before a bronze mirror. The maid attending to her hair respectfully reported, Princess, Madame Mu has already negotiated, stating that she will arrange for Mushuang's marriage within a month. Indeed, Bai Moran replied nonchalantly. The maid glanced at her mistress and inquired, Your Highness, what does the heir's behavior signify? Bai Moran forced a smile, explaining that his actions served a dual purpose, to remind her and to compel Mushuang to return and plead with him. She had underestimated Mushuang's significance in his heart. Shortly after Mushuang's departure today, Pei Ci arrived at the residence. Upon learning she had agreed to allow Mushuang to return to the Mu family, he did not oppose it, but instead made a request for Lu to pressure Mushuang into marriage. The heir was overstepping his boundaries. The princess should not acquiesce to his demands. In the maid's eyes, despite Pei Ci's status as a prince's heir, he lacked favor and wielded no real power, entirely dependent on the princess to maintain his current position. Yet, he dared to trouble the princess for the sake of a female official, which was utterly excessive. Why should she agree? Since he had voiced his request, she felt compelled to grant him this favor. Having resolved to marry Pei Ci, She must prioritize him and refrain from rebelling against his wishes. Moreover, she was curious to see how far Pei Ci would go. What if Mushuang truly returned to the residence of Prince Chun? The maid believed Mushuang would surely reconsider. Then, the heir and Mushuang would reconcile, leaving the princess in a difficult position. No matter how one looked at it, it was the princess who would ultimately suffer. Bai Moran gazed into the bronze mirror and let out a cold laugh. There was no going back for her. She would not allow Mushuang the opportunity to return. Although Mushuang had made her intentions clear today, vowing not to turn back, one could never be certain if she might change her mind. This incident had made her acutely aware that Mushuang posed a threat to her position as the heir's consort, and thus she would ensure that Mushuang would never be allowed to reconsider. She had no choice but to accept her fate and marry or to vanish from this world. The only impossibility was returning to the residence of Prince Chun. Contemplating this, her expression darkened. As a daughter of a noble family, her first lesson was to safeguard her own interests, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous methods. In the following days, Lu did not approach Mushuang regarding marriage, seemingly indicating that her earlier remarks were merely a slip of the tongue. With Lu silent, Mushuang chose to feign ignorance. Currently, in the entire Mu household, apart from Mu Ning, everyone, including the servants, regarded her as invisible, failing even to prepare meals for her. Mushuang remained unfazed. She spent her days coming and going early and late, collaborating with Qiao Wanyan to renovate the jewelry shop. With her presence in the store, Pei Ci refrained from sending anyone to create disturbances, and everything proceeded smoothly. It would not be long before they could open for business. One day, as she emerged from the shop, she was intercepted by a figure clad in black. His expression was stern, and he regarded Mushuang in silence. Recognizing him as a guard from the side of the eldest son, Pei Ci, she furrowed her brows, attempting to sidestep him. However, he reached out to block her path, stating, "The eldest son wishes to see you." "I have nothing to discuss with him," Mushuang replied coldly. "The eldest son is on the second floor," the guard insisted, disregarding her wishes and pointing upstairs. Mushuang looked up to see Pei Ci with his charming peach blossom eyes, smiling down at her. Pei Ci bears a striking resemblance to Pei Ci. Yet while Pei Ci exudes an air of coldness and detachment, Pei Ci captivates with his affectionate, almond-shaped eyes and a warm smile that makes him seem approachable. This charm particularly enchants women. Pei Ci is not only married to his primary wife, but also has 2 secondary wives and 2 concubines, rendering his household quite lively. Part of this vibrancy stems from Pei Ci, while another aspect is attributed to Pei Ci himself, who is akin to a smiling tiger, an individual she finds quite distasteful. Thus, even though they reside within the same Prince Chen's estate, she has deliberately maintained her distance from Pei Ci. His current visit is evidently driven by ulterior motives. Mushuang observes the imposing demeanor of the guard. He would not allow her to leave unless she ascends the stairs, although she is capable of overpowering him. Engaging in a scuffle in such a public setting would be utterly inappropriate. After some contemplation, she turns and enters the tea house. "Young master, what brings you here?" Mushuang inquires directly. Pei Ci raises an eyebrow and smiles gently, his alluring eyes gazing intently at Mushuang. "It has been quite a while. I have missed you, Miss Mu. Upon my return, I learned of your unfortunate circumstances and felt a deep sense of compassion, hence my visit to offer solace. My younger brother truly lacks discernment. How could he not cherish someone as wonderful as you? He has indeed squandered your sincere affections." Had Mushuang been an ordinary woman, she might have been swayed by such words, yearning to embrace him. However, her heart is as cold as ice, impervious to mere flattery. Moreover, even though she and Pei Ci have parted ways, he remains the one she loves deeply, and she continues to wish for his well-being. Therefore, her aversion towards Pei Ci persists. "Young master, there is no need for such trivial talk. It is futile. I will not betray the crown prince, and you shall gain nothing from me." Pei Ci's smile falters, for he is acutely aware of Mushuang's ruthless nature. While he could comprehend her attachment to Pei Ci, then it baffles him how she remains so unperturbed now that she has been forsaken. "Mushuang, your choices are quite limited at this juncture. I have heard that Madame Mu is already seeking a suitor for you, all of whom are middle-aged widowers. Do you truly intend to marry such a man? You seem rather invested in the affairs of the Mu family, Mushuang retorts, raising an eyebrow. Pray, enlighten me about this supposed path you speak of. Upon hearing her concede slightly, Pei Yuqing's smile broadens. Join my household as my concubine. Yes, you. I possess far more appreciation for delicate sentiments than my younger brother. I will spare you from a life of conflict and servitude. Once again, Mushuang witnesses the extent of Pei Yuqing's self-absorption. Why would he presume that she would prefer to be his concubine over Pei Ci? Your affections are truly beyond my grasp. In comparison, I would rather choose an older, less attractive man. Her words cause his smile to freeze entirely. What do you mean by that? It means that whoever I marry, it will not be you, young master, Mushuang replies coldly. There is no need to waste your breath here. My departure from the crown prince does not equate to a loss of love for him, nor will I ever betray him. You shall never surpass him, never ever. Mushuang, Pei Yuqing slammed the table, unable to maintain a gentle expression any longer. Pei Ci could be abandoned by the king once. He could certainly be abandoned a second time. This title of heir apparent shall eventually belong to me. You think I cannot match him? How blind you are! I have just achieved a great feat, earning the emperor's praise. And my official rank has risen to the 3rd grade. He merely possesses the title of heir, devoid of real power. How can he possibly compare to me? Pei Yuqing, having been favored and personally educated by the Prince of Chun since childhood, held himself in high regard, always considering himself the future heir. He looked down upon Pei Ci with disdain. So how could he tolerate anyone claiming Pei Ci was superior? Since the eldest son is so confident, why then seek me out? Mushuang's eyes glimmered with derision. You do not genuinely wish to take me as a concubine. You merely intend to exploit me, to undermine the heir and sow discord between him and his future bride, ensuring his marriage falls through. What truly concerned Pei Yuqing was the support Pei Ci received from the Xianping Marquisate. With the backing of the Marquisate, even if the Empress Dowager were to be gone, the Prince of Chun could not easily dethrone the heir, a reality Pei Yuqing did not wish to witness. Confronted with his intentions, Pei Yuqing ceased his ire and regarded her with confusion. Do you not wish for by Moran to call off the engagement? Pei Ci has forsaken you for power. Why do you remain so loyal to him? He chose power, while I chose to leave him. Our paths simply diverge. I only wish for his well-being. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. So, your departure was to facilitate his success. I am not so noble. I left simply because I am weary and wish to depart. It is that simple. Mushuang replied coolly, I have never walked the same path as the eldest son, and you will gain no support from me. Thus, do not waste your time. With that, she turned to leave, but the black-clad guard stepped forward to block her. Mushuang's expression hardened, and just as she was about to act, a voice came from behind her. Let her go. Mushuang, Pei Ci has abandoned you. You shall regret it. Hearing this, Mushuang did not pause for a moment and left the tea house directly. Pei Yuqing's expression was grim as he remained in the tea house from morning until afternoon before returning to the Prince of Chen's residence. He did not return to his own courtyard, but instead went to the Qingzhou courtyard. Pei Ci had long known he had gone to find Mushuang and greeted him with no warmth. Pei Yuqing was unbothered, sitting down and pouring himself a cup of tea. Second brother, your courtyard seems quite desolate without Miss Mu, Pei Yuqing remarked. Pei Ci continued to peruse the book in his hands, not lifting his gaze, replying coldly, eldest brother's back courtyard is quite lively. Your 2 concubines have been quite the disturbance today. Pei Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. His wife and 2 concubines hailed from prominent families, their temperaments spoiled, leading to constant quarrels in the household, great uproar every 3 days, and minor disputes every 2. He had returned home late today, specifically to wait for them to settle down. It is quite normal for women to be jealous, he continued. I do not possess the good fortune of second brother, having encountered Miss Mu, who not only assisted you in returning to the capital, but is now willing to sacrifice her own happiness for your future. Truly admirable. If it were me, I could never bear to let such a wonderful girl down. I have not wronged her, Pei Ci retorted coldly. Pei Yuqing sensed the turmoil within him and faintly curled her lips. Who doesn't know outside that you abandoned Mushuang? How could that not be considered a betrayal? Pei Ci fell silent for a moment before continuing. This matter has nothing to do with my elder brother. He should focus on his own affairs. I understand that you are doing this to force Mushuang back to your side. You desire the power that Bai Mo Ran brings. And yet you also want Mushuang. However, my dear younger brother, there are no such favorable circumstances in this world. Today, Mushuang's words made Pei Ci realize that she possessed a character that would rather shatter like jade than remain whole like a tile. Meanwhile, Bai Mo Ran, a noble lady from a prestigious family, harbored her own pride. Bai Mo Ran and Mushuang could only ever be chosen one. There is no need for my elder brother to worry. I shall have both and will achieve my desires. Pei Ci clenched the book in his hand, resolutely declaring, "Is that so? Then I shall keep my eyes wide open to witness how miserably my younger brother falls." Pei Ci laughed heartily, casting aside her recent gloom. She then strode away. Pei Ci's expression darkened, his hand trembling slightly around the book. He knew that something must have been said by Mushuang for Pei Ci to revel in such schadenfreude. A wave of panic surged within him. He could not afford to lose Mushuang. She would have no other choice but to return to him. In his heart, Pei Ci silently reassured himself, fully aware of how deeply Mushuang loved him. She was merely throwing a tantrum and would never truly part from him. "My lord, I have prepared some pastries for you. Please do try them," a gentle female voice called from outside. "Get out." Pei Ci barked angrily. Lu Zhu, startled, nearly dropped the plate in her hands, retreating in trepidation. Upon exiting the courtyard, she realized she had been drenched in cold sweat, having sensed a murderous intent moments earlier. She felt that had she uttered another word, her life would have been forfeit. In the past, when serving Pei Ci, she found him cold yet irresistibly captivating. However, spending more time by his side recently revealed his unpredictable nature. When enraged, he could be truly terrifying. Torn between her desire to approach him and the fear of making a misstep, these past 15 days had been the most nerve-wracking of her life. As she pondered how to genuinely earn the prince's acceptance, a graceful figure approached her with measured steps. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Zhu's eyes flickered. It seemed someone was eagerly offering up their head. Chapter 21. The engagement. Lu Zhu slowly bowed to the approaching figure. "Miss Lin." Lin Yin cast a fleeting glance at her, noticing the pastries in her hands, and scoffed, "Cousin despises overly sweet foods." "It is the fault of this foolish servant for making a blunder," Lu Zhu replied, lowering her gaze, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. If asked who she loathed most in this residence, it would undoubtedly be Lin Yin, who, taking advantage of her status as the prince's cousin, acted as though she were the mistress of the prince's manor, treating both her and Mushuang as mere servants. In truth, aside from her title as a cousin, how is she any different from them? Are they not all destined to be concubines of the heir? Moreover, she is cunning and often indulges in her little tricks. While those tactics may deceive the heir, they certainly do not fool her. When Lin Yin first entered the manor, she sought to ally with her against Mushuang, as they were at odds, but was promptly rebuffed. They were never kindred spirits. As for Mushuang, she harbored disdain, believing that Mushuang obstructed her path. Yet, she held Lin Yin in utter contempt. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yin reveled in the sight of Lu Zhu subserviently ingratiating herself. "You should refrain from visiting cousin's courtyard in the future, lest you provoke his annoyance," Lu Zhu advised. "Very well, you may leave," Lin Yin responded, nodding with satisfaction, as if dismissing a servant. She then proceeded towards the Qingzhou courtyard. Once she had departed, Lu Zhu's maid expressed her dissatisfaction. "Say, miss, why must you concern yourself with her opinions? We have the support of the master and the Empress Dowager. There is no need to fear her." Lu Zhu raised an eyebrow. "Who fears her? I merely lack the energy to engage in conflict with her. In the future, once Miss reveals her beauty, her status will undoubtedly surpass hers. Within the heir's inner court, there exists a primary wife position, along with 2 other lady roles. Once the heir ascends to the throne, there will be 2 more secondary concubines, and my lady will surely secure at least one of the lady positions. As for future events, who can predict them? Once the heir's wife enters the manor, the situation may unfold in unexpected ways. Lu Zhu sighed slightly, firmly believing that Mushuang would become the heir's most favored concubine. Yet she had since departed from the Prince of Qin's residence. Regardless, Mrs. Position will remain unchanged, the maid asserted confidently. Lu Zhu fell silent, gazing towards the Qingzhou courtyard. Moments later, a furious roar emerged from within, followed by a pitiful cry. Pleased, Lu Zhu turned and left. Men, regardless of how affectionate they may appear one day, can easily turn their backs the next. If only she had the courage to leave everything behind like Mushuang. But she lacked the fortitude to bear the consequences of such a choice. After spending a few days in solitude at the Mu residence, Mushuang was summoned by a messenger from Lu Shi. Her father was absent, leaving only Lu Shi and Mu Sixue present. Lu Shi wore a broad smile, while Mu Sixue's eyes brimmed with derision. Frost, do sit down. This is truly wonderful news. Mushuang complied and took her seat, but remained silent. Lu Shi, unfazed, continued with a beaming expression. A few days ago, your uncle wrote to say he has found a marriage match for you. The gentleman is a wealthy merchant. Marrying him would mean a life of comfort. I believe this match is quite favorable, and your father has consented. Lu Shi referred to her uncle from the Lu family. Sister, I truly envy you. Mother has found you a primary wife position. Once you marry, you will become the matriarch, managing vast wealth, something that others can only envy. Mu Sixue chimed in. Since my dear sister is so envious, let this splendid marriage be yours, Mushuang replied coolly. The match that mother has arranged for you is something I dare not compete for. Lu Zifu is indeed a more suitable companion for you. Mu Sixue remarked with a hint of disdain in her tone. Lu Zifu? Is he from mother's side? Mushuang was taken aback at the thought that her mother would seek a match from the Lu family, which would mean marrying into a family, yet remaining under her control. He is a distant relative, Lu confirmed with a nod. We are all one family. He will treat you well once you marry him. How old is he this year? How many wives has he had? And were they divorced or deceased? Upon hearing Mushuang's inquiries, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Lu's face before she responded. He is 45 this year and has had 2 wives, both of whom were short-lived. Shuang, you are aware of your current predicament. Seeking a noble gentleman is simply unattainable. He is of the same age as your father and is considered a wife killer. What a splendid match this is. Mushuang's expression grew more frigid. What if I refuse this marriage? Lu's smile faded as she gently replied, since ancient times, parental orders and matchmakers' words have held sway. Your father and I have already consented to this union. In 3 days, the Lu family will send someone with the marriage proposal. And in half a month, you shall be wed. This is a marriage that will occur regardless of your consent. Mushuang sighed, indicating her understanding. So, I take it you are in agreement? Lu, noticing her calm demeanor, questioned with uncertainty. She did not believe that Mushuang would so readily accept her fate. Do you even care whether I agree or not? Mushuang rose, stating, since you are merely informing me, my response is that I understand. Now that you know, prepare yourself for marriage. Refrain from going out for the next half month, Lu sternly admonished. The capital is watching your every smile, and you remain oblivious, parading about and tarnishing the Mu family's reputation. I fear I cannot comply with that condition, mother. I have a shop to manage and must go out. Mushuang's words thoroughly enraged Lu. What shop? You may disregard your own reputation, but your 2 older sisters are yet to be married. You must consider their situation. I will send someone to reclaim that shop. I will not take advantage of you, and it will be converted into silver for your dowry. Mushuang gazed at her, her eyes growing colder. I fear that shop cannot be reclaimed. It is not in my name. What do you mean? Lu frowned, having observed Mushuang's recent transactions involving shops and properties. She had refrained from interfering previously because she knew these acquisitions were gifts from the heir, and she dared not act rashly for fear of provoking him. Even after the heir's falling out with Mushuang, she remained uninvolved, believing that as long as Mushuang was a member of the Mu family, she, as the legitimate mother, could reclaim her daughter's assets at any time. That shop was clearly purchased by Mushuang. How could it not be in her name? Both the shop and the property are registered under Qiao Wanyan's name. They are her possessions, and mother has no authority to question them. Upon hearing this, Lu sneered coldly. Qiao Wanyan, was she not the maid you purchased? You have transferred all your assets to her name. Even if she has not entered the Mu residence, she remains a servant of the Mu household. What right does she have to possess such wealth? A mere servant, a bought contract, is utterly unqualified to own private property. If she dares to embezzle these assets, I will not hesitate to sell her off again. Chapter 22. Coercion. Mushuang regarded her coldly, enunciating each word with precision. She is not a contract servant. She is a free woman. The authorities have already recognized her status, and those assets are rightfully hers. You cannot seize them. Lu was taken aback, taking a moment to comprehend her words. Are you mad? Lu exclaimed in shock. You would bestow such wealth upon an uncontrollable outsider? Are you not afraid she will withhold it from you? Giving to her is far more reassuring than giving to a mother, Mushuang replied. Lu's intentions were well anticipated by Mushuang, who had already taken precautions. Xiao Wanyan had no family, and granting her freedom and property was a simple task. All the assets had been transferred to her name to prevent this very scenario from occurring. Mushuang, you are indeed remarkable. In that case, do not blame me. Your mother, for not preparing a dowry for your marriage. Lu's eyes glinted with malice, utterly astonished by Mushuang's actions. Soon enough, you shall weep. Mushuang chose to ignore her and departed. Miss, what shall we do next? Xiao Yao inquired anxiously. Mushuang, loret hergaze. The Mu family was insistent on forcing her into marriage, leaving her with only one option, to flee the capital and escape the Mu household. However, the thought of leaving behind the newly renovated shop tugged at her heart. It represented the shared efforts of herself and Xiao Wanyan. Yet, leaving Xiao Wanyan alone in the capital filled her with unease. I will discuss it with Wanyan tomorrow before making a decision. Yet, the following day, she found herself unable to meet Xiao Wanyan. Ignoring Lu's attempts to obstruct her, she rushed to the shop, only to hear the news that Xiao Wanyan had been taken by the authorities. Her expression darkened, and she hurried to the government office. Munan, the governor, was well acquainted with her, and upon her arrival, the officials briefed her on the matter. They explained that a letter had arrived from Jiangnan, claiming Xiao Wanyan was an escaped slave, and according to the law, she was to be returned to her master for punishment. She was sold by the Jiang family, and Our Lady purchased her. She is now a free woman. The Jiang family has no claim over her, Xiao Yao countered. Although she was not particularly fond of Xiao Wanyan, her time spent with her had revealed that she was not a scheming person, merely somewhat simple-minded. Miss Mu, regardless of its truth, the Jiang family has made a complaint, and we must respond accordingly, the officer stated frankly. And what comes next? When will the truth be revealed? Mushuang inquired in a cold tone. We will not investigate for now. The governor has instructed us to keep her detained and await the Jiang family's response, the officer continued. Miss, perhaps you should speak with the governor? The governor they referred to as Munan. A cold smile crossed Mushuang's lips. He would likely prefer Xiao Wanyan to perish in jail than offer her assistance. However, with Munan's limited authority, it was improbable for her to contact the Jiang family of Jiangnan to orchestrate a false accusation against Xiao Wanyan. Moreover, the Lu family only discovered last night that the assets were in Xiao Wanyan's possession, leaving them no time to act upon it. It could only have been the doing of one person. With a sigh, she turned toward the nearby tea house, aware that he would surely be waiting for her there. Indeed, upon ascending to the second floor, she spotted a familiar figure standing at the door of her room. Mississippi. He simply opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Mushuang nodded and stepped inside, while Xiao Yao was left outside by his side. Pei Ci sat by the window, a beam of sunlight filtering through the window frame, illuminating him. He appeared ethereal, as if descended from the heavens, splendid, reminiscent of the first time Mushuang laid eyes on him. Everything seemed unchanged yet altered at once. Lowering her gaze, she bowed, addressing him as Your Highness. You have finally chosen to seek me out, Pei Ci remarked, his lips curling into a self-deprecating smile. You are indeed heartless. Your Highness, the matters between us have nothing to do with Xiao Wanyan. I implore you to spare her, Mushuang replied, her heart heavy with regret for not protecting Xiao Wanyan. She had never anticipated that Pei Ci would indeed resort to harming a frail woman. She must be terrified now. Noticing her momentary distraction, Pei Ci's gaze darkened. Taking a deep breath to rein in his anger, he said. If I were not to confine her, you would likely flee the capital, would you not? Mushuang's heart skipped a beat. He understood her thoughts. Feeling somewhat powerless, she stated, "Since your highness is aware of my resolve, why must you pressure me so relentlessly?" Pei Ci snorted coldly, stepping closer to her and lifting her chin with his hand. "Mushuang, you have only two paths to choose from. One is to return to the Prince of Qin's residence, serving as my lady-in-waiting. And when the princess enters the household, you will be taken as my concubine. The second is to marry that unfortunate old man who brings misfortune to his wives. There is no third option." Mushuang felt a sudden ringing in her ears, a chill running down her spine. It was not the Bai-County princess who was forcing her into marriage, but rather the prince himself. Pei Ci averted his gaze, his voice softening. "Mushuang, I have been the only one you could rely on since childhood. There must be no one else." Having confirmed her internal answer, Mushuang let out a cold laugh. "Your highness is indeed heartless. You aim to sever all my avenues of retreat." Originally, her intention in seeking out the Bai-County princess was to express her feelings. Even if she could not secure support, she wished not to complicate her own life. Yet, Pei Ci's actions had undoubtedly cornered her, leaving her with no escape. Regardless of her decision, Bai Moran would not let her off easily. Pei Ci chuckled softly. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you. She dares not act against you. Is your highness intending to confine me?" Mushuang felt a chill envelop her. She understood that Pei Ci would not easily release her. But she never expected his heartlessness to be so profound. His methods were now turned against her. "Shuanger, I do not wish to act this way. You are compelling me to do so. Cannot you simply remain by my side without indulging in these chaotic thoughts?" Pei Ci's voice was gentle, yet reverberated heavily in her heart. "To the heir, I am merely a pet, devoid of my own thoughts and incapable of determining my own destiny." Mushuang realizes she has overestimated her significance in his heart. "Your life is intertwined with mine. We are but one entity. Without me, you would revert to a past filled with solitude, subjected to the cruelty of others. I cannot bear to see you in such a state." Mushuang gazes up at him, recalling how the heir once rescued her from suffering, a kindness she will forever cherish. Yet, is it not the heir who now subjects her to new torment? "My lord, I love you more than anyone else. Yet I have also confessed my exhaustion. If I remain by your side, I will either lose my sanity or perish. Must you still compel me to return?" Hearing this, Pei Ci's pupils constrict sharply, his voice hoarse as he inquires, "Am I causing you such anguish?" Chapter 23. Let go. Yes, it is indeed painful. Tears cascade down Mushuang's cheeks. She seldom weeps, especially in Pei Ci's presence. "My lord, let go." Pei Ci's hand trembles slightly. He cannot fathom why she is suddenly so resolute in her desire to depart. In his mind, he had always believed that even if everyone else abandoned him, Mushuang would remain. No matter his actions, she ought to support him unconditionally. In a state of confusion, he murmurs, "I have wronged you before, neglecting your feelings because of Bai Moran and Lin Yinin. I promise I will treat you well from now on. I know that the day you fell into the water was a scheme by Yinin. I have already punished her, and she will not dare to act so again. I will trust you in the future." Seeing that he still did not understand, Mushuang wearily replied, "It is all too late." "How can it be late? As long as you are willing to return to my side, everything can revert to how it once was." Pei Ci grasped Mushuang tightly. "Do you truly prefer to marry an older man rather than return?" "Yes." Mushuang suddenly raised her gaze, speaking with unwavering conviction. "I do not wish to look back, nor do I want to live a life dictated by others' opinions. My lord, the only way to make me return is to rescind the engagement and marry me. This is the sole condition under which Mushuang can accept remaining by his side. You know that is impossible." Pei Ci promptly rejected her proposal, having previously declared that he desired both power and Mushuang. "Why must you force me?" "It is you who is forcing me," Mushuang replied with a bitter smile. Pei Ci looked at her, his gaze filled with both affection and resignation, and then gently wiped away her tears. "Shuanger, I have told you, you have only two choices. Please think it over carefully." Upon hearing such callous words, Mushuang's heart plummeted to despair. She closed her eyes and implored, "I will not flee. Could you at least release Xiao Wanyan?" Return and reflect on your decision. You have 3 days. Pei Ci did not acquiesce to her request and departed with resolve. Though he spoke of 2 choices, Pei Ci had only ever presented her with one, to return to the Mushuang Fu. Should she choose to marry or flee, Xiao Wanyan would remain imprisoned. He understood that the current Mu family posed no threat to him, thus resorting to leverage against Xiao Wanyan. She felt as though she were ensnared beneath a vast web, unable to struggle free. After exiting the tea house, she ventured once more to the magistrate's office, yearning to see Xiao Wanyan, but was intercepted and informed that orders from above prohibited any visitation. With no alternative, Mushuang resorted to offering a greater sum of silver to the officials, imploring them to look after Xiao Wanyan and delivering a letter, assuring her that she would surely rescue her and urging her to remain at ease. Mushuang had not yet devised a plan when a missive arrived from Bai Moran, instructing her to prepare for her marriage, promising that all of Xiao Wanyan's assets would be returned to her in double upon her union. Mushuang scoffed. Bai Moran seemed to presume that her concern for Xiao Wanyan stemmed from a desire for wealth. It appeared that, to these noble figures, the life of a mere commoner held little significance, overshadowed entirely by self-interest. Without hesitation, she rejected Bai Moran's proposition, asserting that even if she returned to Pei Ci's side, she would never abandon Xiao Wanyan. Bai Moran's countenance darkened upon receiving her response. Indeed, it was merely a tactic of feigned capture and release. How naive of her to overestimate Bai Moran's understanding. She doubted Mushuang's motives were truly rooted in her bond with Xiao Wanyan, for she had already uncovered that Xiao Wanyan was but a slave, and their acquaintance had barely spanned a month, devoid of any genuine affection. Mushuang was capable of ruthlessness, unflinching in the face of bloodshed. How could she possibly care for the life of a slave, if not as a means to facilitate her return to Pei Ci? Your Highness, since she remains so ungrateful, it would be prudent to take decisive action, her maid suggested, offering what seemed an entirely reasonable course of conduct. Bai Moran placed the letter into the candle's flame, watching it slowly transform into ash. If it were so easily resolved, would I still be troubled? She mused. Mushuang was formidable. Ordinary assassins stood no chance against her. With a sigh, Bai Moran reflected, yet, I have already stated, there is no turning back for her. 3 days shall be her limit. If she remains oblivious, I shall not show mercy. Deep within, she still felt a twinge of compassion for Mushuang and admired her courage. However, their shared affection for the same man rendered any hope of friendship impossible. The 3-day period was a deadline set by Pei Ci, as well as one imposed by herself. During these past few days, Mushuang had faced considerable pressure. Everyone was urging her onward. Lu Shi had demanded that she transfer all of Xiao Wanyan's properties to her name, claiming that if Xiao Wanyan were returned to the Jiang family, those assets would be irretrievable. Lu Shi had not hesitated to seek out Xiao Wanyan in prison, demanding the transfer of her possessions. Yet Xiao Wanyan steadfastly insisted that unless Mushuang spoke, she would not relinquish anything. With no recourse, Lu Shi returned to press Mushuang once more. Nevertheless, Mushuang remained unresponsive, for Lu Shi offered her no assistance, even if those assets fell into the hands of the Jiang family. She did not wish to grant Lu Shi any advantage. In a fit of rage, Lu Shi ordered her servants to keep a close watch on Mushuang, forbidding her from stepping outside the courtyard. After Lu Shi's departure, Mu Sishue came amok her, saying, Sister, tomorrow Lu Zifu will come to propose. You must prepare well to meet your future husband. I have heard that Lu Zifu possesses a rotund visage and an exceedingly fierce demeanor. His previous 2 wives met their untimely demise at his hands. However, dear sister, do not fret. Your martial prowess is exceptional, and he shall not prevail against you. As she spoke, Mu Sishue erupted into laughter, declaring that while you are to wed a modest merchant and Mu Ninger a destitute scholar, my future husband shall be a noble son from the capital. The disparity among us is indeed vast. In the capital, there are no shortages of noble suitors who admire her. Yet due to Mushuang's status as the consort of the heir, she harbors a lingering sense of inequity, vowing to find someone superior to the heir, dismissing the young masters from lesser families. Now, in comparison, She could select any suitor who would surpass both Mushuang and Mu Ninger, filling her heart with satisfaction. Mushuang, disinterested, retorted that once her sister had finished speaking, she ought to leave and not disturb her engagement preparations for the morrow. Mu Sishua, incensed by her indifference, replied, "Very well. I shall see tomorrow if you can still smile when faced with Lu Zifu." Indeed, Mushuang could not muster a smile. She spent a sleepless night, uncertain of her choices even at this juncture. She did not wish to return to the Prince of Chun's residence, for as she had stated, it would drive her to madness. Yet, aside from returning there, what other options remained? She even contemplated marrying Lu Zifu, for at least that would grant her a chance to escape. However, Pei Ci offered her no alternative. Upon entering the main hall, she found him awaiting her. He smiled gently and spoke softly. "How could I not come personally to extend my congratulations? Given that you were once this princess lady-in-waiting and now prepare for your engagement?" "Thank you, Your Highness," replied a short, stout, middle-aged man, immediately kneeling to express his gratitude. Mushuang clenched her fists, suddenly understanding Pei Ci's intent. He meant for her to beg his forgiveness before all present. Chapter 24. Where Lies the Escape? Observing the resolute expression in his eyes, Mushuang felt an urge to defy his wishes. She pondered how he might react if she steadfastly chose to marry the lesser Lu Zifu. Would he, too, be driven to madness? Would he be able to empathize with her suffering? Yet, as she glanced up, she noticed him toying with a hairpin, a red pentagram, uniquely belonging to Qiao Wanyan. A chill ran through her as she realized this was a warning. "Sister, why not quickly express your gratitude to His Highness?" Mu Sishua chimed in, relishing the moment. "Frost, Lu Gongzi has come to propose today, and the engagement is assured. In 10 days, you shall wed. Though I am your father, I do not wish to coerce you. I will simply ask, what are your thoughts on this union?" Mu Nan inquired, casting a meaningful glance her way, urging her to plead with the prince. Before she could utter a word, Lu Shi interjected, "Master, since Zifu has come to propose, Frost must surely consent, correct?" Mushuang regarded the duo with a cold smile. Recognizing Lu Shi's eagerness to curry favor with Bai Moran, entirely dismissing Pei Ci, it was apparent they sought to leverage her for their own advantage while wishing for her hardship. Bai Moran was indeed a fine choice, and Mu Nan appeared to possess a sharper intellect than Lu Shi, recognizing which patron offered a more solid foundation. However, to them, she was merely a tool for their ascent to power. "What are your thoughts on this?" Seeing her remain silent, Pei Ci, with a hint of impatience, inquired. "What is there to hesitate about?" Mushuang took a deep breath. "I do not wish to marry Lu Zifu." A statement so simple, yet it twisted her heart in anguish. Gazing at Pei Ci's smug expression, she felt as though she were standing in an icy cavern. Yet she had no choice. "Your Highness, I have received the imperial decree." Just as the words left her lips, a voice rang out from outside the door. It was not only she who was taken aback. All present bore expressions of confusion. Mu Nan, a mere local governor, could hardly attract the emperor's attention. How could an imperial decree possibly arrive at the Mu residence? Lu's eyes glimmered with delight. "My lord, could it be that Han Feng?" Mu Nan understood her meaning. Among the Mu family, only Mu Han Feng was absent. Surely it was he who had caught the emperor's favor and received the title. Quickly receive the decree." Pei Ci furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why a decree would arrive at such a moment. However, in the presence of the imperial order, even the gravest matters must take a back seat. The Mu family must receive the decree first. Mu Nan led the entire Mu family to kneel in the courtyard. The eunuch announcing the decree surveyed the assembly, his gaze finally resting upon Mushuang. "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the third daughter of the Mu family, Mushuang, endowed with both talent and virtue, possessing a pure character, has won the favor of Princess Yun Shu, and is hereby appointed as her companion in reading." Upon hearing the contents of the decree, those present were rendered speechless. How could the emperor order Mushuang to serve as the princess's companion, regardless of her abilities? Her status rendered her wholly unqualified. Mu Nan and Lu exchanged shocked glances with Pei Ci, suspecting his involvement. Pei Ci, equally astounded, questioned the eunuch, Is there an error? Mushuang is a lady-in-waiting of this prince. How can she serve as the princess's companion? The eunuch first bowed to Pei Ci, then replied, "There is no mistake. It is indeed Miss Mu. Has she not already departed from the residence of Prince Chun?" Pei Ci's expression stiffened. The news of Mushuang's dismissal had originated with him, and to now retract his words would be akin to slapping his own face. Even if she were no longer a lady-in-waiting, her status was still unsuitable to serve the princess. The eunuch forced a smile, stating, "The princess favors her, and the emperor has already decreed. Miss Mu is to be the princess's companion. Whether her status is adequate is not for a mere servant to presume. Indeed, to be chosen as the princess's companion was a stroke of fortune." Pei Ci's countenance darkened, an uncontainable panic rising within him. He had believed Mushuang was cornered, bound to return to him. Little did he know that a new path had emerged. With her appointment as the princess's companion, she would no longer be his lady-in-waiting, and the Mu family would not dare to pressure her into marriage. As he pondered this, Lu, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, blurted out, "Eunuch, this might not be possible. Mushuang is about to be married and cannot serve as the princess's companion." The eunuch's expression grew cold. "Madam Mu, are you resisting the decree?" "No, that is not my intention," Lu stammered, her face paling as she attempted to explain, yet her words became increasingly frantic. The father-in-law let out a cold snort. The emperor had just decreed that Miss Mu-san would serve as a reading companion for the princess. Yet Madame Mu was preparing to marry her daughter off. What did this mean? Was it a sign of disrespect towards Princess Yanshu? Lu was taken aback by this statement. Clearly, Miss Mushuang's engagement had been arranged long ago, while the imperial decree had come later. How could her father-in-law speak such nonsense, erroneously placing blame upon himself? Moonin quickly realized the situation and hurriedly offered a smile, acknowledging the misunderstanding. "Forgive my father-in-law. Women often lack understanding of such formalities. Please do not be angry. It is indeed a blessing for my daughter to enter the palace as a reading companion." The father-in-law scoffed and then turned to Mushuang, whispering, "Miss Mu-san, accept the decree." Mushuang gazed at the imperial edict, her heart racing with excitement, though she did not fully comprehend the reason behind such a decree. Nevertheless, she recognized it as an alternate path for herself, a chance to escape the web that had ensnared her. Trembling, she accepted the decree and bowed her forehead to the ground, expressing her gratitude. The father-in-law smiled and said, "Prepare yourself, Miss Mu. You shall enter the palace in 3 days." "Yes," Mushuang replied, her eyes slightly reddened, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Father-in-law, may I have an audience with Princess Yanshu?" The father-in-law paused, slightly surprised, then replied, "The princess will likely be occupied in the coming days. If you wish to express your gratitude, 3 days hence will suffice." Mushuang hesitated, wishing to plead for Princess Yanshu's help in saving Xiao Wanyan, but she faltered at the thought. Their acquaintance was not deep, and to speak out of turn might not only jeopardize her request, but also her chance to serve as a reading companion. "Yes, I shall thank the princess in person 3 days from now," she finally said. The father-in-law nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, let us return to the palace." "Thank you for your hard work," Mushuang quickly said, producing a pouch and placing it in the father-in-law's embrace. He accepted it with a smile, not refusing. Both Mu Nan and Lu's faces flushed. It was a duty that should have been theirs as parents. After the father-in-law departed, Pei Ci approached Mushuang with a stern expression. "Have you sought the crown prince's aid?" he questioned. Understanding his implication, Mushuang shook her head. "No." "Then how could Princess Yanshu suddenly choose you as her reading companion?" he pressed. "I do not know, but I am grateful to her," Mushuang replied. Looking at him intently, Pei Ci felt a sharp pang in his heart. He saw a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Chapter 25. For her. Sacrificing the title of heir very well. "Congratulations," Pei Ci said softly, then suddenly gripped his hairpin with force, snapping it in two. Mushuang turned pale and pleaded, "Crown Prince, I do not understand why the princess chose me as her reading companion, but the decree has been issued, and I cannot defy it. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao Wanyan. Please let her go." Pei Ci placed the broken hairpin into her hand, stating coldly, "You have no ties with me now. Why should I assist you? His smile was bloodthirsty and cruel. Satisfied with her ashen face, he turned and walked away. He would not allow anyone under his influence to escape, especially not Mushuang. Mu Nan and Lu exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next. Who could have anticipated such developments? Lu shot a fierce glare at Mushuang, realizing she had underestimated her, aligning herself even with Princess Yunshu. Sister, what about my engagement? Lu Zifu was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the circumstances at hand. Wherever you came from, go back. Moon indignantly threw her sleeves and departed. Sister, I am willing to wait for the third young lady until she completes her studies before I marry her. Clearly, Lu Zifu still did not grasp the significance of Mushuang serving as a companion to the princess. The Lu family impatiently admonished him, return to Chuan Prefecture. This matter ends here. Sighing, Lu Zifu wished to say something, but upon seeing their uncomfortable expressions, he could only gaze reluctantly at Mushuang. Such a beautiful woman. Just like that was gone. After leaving the Mu residence, Pei Ci headed straight to the Eastern Palace. Mushuang was aloof and had never interacted with Princess Yunshu. How could she suddenly be chosen as her companion? After much contemplation, Pei Ci concluded that the only possibility was the Crown Prince. The only person in the palace who knew Mushuang and had some rapport with her was indeed the Crown Prince. Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, he found the Crown Prince engaged in discussions on state affairs with several ministers. Pei Ci waited in the side hall for a full hour before the Crown Prince finally approached. Are you here to visit the Empress Dowager? Upon hearing the Crown Prince's inquiry, Pei Ci's face briefly flushed with embarrassment. No, I came specifically to find you. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. What is it? Pei Ci directly asked. Are you aware of Princess Yunshu selecting her companion? The Crown Prince looked at him and replied with a smile. I know. You're concerned about Mushuang, aren't you? You are correct. It was I who suggested that Yunshu select her as a companion. Upon receiving this confirmation, Pei Ci's heart sank, and with reddened eyes, he asked, Why? Why can't you comprehend? The Crown Prince's expression turned cold. Do you wish to provoke the Marquis of Xuanping's household for Mushuang? I do not. I merely wish for her to remain by my side. Bai Moran has agreed as well, Pei Ci said hoarsely. She agreed because she harbors feelings for you. But what of the Marquis and his wife? When the Marquis's wife entered the palace last time, the Empress Dowager mentioned this matter, implying that if you continue to act so recklessly, even if Bai Moran insists on marrying you, they will not consent. The Crown Prince's demeanor grew serious. You must act with caution. Do not forget about Pei Yujing. For every effort you make, he will amplify it twofold. He would gladly see your engagement with the Marquis of Xianping dissolve. Mushuang will merely be a concubine that poses no threat to her position. Pei Ci nearly shouted in frustration, unable to comprehend why the Marquis of Xuanping's household could not accept Mushuang. Even if she poses no threat, the actions you have taken regarding Mushuang have already caused the Marquis of Xuanping's household to lose face. The Crown Prince responded helplessly. Pei Ci, others are not fools. They see clearly the place Mushuang holds in your heart. How could they not be concerned? But your Highness, you know Mushuang is different to me than anyone else. I do not wish for her to leave. Pei Ci understood the implications, but was unwilling to let go. To not wish for her to leave is one thing, the Crown Prince stated slowly, meeting Pei Ci's hopeful gaze. But you must break off your engagement with Bai Moran and cease clinging to your title as heir. Those words shattered all of Pei Ci's hopes. Is there truly no other way? There is. Have Mushuang temper her temperament. Go to the Marquis of Xuanping's household, apologize to Miss Bai, and seek her permission to enter the residence of Prince Chun as a concubine and vow never to bear children. The Crown Prince offered an alternative suggestion, to shatter Mushuang's wings entirely, rendering her as compliant as the other women in the inner palace, devoid of any desires. Pei Ci lowered his gaze, for he understood better than anyone that this second path would undoubtedly lead her to despair. He trembled as he spoke. She will perish. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, her stubborn nature suggested she would rather die than endure such a life. If that were the case, why persist in this manner? Pei Ci fell silent, well aware of the truth in his heart, yet unwilling to accept it. The Crown Prince, observing his demeanor, inquired once more, "You still have a chance to choose. Break off the engagement with Bai Moran, marry Mushuang, and leave the capital." After a moment of contemplation, Pei Ci replied, "I have spent 7 years returning to the capital and have no intention of leaving again. This title of heir is rightfully mine, and I shall not relinquish it." Upon hearing his response, while the Crown Prince felt a pang of sympathy for Mushuang, he also breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you have chosen, do not regret it. Bai Moran is your greatest leverage. Handle it wisely." "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness," Pei Ci acknowledged. The Crown Prince nodded. "Do not overthink it. Once you secure your position as heir, you may pursue any woman you desire without haste." "Understood." As midday approached, the Crown Prince suggested, "It is time for you to enter the palace. Let us dine with the Empress Dowager." Pei Ci nodded in agreement, realizing it had been some time since he last visited her. Just as they exited the Eastern Palace, a young eunuch hurriedly approached them. "Greetings, Your Highness and the heir." "What is it?" Ji Dong stepped forward to inquire. The eunuch glanced at Pei Ci and leaned in to whisper to Ji Dong. Ji Dong's expression shifted slightly as he cast a glance at the Crown Prince. Understanding the implication, the Crown Prince turned to the distracted Pei Ci and said, "I have official business to attend to. I shall not accompany you to the Empress Dowager." "Very well." Pei Ci, oblivious to any unusual tension, turned to leave. Once he was a distance away, Ji Dong spoke up, "Your Highness, is Miss Mu who sent word, wishing to meet with you." The Crown Prince's face lit up with delight. "Really?" "Yes. Miss Mu's maid, Xiao Yao, delivered the message, requesting you to meet at the Tiani Tea House." "Excellent. Let us hurry." The Crown Prince promptly started towards the palace exit, but paused after taking a few steps. "Ji Dong, does this outfit suit me? Do I appear too haggard?" Recalling his lack of rest over the past few days, the Crown Prince felt a wave of frustration. "Your Highness, you are remarkably handsome." Unmatched by anyone, Ji Dong quickly reassured him. Hearing Ji Dong's flattery, the Crown Prince rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Did the clothing bureau not deliver a new batch of garments yesterday? I shall change into something else." With that, the Crown Prince hurried back to the Eastern Palace. Ji Dong promptly ordered the new attire to be laid out for the Crown Prince's selection, but as the Crown Prince examined them, his brow furrowed deeper with each garment. What did the clothing bureau's taste decline so drastically? All of these colors are so garish. Ji Dong lowered his head, wanting to point out that the Crown Prince himself favored bright colors, claiming they uplifted one's spirits. However, given the Crown Prince's volatile mood, he dared not risk inciting his displeasure at that moment. He cast a sweeping glance around the room, finally resting his gaze upon a garment adorned in blue and white. "Your Highness, what do you think of this one?" Noticing the attire in his hands, the prince's brow relaxed slightly. "Try it on." "Yes, I shall attend to His Highness's change of attire." Ji Dong promptly commanded the eunuchs to assist the prince. The prince, already strikingly handsome, appeared even more radiant in the bright-hued garment, which accentuated his brilliance, while the lighter shade evoked a sense of serenity akin to a clear breeze under a bright moon. The blue and white patterned long robe, paired with a circular white jade clasp, rendered him ethereal, captivating all who beheld him. Ji Dong found himself momentarily spellbound. Yet the prince seemed less than satisfied. "Isn't it too plain? She may not appreciate it." As the prince contemplated another change, Ji Dong hastily interjected, "Your Highness, this one is splendid, and Miss Mu must be waiting anxiously." The prince abruptly recalled that Mushuang had been waiting for quite some time. "Indeed, we must hasten to leave the palace. This is the first time she has sought me out. I cannot allow her to wait too long. You should have reminded me sooner. If Mushuang grows impatient and departs, I shall have your skin." "Yes, I was in the wrong," Ji Dong quickly admitted. The passing eunuchs in palace made speculated that Ji Dong had committed a grave error, incurring the prince's displeasure. After all, Ji Dong was the prince's trusted guard, and such reprimands were reserved for serious transgressions. Had he known their thoughts, Ji Dong would have protested his innocence. Upon arriving at the Tianxia Tea House and learning that Mushuang still awaited him, the prince exhaled in relief. He turned to Ji Dong. "Your Highness is the epitome of elegance and charm, the most handsome man in the state of Chu, and shall surely captivate Miss Mu," Ji Dong promptly remarked. The prince nodded in satisfaction, You wait outside. Of course. The prince, now enamored with the beauty, seemed to disregard his loyal guard. Mushuang stared at the now tepid tea, wondering if the prince was truly inclined to see her. Just as disappointment began to envelop her, the door swung open. Turning her head, she beheld the prince, illuminated by the light as he strode toward her. She had always known him to be the most handsome man in Chu. Unlike Pei Ci's melancholic demeanor, the prince exuded an air of refined nobility. Each encounter left Mushuang feeling as though she, who should dwell in the shadows, was suddenly bathed in sunlight. Noticing her gaze fixed upon him, the prince inquired uncertainly, "What is it? Is there something amiss?" "No," Mushuang quickly responded, kneeling to pay her respects. "Rise," the prince gently urged, extending his hand to assist her. Mushuang shook her head. "I am aware of my lowly status, and no, I cannot capture the attention of princess. To become a companion reader to the princess must surely be due to your highness's support, for which I am deeply grateful." Mushuang had contemplated the same thoughts as Pei Ci. The prince's expression softened as he quietly confessed, "My decision to appoint you as the princess's companion reader is not without personal motives. I understand that your highness wishes to avoid discord between the heir and the Xianping Marquis's residence due to me. Regardless of the reasons, I am thankful to you," Mushuang earnestly stated, for this imperial decree had rescued her during her most desperate hour. The prince gazed at her, longing to reveal that his motivations were not for Pei Ci or political affairs, but solely for her. She became a companion to the princess, granting her frequent access to the palace, allowing her to see her. However, his dark thoughts remained buried deep within, unspoken and unspeakable. He reached out to assist her in standing up, remarking, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then diligently serve as Yunshu's companion. That girl is quite spoiled and willful, and no one seems able to manage her. Your presence beside her will help me keep an eye on her." "Yes," Mushuang replied, lowering her head, hesitating to voice her thoughts. The crown prince, ever observant, sensed her unspoken words. "You did not come merely to express your gratitude, did you? Is there something else?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Mushuang knelt once more. "I know I should not trouble the crown prince with this, but aside from you, I truly have no one else to turn to." At her words, the crown prince's expression softened, a slight smile gracing his lips. "What is it?" "I have a friend, whom the crown prince met last time at Kai Feng Lu, Xiao Wanyan. She has been imprisoned by the heir, and I wish to implore you to save her." Mushuang felt lost, recalling Pei Ci's anger when he departed, fearing that Xiao Wanyan might suffer dire consequences. After much contemplation, she realized that only the crown prince could assist her. The crown prince understood her implication and spoke in a low voice. "Is that woman rather peculiar?" "Ah." Mushuang looked at him, puzzled by his statement. Pei Xian's expression flickered slightly. "The last time I met her, I found her speech rather disjointed and quite strange." Mushuang quickly explained, "She accidentally injured her head, causing her mental state to be somewhat unclear." The crown prince lowered his gaze, refraining from mentioning that he had already dispatched someone to investigate Xiao Wanyan. The findings revealed no significant issues. Orphaned at a young age, she was sold to the Wen family and grew up beside their young lady, eventually marrying into the Jiang family with her. Investigations indicated she was clever and initially favored by Miss Wen. However, upon entering the Jiang household, the young master developed inappropriate intentions towards her due to her beauty. After becoming the young mistress of the Jiang family, Miss Wen grew to despise her. The incident of her falling into the water was orchestrated by a maid at Miss Wen's behest, an attempt on her life. Miraculously, the seemingly doomed girl awakened after losing consciousness, appearing to have forgotten her past, her behavior and speech becoming exceedingly peculiar. Miss Wen, noticing her lack of decorum and her amnesia regarding past services, seized the opportunity to sell her off. Subsequently, she spent 2 months in the hands of traffickers, eventually arriving in the capital. Despite her amnesia, everything else seemed normal. Yet could amnesia truly alter a person's character? The crown prince harbored doubts. But this was the first time he found himself questioning someone without tangible evidence. Logically, a vulnerable woman, even if eccentric, should not warrant his concern. His apprehension stemmed from Mushuang's unwavering trust in her. He feared that she might be deceived. "Crown Prince, will you help me?" Seeing his silence, Mushuang anxiously inquired. Chapter 27. A life lived for oneself. The Crown Prince returned to his senses and nodded. "Very well, I shall rescue her." He had never turned down her requests, just as he had not refused when she once implored him to bring Pei Ci back to the capital 2 years prior. No matter how difficult it may be, he will accomplish it, simply because he does not wish to disappoint her. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mushuang's eyes turned slightly red as her forehead heavily struck the ground. She had never anticipated that. In the end, the one she could rely on would be the Crown Prince. "Do not think too much. I will persuade Pei Ci to let go." The Crown Prince, filled with concern, helped her up, noticing the redness on her forehead, which caused his heart to ache. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mushuang suddenly felt that aside from expressing her gratitude, she seemed unable to do anything else. She could not repay this kindness. The only thing she could do was to be a dutiful companion to Princess Yunshu and protect his younger sister. "You should return and rest well. Tomorrow, Xiao Wanyan will be released from prison." Although the Crown Prince wished to spend more time with her, seeing the bruises beneath her eyes made him realize she must have been sleepless the previous night. These days must have been filled with struggles and sorrows, without a moment's respite. Yet, in order to help her understand Pei Ci's intentions, he chose to wait until the very last moment to announce the imperial decree. Indeed, Mushuang responded gratefully. Watching the silhouette of the Crown Prince depart, her heart warmed. The Crown Prince had sought a different path for her, and for the first time, she felt a glimmer of hope for her future. Perhaps she could truly remain in this bustling capital forever. She had always yearned for the capital, not merely because it was where Pei Ci was born and raised, but also because it was the place her mother longed to return to, even in death. Her mother, a gentle and beautiful soul, had lost her memory before meeting her father, unaware of the trial she had faced. Until her death, her memories never returned. Yet she vaguely recalled having been to the capital. She often dreamed of it, recalling scenes of her childhood play and the lantern festivals. However, she could not remember who her relatives were. Mushuang contemplated that her mother must have been without family. Otherwise, why had no one sought her after she had been missing for so long? 2 years ago, when she arrived in the capital, she beheld its splendor, just as her mother had described from her childhood. This place felt both familiar and foreign. It was her first visit, yet she had heard countless tales about it, and she wished to remain eternally. With this thought, she grasped the pendant at her chest tightly. "Mother, I know you wish to stay here as well. I will bring you along. Not for Pei Ci, nor for the Mu family, but solely for myself." From this moment onward, she would live for herself alone. In the palace, in the Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager observed the distracted Pei Ci and let out a slight sigh. "Sire, you are troubled because of that Mushuang, are you not?" Pei Ci was taken aback, forcing a bitter smile. His grandmother was already disregarded by him, and the world knew she was the one abandoned. Why would the Empress Dowager think he would be saddened? The Empress Dowager shook her head. "Do you know why I was reluctant when you initially chose her as a lady-in-waiting? It was because of her humble origins. My grandson valued her, and I feared she might impact your future career." Pei Ci slowly replied, understanding the Empress Dowager's good intentions. She had recommended women of noble birth, like Lu Zhu, who could assist him. He understood her thoughtful considerations, yet Mushuang was ultimately different. The Empress Dowager spoke, acknowledging that her identity was merely one aspect. She understood that you chose her as a female official to elevate her status, yet her intentions diverged from this. Upon first encountering her, I discerned her resolute nature. She was unwilling to be your concubine. Although her heart was filled with thoughts of you, she possessed her own convictions. I know that you two are not kindred spirits, and the eventual outcome would only lead to mutual destruction. Pei Ci gazed at the Empress Dowager in astonishment, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips, realizing that only he remained oblivious to her true feelings. Everyone knew she did not wish to be his concubine, yet he was under the delusion that Mushuang adored him deeply and would never abandon him. The harsh reality, however, contradicted his beliefs. It was never her inability to leave him. The Empress Dowager continued. Mushuang has not wronged you. She has treated you well. Over the years of your acquaintance, she has devoted everything to you. If you were to forsake all now, she would still return to your side. But the question remains, can you truly relinquish it all? In her somewhat clouded gaze, there was a glimmer of understanding, as if she had seen through all. This question had previously been posed by the Crown Prince to Pei Ci, and now, with the Empress Dowager asking again, his answer remained unchanged. He could not let go. It was not a yearning for power. Rather, it was the unwillingness to relinquish the position that rightfully belonged to him. He could not bear to allow those who had caused his mother's demise to achieve their desires. He must secure his position, ensuring that those who wronged him and his mother would come to regret their actions. The Empress Dowager took his hand gently, her voice softening. If you cannot let go, then for now, set aside thoughts of that girl, Mushuang. In doing so, the Duke of Xianping will be truly satisfied, and by Moran will be granted to you. But grandmother, Pei Ci lamented, I truly care for Mushuang. We have traversed so much together. Both of us are forsaken souls. We promise to be together forever. She knows my circumstances. Why must she leave me? Pei Ci lowered his head in anguish, questioning why he was forced to choose. The Empress Dowager sighed. Life is seldom perfect. One must sacrifice certain things to gain others. Even from a lofty position, not all wishes can be fulfilled. However, you are fortunate. You still possess opportunities. Once you secure your position as heir, or perhaps inherit the throne, should Mushuang remain unwed, there may still be a chance for you too. Upon hearing this, Pei Ci's eyes brightened. Indeed, once he firmly established himself as the heir, wielding great power, he would no longer fear anyone and could bring Mushuang back to his side. As for the Empress Dowager's mention of her marrying, he held no fear. Mushuang loved him too deeply to marry frivolously. Even if she did wed, he believed he could reclaim her. With these thoughts, Pei Ci felt a sudden clarity. He was merely letting Mushuang step away temporarily, not losing her entirely. The Empress Dowager was right. His current priority was to marry by Moran and seize control. Observing the ambition in his eyes, the Empress Dowager spoke with a twinge of sorrow. I am powerless to assist you, my dear. I have done much for you already. Were it not for my support, the position of heir would likely have fallen to Pei Yujing long ago. Pei Ci's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Empress Dowager, like Mushuang, was one of the few individuals in this world who truly cherished him. The thought of the Dowager's current frail condition weighed heavily upon his heart. Without her, he would not only lose his greatest pillar of support, but also the person who loved him most dearly. You are a good child, just like your mother. It is your father who is blind to your worth. I am deeply sorry for both of you, she lamented, recalling the tragic fate of her daughter-in-law, which brought tears to her eyes. Chapter 28. Aspiring to become the wealthiest, the princess consort of Xianshan was the daughter of a great general, cherished and adored from a young age, embodying the true essence of a noble lady. The Empress Dowager and the general's wife were close friends in their youth, often inviting her to the palace, where the princess consort accompanied them. The Dowager treated her as if she were her own daughter. Eventually, noticing the princess's affection for Prince Chun, she took it upon herself to arrange their marriage, unaware that the prince already harbored feelings for another. In her desire to fulfill the princess's wishes, she inadvertently caused her own downfall. Filled with regret, the Dowager was at the Guardian Temple praying for blessings when the princess consort was attacked during childbirth. Although she survived, she was left with lasting ailments. For Pei Ci's sake, she endured for 8 long years, until the Lin family's misfortune struck, witnessing the tragic demise of her loved ones. She could no longer bear the burden and passed away. This profound loss inflicted upon the Dowager a relentless illness. Seizing the opportunity, Prince Qin supported the Hu family as the new primary consort and sent Pei Ci away from the capital. Had she not fought valiantly to prevent the emperor from naming Pei Yuqing as the crown prince, the Qin residents would have surely faced dire consequences. Yet, now her health waned day by day, and she feared she could not hold on much longer. With newfound clarity, Pei Ci decided not to suppress Qiao Wanyan any further, resolving to protect Mushuang and explain everything to her once he had gained power. As a result, the crown prince effortlessly rescued Xiao Wanyan from her predicament. Mushuang had been waiting outside the courthouse, and, upon seeing Xiao Wanyan emerge, her eyes brimmed with tears. Wanyan, I am so sorry for the suffering you endured. This ordeal was entirely my fault. Xiao Wanyan's complexion was pale, yet she shook her head resolutely. I am fine. I will shake off this misfortune. I shall never set foot in such a wretched place again. Xiao Yao, holding a willow branch, gently brushed it against Xiao Wanyan. After this incident, Xiao Yao had come to see her in a new light, recognizing her good intentions. Sister, I wish to go home, Xiao Wanyan said weakly. Very well, let us return home. Mushuang replied, quickly supporting her on either side with Xiao Yao as they made their way back to the small courtyard. In the courtyard, Mushuang hired an additional maid, a cleaning woman, and 2 guards. As she was about to enter the palace for her studies, she wanted to ensure someone would take care of Xiao Wanyan. Exhausted, Xiao Wanyan ate her meal and soon fell asleep. Mushuang initially intended to return to the Mu residence once she was asleep, but as she moved, Xiao Wanyan stirred awake. Sister, where are you going? Seeing her helpless expression softened Mushuang's heart. I'm not going anywhere. I will stay with you today. Mushuang grasped her hand and settled back onto the edge of the bed. Xiao Wanyan's demeanor relaxed as she shifted inward, creating space beside her. Mushuang understood her intention and reclined accordingly, gently patting her hand, urging her to sleep. Xiao Wanyan nestled closer, inhaling the soothing fragrance that enveloped Mushuang, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Similarly, Mushuang, who had also been deprived of rest for several days, succumbed to sleep unknowingly. When they awakened, night had already fallen. Sister Mu, you're awake. Xiao Yao has prepared dinner. Please rise and eat something. Xiao Wanyan, now fully recovered, gazed at her with a bright smile. Mushuang let out a quiet sigh of relief as she got up. She accepted the damp cloth from Xiao Yao, wiping her hands and face before taking a seat at the dining table. Xiao Wanyan served her a piece of fish and began to eat. Sister Mu, you have no idea. The food in the prison was truly unfit for human consumption. Xiao Wanyan frowned as she recounted her experience, lamenting not only the poor taste, but also the presence of various insects and even rats. The mere thought of that repulsive food made her nauseous. When she first arrived in the prison, she could not eat at all and ended up vomiting whatever she had previously consumed. It was only when hunger became unbearable that she reluctantly managed to swallow a few bites. Upon hearing this, Mushuang's expression darkened. She comprehended that the prison guard had taken her silver without fulfilling his duties. You have suffered, but do not worry. I shall protect you from now on. Mushuang vowed silently in her heart, determined that she would not allow her to endure further hardship. Xiao Wanyan, displaying a lack of concern, replied, It's not your fault, sister. Those people are simply wicked, attempting to use me to threaten you. Rest assured, I will work hard to earn money and become the wealthiest person in the Chu kingdom, so no one can use me against you again. Although merchants in the Chu kingdom held a lowly status, achieving a place among the top 10 wealthy individuals would elevate one's standing significantly. Should one rise to the rank of the richest, even officials below the first rank would show respect. Even princes and royalty would regard such a person with esteem. Currently, the master of the Kaifeng building, Ji Wuying, held the title of the richest in the Chu kingdom. Within the capital, who would dare to disregard him? Save for the emperor? His wealth possessed the power to influence the very fate of the Chu kingdom. Both the crown prince and the eldest prince sought to win his favor. However, Ji Wuying was astute, unwilling to entangle himself in royal intrigues, and thus often remained outside the capital. Xiao Yao, overhearing Xiao Wanyan's grandiose declarations, rolled her eyes. As long as you don't make the young lady lose money, dreaming of becoming the richest is just wishful thinking. From the moment we bought Xiao Wanyan until now, we've spent silver but earned not a single coin. Xiao Yao felt that her young lady had made a loss in the transaction. Fortunately, Xiao Wanyan was not a heartless fraudster. Undeterred by Xiao Yao's critique, Xiao Wanyan continued, If one has dreams, they can certainly be realized. After all, she was a person for the 21st century with modern thoughts. Having learned the art of commerce from her parents since childhood, she refused to believe that she could not carve out a prosperous life in this ancient era. Xiao Yao, Once I become the wealthiest, I shall share a substantial sum with you, allowing you to live a carefree and leisurely life. Initially intending to retort, Xiaoyao could not help but laugh at her words. You have made a note of my words, and when the time comes, you must share the riches with me. Certainly. It is all for you and Sister Mu. Mushuang gazed at her indulgently, saying, Then, Xiaoyao, and I shall await the enjoyment of your fortune. Very well. The shop is nearly ready. Tomorrow, I shall begin crafting the jewelry I have designed, and in half a month, we shall open for business. Xiao Wanyan was filled with confidence that the jewelry shop would surely achieve great success. The two, having regained their vitality, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. Yet, amidst their joy, there was one who was filled with rage. The most distressed among them was Mu Siju. In her fury, she smashed everything in the room, seething at the injustice of it all. How could a lowly concubine's daughter possibly qualify to be the princess's companion? First, she serves as the female official for Prince Chun, and now she is to be the princess's companion. Why should all good fortune fall to Mushuang alone? Siju? Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Shi hurried over, frowning as she scolded. Does this tantrum serve any purpose? Seeing Lu Shi, Mu Siju could not hold back her tears. Mother, I'm truly unwilling to accept this. That wretched Mushuang. Why does she always manage to overshadow me? Chapter 29. Forever at her mercy, it was initially believed that Mushuang's marriage to Lu Zifu would seal her fate in obscurity. Just as it seemed to be finalized, a sudden imperial decree emerged, altering everything. How fortunate she was to have caught the favor of the heir to Prince Chun. Lu Shi sighed, acknowledging that had it not been for the imperial decree today, she might have been compelled to plead with the heir to avoid marrying Lu Zifu. However, regardless of which option she chose, neither would bring any detriment to the Mu family. At the very least, it ensured that the Mu family retained a reliable ally in the capital. Yet, the option of becoming the princess's companion appeared to hold no advantage for the Mu family. Lu Shi preferred that her daughter return to Prince Chen's residence. At least there, she would have Bai Moran and Lin Yinyin for support, which would ensure her a better life. Mu Siju responded with irritation, asserting her status as the legitimate daughter of the Mu family. Neither Mushuang nor Mu Ninger could possibly match her in a favorable marriage. They could not rise above her. Becoming a companion in the palace was not necessarily a blessing for her. Mu Siju looked at Lu Shi in confusion. How could this not be a good thing? The companions of Princess Yinshu are all daughters of noble families, of at least second-rank officials. With Mushuang as a companion, her status would undoubtedly be elevated. Moreover, having Princess Yinshu as a backing would render her position as a female official of Prince Chen a distant memory. In a few years, she might even find a better husband. Her role as a companion would undoubtedly grant her access to the circle of noble young women, a realm that Mu Siju could not even enter. Lu Shi scoffed lightly, remarking, Do you truly know how she came to be a companion? As you mentioned, the other companions are all noble daughters. Mushuang will be an incongruous presence among them. Who would hold her in esteem? Furthermore, Mushuang's character is not one that seeks to ingratiate herself, to bow low and please others. I doubt she would fare well in the palace. She might even be dismissed by the princess within days. Lu Shi did not believe that Mushuang could integrate into the ranks of those noble women. They were all from prestigious families, looking down upon those of lesser status like her. Even she, with her attempts at flattery, could not gain the favor of those ladies. So how could Mushuang possibly succeed? Mu Siju said fiercely, it would be best to offend the princess, for she would have her executed, united in fortune and misfortune. Even if we despise her, we cannot wish for her to err. Lu remarked tersely that if Mushuang could pave the way for Mu Hanfeng, she too hoped for Mushuang's well-being. If not, she would extract every last bit of her remaining value, just as she had done this time by using her to curry favor with Bai Moran. What could one expect from her? Even if she ascended, she would not aid her brother. She was nothing but a treacherous wolf. Mu Siju snorted coldly, this time having been married off to Lu Zifu. She had thoroughly offended her. It was feared that if she had the chance to rise, she would surely turn against us. Lu gently patted Mu Siju's head and said softly, she would not. Where else could she find support aside from our Mu family? No matter whom she marries, She will always need her maternal family to back her. Otherwise, the heir would not have promoted your father, bringing our Mu family to the capital. At this point, Lu felt quite proud. Mushuang would forever be under her control, and no matter what, she could never be married off. The elevation of her father and brother was due to their own capabilities. She could not assist them in any way. Mu Xixue was unwilling to admit that the Mu family had thrived due to Mushuang's influence. Lu smiled, unfazed. A concubine's daughter could not escape the Mu family, so she could only pave the way for her father and brother's careers. You are your mother's own daughter, the legitimate daughter of the Mu family. What is there to compete with her about? Mother. Mu Xixue pouted, feeling wronged. Look at Mushuang's attitude. She doesn't regard me, her legitimate second sister, at all. Did you not say that both Mu Ninger and Mushuang are no different from my maid? Yet their current demeanor shows no respect towards me. This was what displeased Mu Xixue the most. Those who ought to crawl at her feet now stood upright. Foolish child, respect is not merely superficial. As long as we can hold them in our grasp, their struggles are of no consequence. Ultimately, the final thread is in our hands. Although Lu came from a merchant background, her vision was far from simplistic. In her eyes, both illegitimate sons and daughters were but playthings. They could be elevated. Yet should they seek to escape her control, she would find a way to pull them back down. Neither Mu Ninger nor Mushuang had anyone to rely on apart from the Mu family. How much chaos could they truly stir? However, Mushuang had begun to establish her own endeavors outside, clearly intending to break free from the Mu family's grasp. This was something Lu would not permit. Mother is right. I shall not let myself be angered by her. Mu Xixue said reluctantly. Lu pinched her nose. You should first consider your lifelong affairs. I find the second son of the Dali Temple's minister quite admirable. He is young, yet has already achieved the status of a scholar, with limitless potential ahead. As Mu Xixue thought of the young man who always lowered his head shyly upon seeing her, her heart stirred. Originally, she intended to agree to this marriage. But now that Mushuang had become the princess's companion, who knew whom she would marry in the future, if it turned out to be someone better than her, she would have no chance to change her mind. Mother, he is merely a scholar at this moment, although he is the son of the Minister of Justice. He is born of a concubine. If marriage is to be considered, it must wait until a year later when he has passed his examinations. Lu understands her daughter's subtle intentions. Once he achieves success, he will be among the new aristocrats of the capital, attracting the attention of many young ladies. Will there be any chance left for you? Mother Mu Xixue furrowed her brow. Her daughter is no less than other young ladies. Although her beauty may not rival Mushuang's, she is still charming and above average, with many suitors in the capital. How could the second son, not having passed his examinations, be worthy of her? You are not inferior to others. Yet Lu wished to say more, but was interrupted by Mu Xixue. Enough, mother. I do not wish to marry at this moment. Let us discuss it later. Lu sighed, feeling helpless about her daughter's lofty aspirations. Naturally, she hoped her daughter would find an even better match. On the eve of entering the palace for her studies, Mushuang summoned Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu was quite astonished by the invitation. Although both served under Pei Ci, their interactions were limited and often carried an undertone of rivalry. She could not fathom the purpose behind Mushuang's request. Without much elaboration, Mushuang handed her a booklet. Lu Zhu received the booklet and, after flipping through a few pages, her confusion gradually morphed into astonishment. Did you write this yourself? Indeed, Mushuang nodded, speaking calmly. Though I had briefed you on several matters before leaving the prince's residence, it is better to have everything recorded for you. Chapter 30. Longer than her love, Lu Zhu meticulously perused the handbook, which detailed Pei Ci's various habits. It noted his preferred meals, the types of tea he enjoyed, and how to please him. Additionally, it covered the arrangement of items in his study, his reading and writing habits, when he preferred solitude, and when he desired companionship. Every detail was meticulously noted by Mushuang. You have a recurring headache. On rainy days, or when troubled, it tends to flare up. Remember to prepare a cup of ginseng tea for him and give him a head massage to alleviate it. I have also recorded the technique in the booklet. Be sure to practice it with someone, paying attention to the pressure used. Furthermore, he rises early to practice martial arts, followed by a cold bath, which is detrimental to his health. You must ensure the water temperature is appropriate and warm the room beforehand. If he lacks appetite, send someone to prepare rice porridge. The method is also in the handbook. Do not let him go hungry, or he'll become irritable. Mushuang spoke slowly, her thoughts drifting back to the time they spent together in Chuan Prefecture, when they relied on each other, and she was responsible for everything concerning him. Many habits were unconsciously formed during that time. Lu Zhu diligently noted her words, her voice trembling as she asked, "If you cannot bear to part with the heir, why must you leave?" She was perplexed and could not comprehend what Mushuang was clinging to. Mushuang regained her focus, looked at her, and smiled gently. "Because I am envious. I wish for him to love only me, but he cannot." What madness is this? With her brows furrowed, Lu Zhu mused that it was not uncommon for even the most ordinary affluent families to take multiple wives. Thus, it was hardly surprising that a noble heir would do so as well. The heir's affections for her were distinct from those he bore for others. Yet she found herself unsatisfied. "I love him too deeply," Mushuang confessed softly, "to share him with anyone else. Remaining by his side would only obstruct his path and plunge me into an abyss of sorrow. Letting go is the best course for both of us." Lu Zhu, her brows knitted, seemed to grasp the sentiment yet remained perplexed. "Does it not sadden you to leave the heir?" she inquired. "Sad? How can one not feel sorrow? No one knows the resolve it took for me to make this choice." She had tossed and turned through sleepless nights, regretting her decision and yearning to return to him. Yet she understood it was impossible. They were no longer on the same path. The love she desired wholeheartedly was something he could not provide, and the power he sought was beyond her reach. "Let us both find peace. My departure should bring you joy. So why do you seem to counsel me otherwise?" Lu Zhu sighed. "I am indeed happy and hope you never return to the Prince of Chen's residence. When you first left, I thought my opportunity had arrived. If the heir saw my merits, he would surely come to favor me." "You are indeed remarkable," Mushuang replied gently. Lu Zhu was the epitome of a refined lady, graceful and virtuous, with an understanding heart. Even in her disdain for someone, she would never resort to vile means, contrasting sharply with Lin Yinin's darkness. Thus, she remained a tranquil presence within the prince's household, serving as the heir's lady-in-waiting for 2 years, akin to a mere specter. Yet, the heir was indifferent to her worth. Everyone believed Lu Zhu had been abandoned by him and would be left without recourse, unable to survive. In truth, it was the heir who was truly struggling. His temper had grown increasingly volatile, to the extent that even Lin Yinin dared not approach Qingzhou courtyard anymore. Perhaps the heir had never held any genuine affection for Lin Yinin. Lu Zhu surmised that his kindness towards her was merely for appearances, for he had no real regard for her in his heart. Affection mattered little. What was truly significant was that Lin Yinin was the daughter of the governor of Linzhou. Even as a discarded concubine, her connection to the governor was sufficient for the heir. Mushuang spoke slowly, acknowledging that she should have realized this sooner. It was not that Pei Ci doubted him, but rather that he needed Lin Yinin, compelling him to place his trust in her. The truth was inconsequential to him, even if it meant that she nearly sacrificed her life in the process. Lu Zhu intended to voice further thoughts, but hesitated, instead posing a question. "Why then would you entrust this manual to me? If you were to give it to Princess Bai, perhaps she would offer you some protection in the future. To hand it to her would be to invite humiliation upon myself." Although she harbors her own fondness for the heir, she perceives that he relies on her to maintain his standing. You need not seek to curry favor with him. Lu Zhu fell silent, comprehending the implication of her words. Bai Moran, with her lofty status and the backing of the Xianping Marquisate, would never lower herself to seek the heir's approval. Moreover, the manual chronicles the daily life of Pei Ci, detailing tasks typically assigned to servants. "It seems I have become quite obsessed." Mushuang smiled nonchalantly. "I know your feelings for the young master are genuine. Only you would be willing to undertake such responsibilities for him." She paused momentarily before continuing. "I am completely at ease in trusting him to you." Lu Zhu glanced at the booklet in her hands and then lifted her gaze to Mushuang. "Thank you. I shall endeavor to care for the young master diligently." She felt her affection for him was no less than Mushuang's, perhaps even more enduring. This affection blossomed when the young master had not yet departed the capital, shortly after her father had been transferred to the capital for official duties. Transitioning from a small town to the bustling capital was daunting for her. During a banquet, she was bullied by several young ladies who mocked her as a bumpkin from the countryside, claiming she was too unattractive to associate with them. To humiliate her further, they engaged in a game of throwing arrows into a pot, compelling her to hold the pot while they aimed. The arrows were sharp, some grazed her arms, while others pierced her palms. She cried out in pain, yet dared not move. If they missed, she would be blamed for failing to hold the pot steady. Her maid was also restrained, forbidden from seeking help from adults. Just when she felt utterly helpless, Pei Ci appeared. At that time, he was merely 8 years old, yet he stood before her, making her feel he was more formidable than her own father. He sternly reprimanded the young ladies and demanded they apologize to her. He assured her that he would protect her henceforth, preventing anyone from bullying her again. From others, she learned he was the young master of the Wang Fu, Pei Ci. However, following that encounter, she never saw him again. It was rumored that after the death of the Chun princess, he was sent away from the capital by the Chun Wang. Their paths crossed again 2 years ago when the Empress Dowager selected female officials for him, and she was among them. No one knew the exhilaration she felt at that moment. Nearly a decade had passed, and her efforts had finally borne fruit, bringing her to his side as one of his female officials. Chapter 31. Entering the palace upon handing the manual to Lu Zhu, Mushuang felt a sense of closure regarding the matter. From now on, she would truly let go of Pei Ci. Sister Mu, you will be entering the palace tomorrow to serve as a companion. Is Princess Yin Shu easy to get along with? Xiao Wanyan inquired, a note of concern in her voice. She had seen dramas and read novels where princesses were often portrayed as arrogant and dismissive, treating lives as mere trifles. I have only met Princess Yin Shu once. She is merely 15 years old and has just completed her coming-of-age ceremony. As for her true nature, one must spend time with her to discover it. Princess Yin Shu, as the only legitimate princess, was greatly favored by the emperor and empress. And with the crown prince as her brother, she was indeed a treasured jewel. While outsiders described her as somewhat spoiled and willful, Mushuang believed such rumors were unreliable. Only through personal interaction could one genuinely understand another. But once you enter the palace, I will not be able to see you every day, Xiao Wanyan said, her head lowered in disappointment. Mushuang gently stroked her head and replied softly, even after leaving the palace, I will have time to visit you. Besides, I have 2 days off every 10 days. Being a companion reader for the princess is distinctly different from that of the prince. Much of the time is devoted to accompanying the princess in her studies of music, chess, literature, and painting, or indulging in poetry and merriment. The academic pressure is minimal, and the schedule is quite flexible. In 10 days, when you next have a day off, our shop will be nearing its grand opening. I will strive to manage the preparations accordingly. For Xiao Wanyan, this is of utmost importance. She insists that the opening occurs on a day when both of them can be present. Admittedly, I lack knowledge in business matters, so I shall rely on your expertise. Engaging in pursuits I am passionate about does not feel burdensome. Running a business, particularly one centered around my beloved jewelry, instills a profound sense of accomplishment in Xiao Wanyan. By the way, I have found skilled craftsmen and have begun crafting the jewelry I designed. I even created a piece by hand, which I am gifting to my sister. With that, Xiao Wanyan produced a small box from her bosom. As Mushuang received it and opened it, she beheld a delicate gold bracelet. Unlike typical designs, this bracelet is slender and segmented, adorned with tiny green leaves, reminiscent of bamboo. It is indeed a unique piece. Though fashioned from gold, it does not exude the ostentation often associated with wealth. Rather, it imparts a refreshing and elegant aura. Beyond its aesthetic appeal, the bracelet is hollow, allowing for the concealment of poisons or needles for self-defense. Xiao Wanyan demonstrated the bracelet's mechanism to her. For an ordinary young lady, such a mechanism might seem excessive. However, for Mushuang, who has traversed the martial world and faced peril, it proves to be quite practical. I'm truly fond of it. Although she typically does not adorn herself with bracelets or jewelry, she was instantly enamored with this bamboo leaf design. Once the shop opens, Your jewelry will undoubtedly be coveted by the young ladies in the capital. Mushuang could easily envision how much they would adore it. It is our jewelry, Qiao Wanyin said sweetly as she placed a bracelet on Mushuang's wrist. Indeed, it is ours, symbolizing their shared enterprise. Upon returning to the Mu residence, Mushuang was summoned by Lu, who reinstated the demeanor that Mushuang had exhibited while following Pei Ci. It seemed as though the recent attempts to seize her enterprise and pressure her into marrying Lu Zifu were distant memories, overshadowed by Lu's current concerns. Lu merely instructed her on matters to be cautious about when entering the palace, advising her to temper her temper and to avoid conflicts with the princess and other young ladies. Furthermore, she cautioned that upon entering the palace, one must be exceedingly prudent in both speech and action. Lu had never been to the palace herself and was unfamiliar with such matters. These were merely instructions relayed from Munan. Mushuang nodded obediently, indicating that she had taken note. Munan and Lu have always been thus. When she is useful to them, they abandon all restraint and shower her with praise. Conversely, once she is deemed of no value, they cast her aside without mercy, especially when their interests are threatened. It would be inaccurate to label them as entirely malevolent, yet their benevolence is certainly lacking. She understands that Lu intends to manipulate her. However, she is no longer the helpless child who once knelt before them, pleading for her mother's acceptance into the household. She has evolved, no longer susceptible to anyone's whims. She maintained only a superficial relationship with them, and once she secured her status as a noblewoman, she would sever all ties with them completely. A father like that was better off forgotten. Upon returning to the chilly courtyard, Mushuang felt exhausted and retired to bed early. The next day, at the break of dawn, Lu's chief maid, Chun Chao, came to summon her, fearing that she might be late on her first day in the palace. Mushuang quickly tidied herself up, had breakfast, and then took a carriage to the palace. During the last proclamation of the imperial edict, the eunuch had handed her the token for entering the palace as a companion reader. However, while she could enter, she was unable to bring Xiaoyao with her. After presenting the token to the imperial guards, she was guided by a young palace maid into the palace. Given her status, she could not ride in a sedan chair, but had to walk to Yunlu Palace. The journey from the palace gates to Yunlu Palace took a full quarter of an hour. Mushuang considered herself a martial artist and found the distance manageable, though she imagined that the other young ladies of noble birth would find it quite tiring. As she pondered this, she noticed a sedan chair approaching from behind her, arriving just a moment before her at the front of Yunlu Palace. The first thing that caught her eye was a pair of exquisitely embroidered two-tone lotus shoes, adorned with a lustrous gem. She looked up to see Lu Ichio, clad in a garment adorned with peony patterns and cloud motifs, her golden hairpin swaying elegantly, smiling at her with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Greetings, Miss Mu," she said. Mushuang slightly bowed. "Greetings, Princess Lu. I truly did not expect to see you here." A faint smile graced her lips as she replied, "It is indeed quite unexpected, but it seems we shall meet here daily from now on." "Let us hope so," Lu Ichio said meaningfully before turning towards Yunlu Palace. Their lessons were held in a side hall of Yunlu Palace, which the Empress had specially designated as a study, a privilege granted only to Princess Yunshu. Other princesses selected a tutor to teach them music, chess, calligraphy, and painting in their respective palaces without the accompaniment of readers. Upon arriving at the study, Mushuang discovered that besides Princess Yunshu and her tutor, all the other readers had already gathered. They were clustered around Lu Ichio, chatting and laughing. Upon her entrance, they exchanged glances and, with a silent understanding, took their seats. Mushuang glanced around. The central position in front was vacant, naturally reserved for Princess Yunshu, while Lu Ichio sat directly behind her, closest to the princess. In Chapter 32, Who Are You? Princess Yunshu was flanked by a girl in pink, Cui Mei, the daughter of the Grand Commandant, and another in rose red, Zhao Tinglan, the daughter of the Minister of Justice. On either side of Lu Ichio sat Enro, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, and Lung Qing, the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guards. Behind each of these two girls, there was an empty seat. Mushuang noticed Enro glaring at her, and chose instead to sit behind Lung Qing. Enro was familiar to her. She had been among those selected for the position of lady-in-waiting for Pei Ci, and at that time, she was not yet the daughter of a minister. In the past 2 years, Lorden had risen swiftly in rank, and thus Enro had become a companion reader for the princess. Enru has been brooding since she failed to secure the position of lady-in-waiting to Pei Ci, convinced that her own aspirations have been thwarted by another's ambition. In truth, her sentiment bears a semblance of accuracy. Had it not been for her presence, Enru would indeed have claimed the coveted role. Yet, had she been appointed as the lady-in-waiting, she would not have had the privilege of serving as the princess's companion today. Thus, it could be argued that she has turned misfortune into fortune. However, the bitterness etched upon her countenance suggests that she perceives it otherwise. The others around her tacitly treat her as though she were invisible, while Mushuang, preferring solitude, sits quietly in a corner, refraining from conversation. After a quarter of an hour, Princess Yinshu made her entrance. The assembly bowed in respect as they rose. The princess cast a cold glance over the group, but upon meeting Lu Ichio's gaze, her expression softened, her brows arching in delight as she exclaimed, "Sister Lu, we shall be able to play together every day from now on. How splendid! It is my honor to accompany the princess." Lu Ichio responded with a smile. The other companions quickly echoed her sentiments, expressing that it was their privilege to serve the princess. Mushuang lowered her eyes. Discerning that these individuals were all keenly attentive to Lu Ichio, their reverence for her surpassing even that for Princess Yinshu. This was only natural, as Lu Ichio was the most likely candidate for the position of crown princess, destined to embody the role of a future sovereign. Given such an opportunity, who would not wish to cultivate a favorable relationship with her? Lost in these thoughts, Mushuang was suddenly drawn back to reality as a figure clad in pale yellow approached her. With her head bowed even lower, she acknowledged, "Princess, you are Mushuang?" The princess inquired. "Yes," Mushuang replied with utmost respect. She did not catch the princess's expression, but heard a derisive laugh before the princess spoke sharply. "You are merely the daughter of a local magistrate, and your presence among us is a considerable elevation of your status. I hear you once trained under Brother Pei and possess remarkable martial skills, yet I doubt you can read much. When the tutor arrives, should you find yourself unable to comprehend, simply refrain from listening and attend to serving us tea in the study, as you are accustomed to such tasks." Upon the conclusion of her words, Mushuang heard the low chuckles of those around her. "Yes," she continued to respond with unwavering respect, seemingly oblivious to the mockery woven into the princess's remarks. Finding her demeanor dull, Princess Yinshu turned and seated herself in her designated place. Shortly thereafter, a palace maid entered, placing a tea set upon the princess's desk, advising, "The princess enjoys her tea hot, but not scalding. Please ensure you test the temperature before brewing, and you must use this glazed cup filled to 6/10." Mushuang raised an eyebrow internally, recognizing the princess's spoiled nature. Even the ritual of tea was fraught with more demands than Pei Ci himself. Yet, considering the relief of being appointed as a companion, she resolved to tolerate her role as a maid for a year or two. Complying with the maid's instructions, Mushuang poured 6 cups of tea, serving them one by one to the others. Lu Ichio graciously offered her thanks, while the rest barely spared her a glance. Just as she finished pouring the tea, the tutor arrived. The newcomer, a woman adorned in a white silk robe, appeared to be in her 30s. And Mushuang did not recognize her until the others called her Mr. Yin, and Princess Yinshu referred to her as Aunt. Only then did Mushuang realize that the individual before her was none other than the youngest daughter of the esteemed Grand Tutor, the younger sister of the Empress. In Mushuang, once celebrated as the foremost talented woman of the Chu kingdom, her renowned pipa melodies had captivated the capital. Now, however, that acclaim had shifted to Lu Ichio, largely due to her reclusive nature over the years. She was indeed a legendary figure of Chu. Gazing at her, admiration flickered in Mushuang's eyes. As if sensing her gaze, In Mushuang turned her attention toward her and, momentarily taken aback, asked stiffly, "Who are you?" Before Mushuang could respond, Princess Yinshu interjected. "She is Mushuang, the illegitimate daughter of a magistrate, merely here to make up the numbers, and she cannot even recognize the characters. There is no need to pay her any mind." Illegitimate daughter? Mushuang murmured, then quickly regained her composure. The Empress has tasked me with imparting the art of the pipa to you. I am aware that most of you possess a fair degree of skill. Although I bear the title of teacher, our time together will merely be an exchange of knowledge and mutual learning. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher. The group responded in unison. Subsequently, Mushuang began to instruct them in the art of the pipa. True to her reputation as a master of music in the capital, she shared her unique insights into the craft. Unbeknownst to her, Mushuang was captivated by the lesson. It was not until Lung Qing gently tapped her desk that she returned to reality, looking at her in confusion. Lung Qing's gaze shifted to Princess Yin Shu, and upon following her line of sight, Mushuang noticed the princess glaring at her, gesturing toward her now empty teacup. With a sense of resignation, Mushuang rose to refill the cup. Mushuang did not comment on this. On the first day of lessons, they merely covered some fundamental principles of music theory. Before concluding the session, Mushuang instructed, "For our next class, please remember to bring your pipa." Understood, the group affirmed, and Mushuang departed from the study. Do you have a pipa? Lung Qing suddenly turned to Mushuang. Mushuang shook her head, replying, I do not. I have primarily played the guqin in the past, using one that belonged to Pei Ci. I do not possess one of my own. I do not have one either. I truly cannot play that instrument, Lung Qing remarked, as if finding a kindred spirit. You see, for us martial practitioners, listening to such things feels like deciphering a celestial scripture, truly torturous. As the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lung Qing had trained in martial arts since childhood. Although she could read, she had never excelled at it and had little interest in learning. As Mushuang spoke earlier, she had nearly succumbed to slumber at her desk. Perhaps she assumed that Mushuang, like herself, shared a similar sentiment as a martial artist. Mushuang merely smiled, choosing not to respond. She had never claimed ignorance of the arts. It was perplexing how others had drawn such conclusions. From a young age, her mother had taught her to read and paint, and later, under Pei Ci's tutelage, she had received formal instruction in the arts. He believed her considerable talent should not go to waste. While she had devoted herself more fervently to martial pursuits, she had not neglected her education in the arts. It was simply that upon arriving in the capital, she had seldom showcased her skills publicly. Chapter 33. Targeted Lung Qing. Although we are both martial practitioners, you are the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guard, while I am but a servant. Comparing ourselves is a form of self-degradation, came in Ro's cold voice from the side. What does that have to do with you? Lung Qing let out a cold snort and made a face at Ro, who retorted in frustration, displaying a lack of appreciation for kindness. Princess Yin Shu observed the commotion among the crowd without intervening, simply turning to Lu Ichio and inquired, Sister Lu, what would you like to eat for lunch? I will instruct the Imperial Kitchen to prepare it. Anything is fine, as you wish, Your Highness, Lu Ichio replied softly. Excellent. There will be a surprise waiting for you after calligraphy in the afternoon, Princess Yin Shu said with an air of mystery. She then linked arms with Lu Ichio and exited the study, while the others remained seated until a maid called them for the meal, prompting them to rise and head towards the dining hall. Princess Yin Shu took her place at the head of the table, with Lu Ichio beside her, while the others seated themselves in order, with Mushuang naturally occupying the farthest corner. It mattered little where she sat. Mushuang was indifferent to their ostracism. However, before her lay nothing but a bowl of rice, devoid of any accompanying dishes, as the serving maids and eunuchs seemed to have received instructions to deliberately overlook her. Princess Yin Shu cast a glance at her, her eyes glimmering with a mix of pride and mockery, clearly dissatisfied with her companion reader. With a resigned shake of her head, Mushuang quietly retrieved an oil paper-wrapped parcel from her bosom, revealing a pastry within. This was a thoughtful gift from Xiao Wanyan before she left, advising her to be prepared for the palace's numerous rules and potential indignities, so she would not go hungry. Initially, Mushuang thought Xiao Wanyan was being overly cautious, but seeing her concerned demeanor, she could not bring herself to refuse, and now it proved to be fortuitous. Who would have guessed that being a companion reader to a princess could leave one hungry? The previously smug princess, Yun Shu's expression darkened instantly upon seeing Mushuang produce the pastry. Mushuang, what do you mean by this? Is my Yunlu palace so lacking that you must bring your own snacks? Misunderstanding the situation, Mushuang hurriedly explained. The young lady has a hearty appetite and often feels hungry after just an hour. Hence I prepared this pastry merely to stave off hunger. I did not mean to offend your highness or the esteemed ladies. She endeavored to present her words in a rather crude manner. Indeed, upon hearing this, everyone except Lung Qing displayed disdainful expressions. It was evident that she was a person of little standing, since she preferred pastries over the meals from Yunlu Palace henceforth. She ought to bring her own provisions and not claim the princess had neglected her. Princess Yin Shu let out a cold huff and chose to disregard her further. Understood. Mushuang nodded, realizing she would need to have Qiao Wanyin prepare food for her daily from now on. As she took a bite of the pastry, her eyes sparkled with delight. Although she was not particularly picky about food, her palate had become refined over the past 2 years alongside Pei Ci, enjoying only the finest. The pastry made by Qiao Wanyin was unlike anything she had tasted before. Crispy on the outside, soft on the inside, and bursting with savory flavors, the texture was most gratifying. She recognized the salted duck egg inside, but the other ingredient eluded her, though it was undeniably delicious. What is this delightful pastry you are enjoying? I have never seen it before, Lung Qing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. It's called a yolk pastry, Mushuang recalled the name. Where can one buy it? It is likely not for sale. It was made by a friend of mine. Mushuang spoke with a hint of pride. My friend is quite skilled at making a variety of pastries and desserts, all of which are delightful. The egg tarts made by Qiao Wanyin last time were particularly impressive. Qiao Wanyin once mentioned that her previous shop specialized in dim sum. She is a true pastry chef. Not only does she excel in pastries, but her meals surpass those prepared by the chefs at the Mu residence. While they may not rival the imperial chefs, they possess a heartfelt touch, featuring many dishes that are both novel and unavailable elsewhere. Lung Qing gazed at the yolk pastry in her hand, murmuring softly. She intended to speak further, but fell silent upon noticing Princess Yin Shu casting her gaze in their direction. Following their midday meal, Princess Yin Shu led everyone to the courtyard for recreation. Naturally, Mushuang found herself isolated once again, seated in a corner, feigning sleep. Time passed, and the sound of approaching footsteps roused her alertness, instilling in her the vigilance of a martial artist. Upon recognizing Enro, her brows arched slightly. Is there something you need? Enro stepped closer, lowering her voice. Don't you feel out of place here? Mushuang glanced around and replied with a smile. Not at all. Enro, momentarily taken aback, retorted coldly. Your audacity is remarkable. If it weren't for the crown prince's desire to ease the tensions between the heir and the princess, do you truly believe you would be serving as a companion to the princess? While I may lack the requisite status, what about you, Missin? Do you truly qualify? Although Enro was the daughter of a minister, her talents were rather ordinary, and many young ladies of higher rank and greater ability existed in the capital. Her position as a companion to the princess was largely due to her unwavering loyalty to Lu Ichio. Enro understood the implications of Mushuang's words, her expression darkening. That still makes me more qualified than you. She felt a deep-seated animosity towards Mushuang, believing that her own rejection when candidates for the heir's female officer were chosen was a direct result of Mushuang's presence. Now, as a companion to the princess, she nearly lost her chance again because of her. Initially, the empress intended to select only 5 companions for the princess, and Enro was the last chosen. Afterward, when the crown prince suggested Mushuang as a companion, the empress naturally sought to remove her. Had it not been for Lu Ichio's intercession, Mushuang would have claimed the position that rightfully belonged to her. How could she not harbor resentment toward Mushuang? However, Mushuang remained oblivious to the dynamics of the selection process. After all, there was no prescribed limit to the number of companions for the princess. Everyone here despises you, including Princess Yin Shu. If you were wise, you would take the initiative to leave, thus sparing yourself humiliation. Are you jesting? Mushuang regarded her as if she were foolish. To her, serving as a companion to the princess felt akin to being reborn, offering her a life of distinction. How could she ever consider relinquishing such an opportunity? At the very least, she would not abandon it until she possessed adequate means of self-defense. It seems you are quite oblivious. In that case, I wonder how long you can endure and Ro sneered at her. The young ladies of the capital, particularly those from esteemed families, maintained tightly knit circles that allowed no room for outsiders. It had taken Ro 2 years of flattery and effort to draw near to Lu Ichio and secure her position as a companion to the princess. Having formally entered the circle of noble women, Mushuang, a person of lesser status, stumbled in by mere chance. Looked down upon by others, her haughty demeanor and ignorance of propriety would inevitably lead to a dismal fate. A princess's companion is not a position one can simply aspire to, nor does it guarantee a life free from worries once attained. Chapter 34. This character is unfit for you after playing in the courtyard for a while. It was time for afternoon lessons. Upon entering the study, Princess Yunshu appeared mysterious, remarking that today's instructor was rather special, urging everyone not to be too surprised. She cast a significant glance at Lu Ichio, igniting speculation among the others about the identity of their calligraphy teacher. Given the princess's evident regard, could it be the renowned master Wu Hai of the Chu kingdom? However, when the elegant and tall figure stepped into the study, everyone was taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. The first to react was Lu Ichio, who gracefully bowed, acknowledging His Highness the Crown Prince. The others quickly followed suit, rising to pay their respects. It was astonishing that the Crown Prince, with his myriad duties, would come to teach them calligraphy, leading to knowing glances directed at Lu Ichio. Understanding their implications, Lu Ichio bashfully lowered her head. She had always maintained a dignified and courteous demeanor befitting a noble woman, revealing a more youthful and innocent side only in the presence of the Crown Prince. "Please rise. You may regard me as your ordinary teacher," the Crown Prince replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping the room before ultimately settling on Mushuang, who, with her head bowed low, remained oblivious to his attention. With a calm expression, he resumed the lesson. Unlike the earlier session, where one had almost dozed off while listening to the music, this class was attended with rapt attention, eyes sparkling and unwilling to divert from the Crown Prince's presence. Not only her, but also Cui Ime, the daughter of the Grand Commandant, shared the same fervor. Mushuang sighed. This was hardly the presence of Princess Yunshu's companion, but rather the Crown Prince's inner court. Predictably, within 3 years, Lu Ichio would become the Crown Princess, while Lung Qing and Cui Ime would likely be consorts. As for Zhao Tinglan, Mushuang glanced at the gentlewoman, suspecting she too would enter the royal fold. Ultimately, it would be just her and Enro left. Observing Enro's timid yet yearning expression towards the Crown Prince, coupled with her cautious glance at Lu Ichio, Mushuang shook her head slightly. This pretense bore a resemblance to Lin Ying. Lost in thought, she raised her gaze, only to meet the Crown Prince's probing eyes, causing her to flinch and lower her head, feeling somewhat guilty. The Crown Prince's cool voice broke the silence. "Then let us write a few characters. I would like to assess your abilities." "Yes, Your Highness." Gazing at the fine rice paper before her, Mushuang hesitated to put pen to paper. "Miss Mu, why do you not write?" At some point, the Crown Prince had approached her side and inquired softly. Before Mushuang could respond, Lung Qing interjected, "Your Highness, she likely cannot write." "Cannot write?" The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, looking at Lung Qing. "Who claims such?" Your Highness, she is Mushuang. You should be familiar with her. She cannot even recognize characters. How could she possibly write?" With that, she cast a sympathetic glance towards Mushuang. "I naturally recognize her. So how could I possibly be unaware of her ability to write?" The Crown Prince remarked, somewhat speechless. "What does that mean?" Lung Qing gazed innocently at the two of them. The Crown Prince, uninterested in her, merely addressed Mushuang. "Right?" Mushuang, holding the brush, reluctantly inscribed a line. Lung Qing, astonished, exclaimed, "How can you write so well? Did you not claim to be illiterate?" "I have never stated that I cannot read or write," Mushuang replied, raising her eyes innocently. Lung Qing, somewhat flustered, remarked, "With such beautiful handwriting, you must be a talented woman. Does that make me the least among us?" She was on the verge of tears, as her previous kindness towards Mushuang stemmed from the fact that they were both martial artists. And considering her own lack of skill, she thought she would not feel too embarrassed with Mushuang as a backdrop. Upon hearing Lung Qing's words, Everyone gathered around Mushuang, and upon seeing the characters on the rice paper, they were all taken aback. Her writing surpassed even that of Lu Ichio. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Ichio's face, as calligraphy was indeed her weakness. She forced a smile and said, "It seems we underestimated Miss Mu. Her writing is indeed exceptional." The Crown Prince gazed at the rice paper and coldly remarked, "I find it unappealing. Such forceful characters do not suit you. Indeed, if one were unaware, they might assume a man penned those words." Lu Ichio's writing is far superior, graceful, and elegant, much like her demeanor. Princess Yinshu, linking arms with Lu Ichio, chimed in agreement. "You flatter me," Lu Ichio replied, her gaze drifting toward the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's expression darkened as he coldly stated, "I shall provide you with a few calligraphy manuals to practice anew." "Thank you, sir," Mushuang replied obediently. Lu Ichio's expression stiffened as she lowered her head, feeling somewhat despondent. Observing this, Princess Yinshu immediately interjected, "Your Highness, how can you be so partial? We are all your students. You cannot give to Mushuang alone, but must also provide for us." The Crown Prince shot a glare at Yinshu, reprimanding her for her foolishness. "I shall not give my calligraphy manuals to anyone." The others quickly understood, given the Crown Prince's status, it would be inappropriate to distribute the manuals so freely. Should they learn from them and someone imitate the Crown Prince's handwriting to commit nefarious acts, it could disrupt the court. "I apologize, Your Highness." Yinshu immediately bowed her head in contrition. "Very well. I shall gift each of you a calligraphy manual from Master Wuhai. Return and continue your practice," the Crown Prince said, regaining his composure with a gentle tone. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Ichio realized her earlier assumptions were misguided. Despite her vexation, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed the Crown Prince held no special distinction for Mushuang. Throughout, Mushuang kept her head lowered, appearing detached from the events occurring around her, until a faint voice floated above her. "Do not write such characters any longer. They are utterly unsightly." Mushuang paused, lifting her gaze to find the figure striding away, stopping beside Lu Ichio. Were it not for her keen hearing, she might have thought she had merely imagined it. However, she wondered how her writing could be deemed ugly. For Pei Ci's calligraphy was highly sought after, and hers bore a striking resemblance to his. Why, then, was hers considered unsightly? The Crown Prince lingered for a moment before each individual, offering guidance that instantly made every young lady's heart bloom with joy and bashfulness. Mushuang, witnessing the scene, could only inwardly praise Pei Ci, acknowledging his impressive skill as the future heir apparent. Once everyone had completed their writing, the time had nearly arrived. The Crown Prince imparted a few final words and reminded Princess Yinshu to practice her calligraphy diligently before departing the study. "This elder brother of mine is even more stringent than a teacher. Had I known, I would not have consented to his role as our instructor," Princess Yinshu lamented. Rubbing her sore wrist, Lu Ichio smiled indulgently, remarking that the prince's strictness was ultimately for the princess's benefit. She carefully tucked away the calligraphy sheets that had just been refined under the Crown Prince's guidance. Princess Yinshu, pouting childishly, retorted, "Of course my elder brother is gentle with Sister Lu. She understands him well." "You always speaking nonsense." Lu Ichio gently tapped her forehead, blushing slightly. "What nonsense? If it weren't for Sister Lu, my elder brother would not have come to teach us." Her words were immediately met with agreement from the others, affirming, "Indeed, we owe it all to Lady Lu. You all enjoy teasing me." Clearly, the Crown Prince dotes on the princess, which is why he took time out of his busy schedule to teach us. "Sister Lu's shyness is merely for our sake," Princess Yinshu jested, adding that their mother had sent word that after class, she and Sister Lu were to visit Fengyi Palace together. Indeed, hearing that the Empress wished to see her brought joy to Lu Ichio's heart. Amidst the envious gazes of the other young ladies, she accompanied Princess Yinshu as they departed. Observing this, Mushuang too rose to leave, eager to return as Xiao Wanyan had mentioned waiting for her outside the palace today. However, just as she stepped out of Yunla Palace, a young eunuch blocked her path. "Miss Mu, the prince is waiting for you over there." Mushuang paused, glancing toward the nearby peach grove, uncertainly inquiring, You mean His Highness the Crown Prince? The eunuch nodded and turned to leave. Reluctant to approach, Mushuang felt she could not defy the prince's summons and thus hurried into the grove. By now, autumn had fully set in, leaving the peach trees with only bare branches swaying in the breeze. Pei Ci, clad in resplendent white brocade, his dark hair tied with a matching ribbon, appeared ethereal against the backdrop of nature, resembling a celestial being. Have you seen enough? His deep voice snapped Mushuang back to reality, prompting her to kneel hastily. Your Highness, forgive my intrusion. I did not express any displeasure towards you. Rise. Pei Ci said, slightly furrowing his brow. In private, you need not kneel before me. One must adhere to the rules, both in public and in private, Mushuang replied, lowering her gaze. Knowing the importance of following the rules, why do you still disregard my commands? Pei Ci's voice bore a hint of ire. Yes, Mushuang replied, uncertain of what had caused his displeasure, yet she complied obediently. May I ask why your Highness summoned me? Pei Ci produced several calligraphy sheets from his robe and handed them to her. Practice according to these from now on. What are these? She inquired. The Crown Prince's handwriting. Upon a single glance, Mushuang recognized him and hurriedly responded, this humble girl would never dare to imitate the prince's handwriting. Hearing her unhesitating refusal, the prince's expression darkened. He longed to question why Pei Ci could practice while he could not. However, he restrained himself from uttering such self-deprecating words. Very well. If you do not wish to practice my style, you may choose to adopt another. Just ensure that your writing does not resemble Pei Ci's. It could be misused by those with ulterior motives. Indeed, I shall gradually improve. What about this practice book? Mushuang inquired, wishing to return it. The prince, observing the book in her hands, replied coldly, it is yours now. Whether you choose to practice with it or discard it is entirely up to you. Mushuang paused momentarily before neatly folding the book and carefully placing it into her sleeve. I will preserve it properly. Noticing this, the prince's lips curled slightly as he gently remarked, Yin Shu has been quite mischievous. I shall reprimand her to ensure she does not trouble you. Today, Mushuang served tea to everyone in class, which the prince noticed but did not comment on, partly to spare Princess Yin Shu's dignity, and partly because publicly defending Mushuang could invite greater troubles for her. Even within the palace, he could not protect her at every moment. The princess has not caused me any distress. These tasks are what I willingly undertake. The prince need not concern himself with such trivialities, Mushuang quickly replied. She was no fool. She could perceive the subtle affections the prince displayed. Yet, having just emerged from one perilous situation, she was determined not to leap into another. I do not see this as trivial, the prince declared earnestly, gazing at her. At this, Mushuang raised her head, her clear, cold eyes meeting his. What does the prince mean by this? The prince hesitated, aware that some words, once spoken, leave no room for retraction. Presently, Mushuang exhibited unmistakable resistance toward him. If he were to reveal his true feelings, she might react unpredictably. Taking a deep breath, he strove to suppress his emotions and return to his usual demeanor. You are my savior, and as I have brought you into the palace as a companion, it is only natural that I should protect you. This debt of gratitude has long been settled. The prince need not dwell on it. In truth, I owe the prince a favor. Mushuang replied coldly. I follow Princess Yin Shu's instructions, and in doing so, I consider it a return of the prince as kindness. Therefore, the prince need not concern himself with my experiences in the Yunlu Palace. I willingly accept all that befalls me. Upon hearing these words, the prince's clenched fist trembled slightly. It was astonishing how clearly she delineated their boundaries. Very well, as you wish. Thank you, your highness. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Depart as you wish. As his words fell, Mushuang turned without hesitation and walked away. Watching her indifferent figure retreat, the prince bore a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Did she truly wish to sever all ties with him? Yet, how could he forget? From the moment she saved him, he had been unable to entertain thoughts of anyone else. In days past, he believed he would marry a woman of grace and dignity akin to his mother to serve as the crown princess, while selecting 2 concubines to secure his position, leaving the rest to chance. He cared little for the allure of women, focusing solely on matters of state. 2 years ago, While he was on business in Chuan province, he encountered assassins. Just as he was about to succumb to overwhelming odds, a woman clad in black appeared gracefully and rescued him. Throughout their 3 days of flight, he found himself captivated by her unwavering courage and the determination she exhibited in saving him. Even though he understood that her motives were tied to another man, he willingly accepted his fate. He had never imagined that he would fall deeply in love with a woman in such a fervent manner. In truth, the stability of Pei Ci's position as the heir was of little consequence to him. Even if Pei Ci supported the eldest prince, it would not jeopardize his own claim to the throne. His support for Pei Ci was primarily due to her. He was aware that it was her desire. His love for her and concern for her well-being enabled him to grasp that her heart could not tolerate any intrusion. Once Pei Ci married, no matter how profound their affection, she would inevitably depart. The realization of this brought him immense joy, as it finally presented him with a glimmer of hope. Thus, he discreetly facilitated the engagement between Pei Ci and Bai Moran. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. However, even in her departure, Mushuang's heart seemed solely reserved for Pei Ci. The prince, in a state of dejection, lowered his head, uncertain of how to approach her or penetrate the depths of her heart. Chapter 36. I am hungry. Mushuang also experienced a sense of vexation. Her feelings for the prince were limited to awe and gratitude, devoid of any deeper emotion. Their interactions had been sparse since their flight 2 years prior, leaving her uncertain whether the prince harbored genuine intentions or was merely toying with her. Alternatively, perhaps he simply felt indebted to her for saving his life, viewing her as a pitiful creature abandoned by Pei Ci, wishing to bring her into the Eastern Palace. Regardless of his motives, she would never acquiesce. The possibility of rekindling her relationship with Pei Ci was extinguished, and the notion of being with the prince was utterly preposterous. Did he truly believe that a lady-in-waiting to the Princess Yunshu could belong to the women of his Eastern Palace? For the first time, Mushuang perceived the prince as lacking in composure, as men are inevitably swayed by beauty. Even the usually steady prince was not exempt from this folly. It seemed prudent for her to maintain her distance from him henceforth. Should he continue to act so recklessly, she could no longer fulfill her role as a lady-in-waiting. Miss Mu, a feminine voice, jolted her from her reverie. Turning, she saw Lung Qing approaching briskly, glancing around as if wary of something. Was she concerned that others might discover their conversation? Mushuang found it somewhat amusing. Miss Lung, do you require something? Lung Qing, with a forced smile, exhibited a hint of embarrassment, her mouth opening as if unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. If you have something to discuss, please don't hesitate, Mushuang urged, feeling anxious that Xiao Wanyan might be waiting outside. I. Lung Qing, usually forthright, now fidgeted like an ordinary young lady, her hands entwined anxiously. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Noticing her inability to express herself, Mushuang wished to end the conversation. Miss Mu, wait. Lung Qing quickly reached out to detain her. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Mushuang paused, momentarily believing she had misheard. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lung Qing's face, followed by a defiant remark. Did you not say that martial artists are not easily starved? Indeed, but if you are hungry, hurry back to the manor for a meal. What do you mean by that? Mushuang remained utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend her meaning. It would still take a quarter of an hour to return. From the palace to the manor, it would require the time of an incense stick to burn. As Lung Qing spoke, her gaze drifted towards Mushuang's bosom. I recall you did not finish that yolk pastry at noon. At last, Mushuang understood. She was coveting her food. During lunch, Lung Qing's eyes had been fixated on the yolk pastry. She had endured until now, but could no longer contain herself. Although she had another yolk pastry in her possession, made by Qiao Wanyan, she was reluctant to share it with Lung Qing. However, seeing the eager anticipation in her eyes, coupled with the fact that Lung Qing was the first among her companions to treat her kindly, Mushuang pondered and decided to hand it over. Thank you. Lung Qing seemed fearful that Mushuang might change her mind, snatching it away, unwrapping the oiled paper, and taking a bite. Delicious. Her eyes sparkled. It was even better than she had imagined. I have never tasted this pastry before. Salty, fragrant, and crisp, though not as sweet as she had anticipated. It completely aligned with her desires. Mushuang observed her in silence, turning briskly towards the palace gates. Seeing this, Lung Qing hurried to catch up. The small yolk pastry was devoured in just a few bites. Though she felt a lingering desire for more, she recognized that Mushuang had only that one left. "Miss Mu, could you bring more pastries tomorrow? I would love to try some." "Don't worry, I will pay you." Mushuang regarded her, replying coolly, "Are you not concerned that the princess might take offense and refuse to feed you in the future?" Lung Qing paused, clearly having forgotten that aspect, and she smiled awkwardly. "I never sought their favor. They practice the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while I train in martial skills. To them, I am nothing but a crude individual. However, Princess Yinshu is different from the rest. Though somewhat willful, she does not look down upon martial artists. On the contrary, she admires our carefree spirit." Mushuang nodded. Although they had only been together for a day, she had sensed that Princess Yinshu was not a villain. Otherwise, given her status, she could easily create trouble for her, far beyond merely serving tea or withholding food. The princess's animosity towards you is largely due to Bai Junju, as is the case with others. Lung Qing hinted at this, and Mushuang grasped her meaning. Although Bai Moran was not a companion, she belonged to the same social circle as the other noble ladies. And with Bai Moran and Lu Ichio being sisters, it was natural for the others to seek retribution on her behalf. However, the past was immutable. She held no profound enmity with Bai Moran, and whatever they wished to do to her was of no concern. After all, she did not mind being ostracized. Rather, she relished the tranquility it afforded her. "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Lung. However, it would be best for you to maintain your distance from me in the future, to avoid becoming a target as well. I am not afraid. Their schemes cannot compare to mine. In a direct confrontation, I would not fear 10 of them." Ling Qing clenched her fists, utterly disdainful of their pretentiousness, particularly that of Enro. While others were bound by decorum, Enro was simply an embodiment of affectation. "Miss Mu, I have witnessed your prowess firsthand. Your speed and strength are truly remarkable, and there are few in the capital who can rival you." As she spoke, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in Ling Qing's eyes. Among martial artists, the most esteemed are those formidable women, and given that female practitioners are already scarce, truly exceptional ones are even rarer. "Miss Ling, I have heard that your archery skills are quite impressive. I would be keen to learn from you should the opportunity arise." Ling Qing, filled with pride, lifted her chin. "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you in the future. The Ling family is renowned for its archery, and I am confident that no one can surpass my expertise in this regard." Miss Mu. As their conversation unfolded, they approached the palace gates. Where the impatient Xiao Wanyan awaited, calling out eagerly, "Miss Mu, you must have been waiting anxiously." "Not at all," Xiao Wanyan replied, shaking her head as her gaze shifted to Ling Qing. "This is Miss Ling, the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guards. She is my friend." "Greetings." Ling Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Did you make the egg yolk pastries?" Xiao Wanyan paused, glancing at Mushuang, who nodded in affirmation. "Miss Ling is quite fond of your egg yolk pastries." "Thank you," Xiao Wanyan replied softly, quickly grasping the implications of Mushuang's position within the palace. "If Miss Ling enjoys them, I will ensure to prepare extra whenever I make them for my sister." "Really? What other delights can you create?" Ling Qing's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as she eagerly grasped Xiao Wanyan's arm. I can make many things, especially desserts like small cakes, snowflake pudding, cream puffs, and cookies," Xiao Wanyan mused, considering the array of sweets possible in this era. "I have never heard of these. They sound absolutely delectable." Ling Qing, a lover of sweets, could hardly contain her excitement at the thought of such treats. "I will make them for you soon," Xiao Wanyan promised. "That is splendid." "Thank you," Ling Qing exclaimed, joyfully embracing Xiao Wanyan with unrestrained glee. "No need for thanks. In the future, I will rely on Miss Ling to take care of my sister while she is in the palace." Mushuang, struck with realization, understood why the typically reserved Xiao Wanyan was suddenly so warm towards Ling Qing. It was all for her sake. Sensing that their conversation would lead to Ling Qing wanting to return with Xiao Wanyan to bake, she interjected, "It is late. We should be heading back. Indeed, I must also take my leave. Ling Qing waved as she boarded her carriage. The name Ling Qing does not suit her at all, Xiao Wanyan remarked with a smile. Her enthusiasm surpasses even that of modern-day salespeople. Wanyan, thank you, Mushuang said earnestly as she regarded her. At times, she felt as if she were the one being cared for, with Xiao Wanyan considering every detail for her well-being. There is no need for gratitude between us, Xiao Wanyan playfully replied. It seems that Miss Ling is quite amiable. You will have someone to look out for you in the palace. I do not require anyone. I am quite content on my own. Mushuang has never been fond of close companionship, deeming it unnecessary to ingratiate herself merely to avoid isolation. Sister, no one is truly devoid of friends, yourself included. Do not consistently push others away, Xiao Wanyan advised earnestly. But I have you, Mushuang retorted. Meeting Xiao Wanyan felt like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Her presence infused Mushuang's previously dim existence with vibrancy. Noticing her indifference, Xiao Wanyan chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiao Yao had already prepared a meal. After dining, Mushuang made her way back to the Mu residence. As anticipated, she was immediately summoned by Lu Shi upon entering. Mu Nan was also present, wearing a frosty expression upon seeing her. I hear you displeased the princess today? Not at all. Mushuang shook her head. She had always obliged Princess Yinshu. How could she have offended her? That is not the case. Missen stated upon leaving the palace that you behaved inappropriately and angered the princess, so much so that you were denied lunch, Mu Sija mocked. If that pleases you, then so be it, Mushuang replied with a raised eyebrow, her tone nonchalant. Mu Siju, witnessing her indifferent demeanor, felt a sudden obstruction in her throat. Caught between ire and disbelief. Father, look at her. She has offended the princess and yet shows no sign of remorse. Is she intent on bringing disgrace upon our entire Mu family? Moonin spoke sternly, his face darkened. Your position as a companion in the palace is a tremendous privilege. You must learn to be grateful. Should you offend the princess, no one will come to your aid. Father speaks the truth, Mushuang conceded, resigned. In this household, her explanations were forever disregarded, her feelings rendered irrelevant. They aimed to climb higher by standing on her shoulders, yet sought to demean her to the dust. Tomorrow, upon entering the palace, you must first apologize to the princess. You must also show respect to the other young ladies. Your status is no loftier than that of the palace maids, so do not act haughtily. If the princess grows weary of you and you lose your position as a companion, you shall find yourself in dire straits. If my father truly fears that I will offend the princess and bring calamity upon the Mu family, he might as well cast me out early to spare himself the worry. Mushuang had long desired to sever ties with the Mu family. Yet Mu Nan and Lu Shi wished to utilize her for their ascent, unwilling to relinquish their control. Indeed, as soon as her words escaped, Lu Shi immediately interjected. What nonsense are you speaking? Your father and sister say these things for your own good. After all, we are family and wish for you to gain the princess's favor. She is nothing but an ingrate, utterly oblivious to their kindness. Had she any pity for your deceased mother, she would have expelled you from the house long ago. Upon hearing Mu Nan's words, Mushuang's expression turned frigid. Do not mention my mother. Had they not mistreated her and her mother would not have departed so soon. You, Mu Nan, vexed by her defiance, retorted, if you are capable enough to abandon the Mu residence and me as your father, then if you cannot endure in the palace, do not come seeking my aid. Father speaks as though he has ever helped me, Mushuang scoffed, her gaze filled with derision. Throughout her life, she had never experienced an ounce of paternal love from Mu Nan. With a smile, she grew up, often expressing her lack of gratitude. Yet all they bestowed upon her was calamity, devoid of any grace. A flush crept across Mu Nan's face. What do you mean? I did not give you life or raise you, and yet you act recklessly. Am I to bear the burden of the entire Mu family for your folly? Were it not for the grace of life, do you truly believe you could stand here now, conversing with me? Mushuang's gaze grew increasingly frigid. It seemed they had forgotten that without her, they would still be in Chuanzhou. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, utterly lacking in decorum? She retorted, unable to counter her words. Mu Nan resorted to asserting his authority as a father. Observing this, Lu swiftly interjected, Mushuang, your tone is indeed inappropriate. Your father is merely concerned for your well-being. After all, you are no longer the son of the heir. Apart from the Mu family, who else can you rely upon? Lu's admonition was not lost on Mushuang, who merely chuckled dismissively. Father, mother, I comprehend your words. I must rise early tomorrow. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Lu exchanged a glance with Mu Nan before gesturing for her to go. How can she, merely a companion to a princess, believe herself transformed from a sparrow to a phoenix? Truly deluded, Mu Si Shui scoffed, watching her retreating figure. Seemingly oblivious to the jibe, Mushuang departed without a word. Father, mother, did you see her demeanor? She clearly holds you in contempt, Mu Si Shui exclaimed, exasperated. She loathed Mushuang's nonchalant attitude, which rendered her akin to a mere buffoon. Enough, do not speak further. You should return and rest, Lu signaled with her eyes. In a huff, Mu Si Shui stomped her foot and stormed off. Once the two had left, Lu closed the door and quietly inquired, What has come over you, my lord? Why are you so enraged today? While Mu Nan often wore a stern expression when confronting Mushuang, such fury was rare. This matter hardly warranted such ire. Sighing, Mu Nan reflected, another spring examination approaches. The Ministry of Personnel has proposed to reassign a portion of the idle officials from the Hamlin Academy. What does that mean? Could it be that Han Feng? Lu immediately grasped his implication, her complexion paling. Those officials reassigned to remote regions rarely return to the capital without merit. Han Feng has accomplished little at the Hamlin Academy, and his talents are inferior to others. If no one supports him at this juncture, he will undoubtedly be among those reassigned, Mu Nan stated gravely. What shall we do? My lord, you must devise a plan. We cannot allow Han Feng to be sent to such a desolate place. Han Feng was Lu's sole hope, and in that moment, she felt a surge of panic. As a mere fifth-rank official, what influence do I possess? Mu Nan replied solemnly. My recent anger stemmed from the thought that had Mushuang remained in the prince's residence, we would have no cause for concern. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel are all opportunists and would not dare to act against Han Feng. Yet now, everyone knows Mushuang has been discarded by the heir, who would extend any favor to the Mu family. Let Mushuang return to the prince's residence to beseech the heir. Surely the heir harbors feelings for her. If she speaks up, he will undoubtedly acquiesce. Lu contemplated that, should all else fail, she might resort to rendering Mushuang unconscious and delivering her back to the princess abode. As long as her son's position is safeguarded, any sacrifice Mushuang makes is warranted. Just observe her current demeanor. It seems she is eagerly wishing for our Mu family to encounter misfortune, as if we owe her something. She is entirely disinclined to heed our words. Speaking of Mushuang, Mu Nan felt a surge of frustration. She is just like her long-deceased mother. Lu's eyes flickered with understanding. Indeed, Mushuang no longer regards us as kin, and no matter how high we elevate her, it is futile. My lord, she said, with Mushuang departing the prince's residence, the heir is now left with only one female attendant. Surely many in the capital are contemplating sending someone to the prince's abode? Mu Nan retorted, the heir is betrothed to the Bai princess. Who would be foolish enough to send a woman to him before she arrives? That would undoubtedly offend the Xianping Ho residents. The entire capital knows that without Bai Moran to support him, Pei Ci's position as heir would be precarious. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. The heir has no interest in Si Shui. Recalling 2 years prior, when Mu Si Shui had volunteered herself and was reprimanded by Pei Ci, Mu Nan felt a flush of embarrassment. Thankfully, few were aware of that incident. Otherwise, Mu Si Shui would find it difficult to secure suitors in the capital. Now, she is no longer the same as 2 years ago. She has diligently honed her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and her talents and beauty now rival those of other young ladies in the capital. Lu promptly defended her daughter, asserting that in her eyes, both of her children were the finest. Yet, she is not superior to the other young ladies. Mu Nan, sensing her obstinacy, grew weary. By the time the new year passes, Si Shui will be 19. If we do not secure a match soon, she risks becoming an old maid. You remain oblivious to the reality There are not countless high branches for our family to ascend. I believe the second son of the Zhao family, the Minister of Justice, is quite commendable. Did you not also find him suitable? Why has there been no further correspondence? Lu's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Zhao Ziming was, after all, an illegitimate son, and Si Shui intended to wait until he achieved success before discussing any engagement. Mu Nan's countenance darkened. He fully comprehended the thoughts of these two women. Should Zhao Ziming succeed, his future would be bright, and the minister would elevate him to a legitimate heir, leaving no room for Si Shui. My lord, you are overly dismissive of your daughter. Zhao Ziming is infatuated with Si Shui. He would marry no one but her. Lu felt confident in this assertion, believing her daughter was correct that one must not purchase a treasure before confirming its worth. Once acquired, there would be no turning back. Rather, it is prudent to express affection first and wait until one is certain of its value before committing. Do as you wish. Observing the exchange, Moonin felt disinclined to continue the discussion. My lord, let us set aside Si Shui's matter for now. The pressing issue at hand is regarding Hanfeng. What course of action should we take? To this, Mu Nan realized that since his return to the residence, he had not laid eyes on his son. His gaze averted. Lu seemed preoccupied with his duties in the Hanlin Academy. If he were indeed busy until now, I would not fret about his potential reassignment. Perhaps he was indulging in some revelry at a brothel, prompting a summons back. In exasperation, Mu Nan shattered the teacup in his grasp, lamenting the untrustworthiness of his family. Startled, Lu instinctively recoiled, promptly ordering someone to fetch Mu Hanfeng. The following day, upon Mushuang's arrival at the palace, Lung Qing was the first to greet her. Miss Mu, please take a seat. The master is on his way. Mushuang nodded and settled into a corner. As soon as she took her seat, Lung Qing leaned in and whispered, What delectable dish did Miss Qiao prepare for you today? Mushuang was momentarily speechless. It was rather early for such thoughts of lunch. I was merely inquiring, Lung Qing hastily clarified, sensing the awkwardness of her question. Heaven knows that ever since she savored a yolk pastry yesterday, it had haunted her thoughts. She found herself unable to eat anything the palace cooks prepared. From that pastry until now, she had consumed nothing. Could she not feel hunger? The thought of having to wait until noon drained her spirits. Time seemed to crawl. Noticing Lung Qing's warmth towards Mushuang, Princess Yunshu's expression soured. Princess, Lung Qing said with a hint of defensiveness, though she could not voice her grievance. For who would have thought that the daughter of the esteemed commander of the Imperial Guards would be reduced to tears over a mere craving? Princess Yunshu, though perplexed, had grown up alongside Lung Qing and thus afforded her a modicum of leniency, choosing to remain silent. In the morning, the group engaged in the study of chess. Lung Qing, entirely unfamiliar with the game, found herself lost in the teacher's explanations. The hours dragged on for her. Finally, lunch hour arrived, and she hurried to sit beside Mushuang. Seeing this, Princess Yunshu coldly remarked, Lung Qing, come sit beside me. Princess, Lung Qing replied, astonished. Having been shooed away from the princess's side the previous day, she was puzzled by the sudden change. With a hint of exasperation, Princess Yunshu explained, The Imperial Kitchen has prepared some new pastries today. I know how much you relish them. Really? Thank you, Princess. Lung Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. A significant part of their camaraderie stemmed from their shared fondness for sweets. Whenever the palace introduced new delicacies, the princess would invite her to enjoy them together. Relishing such treats alone was never as satisfying as sharing them with a friend. Upon hearing of the new pastries, she joyfully moved to sit beside Princess Yunshu, leaving Enro beside Mushuang. Enro appeared intent on broadcasting her disdain for Mushuang, constantly grimacing and pinching her nose. To an observer, it might seem as though Mushuang carried an unusual scent. However, Mushuang had no intention of indulging her theatrics and focused on the meal prepared for her by Qiao Wanyan. Knowing that Mushuang truly had no food to eat in the palace, she had prepared an abundant feast. In addition to the pastry, known as cream puff, there was something called a sandwich. Upon discovering a generous portion of chicken nestled within, Mushuang felt deeply touched. Currently, Qiao Wanyan is preoccupied with the affairs of her jewelry shop, leaving her in a state of utter disarray, and she must also rise early to prepare lunch for herself. The last person who cared for her in such a manner was her mother. While Mushuang savored her meal with great delight, a cold laugh pierced her ears. Truly, one can consume anything. I am not as pampered as Miss N, who feasts daily on delicacies. I indeed can eat anything. Mushuang raised an eyebrow and regarded her. Miss N is perhaps oblivious to the fact that I have scavenged for food among the dead, and the taste was truly. Before she could finish her sentence, a fit of retching erupted nearby, evidently triggered by Enro's thoughts in response to her words, unable to suppress her nausea. Enro, what are you doing? The princess, who was enjoying her meal, furrowed her brow and remarked, If you don't wish to eat, then leave and do not disturb our dining. Princess, Enough. You may go now. Before she could complete her sentence, Lu Ichio interrupted, leaving Enro's complexion even paler. Weakly, she responded with a simple yes and rose to depart. Throughout the encounter, Lu Ichio did not spare her a glance, as if dismissing a mere pet. Mushuang shook her head in resignation. Indeed, one cannot rely on anyone. While you consider the other as your master, they regard you as a mere dog, dispensable and insignificant. After finishing her sandwich, she picked up a cream puff and took a bite, the rich, creamy flavor instantly enveloping her palate. A look of satisfaction graced Mushuang's face, and she was now entirely convinced that Xiao Wanyan had indeed visited the pastry shop before. Her skills were truly unparalleled. Every movement she made did not escape the keen eyes of Lung Qing, who, despite indulging in the freshly made delicacies from the royal kitchen, still harbored thoughts of Mushuang. Upon noticing Mushuang enjoying her cream puff, she could no longer contain herself. Princess, look at Mushuang's pastry. It is indeed quite extraordinary. Princess Yunshu cast a disdainful glance, remarking, It is merely a shape I have not seen before. Could it possibly surpass what the royal chef has prepared? It might indeed surpass what the royal chef has created. Lung Qing whispered, recalling that the yolk pastry from yesterday was something she had never seen the royal chef make. Impossible. Princess Yunshu regarded her with suspicion, inquiring, What is the matter with you today? Why do you keep focusing on that Mushuang? Princess, her pastries are genuinely delicious. Lung Qing was oblivious to what the princess had said. Her attention was solely on Mushuang, who was nearly finished with her pastries. She quickly rose and approached Mushuang. Miss Mu, this pastry was also made by Miss Qiao, correct? What is its name? Cream puff. Cream puff? I believe I heard Miss Qiao mention it yesterday. Lung Qing's eyes were fixated on the cream puff, recalling that Miss Qiao had invited her to sample her pastries. It suddenly dawned on Mushuang that Xiao Wanyan had indeed said such a thing. Remembering her thoughtful intentions, Mushuang offered the remaining 2 cream puffs to Lung Qing. Here, Miss Lung, do try one. Thank you. Lung Qing eagerly accepted them and returned to her place beside the princess under the gaze of others. As she lifted 1 cream puff to her mouth, she noticed everyone staring at her, particularly the princess, who looked utterly incredulous. Lung Qing felt a bit awkward as she glanced at the cream puff in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she, with a heavy heart, said, Will the princess care for one as well? In the midst of a desolate atmosphere, does this princess truly lack for delicacies? What confections has she not tasted that warrant such behavior? She simply could not comprehend how one could stoop so low, shamelessly begging for food, especially from someone as despised as Mushuang. Yet, the treats were undeniably delightful. Do give a try, Your Highness, Cold Qing implored. Her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. She wished for none of this, but the delectable morsels could only be found here at Mushuang's hands. I shall not partake. It appears to be nothing more than common fare. Princess Yunshu scoffed dismissively. If the princess declines, then I shall indulge, Cold Qing retorted, disregarding her words, and promptly took a bite of the cream puff. The cream burst forth, smearing her lips. The princess wrinkled her nose in disdain. Indeed, it was a coarse delicacy. However, Cold King's eyes sparkled with delight. This cream puff was far superior to the mooncake she had sampled the day prior. It is exquisite, she declared, unmindful of the unrefined image she might project while savoring the treat. She quickly devoured both cream puffs, still yearning for more. How could such delectable confections exist? Observing her enthusiasm, Lu Ichio and the others frowned, a flicker of scorn passing through their eyes. To them, Qing was merely a vulgar individual, akin to Mushuang, unworthy of sharing the same scholarly pursuits as them. Their noble lineage and connection to the princess had prevented them from treating her as they did Mushuang. It was evident they were of the same ilk. Princess Yinshu, however, was unlike the others. Among her companions, Qing was the one she felt closest to. Her warmth towards Lu Ichio stemmed from the knowledge that she would be her future sister-in-law, coupled with her mother-esque directives, but with Qing, the bond was genuine. Therefore, she understood that Qing was not one to settle for anything less than exquisite. On the contrary, her tastes were rather discerning, particularly regarding confections. Perhaps even more so than her own. The fact that Qing held such affection for these treats could only mean they were indeed exceptional. Although she feigned indifference, the princess felt a pang of regret for not having tasted the pastries herself. With a hint of reluctance, she inquired, "Are they truly superior to those crafted by the imperial chef?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qing nodded emphatically. Indeed, the imperial chef's creations are merely repetitive in flavor. While these new pastries may be aesthetically pleasing, the cream puff presents a flavor I have never encountered before. It is sweet, rich, and melts in the mouth, unlike any confection I have ever experienced. Qing felt that two were hardly sufficient to satisfy her cravings. "Your claims are rather exaggerated. I shall instruct the imperial chef to replicate this recipe. Surely, he will surpass this creation," Princess Yinshu replied skeptically, unable to fathom that there could exist anything beyond the chef's capabilities. If he could indeed replicate it, it would be a splendid outcome. Qing felt a surge of joy at the prospect. If the chef could recreate it, she would be able to indulge as she pleased. Lu Ichio, overhearing their exchange, shook her head in disbelief. Such childishness, to place so much value on mere food. She looked at Mushuang, speculating whether Mushuang was aware of Qing and Princess Yinshu's fondness for sweets and had intentionally commissioned the pastry chef to create such delights. Chapter 40. The brochure noticing Lu Ichio's scrutinizing gaze, Mushuang met her stare without reservation. Lu Ichio did not anticipate her calm demeanor, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Mushuang had always held a strong disdain for the intricate machinations of these noble women. No matter her actions, they were invariably interpreted with ulterior motives. After partaking in lunch, Mushuang found herself isolated and, feeling somewhat bored, wandered around the periphery of Yunla Palace. She dared not stray too far, for the palace was teeming with dignitaries. Inadvertently offending someone could lead to dire consequences. Behind Yunla Palace lay a flourishing garden, replete with a myriad of exquisite flowers that continued to bloom brilliantly even in the depths of autumn. Many of these blossoms were unfamiliar to Mushuang, and a single bouquet might suffice to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for a lifetime. The disparity between people was stark. Some were born into opulence, effortlessly possessing wealth unattainable by the average person. Yet, regardless of their station, each individual bore their own burdens. The impoverished fretted over their livelihoods, while the affluent schemed for power and influence, as if no one ever found contentment in their current circumstances. As she gazed at the vibrant flowers, Mushuang instinctively reached out her hand. "You cannot pick them," a soft voice echoed from behind her. Turning, she beheld a young girl clad in coarse fabric, her hair styled in twin buns, standing timidly before her. The girl's face was thin, accentuating her large, round eyes, and she regarded Mushuang with a hint of trepidation. Despite appearing no older than 5 or 6, she was laboriously carrying a bucket almost her height. What a curious sight, a palace made so diminutive. Mushuang was taken aback. Typically, maids entered the palace only after the age of 13. Could she possibly be the illegitimate child of a maid? Such an affair would be punishable by death, rendering it unlikely. "You truly cannot pick them," the girl reiterated, her voice trembling slightly, as though her own tears would flow should Mushuang dare to pluck a flower. Feeling somewhat awkward, Mushuang withdrew her hand. "I want to pick them. I merely wish to touch them." "Who are you?" The girl scrutinized her from head to toe, disregarding her question, and continued on her path, straining to carry the bucket toward the center of the garden. She then began to water the flowers. Is she a little flower girl? Mushuang mused. Her curiosity piqued regarding the girl's identity. Yet, the girl seemed disinclined to engage in conversation. After completing her task, she prepared to depart. Noticing Mushuang still lingering, she offered a concerned reminder. You truly cannot pick them. Very well, I won't pick them. Upon hearing this assurance, a faint smile flickered across the girl's face before she departed with satisfaction. Observing the girl's frail figure, Mushuang furrowed her brow. The child appeared somewhat malnourished. Yet surely there was no shortage of food within the palace. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she realized she too had gone without meals in the palace. Perhaps the girl had offended a noble and was being punished with menial labor, deprived of sustenance. Mushuang cast a final glance at the garden before returning to the study of Yunla Palace. This afternoon was once again dedicated to the Crown Prince's calligraphy lesson. He had promised to bring each student a copy of Master Wu Mei's calligraphy book, and today he fulfilled that promise. The group expressed their gratitude with enthusiasm. The Crown Prince exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor. After patiently completing the lesson, he departed without uttering a single word or casting a glance at Mushuang. Observing this, Mushuang secretly exhaled in relief. Indeed, the Crown Prince was the heir apparent, destined to become the future emperor of the Chu kingdom. His attempt to be amiable towards her had been met with her unyielding rejection, leaving little room for any further consideration on his part. Perhaps he was vexed by her lack of appreciation, and it was likely that he would no longer pay her any heed. With so many women surrounding him, he certainly did not need her. Unbeknownst to her, the Crown Prince exerted tremendous self-control to refrain from gazing at her, striving to conceal any signs of his unusual feelings. Her overt resistance the previous day had made him realize that he must not rush. He needed to proceed with caution. He aimed to suppress his affections, allowing her to lower her guard, thus paving the way for a closer connection. Seated at his writing desk, the Crown Prince diligently sketched her portrait. Today, she wore a pale blue, cross-collared long gown, her cascading hair elegantly held up by a jade hairpin. Strands of hair framed her face, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Resting her chin on her hand by the window, she appeared lost in thought, seemingly disengaged from the lesson, while others were completely engrossed. She had scarcely glanced at him throughout the session. His brush finally came to a halt, focusing on her eyes. Those beautiful apricot-shaped eyes, which should have sparkled with brightness, were consistently tinged with a subtle sadness, a quality he found displeasing. He preferred the resolute and radiant expression she had worn when they first met. Your Highness, the heir of the Chan Wang seeks an audience, announced the eunuch, interrupting his reverie. He set down his brush, carefully tucked away the drawing, and replied, let him in. Greetings. Be sure to visit Linlang Pavilion in 3 days for an exciting giveaway. Hello. Remember to come to Linlang Pavilion in 3 days for complimentary gifts. Greetings. Take a look. The shop has been fully renovated, and the jewelry is nearly complete. Xiao Wanyan is eager to prepare for the grand opening. In this era, devoid of the internet and celebrity endorsements, the only advertising method she could conceive was distributing flyers. Thus, Xiao Wanyan personally designed some flyers, featuring her illustrations and with characters penned by Mushuang, whose calligraphy was unfortunately far too unsightly for public display. In this ancient time, such an unconventional means of attracting customers was rarely seen, causing many to pause and read the curious notices. A man clad in a deep blue patterned robe, seated in a private room on the 2nd floor, observed this spectacle with intrigue. Before long, a servant brought over Xiao Wanyan's promotional flyer. The gentleman meticulously perused the document, a faint smile teasing his lips, finding it quite amusing that a jewelry shop was opening. Indeed, it is located not far from our Kaifeng building. The servant cautiously inquired, should we close this jewelry shop? The gentleman raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. What? Am I? Ji Wuyang, unable to tolerate even a modest jewelry establishment? This man was none other than Ji Wuyang, the wealthiest individual in the Chu kingdom. Today, with nothing pressing to attend to, he had come to his own restaurant for a meal, fortuitously encountering Xiao Wanyan as she distributed flyers. His curiosity compelled him to request one. The young master is magnanimous. Most of the shops in the capital thrive under his patronage. The young servant complimented, noting that the merchants in the capital tacitly refrain from competing with the G family. However, it is rather excessive for this young lady to establish her shop near Kai Feng Tower. They do not open similar establishments next to the G family's shop, not out of a lack of desire to compete, but because they know they cannot win and prefer not to humiliate themselves. Ji Weiyang curved his lips. That group of cunning foxes only has eyes for silver and would not genuinely care about him. In the commercial realm, only profit matters. Chapter 41. I also wish to take a look observing the women on the street. Perspiring profusely from their labor, Ji Weiyang curiously inquired, "How long do you think her shop can last?" "My lord, how could that girl possibly manage a business? Look at what's written on this list. Every customer receives a wooden hairpin, and there is also a buy 3, get 1 free offer. Isn't that a recipe for ruin?" The young servant laughed heartily, having never seen such a business model before. Yet, Ji Weiyang contemplated those words intently. If you were to see this list, would you not wish to visit her shop on opening day? Without hesitation, the young servant replied, "Of course. If she is giving away wooden hairpins, I must go to claim one." Then her intention has been achieved. Ji Weiyang, with years of experience in business, had never considered such a promotional strategy. Once the Linlang Pavilion opens, it is likely to be overflowing with customers. The more people there are, the more she stands to lose. The young servant still could not grasp the concept. They were all drawn by the allure of the free hairpins and wooden tea, be purchasing anything. How could the shop earn silver? Ji Weiyang raised an eyebrow and cast his gaze back to Qiao Wanyan. No merchant would engage in a losing venture. When she opens, we shall see for ourselves. Unbeknownst to Qiao Wanyan, she had already caught someone's attention. She spent the entire day distributing flyers with all the attendants from her shop. As the opening day approached, there were numerous tasks to manage, and Xiao Wanyan found herself exceedingly busy. Fortunately, she had experienced these processes in modern times. Although the ancient setting posed more complications due to limitations, they were not insurmountable for her. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Mushuang continued to endure a life of exclusion within the palace. After her last encounter with the little girl, the following day, she deliberately avoided Xiao Wanyan and left 2 pastries behind before returning to the flower garden behind Yunli Palace. As expected, the girl was once again tending to the flower bed. Upon seeing Mushuang, the girl paused for a moment, then lowered her head to continue her task. Feeling somewhat awkward, Mushuang was not accustomed to interacting with children, especially one as reserved as this. Yet, she did not dwell on it. She simply felt pity for the child and wished to offer her a couple of pastries. In her own childhood, she often went hungry, as Lu could not tolerate her mother, and the servants in the household were all loyal to her. Experiencing hunger was quite normal for her, and seeing this child reminded her of her own youth. Noticing the girl's reluctance to speak, Mushuang silently approached and extended the pastries toward her. The little girl stared at the suddenly appeared treats, taken aback for a moment, before slowly raising her head to look at Mushuang, uncertainly asking, "Is this for me?" "Yes, these are cookies, very delicious." Observing the hesitation in her eyes, Mushuang broke off a small piece and earnestly reassured her, "It is not poisonous." "Thank you," the little girl replied, accepting the biscuit and devouring it hungrily, clearly having been famished for an extended period. Seeing her eat, Mushuang felt a sense of relief and turned to leave. For the next 2 days, she continued her routine of bringing food to her. After having eaten, the girl became a tad more amiable towards Mushuang, mentioning that tending to the flower beds was merely a small fraction of her daily tasks. She had to wash clothes, scrub latrines, and clean, taking on the jobs that others were reluctant to do. "Which palace do you serve? How do you manage to do so much work?" "I am from the Cold Palace." The little girl lowered her head, saying that without work, there would be no food, and even when she worked, it was uncertain if she would be fed. They often told her that her efforts were insufficient and denied her sustenance. Mushuang was taken aback by how those palace maids and eunuchs could torment a child, forcing her to work without providing food. How could such a small body endure that? No wonder, at 8 years old, she appeared to be merely 5 or 6. Not only frail, but also weary to the point of stunted growth. Her childhood seemed even more arduous than Mushuang's own. At least she had her mother to protect her. With this thought, she suddenly turned her gaze to the girl. "Where is your mother?" A glimmer of confusion flickered in the girl's eyes as she shook her head. "I have never seen her. They say my mother made a mistake and was beaten to death. I am the daughter of a sinner and deserve to be bullied." Her tone was remarkably flat, as if this were an undeniable truth. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Mushuang. She was unaware of the nature of the girl's mother's transgression, but she had already paid with her life. Was that not sufficient? Why must these burdens be placed upon a child? "What is your name?" The girl's eyes brightened momentarily. "The matron calls me Tianer." "Matron?" "She is the one who took care of me in the cold palace, but she passed away 2 years ago. Now, I'm all alone." Tianer once again lowered her head in despondency. "It is all right. One could still grow up well on their own." Mushuang gently ruffled her hair. "Tianer, no one is born to be bullied. Regardless of your mother's mistakes, she has paid with her life. If others harm you, that is their wrongdoing. Isn't it my fault?" Tianer looked at her, confusion evident in her eyes. "But they all say I should not exist in this world. I do not wish to live either, but before her death, the matron made me promise to live well, and I cannot go back on my word." Tianer's tone was so devoid of emotion that it led Mushuang to feel that she had become indifferent to life and death, merely existing in a shell. "Then let us live well, enduring until we have the strength to resist and ideally escape the palace. Only by leaving here can you truly live." At present, she lacked the ability to fight back, so she could only remain humble and endure the bullying. Escape the palace? Tianer gazed at the towering walls, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. What lies beyond the palace? The world outside the palace is less lavish, but it offers vast skies and seas, where one can always find a place to belong. For a lowly maid like Tianer, the world outside undoubtedly seemed preferable to life within the palace. Vast skies and seas? Sweet murmured these words, her heart involuntarily fluttering. She cast another glance at Mushuang, who bore a hint of a smile in her eyes. "Sister, what is your name?" "I am Mushuang, a companion to Princess Yinshu. Whenever I enter the palace, I shall bring some food to share with you." Mushuang chuckled bitterly, pondering the irony of two individuals in the imperial palace struggling to find sustenance, seeking comfort in each other as company. Princess Yinshu? Sweet gazed at the palace before her, a trace of melancholy in her voice. She must be truly happy. Mushuang sighed indeed. Princess Yinshu is the legitimate daughter of the Chu kingdom, protected by the most powerful figures in the realm. Born into privilege, who could not envy her? Yet, there is only one Princess Yinshu, and such fortune belongs solely to her. As for Sweet and me, we're merely those who toil at the bottom, yearning only for survival. She offered consolation. She is a princess, hence her happiness. I must take my leave now. We shall meet again tomorrow. Watching Mushuang's retreating figure, Sweet whispered, "But I'm a princess too, aren't I?" Chapter 42. Horse riding. Upon returning to Yunlu Palace, Mushuang immediately sensed something was amiss. Princess Yinshu had 5 other companions, all donned in riding attire. "What are you doing? Quickly change your clothes. We are headed to the horse grounds," Lung Qing exclaimed, her excitement starkly contrasting with her demeanor when they practiced music and art. "The horse grounds? I did not bring riding attire." Mushuang frowned, realizing no one had informed her of the day's equestrian plans. Lung Qing looked at Princess Yinshu in surprise. "Didn't we receive the daily schedule? How could this have been overlooked?" for Mushuang. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Princess Yinshu's eyes. It must have been an oversight by the maidservants. But fret not. Your riding skills should be commendable. You can wear anything. Indeed, if you prefer not to ride, you may simply stay at the horse grounds and watch us. And Ro taunted, casting a derisive glance at her. Unfazed by their childish antics, Mushuang smiled and replied, "Very well. I shall remain at the horse grounds to admire the grace of the princess and the young ladies." With that, the others ceased their remarks, bypassing her as they headed directly to the training grounds. Upon arriving at the horse grounds, Mushuang observed riders galloping with fervor. As she drew closer, she recognized the figure of the crown prince. Dressed in a dark, fitted outfit, the crown prince exuded sharpness and poise as he rode a sleek black stallion, radiating vigor and elegance. Suddenly, he leapt from the horse, standing upright on its back as it galloped, embodying a regal conqueror destined to rule the land, noble and valiant. Princess Yin Shu could not contain her applause, cheering, "Your Highness is magnificent." It seemed the crown prince had just noticed their presence, offering them a gentle smile that warmed their hearts like sunlight. He gracefully resumed his seat atop the horse, tightening the reins as he positioned himself before them. "Are you all learning to ride today?" "Indeed, Your Highness," Lu Ichio interjected before Princess Yin Shu could respond, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling, clearly enchanted by the crown prince's earlier display. The crown prince nodded. "Then I shall not interrupt your practice." Dismounting, he approached Princess Yin Shu, advising, "Be cautious while riding." "I understand. I'm not a child anymore." Princess Yin Shu made a playful face at him. The crown prince affectionately ruffled her hair. "You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave first. Your Highness, why not join us? It will be a fine opportunity for you to teach us. This is my first time riding, and I am a bit apprehensive," Lu Ichio shyly suggested. Such a beautiful invitation cannot be declined. The crown prince raised an eyebrow and replied softly, with Lord Lung present, "There is no need for fear. However, I have official duties to attend to." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Ichio's face, yet she maintained her poise and responded, "Official matters are of utmost importance." The crown prince nodded, and, just as he was about to depart, he paused beside Mushuang. "Why are you not in riding attire?" "Brother Crown Prince, she forgot to bring it. Let her simply watch us ride," Princess Yin Shu interjected, not allowing Mushuang the chance to speak. The Crown Prince scrutinized her for a moment, noticing her lowered brow in silence, and chose not to press the matter further as he turned to leave. Lung Xuan watched the Crown Prince's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "What is going on?" The Crown Prince came to the stables specifically for Miss Lu. Yet she extends an invitation and he declines? I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence. The Crown Prince has never visited the stables at this hour, clearly aiming to showcase himself before Miss Lu. Moreover, he had previously informed the Crown Prince that he would be teaching the princess horseback riding today. So the Crown Prince must be aware of it. He shook his head, utterly perplexed by the Crown Prince's intentions. Lung Chuan, the son of the commander of the Imperial Guard and brother to Lung Qing, was also a member of the Imperial Guard. His equestrian skills were exceptional, which is why he had been selected to instruct. "Princess, ladies, these horses are all gentle selections made by my subordinates. Please choose one and mount." Naturally, Princess Yin Shu was the first to select. After a thorough inspection of the horses, she hesitantly inquired, "They all seem quite similar. Lord Lung, which horse do you think would suit me?" Lung Chuan respectfully replied, "This chestnut horse would be quite fitting for the princess." Today, Princess Yin Shu donned a vibrant red riding outfit, strikingly beautiful, indeed complementing the chestnut horse perfectly. "Very well, I shall heed Lord Lung's advice." Despite her usual penchant for defiance, Princess Yin Shu obediently acquiesced. Standing nearby, Mushuang noticed that Princess Yin Shu's demeanor towards Lord Lung appeared somewhat unusual. Princess Yin Shu, typically fearless and assertive, even towards the Crown Prince, whom she regarded with an air of superiority akin to that of a proud peacock, now lowered her head, occasionally stealing glances at Lung Chuan, embodying the bashfulness of youthful infatuation. The princess and the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guard seemed a fitting pair. However, Lung Chuan was evidently an ambitious individual. It was unlikely he would wish to become the princess's consort. After all, becoming a prince consort would distance him from the affairs of the court. Mushuang shook her head, realizing she was overthinking. Such matters were not her concern. She turned her gaze to the stables, where everyone had selected their horses and mounted. Upon entering the arena, it was clear that this was Lung Qing's domain. As soon as she was on horseback, she began to gallop with excitement radiating from her every feature. In contrast, the others were not as fortunate. Aside from Princess Yin Shu, who was adept at riding, the rest were nearly all novices, shrieking in fear. The situation had kept Lung Chuan exceedingly busy. As soon as he managed to soothe one issue, another arose. Princess Yin Shu, observing his preoccupation with others, felt a twinge of displeasure. She had initially intended to use this opportunity to grow closer to him. For the first time, She found herself resenting her ability to ride. However, despite her capricious nature, she was not unreasonable. She understood that Lung Chuan, in his role as a teacher, had responsibilities beyond her. Louis Chiu and the others were not merely feigning fear. Their trepidation was genuine. Thus, although she felt discontent, she refrained from voicing it. "Princess, shall we race a lap?" Lung Qing suggested after completing a circuit, noticing that the others had not even mounted their horses yet, shaking her head in disdain. It seemed a waste to have her brother instruct them. Seeing that Lung Chuan would be occupied for a while longer, Princess Yun Shu nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us race 3 laps, but you must give me a half-lap advantage." Having frequently visited the racetrack with Lung Qing, she was well acquainted with such competitions. "All right, let's begin." At the sound of the command, Princess Yun Shu flicked her whip and galloped forward. After completing half a lap, Lung Qing began her pursuit. However, due to her superior riding skills and the spirited steed she had chosen, she quickly caught up after 2 laps. Princess Yun Shu's expression shifted as she urged her horse to speed up. Suddenly, her chestnut mare bolted forward uncontrollably. Chapter 43. An Unexpected Incident. Initially exhilarated at the prospect of catching up to Lung Qing, she soon sensed something amiss. She tightened the reins, but the mare was clearly beyond her control, charging straight towards a railing. "Help! Save me!" Princess Yun Shu, having never encountered such a perilous situation, turned pale and cried out desperately. Lung Chuan and the guards noticed the commotion and rushed towards her, but the distance was too great for them to reach her in time. "Princess!" Panic gripped everyone. Should anything happen to her, all present would bear the consequences. As the mare hurtled towards the barrier, Princess Yun Shu closed her eyes in despair. Suddenly, someone dashed forward, leaping onto the horse from behind and grasping the reins with all their strength. The mare reared up, and in a shocking turn, it leapt over the railing. Mushuang. As she recognized the figure behind her, Princess Yun Shu trembled uncontrollably. Mushuang had no time to offer comfort. The mare continued its frenzied gallop, slipping beyond her control. As the horse bore down on a group of palace maids, the potential for disaster loomed large. In a moment of desperation, she tightened her hold on Princess Yun Shu with one arm, while with the other, she drew a hairpin from her hair and, without hesitation, plunged it into the mare's neck, blood gushing forth instantaneously. With a jolt, Mushuang rolled off the horse, clutching the princess tightly. The horse let out a piercing neigh before collapsing before the palace maids. "Princess! Princess! Are you unharmed?" The crowd rushed to them, urgently checking on the princess's condition. As the color drained from her face, she was rendered speechless. "Quick! Summon the imperial physician!" Lung Chuan shouted, swiftly lifting the princess in his arms as they made their way to Yunla Palace. Mo Shuang rose, clutching her arm, glanced at the horse on the ground, and departed as well. The horse appeared unremarkable. How could it have gone mad so suddenly? The empress and the crown prince received word and hurried over. "Physician, how is Yun Shu?" The empress held Yun Shu tightly, her heart aching profoundly. "Your Majesty, the princess was startled and has sustained some superficial injuries. A bit of medicine, and she shall recover in 2 days," the physician replied respectfully, kneeling on the ground. "The wounds will not leave scars, will they?" The empress inquired anxiously. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the princess will not be scarred," the physician assured her with conviction. "That is a relief." The empress sighed in relief and turned to Lung Chuan. "Lung Chuan, what on earth transpired? Why did the horse suddenly go wild?" Lung Chuan was at a loss for words. The horse was one he had selected, and there had been no apparent issues with it. As for why it had gone berserk, he truly had no explanation. Princess Yun Shu had already regained her composure from the earlier fright. "Mother, this cannot be blamed on Lord Lung. Who could have foreseen that the horse would suddenly lose control?" The empress's expression remained stern. Even if the horse's rampage was an accident, Lung Chuan's failure to rescue her in time could not absolve him of responsibility. "Mother," Princess Yun Shu attempted to speak further, but Lung Chuan interjected, "I willingly accept my punishment. Your Majesty, this cannot be entirely attributed to Lord Lung. He originally had the opportunity to save the princess, but Mo Shuang's sudden action in slaying the chestnut horse caused the princess to fall," and Ro interjected, seemingly innocently. The empress furrowed her brow. Is that true? Where is Mushuang? I am here. Mushuang stepped out from the crowd, kneeling slowly. The empress regarded her, momentarily taken aback, then coldly inquired, is what Rose said true? Yes. Mushuang made no attempt to defend herself, had she not struck down the horse. As long as she had ensured the princess did not fall, Long Chuan would indeed have had the chance to save them. However, that would have endangered the palace maids. Clearly, she was not the only one to notice this. Long Chuan spoke up to clarify. Miss Mo's choice to slay the horse was indeed the correct one. Had she not acted swiftly, the mad horse could have charged into the crowd, with dire consequences. And Ro retorted coldly, the lives of those palace maids and eunuchs are indeed of little value. No one would care if they all perished. And Ro, do not speak so recklessly before the empress and the crown prince. Miss Mo has a kind heart. She considered the safety of the palace maids and eunuchs. Although it placed the princess in danger, she also risked her life to protect her. In truth, she deserves credit for her actions, Lu Yiqiu said gently. Though ostensibly defending Mushuang, the underlying implication remained that she had disregarded the princess's safety. As expected, the empress's expression grew colder. As companions to the princess, your foremost duty is to ensure her safety. Everything must prioritize the princess. The crown prince looked at Mushuang, his expression darkening. Mushuang, my mother is compassionate. Given that you saved those palace maids and also protected the princess, she will not blame you. You should express your gratitude. The queen was taken aback. When had she ever said she would not blame her? Regardless of the circumstances, it was Mushuang's arrogance that had caused Yun Shu to be injured. However, before she could utter another word, she heard Mushuang express her gratitude. The queen, unwilling to undermine the crown prince's authority in front of everyone, coldly remarked, this time, considering the princess is unharmed, I shall spare you. Do not let it happen again. Yes, Mushuang replied, her head bowed. You may leave now and have the imperial physician examine your injuries. As soon as the crown prince spoke, all eyes turned to Mushuang. You are hurt? Princess Yun Shu inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Though she was willful and headstrong, she did not regard the lives of her maidens as inconsequential. She did not believe Mushuang's choice at that moment was misguided. She had saved the maid and herself, and thus felt a sense of gratitude towards her. Yet, she felt somewhat awkward, unsure of how to express her feelings. Upon learning of her injury, guilt washed over her. The queen furrowed her brow slightly. She had not realized Mushuang was hurt. It was indeed unreasonable to chastise her after she had sustained injuries while saving the princess. No wonder the crown prince had intervened to prevent her punishment. Should this news spread, it would surely invite gossip. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Mushuang calmly replied. Leave. Let the imperial physician take a look, the crown prince commanded coldly. Sensing his irritation, the queen quickly added in a gentle tone, do go and have a look. The imperial physician in the palace will be of better help. Thank you, your majesty, your highness, and princess. Mushuang said respectfully as she expressed her gratitude and then exited. And Ro, witnessing this, felt a surge of annoyance. She had initially hoped to use this opportunity to persuade the queen to strip Mushuang of her status as a companion reader, but instead, the matter had been dismissed lightly. The queen then reprimanded the guards nearby, instructing them to ensure the safety of the princess. Initially, she had intended to cancel the riding lessons, but under Princess Yun Shu's charming assurances, the lessons were preserved. Chapter 44. Awkward temperament after this episode. They departed the palace earlier than planned. Mushuang had injured her right hand when she had fallen heavily while protecting the princess, causing a fracture. The imperial physician treated her with medicine and a splint, advising her to refrain from using her right hand for a month. Once bandaged, Mushuang left the palace. The crown prince, worried about her condition, feared that showing concern might cause her to withdraw. Thus, he could only send the physician to inquire about her status. Your Highness, Miss Mu is in good health. Her injury will heal without issue as long as she rests for a month. Was it painful when you realigned her bones? The crown prince casually asked, gripping his teacup. The physician was momentarily taken aback. Realigning bones was inherently painful. He did not comprehend the prince's inquiry, but, after careful consideration, replied, it was indeed painful. Most women would find it difficult to endure, yet Miss Mu, being a martial artist, did not utter a single cry of pain. Nor did she furrow her brow. It is truly admirable. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's hand trembled slightly around the teacup. He was well aware that she often sustained injuries. To her, this injury was trivial. Yet, this only deepened his concern. The thought of her enduring countless injuries throughout her youth made him resentful of not having encountered her sooner. Had it been his childhood self who encountered her, he would undoubtedly have spared her from such suffering. Your Highness, Your Highness? The imperial physician observed the lost expression of the crown prince, suspecting he might have misspoken. It's nothing. You may leave, the prince gestured, dismissing everyone from the room. Upon learning of her injuries, the queen graciously bestowed a gift upon Mushuang. Later, after Princess Yun Shu recounted the entire ordeal, she realized her unjust suspicion towards Mushuang. Her decision to slay the horse at that moment was not erroneous. The following day, when Mushuang re-entered the palace, it was evident that Princess Yun Shu's demeanor had shifted. She approached Mushuang and placed a vial of medicine on her desk. This is a superior remedy for bruises and injuries. Please take it. Thank you, Your Highness. But the imperial physician has already treated my wounds. I am quite well, Mushuang replied. The injury was indeed trivial for her. Take it, I insist. Princess Yun Shu retorted. You are injured, yet you are serving me tea. Indeed, the tea has gone cold, and you have not thought to refresh it. Do you believe your status has changed simply because you saved the princess? And Rose scoffed, motioning for Mushuang to pour her some water. Princess Yun Shu's expression hardened. Do you not have hands of your own? She has been injured. How can you expect her to serve? Your Highness, and Rose stammered, her face stiffening. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Lu Ichio shot her a fierce glare, silencing her. Seeing this, Princess Yun Shu snorted derisively. If you are so eloquent, then until Mushuang recovers, you shall serve the tea. Your Highness, my eyes are welling with tears. How could I possibly perform such a task? And Ro protested. What? Is it too much to ask you to serve tea? You seem to have a penchant for dramatics, Princess Yun Shu said, exuding a straightforward demeanor, detesting any form of feminine pretentiousness. And Ro's antics only fueled her disdain. Were it not for Lu Ichio's influence, she would never have chosen her as a companion reader. Not at all. I shall comply with your Highness's wishes, and Ro quickly replied, sensing her displeasure. She prepared hot water and began pouring tea for everyone. Typically, Mushuang would take on this task, and Ro found satisfaction in that. However, now that she was the one serving, she felt nothing but humiliation. Despite her lineage being less distinguished than other companions, she was still the daughter of a minister and had never performed such menial tasks. Particularly, serving Mushuang was an indignity she could scarcely tolerate. She glared at Mushuang with malice. Mushuang raised an eyebrow, finding it ludicrous. It was not she who demanded the tea service. Why was all the resentment directed at her? Did they perceive her as easy to bully? Since Ro was so unwilling, it seemed the task of serving tea would henceforth fall to her. During lunch, although Mushuang still occupied the most secluded corner, the serving maidens did not overlook her, proactively offering her dishes. Mushuang glanced at Princess Yun Shu, who averted her gaze, looking elsewhere. Disregarding the princess's discomfort, Mushuang picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. This was her first experience tasting the palace's cuisine, and it was indeed delightful. Miss Mu, what delicacies has Miss Qiao prepared for you today? Ling Qing inquired with genuine enthusiasm. Mushuang raised an eyebrow. There was nothing prepared today. How could that be? For several days, Ling Qing had not savored a meal, and Mushuang often remarked that she prepared too little, having consumed all of it herself. Today, however, as I had food to eat, I did not request her to cook. Mushuang blinked, speaking untruths with not a trace of guilt. Ling Qing, possessing a simple nature, felt disheartened and sat down to eat when she said there was nothing. Mushuang quickly finished her meal and, avoiding the others, made her way to the flower garden. Indeed, she found heir already at work, her petite frame wobbling as she carried a bucket of water. heir, Mushuang called out. heir set down her bucket and flashed a sweet smile. Sister Mu, come here quickly. I have brought you delicious treats. Mushuang beckoned her to approach. From her bosom, she produced the food that Lung Qing had been yearning for. Tian swallowed, surprised. Why so much? Tomorrow and the day after. I will have no leisure to bring you meals, so these biscuits and rice balls can be stored for you to enjoy slowly, Mushuang explained. Having specifically asked Xiao Wanyan to prepare extra provisions to ensure that Tian would not go hungry over the next couple of days. Thank you. I will have food after finishing my work, Sister Mu, so you needn't worry, Tian replied, her eyes glistening as she gazed at the delicacies. One must eat well to grow strong and capable of self-protection, Mushuang said, affectionately ruffling her hair. All right, I will strive to grow strong, Tian nodded earnestly, then took large bites of the rice ball, relishing it as if it were a heavenly delight. Eat slowly and save the rest. Do not let others see, Mushuang gently cautioned, fearing that if anyone discovered her secret stash, it might be taken away. You are injured? Tian noticed Mushuang's right hand was bandaged. It's nothing, just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days, Mushuang reassured her, lifting her hand. Perhaps due to her history of injuries, her body healed more swiftly than most. The physician had suggested a month, but based on her past experiences, she estimated it would be better in about 2 weeks. You must take care of yourself as well. A hint of shyness crossed Tian face as she felt somewhat embarrassed. Mushuang chuckled, finding her demeanor reminiscent of Princess Yinshu, whose personality was similarly awkward. Once Tian finished her rice ball, Mushuang returned to the Yunli Palace. In the afternoon, she was to paint, yet due to her injured hand, she merely observed others at work, and time passed quickly. Upon exiting the palace, however, Mushuang encountered someone she wished to avoid. Chapter 45, The Unwanted Words. Not far off, 2 brown steeds stood waiting, a carriage adorned with a talisman of safety. And Wu Fei stood by, nodding at her. Mushuang had no desire to entangle herself further with Pei Ci. Having severed ties, she preferred them to remain thoroughly cut, sparing herself from the worries of others. She turned to head towards her carriage, but Wu Fei, clearly taken aback by her refusal, quickly stepped forward to block her path. Miss, the young master wishes to see you. Please inform the young master that I have no words for him, she replied firmly. Miss, it would be best if you conveyed this to the young master yourself. Wu Fei, I do not wish to see him. Mushuang lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the person she had grown up with, someone she had long regarded as an older brother. It is merely an understanding of her intentions that causes him to shyly avert his gaze. You are aware of the prince's disposition. If you do not see him, he will not relent. Mushuang glanced towards the carriage, where she beheld Pei Ci lifting the curtain of the sedan, his eyes brimming with deep affection for her. With a slight sigh, she ultimately ascended into the carriage. How is your injury? Does it hurt? Pei Ci reached out, intending to touch her right hand, but Mushuang swiftly evaded him. A bitter smile crossed her lips. The prince should know better than anyone that this minor wound is inconsequential to me. Pei Ci's hand froze mid-air, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. I apologize for the pain you endured in the past. Your kindness has been etched in my heart. From Chuan Prefecture to the capital, you have sacrificed so much for me. Pei Ci was not devoid of concern for her. Yet the allies at his disposal were few, and the Hu family alongside Pei Yuqing had persistently sought to assassinate him. The dangers surrounding him were abundant. Nevertheless, Mushuang had never been afraid. She would always shield him from harm. For 7 years, she had suffered countless injuries, all of which he had kept in mind. Initially, he had promised her that upon their return to the capital, she would lead a life of luxury, free from suffering. Yet, in order to facilitate his engagement with Bai Moran, he still sent her to the farthest northern lands to fetch the Tian Shan snow lotus. Frost, I am truly sorry. Observing his guilt-ridden and helpless expression, Mushuang's heart ached fiercely. She turned her head away, no longer meeting his gaze. Prince, the past is behind us. You saved me, and I will protect you. We rely on each other, and there is no debt between us. If there is anything to owe, it may be my love, for which I have not received an equal response. But what does it matter? Everyone has their own obsessions. I have no right to demand that you forsake everything for my sake. No, I owe you, he insisted. I know I have wronged you. especially after bringing Lin Yining back and causing you much distress. Faced with the fragile Lin Yining, Pei Ci's heart instinctively leaned towards her. I have already made plans to find her a suitable match. I will not take her as a concubine. Mushuang was taken aback. Lin Yining, does she agree? I will explain everything to her, and I will find her a good husband. She will consent. In recent days, Pei Ci had contemplated much, realizing that Mushuang was quite concerned about Lin Yining. Once, Lin Yining had expressed her desire to remain by his side forever, which had sparked his inclination to take her as a concubine. However, his feelings for Lin Yining were solely those of a brother. There was no love involved. Should he truly take her as a concubine, it might not be a favorable outcome. More importantly, he wished for Mushuang to comprehend his true feelings. Mushuang let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Lin Yining would not agree. She had only just returned to the capital, on the verge of marrying Pei Ci and reclaiming her former glory. How could she possibly relinquish that? Moreover, Mushuang had witnessed Lin Yining's cunning. She had ample means to sway Pei Ci's thoughts. Unaware of her inner musings, Pei Ci continued, I was wrong to force you into marriage last time. I was too extreme, too afraid of losing you. I apologize. As Pei Ci repeatedly expressed his feelings, Mushuang felt her heart ache with a bittersweet pang. She tremulously inquired, what does the prince mean by saying this to me? You are aware that unless you take me as your wife, I shall not turn back. She declared. Pei Ci gazed at her tenderly and said softly, I wish for you to wait for me. When I hold great power and can command everything, I shall grant you all that you desire. Upon hearing these words, the flicker of hope within Mushuang was utterly extinguished. With a bitter smile, she replied, let us speak of it then when the time comes. Everything is uncertain. By then, perhaps the heir will have changed his mind. When does one truly grasp power, such that no one can sway his position as heir? Or perhaps it is when he ascends to the throne of Chunwang. Yet, human desire is insatiable, with no day of fulfillment in sight. Shuang, trust me, this time I shall not speak in vain, Pei Ci asserted, clasping her shoulder firmly. For this year, you shall remain as Princess Yunshu's companion, while I devise other matters. After 1 year, I shall present you with a satisfactory resolution. A year's time is ample for him to strategize and succeed. Mushuang raised an eyebrow. And when will you wed Princess Bai? Pei Ci's hand fell weakly. 6 months from now, I wish to succeed, but it can only be through the Xianping Marquis. At present, I possess no better option. If Bai Moran does not marry him, the Xianping Marquis will not wholeheartedly assist him. In that case, treat Princess Bai well. She is admirable and suited for the heir. Mushuang stifled the bitterness within and spoke calmly. Since the heir believes he has wronged me, let him not wrong Princess Bai any further. She bears no fault in this matter. Shuang, Your Highness, my hand aches. I wish to return home to rest. Mushuang interjected, unwilling to hear more. The more he spoke, the less she would hear the words she longed for. Very well, let us return. Observing her weary demeanor, Pei Ci sighed and produced a vial from his robe. This medicine will aid your injuries. Apply it generously upon your return. Mushuang glanced at it and retrieved an identical vial from her own robe. Thank you, Your Highness. Princess Yunshu has already gifted me this, and I shall not require so much. Pei Ci was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, it seems Princess Yunshu also acquired this from the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? Mushuang was perplexed, unsure of the connection. This medicine was specially formulated by the Crown Prince's esteemed physician. Only the Crown Prince possesses it. Yet, if Princess Yunshu already had the medicine, why had the Crown Prince not informed him when he sought it? Mushuang observed the vial in her hand. Lost in thought, suddenly, she noticed that the two vials were not entirely identical. The inscriptions on the vials were penned by different hands. She did not recognize the handwriting on Pei Ci's vial. However, the one she held, though deliberately concealed, bore the distinct calligraphy of the Crown Prince, which she could not mistake. Her expression flickered, and she hastily tucked the vial into her robe. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Mu residence. Chapter 46. The pride of Bai Moran in the East Palace. The Crown Prince stood before his desk, diligently painting, when he heard Ji Dong's announcement. Your Highness, Miss Mu has entered the heir's carriage. The crown prince paused momentarily, responding coldly. And then, they remained in the carriage for half an hour before returning to the Mu residence. Very well, I am aware. The crown prince delicately placed the tip of his brush upon the hem of the portrait, completing a depiction of Mushuang attending her lessons in the study that day. He picked up the painting and entered the inner chamber, which was adorned with countless portraits, all depicting Mushuang. There were images of her first appearance before the crown prince, alongside scenes from the past 10 days of her attending classes. During this time, regardless of whether there were calligraphy lessons, the crown prince would make a pilgrimage to the study at Yunla Palace, solely to catch a glimpse of her from afar. Ji Dong felt as though his prince had become bewitched. In the presence of Miss Mu, he completely lost the composure he usually possessed. He could not fathom what extraordinary charm Mushuang held that so captivated the crown prince. While he believed this infatuation was not beneficial for the prince, he dared not voice his opinions regarding his master's affairs. He could only hope that the prince would awaken to reality soon, marry Princess Lu, and suppress the faction of the eldest prince. It was not only the crown prince who witnessed Mushuang boarding Pei Ci's carriage. Bai Moran did as well. Having left the palace shortly after Mushuang, she naturally observed everything. Instead of returning to the Lu family, she went directly to the Xianping Marquis's residence. You arrived just in time. A batch of jewelry was recently delivered from Kaifeng Lu for you to see, Bai Junju said, displaying over a dozen exquisite headpieces. All sourced from Kaifeng Lu. Why such a sudden influx? Lu Ichio asked in surprise. Although they were not lacking in silver, it was uncommon to purchase so many at once. Bai Moran shyly lowered her head. It was sent by Pei Ci. Pei Ci? Lu Ichio was astounded. While he was busy expressing affection for Mushuang on one side, he was simultaneously attempting to appease Bai Moran with jewelry on the other. A remarkable balance indeed. She had not anticipated that Pei Ci, who usually appeared cold and unfeeling, could be so adept at charming women. With a sigh, she settled into a chair. What could prompt such a generous gift of jewelry? Bai Moran, slightly taken aback, sensed an unusual tone in her voice. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Bai Moran and Lu Ichio, being cousins and intimate friends, shared everything, which is why Lu Ichio did not withhold the truth. I saw Pei Ci picking up Mushuang as I left the palace. These jewels are likely intended to silence you. Bai Moran's smile faltered, and she set down the headpiece in her hand, sitting across from Lu Ichio. He frequently goes to pick up Mushuang? Not often. Today was my first time seeing it. He must have heard about her injury and is worried, Lu Ichio replied candidly. However, where there is one instance, there may be others. You cannot simply overlook the fact that he has sent you these jewels. He may become increasingly presumptuous. Unlike other young ladies of the court, they were supported by formidable families. Whoever married them would need to rely on their maternal kin. Thus, the respect they were due must be afforded to them. Bai Moran's expression turned cold, and she forced a smile. I truly believed he had come to his senses. It seems he is still so attached to Mushuang. That Mushuang, who was subjected to their trials in the palace, remained utterly unfazed. When faced with hunger, she brought her own meals. As if nothing could crush her spirit, she was indeed a formidable opponent. Lu Ichio had never encountered a woman who remained unflappable in the face of adversity. Their punches seemed to land on cotton, soft and ineffective. There is no need for you to deliberately give her a hard time on my account. It would be unbecoming. It was entirely unexpected for Mushuang to become a princess's companion reader. However, despite this new role, she remained as distant from the princess as clouds are from mud. As long as Pei Ci wished to maintain his position as heir, he would not withdraw from the engagement. With her presence, Mushuang could never return to the residence of the crown prince. Lu Ichio spoke in a low voice, feeling inexplicably uneasy as she regarded Mushuang. Whether it was due to Bai Mo Ran or not, seeing Mushuang's face filled her with discomfort. Initially, she had intended to expel her from the palace. But now that she had saved Yun Shu, it became a delicate matter. Although Princess Yun Shu held her in high esteem, she was also quite obstinate. Now that she felt Mushuang had rescued her, her attitude had shifted. It would not be so simple to strip Mushuang of her title as companion reader. For the time being, she would remain in the palace, and everything could be addressed once I am married into the crown prince's residence. All right, I shall heed your advice. Pei Ci replied. What shall we do with these ornaments? Bai Ren glanced at them and coldly commanded, return them to the crown prince's residence. I have no wish for these ornaments. I hear that Mushuang's Linlang pavilion is set to open tomorrow. We might as well go and select some pieces. Very well. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. At the crown prince's residence, Pei Ci gazed at the returned ornaments and the report from the servants, his expression darkening. He understood that Bai Ren was issuing a warning, making it clear that she could no longer tolerate Mushuang. It appeared that he could no longer openly seek Mushuang's company before the marriage. Cousin, Lin Ying called gently from outside the study. Pei Ci composed himself and entered. Upon seeing the room filled with ornaments, Lin Ying froze momentarily, a flicker of greed flashing in her eyes. Cousin, why have you purchased so many ornaments? These are for Princess Bai. She does not fancy them. Pei Ci replied coldly. Princess Bai is accustomed to fine things. Lin Ying chuckled awkwardly, but she felt she could not refuse her cousin's goodwill. Her gaze shifted from the ornaments to the pastry she held, her hand trembling slightly. She could easily dismiss these precious jewels, yet without support, she had nothing left. If she does not want them, select a few for yourself, and send the rest to Lu Zhu. Pei Ci said indifferently. Understood, Lin Ying replied, approaching him and placing the pastries before him, her voice softening. These pastries are made by my own hands. Do try them, cousin. Very well. Set them down, Pei Ci responded, but when he noticed Lin Ying still lingering, he added coldly, I have matters to attend to. You may return. Cousin, allow me to prepare some ink for you. Lin Ying gazed at him with affection. Pei Ci turned away, declining, leave now. Having already resolved to arrange Lin Ying's marriage, he could not afford to give her any false hope. He feared that she might not accept the truth, so he thought it best to wait until he found a suitable match before informing her, believing it might ease the transition. Observing his demeanor, Lin Ying's eyes reddened, but she was helpless as Pei Ci completely disregarded her. She slightly bowed, her voice trembling as she said, Ying, take your leave. After her departure, Pei Ci instructed that all the ornaments be sent to her courtyard for her selection. There were a total of 16 sets, and she chose 10. The servants, witnessing this, felt it inappropriate to comment, especially since the heir had not expressly stated that they must be evenly divided. Lin Ying gazed at the remaining jewelry and remarked, I shall deliver this to Miss Lu. Chapter 47. The grand opening of the Linlang Pavilion. At that moment, Lu Zhu was meticulously following the techniques taught by Mushuang, administering a head massage to a mannequin when a maid announced Lin Ying's arrival. Lu Zhu instructed the maid to tidy away the mannequin and manual before stepping out to greet her. Miss Lin, she said. Miss Lu, my cousin has purchased some headpieces, and I cannot carry them all, so I'm gifting you a few sets, Lin Ying said with a smile. Lu Zhu glanced at the headpieces behind Lin Ying, her expression subtly shifting. I am fortunate to benefit from Miss Lin's generosity. Upon hearing this flattery, Lin Ying raised her chin, asserting, now that it is only the two of us in the courtyard, we must work together and share the good things. I cannot compare myself to Miss Lin. You are the cousin of the heir, while I am merely a female official, Lu Zhu replied coolly. Lin Ying's expression stiffened, fully aware of the implications. A female official is destined to be a concubine of the heir, and although she holds the title of cousin, residing in the prince's residence renders her position tenuous. Pei Ci had never disclosed any intentions to recognize her as a concubine. With a darkened expression, she fixed her gaze on Lu Zhu and spoke in a low voice. Lu Zhu, you should be aware of my capabilities. If you do not recognize your place, I can just as easily send Mushuang away as I could expel you from the palace. Lu Zhu let out a derisive laugh. Miss Lin, what inflated sense of self you possess. Mushuang left of her own accord. It was never your doing. What did you say? Lin Ying was taken aback by Lu Zhu's boldness. Lu Zhu regarded her with disdain. Miss Lin, do you not think that the heir is currently more detached from you than he was when Mushuang was here? Lin Ying was momentarily stunned. This was indeed the case. She had believed that with Mushuang gone, her cousin's heart and mind would be wholly hers. Yet the reality was starkly different. When Mushuang was present, her cousin had protected her, fulfilling her every request and often accompanying her at meals. However, after Mushuang's departure, he had not once taken the initiative to visit her quarters, and even her efforts to curry favor were met with impatience. Now, she felt even less secure than when she first arrived at the prince's residence. She attributed this to Lu Zhu, believing that it was their current dynamic that led to her distress, as they were now the only two in the household. Thus, she had come today to assert her dominance. With Mushuang gone, it seems you have benefited, she said, eyeing Lu Zhu. Miss Lin, you overestimate me. Although I've spent more time with the heir than before, his heart has never truly been with me. Therefore, my situation is no better than yours, Lu Zhu explained. Mushuang's departure has only heightened the heir's awareness of her significance. His heart is no longer in the residence. Even if we were to clash fiercely, it would not concern him. Lin Yining narrowed her eyes. Are you afraid of my retaliation? I'm not afraid. After all, I have been bestowed by the Empress, and becoming the heir's concubine is a certainty. What did you possibly take from me? The heir's favor? It seems I have never truly possessed it, Lu Zhu said with a self-deprecating smile. For having never held anything, she remained more composed than others. Then what is the purpose of this conversation? Lin Yining pondered, realizing that Lu Zhu's threat was far less significant than that posed by Mushuang. It is of little significance. I merely wish to remind Miss Lin that rather than squander time here, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to secure a lasting position within the Chunwang mansion. Lu Zhu raised an eyebrow as she regarded the ornaments, recalling that these adornments were indeed selected by the young master to be sent to the Xianping Marquis's residence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yining's expression stiffened, suddenly feeling as though her recent actions rendered her a mere jester. Lu Zhu continued, Since you fancy them, I shall gift you mine as well. With that, she retreated to her chamber and closed the door, leaving Lin Yining in the courtyard, seething with frustration. On the 6th day of the 10th month, a propitious occasion, the Linlang Pavilion chose this day for its grand opening. As firecrackers erupted, Qiao Wanyan and Mushuang unveiled the signboard of the Linlang Pavilion. Mushuang had initially preferred a more subdued affair. For a modest shop, a simple firecracker would suffice to mark the opening. However, Qiao Wanyan insisted that this was the inception of their venture and that a grand start was essential. Furthermore, the opening must be widely publicized to attract patrons. Unable to counter her resolve, Mushuang acquiesced. Nevertheless, at the moment the red cloth was lifted, an uncommon thrill surged within her. Perhaps this was what Qiao Wanyan referred to as the feeling of having one's own enterprise. Qiao Wanyan asserted that when a woman possesses her own career, she need not rely on men, allowing her to live according to her own desires. Not only should one have a career, but also aspirations. Striving for one's ideals imbues life with greater significance. She lifted her gaze to the 3 characters of Linlang Pavilion. This was a joint endeavor between her and Qiao Wanyan. As for her ambitions, they had once been for Pei Ci, but now she remained uncertain. Miss Mu, congratulations on the opening of Linlang Pavilion. A gentle voice brought her back to reality. Turning, she was surprised to find by Moran and Lu Yiqiu. The recollection of her meeting with Pei Ci yesterday flashed through her mind. Lu Yiqiu was indeed acting as by Moran's informant. Such sisterly bonds were commendable. She smiled faintly. Princess by Princess Lu. Miss Mu, you are quite remarkable to have opened a shop. This is unprecedented among the noble ladies of the capital. We, on the other hand, are not familiar with such matters and leave them to our servants, Lu Yiqiu remarked pointedly. In the circles of noble women in the capital, who does not have a few shops to their name? Yet these establishments are either rented out or managed by servants. They desire wealth, but consider commerce beneath their dignity, reluctant to taint themselves with the scent of copper. If you are unfamiliar, perhaps you should learn. Beware of being deceived by your household servants, lest the profits elude you, interjected Qiao Wanyan, who had been attending to other customers. In modern times, she too had been raised as a refined lady of a prestigious family. She was not inherently timid or conflict-averse. It was only after arriving in this ancient world, devoid of support and subjected to harsh treatment, that she had become somewhat hesitant. Now, With Mushuang by her side, she felt a renewed sense of security, and with the Linlang Pavilion, she had gained confidence, allowing her modern ladylike demeanor to surface. Moreover, in business, one must be bold and visible. Timidity would hinder success. With this thought, her smile deepened. Lu Ichio said with a cold expression, "How naive. Those servants are mere family retainers, lacking the audacity to betray their master. Moreover, we are merely indifferent to business affairs. It does not imply we are incapable of scrutinizing the accounts." Accounts? Can you discern the genuine from the counterfeit? Who among us remains untouched by a hint of greed in the face of silver? The servants of these prominent families resemble mid-level managers in contemporary enterprises, given an opportunity. How many would refrain from lining their own pockets? Even officials well-versed in the classics succumb to temptation, let alone those at the lower rungs. Who are you to speak to this county princess in such a manner? Lu Ichio's countenance darkened as she faced repeated retorts in public. Chapter 48. Velvet Flowers. She is my sister, and also the proprietor of Linlang Pavilion. Being young and inexperienced, I hope the county princess can show her understanding. Mushuang interjected hastily, positioning herself in front of Qiao Wanyan to prevent any escalation. Lu Ichio sneered. She is the proprietor? Then your shop shall hardly endure for long. Ichio, Miss Mu's establishment has just opened. We must refrain from uttering such inauspicious words. We're here to offer our support. Bai Moran responded leisurely once she deemed the conversation had progressed sufficiently. Unfazed by the exchange occurring before her, Mushuang smiled and said, "I appreciate the county princess's patronage. Would the two ladies care to explore our jewelry?" "Certainly. Yesterday, the heir sent a plethora of adornments from Kaifeng Lu, none of which I fancy. It will be just the occasion to see if your shop has any new styles," Bai Moran remarked, feigning nonchalance. "Please, step inside." Mushuang maintained her smile. After taking a few steps, Bai Moran noticed Mushuang had not moved and inquired playfully, "Could Miss Mu introduce us to the jewelry of Linlang Pavilion? We have dedicated staff members, trained to know more. They shall assist the two county princesses in selecting jewelry." Qiao Wanyan promptly called for a shop attendant. "Your task today is to attend to the two county princesses." Understood, the attendant nodded and bowed respectfully to the two ladies. Bai Moran cast a glance at her and coolly replied, "I prefer not to be accompanied by strangers. Let Miss Mu stay with us instead." Before Qiao Wanyan could voice her thoughts, Mushuang intervened. "Very well, I shall accompany the two county princesses." "Sister Mu," Qiao Wanyan felt anxious, aware of their intent to provoke. "Don't worry, you carry on with your affairs," Mushuang reassured her. Bai Moran merely intended to issue a warning. She would not commit any egregious acts. Upon entering the shop, Bai Moran immediately frowned at the bustling crowd, nearly devoid of space to step. Their maidservants quickly shielded them from the throng. This shop is indeed thriving. However, Miss Mu, not everyone should be allowed entry, should they? Lu Ichio observed the shabby-clad individuals jostling into the jewelry store. "It is the opening day, and we organize some promotional activities, hence the larger crowd," Mushuang explained. It must be said that Qiao Wanyan's prior promotional efforts were quite effective. Many had gathered early, aware of the free hairpins and the buy-one-get-one free offers. However, the shop was not large enough to accommodate too many patrons at once. Qiao Wanyan had already instructed those outside to form a queue, allowing entry only when someone exited. Linlang Pavilion remains the most popular establishment in the capital, bursting with patrons upon its opening. Merely a spectacle to attract attention, Lu Ichio scoffed. Lu Ichio let out a cold snort and demanded, "Bring forth your finest jewelry. Let us take a look." "Of course, Your Highness. Please wait a moment," Mushuang replied, turning to instruct Xiaoyao to present the shop's best adornments. Bai Moran casually glanced at the other jewelry in the shop, and her eyes brightened. Although the materials were ordinary, the designs were refreshingly novel, almost all of which she had never encountered before. "Your Highness, what do you think of these pieces?" Mushuang inquired as she displayed the exquisite jewelry. "What is this?" Bai Moran exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at a delicate hairpin adorned with a blooming peony. Its luster radiant and its elegance undeniable. "Is this made of cloth?" Typically, their jewelry was crafted from gold, silver, and gemstones, with fabric reserved for headbands. This was her first encounter with flowers made from cloth that did not appear cheap. "It is not cloth, it is silk," a deep male voice interjected from behind them, his eyes fixed intently on the jewelry. "You possess a keen eye, sir. This is made from the finest silk from Jiangnan, known as Ronghua," Qiao Wanyan approached to explain. She had stumbled upon the fact that this era lacked Ronghua, and since she knew how to create it, she seized the opportunity. The man smiled faintly. "Ronghua? A splendid name. Did you create this?" "Indeed," Qiao Wanyan nodded. "Are you selecting jewelry for your lady? She will surely adore this Ronghua. No woman can resist the allure of flowers." "Master Ji, do you know Miss Mu as well?" Bai Moran recognized the man before them as Ji Wuying, the wealthiest gentleman in the capital. "Miss Mu, it is an honor to finally meet you." Ji Wuying nodded at Mushuang. He was well informed about the affairs of Linlang Pavilion and had also heard of Mushuang. "Greetings, Master Ji." Mushuang was taken aback by his presence at Linlang Pavilion, realizing that her modest shop had captured his attention, which would be both a blessing and a curse. "Sister Mu, who is he?" Xiao Wanyan whispered curiously. "He is the master of Kaifeng Tower, the wealthiest gentleman in the capital," Mushuang quickly explained. "The wealthiest in the capital?" Xiao Wanyan's eyes sparkled. "Master Ji, your visit to Linlang Pavilion truly brings glory to our humble shop. You are my idol." "Idol?" Ji Wuying furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the term. "I dream of becoming a merchant like you." "I greatly admire you," Qiao Wanyan confessed, having researched all there was to know about the current wealthiest individual, Ji Wuying, who had transformed the nearly bankrupt Ji family into the wealthiest in the land at just 15 years of age, a feat worthy of admiration. Now, half of Chu's wealth lay in his hands, and Xiao Wanyan felt that her aspirations of becoming the wealthiest were rather distant. "You are quite impressive yourself." Ji Wuying found himself at a loss for words, as the young woman's remarks were rather peculiar. "If you truly believe that, I do possess some talent in commerce. I hope that one day I may have the chance to compete with Master Ji." "Ah," Ji Wuyong was taken aback once more. Just moments ago, someone who professed admiration for him now wished to become his rival, and even more surprisingly, she was a woman. "Do you have a penchant for commerce?" "Indeed. The world of business is quite intriguing. Wouldn't you agree, young Master Ji?" Xiao Wanyan nodded emphatically. If one day her ventures could flourish across the entirety of Chu, she would undoubtedly leap for joy. In modern times, the realm of business is crowded. Even the most talented individuals find it challenging to stand out, let alone aspire to become the richest person. Achieving such a status requires a perfect confluence of time, place, and favorable circumstances. Yet in this ancient era, commerce seemed more accessible to her, igniting her ambition to become the wealthiest. Ji Wuyong stood as her greatest competitor, despite the fact that he hardly noticed her at present. "Indeed, that is my sentiment," Ji Wuyong replied with a sincere smile directed at her. To others, his business pursuits appeared as mere competition for fame and profit, reeking of the mundane scent of commerce, a world driven by greed. He too found business fascinating, yet few believed him. It was refreshing to encounter someone who truly understood him. Chapter 49. Seeking trouble shopkeeper, someone is looking for you. A shop assistant called out, to which Xiao Wanyan nodded in acknowledgement. "Young Master Ji, please continue your leisurely stroll. I must attend to my duties." "Very well, do as you must," Ji Wuyong replied softly, his gaze lingering on the direction in which Xiao Wanyan departed. "My lord, the crowd is quite large. Should we not take our leave?" The gardening Feng suggested. "All right, purchase a set of velvet floral adornments, and we shall depart," Ji Wuyong instructed while observing the shop's decor and layout. Noticing the meticulous details, customers wishing to claim complimentary hairpins must enter through the entrance and collect them at the exit, passing by racks displaying an array of jewelry. These displays offered a splendid variety of new styles at reasonable prices, making it nearly impossible for any woman with silver in hand to leave empty-handed. Among 10 patrons, if even one purchased jewelry, it was a guaranteed profit. Furthermore, the promotional offers of Buy More, Receive More ensured that few would make a single purchase. Where had she gleaned such ideas? After exiting the Linglong Pavilion, he glanced at the velvet floral adornment in his hand and handed it to Ningfeng. "Seek out a few embroiderers and goldsmiths. Have them investigate how this floral piece is crafted. Understood. Ji Weiyang then noticed a tailor shop ahead, a smile curling his lips as he decided to acquire it as well. Ah! Ning Feng looked at him in shock, seemingly perplexed by his master's intentions. Does she not wish to compete with me? Then let us provide her with that opportunity. Ji Weiyang's expression relaxed, feeling that this mundane existence had finally taken on a hint of amusement. Yes, although Ning Feng did not comprehend his master's fascination with a small shop, he understood that his duty was merely to follow orders. Meanwhile, Bai Moran and Lu Ichio emerged, observing the maid laden with an abundance of jewelry, only to realize that they had come to assert dominance over Mushuang, and yet they unintentionally fostered her business. Bai Moran sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Take these back and set them aside. Do not wear them. Such gaudy flowers are not to adorn my head. Lu Ichio scoffed in disdain. Even if she had a fondness for these ornaments, she would not wear them. Otherwise, the jewelry from Linlang Pavilion would surely become all the rage in the capital. Bai Moran turned back to glance at Linlang Pavilion, for the first time appreciating the promising prospects of a small jewelry shop. However, the better Mushuang's business thrived, the more reassured she felt, indicating that she did not wish to return to the Prince Chen's residence. After a busy day, in the evening, Xiao Wanyin calculated the accounts and exclaimed with delight, "Today we earned a total of 200 taels of silver, exceeding my expectations." So much? Mushuang was equally astonished. 200 taels in a day means we would have 6,000 taels in a month. Indeed, my jewelry is unique. There is no woman who would not find them appealing. Xiao Wanyin beamed with pride, though today's significant earnings primarily came from Bai Moran, Lu Ichio, and young Master Ji, as the three of them purchased the most expensive headpieces. In spite of the crowd at Linlang Pavilion, most patrons were drawn by the allure of free hairpins, comprising mainly common folk who held limited silver and were reluctant to spend lavishly on jewelry. No worries, we have just opened, so we will take our time. I believe your jewelry will eventually captivate the entire capital, Xiao Wanyin encouraged. Yes, I will strive to make Linlang Pavilion as renowned as Kaifeng Tower. Mushuang affirmed with a firm nod. She understood that in the hearts of the noble young ladies in the capital, Kaifeng Tower represented the pinnacle of luxury, while other well-known jewelry stores were merely niche luxury brands. With ample silver, their first choice would be Kaifeng Tower, and if their funds fell short, they would resort to other shops, leaving her new establishment unnoticed. Despite her innovative designs being on par with those of Kaifeng Tower, they would not choose her offerings. Thus, she needed a spokesperson to introduce Linlang Pavilion's jewelry into the circles of the aristocratic young ladies. Her gaze subtly shifted to Mushuang. Sister Mu, allow me to select a few pieces for you to wear next time you enter the palace. Mushuang shyly touched her hairpin and replied, I seldom wear jewelry. Perhaps it was due to her martial upbringing. She believed that wearing ornaments would hinder her agility, coupled with her lack of interest in adornment, as she typically only used ordinary hairpins to secure her hair. This velvet flower would undoubtedly shine on you, Sister Mu. Xiao Wanyin playfully clung to her arm, adding, Please be my model. When other young ladies see you wearing the velvet flower, they will surely flock to Linlang Pavilion to purchase their own, thus allowing them to recognize her shop. Mushuang did not grasp the meaning of model, yet she understood the essence of Xiao Wanyin's words. The effort Xiao Wanyin exerted to earn silver was also for her sake, and she felt compelled to contribute to the shop. All right, I will heed your wishes. Then I shall immediately choose matching clothing and accessories for you, Sister Mu. Xiao Wanyin was overjoyed. She had longed to adorn Mushuang beautifully. Watching her bustle about, Mushuang smiled contentedly. In her role as a businesswoman, she seemed to radiate brilliance. Was this the essence of striving for a purpose? It truly was a beautiful sight. Lu's family had been closely monitoring the affairs of the Linlang Pavilion. Upon learning that business had surged in recent days, she could no longer remain still. Seizing the opportunity while Mushuang was at the palace, she brought her entourage to the pavilion. Madam, welcome. What jewelry would you like to choose? The shop assistant greeted her with a smile upon seeing the visitors. Lu glanced around the store before striding directly to the counter. I wish to see the account books, she declared. The assistant was momentarily taken aback, then replied, I'm sorry, madam. but only the manager is permitted to view the account books. Before she could finish her sentence, Chun Chao, standing beside Lu, struck her across the face. Have you lost your senses to speak to the madam in such a manner? The owner of this shop is my lady. Where is Xiao Wanyan? I must speak with her, Lu demanded. The manager is on the second floor. If the madam wishes to see her, I shall take you there. An older woman approached, signaling to the struck assistant to attend to other customers. Are you also a servant here? Chun Chao regarded the woman with disdain. Call Xiao Wanyan down. You don't even know to welcome the madam. It's utterly disgraceful. Please forgive me, madam. The manager is currently designing jewelry on the second floor, and she likely isn't aware of your visit, the woman explained with a smile. There are private rooms upstairs, so it would be best for the madam to wait there. I will inform the manager. Lu noticed that other customers were looking her way, cleared her throat, and said, Very well, let us proceed to the second floor. After you, madam, the woman urged, leading them upstairs. Meanwhile, the other assistants rushed to notify Xiao Wanyan. Xiao Wanyan harbored little affection for the Mu family, particularly for Lu. During her time in prison, Lu had even pressured her to transfer the shop to her. Lu was nothing but a malicious stepmother. Yet, she was uncertain how Lu would react if she refused to meet her. Setting down her tools, she entered the room where Lu awaited her. Upon entering, she noticed 2 guards standing behind Lu. Madam, your presence is a great honor. It is my failure not to have welcomed you properly, Xiao Wanyan said. Lu looked at her with a cold smile. Your arrogance surpasses even mine. One might think the shop truly belongs to you. What do you mean by that, madam? Xiao Wanyan blinked innocently. This shop is indeed mine. The deed is in my name, and that cannot be disputed. Hearing this, Lu's expression darkened. You harbor ill intentions and are quite the traitor. You do not intend to return the shop, do you? Sighing, Xiao Wanyan replied, The shop is mine. We both know the truth of its ownership. There is no need for pretense. I care not whose name it is under, but I will oversee the accounts, and the profits must return to the Mu family. Lu snapped back, her gaze fierce, attempting to intimidate Xiao Wanyan. Deep down, Xiao Wanyan felt a twinge of fear. She understood that the matriarchs of the past often appeared gentle and demure, yet their methods could be ruthless. In a true confrontation, she might not stand a chance against Lu. Upon hearing her audacious remarks, the flames of indignation within her triumphed over her trepidation. She replied coldly, That is impossible. Linlang Pavilion marks the inception of my and Mushuang's fortune. I shall never relinquish it. If you are unwilling, then this shop should cease to operate. With a swift motion, she swept all the jewelry before her to the ground, exclaiming that such trinkets were unworthy of sale. Summon someone to demolish this establishment. As her words echoed, 2 guards stepped forward, beginning to wreak havoc within the room. After devastating the interior, they attempted to exit and continue their destruction. Xiao Wanyan's expression hardened as she positioned herself at the doorway. Madam Mu, this is not the Mu family's shop. Your actions are in violation of the law. The law? Lu sneered. Then go ahead and report me to the magistrate. Let us see whether the law favors you or me. The common man does not contend with the officials. How surprising that you, a maid from an official family, do not comprehend this. Lu shook her head and approached Xiao, pushing her aside to proceed with the destruction below. Halt! Someone stop them. As Lu pressed forward relentlessly, Xiao Wanyan ceased to maintain a cordial demeanor. Linlang Pavilion had its own enforcers, and now they were of use. What? Do you still dare to lay a hand on this lady? Lu was unperturbed, confident that Xiao would not resort to violence. Chun Chao raised her chin and stepped forward, cornering the enforcers towards the stairs. With a derisive laugh, she warned, back further, and you will tumble down. The enforcers glanced at Xiao Wanyan, showing no fear. They would act at their master's command and cast these individuals out. The commotion from above naturally drew the attention of the guests below, who turned to observe the spectacle with expressions of intrigue. Xiao Wanyan felt a wave of embarrassment. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not wish to resort to violence. After all, Lu was the biological aunt of Mushuang, and should she strike, it might be construed as Mushuang's intent, tarnishing her reputation with the label of a disobedient daughter. She was reluctant to embroil Mushuang in trouble. Yet if Lu truly commanded the destruction of the shop, she could not afford to be lenient. Just as she hesitated on how to proceed, a deep male voice resonated. Miss Qiao, I wish to purchase several sets of jewelry. Could you assist me in selecting them? Everyone turned to see a gentleman clad in a moon-white garment adorned with intricate embroidery, a gold-threaded belt cinching his waist, and a white jade pendant of auspicious clouds hanging elegantly. He possessed a striking demeanor, exuding an aura of refinement. Master Ji, Xiao Wanyan, was taken aback upon seeing him. Lu, however, brightened at the sight. Master Ji, how fortuitous that you are here to purchase jewelry as well. Madame Liu Yivuyu replied, his eyes twinkling with warmth as he inclined his head slightly. Lu quickly descended from the second floor and approached him, inquiring, for whom are you selecting jewelry, Master Ji? For my younger sister. She finds the pieces from Kai Feng Lu rather tiresome and wishes to select something novel. Upon hearing it was for his sister, Lu sighed in relief, her expression shifting subtly. This shop belongs to our Mu family. If Master Ji fancies it, then please choose freely. I shall gift it to you as a present for Miss Ji. That is entirely unnecessary. In business, there is no custom of taking without payment. Ji Weo maintained his expression and continued, the jewelry in this shop is indeed commendable. Perhaps one day it shall rival the offerings of Kai Feng Lu Master Ji. You yist. How could this humble shop compare to the Phoenix Pavilion? Mrs. Lu scoffed, adding that it might close its doors any day now. Ji Weiyang continued to smile, though his expression bore a hint of impatience. Every establishment has its value. The Linglang Pavilion is no inferior to other shops in the capital. Madam Lu, may I request Miss Qiao to accompany me for a stroll? Certainly, of course, Mrs. Lu replied, her smile slightly strained, as she realized Ji Weiyang was intent on protecting this shop. It was indeed puzzling how Xiao Wanyan had ensnared Ji Weiyang. She truly was a vixen. Yet, despite her inner discontent, she dared not speak harshly to Ji Weiyang. It is well known that although he is a merchant, he is a royal merchant, well acquainted with the nobility in the palace, and offending him would lead to dire consequences. More importantly, Mrs. Lu had her own ulterior motives. She turned to Chun Chao behind her and instructed, return to the manor and summon the young lady to the Linglang Pavilion. Upon seeing Mrs. Lu depart, Xiao Wanyan sighed in relief. Thank you, Master Ji. Ji Weiyang raised an eyebrow, knowing that Madame Lu would not relent easily. The better business thrived at Linglang Pavilion, the more she would covet it. This shop belongs to Sister Mu, and I must protect it at all costs, ensuring her birth mother does not take it away. Xiao Wanyan declared resolutely. Observing her frail figure uttering such strong words, Ji Weiyang smiled warmly. Next time, do not hesitate. Simply expel her so she dares not return. Understood. Xiao Wanyan nodded. Thank you, Master Ji. Please feel free to choose. I shall give you a set of headpieces. I wish to see more of the velvet flowers. Yivuong replied softly. Xiao Wanyan promptly ordered the finest velvet flower headpieces to be brought forth. Ji Weiyang gazed at the vibrant, lifelike flowers, momentarily entranced. Are these truly crafted from silk? Indeed, they are made from the finest silk source from Jiangnan, Xiao Wanyan confirmed. It is remarkable how soft and smooth this silk is, Ji Weiyang remarked, seemingly casually. Chapter 51. The signboard of Linglang Pavilion is mined naturally. The silk not only boasts quality, but has undergone intricate processes to achieve such vividness. In modern times, she had a profound appreciation for the craftsmanship of velvet flowers, even seeking out masters to learn from them for an extended period. She had intended to incorporate velvet flowers into contemporary jewelry to preserve this art, yet fate had led her to utilize it in ancient times. Nevertheless, it is indeed a blessing for this craft to be passed down in this era. These velvet flowers symbolize opulence. Each bloom perpetually blossoms in eternity. Noticing she had yet to express what he wished to hear, Ji Weiyang raised an eyebrow, delicately tracing the petals as he continued to inquire. What renders this silk so remarkably soft? Surely, Miss Qiao possesses some secret within. The fluffy texture arises from the combing of the silk, which is a crucial step in the creation of velvet flowers, Xiao Wanyan replied candidly. If Master Ji is fond of the craftsmanship of velvet flowers, I will be pleased to teach you. What? Ji Weiyang was taken aback, never expecting such a proposition from her. The smile on his face faltered momentarily. The velvet flower is indeed the hallmark of Linlang Pavilion. If I were to master it, your establishment would surely be doomed. Not at all. The true emblem of Linlang Pavilion is I, not the velvet flower or any other ornament, Xiao Wanyan confidently asserted. I am unperturbed by imitation, for the ideas within my mind are beyond anyone's grasp. She had never contemplated relying solely on the velvet flower to sustain Linlang Pavilion. Ji Weiyang stepped closer, suddenly bowing his head to meet her gaze, genuinely curious about the thoughts swirling in her mind. Xiao Wanyan gazed at the handsome face before her breath quickening as she instinctively took 2 steps back. Since you admire this velvet flower, allow me to gift you this complete set as a token of gratitude for rescuing Linlang Pavilion today. Her expression was fleeting, unable to suppress her inner thoughts about his striking looks, which could easily beguile anyone's heart. Observing her demeanor, Ji Weiyang's lips curled slightly. Then I shall accept it. Moreover, you mentioned combing silk? Is that akin to the act of styling hair? Xiao Wanyan nodded. Indeed it is. Ji Weiyang made a mental note. He had sought out the finest embroidery masters in the capital to study the velvet flower. Yet, they could never replicate its delicate softness. Realizing they had overlooked this crucial step, he inquired, and Xiao Wanyan willingly enlightened him. He was uncertain whether to deem her naive or generous. After all, she was new to business and had yet to grasp the cutthroat nature of commerce, so readily divulging her methods could lead to dire consequences. In light of this, he resolved to teach her a lesson, illustrating that trust is a commodity that cannot be afforded in the marketplace. He was also intrigued to discover more of her thoughts. Aspiring to be his rival was not a matter to be taken lightly. As Ji Weiyang was about to depart from Linlang Pavilion, Mushuang, adorned in splendid attire, made her entrance. Upon seeing him, her cheeks flushed. What a coincidence, young Master Ji. Xiao Wanyan could not help but roll her eyes, realizing Lu's hurried departure was merely to create an opportunity for her daughter. Miss Mu, Ji Weiyang politely acknowledged her. Mushuang shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She had last seen Ji Weiyang at the full moon banquet for the grandson of Minister Li. Just one glance had captured her heart. He was a man worthy of comparison to Pei Ci, possessing not only good looks, but also a distinguished status. Although a merchant, even princes and lords would hold him in esteem, and more importantly, he was unmarried. To wed him would be akin to falling into a nest of fortune. Ji Weiyang perfectly met her criteria for a husband. In comparison, the illegitimate son of the Minister of Justice paled in significance. Gaining courage, she sweetly said, I was just thinking of visiting Kaifeng Tower to select a headpiece. I wonder if young Master Ji has the time to accompany me? Ji Weiyang's smile deepened. I do not have the time. What? Caught off guard by his abrupt refusal, Mushuang momentarily faltered. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Ji Weiyang sidestepped her and proceeded toward the exit. Young Master Ji, wait a moment. Mushuang hurriedly reached out to stop him. Ji Weiyang glanced at her hand, gripping his sleeve, a barely perceptible frown crossing his brow. Miss Mu, do you require something? Indeed, next month. Several young ladies and I have arranged to go boating on the lake. I wonder if Miss Ji might be available? Mushuang released her grip and timidly inquired. I shall relay Miss Mu's invitation. However, I cannot speak to her availability. Ji Weiyang replied solely. You are right. I should consult Miss Ji directly about this matter. Mushuang said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. As she hesitated, searching for another excuse to keep Ji Weiyang, he interjected. You are dismissed. With that, he strode away. Mushuang felt a wave of frustration. Why was it that upon encountering Master Ji, she found herself at a loss for words? She stamped her foot in exasperation and exited the Linlang Pavilion. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wanyan shook her head, musing on the unrequited affection that often accompanies such encounters. Meanwhile, Mushuang, adorned in a stunning crimson peony pattern dress, her hair embellished with vibrant peony velvet flowers, captivated all who beheld her. Upon entering the study, she left everyone momentarily speechless. What has come over you today? Lung Qing appraised her carefully, a hint of concern in her voice. Oh, it's nothing. I merely donned some jewelry, Mushuang replied, rarely dressing so extravagantly. Even she had a moment of disbelief when gazing at her reflection in the mirror before leaving. However, it must be said that Xiao Wanyan's attire was indeed exquisite. "What a lovely headpiece you have," Princess Yun Shu remarked, fixating on the velvet flowers. "This is a new product from Linglang Pavilion. If the princess likes it, I shall bring a set for you tomorrow," Mushuang stated, echoing Xiao Wanyan's instructions. "I want one too," Lung Qing exclaimed eagerly. Though she practiced martial arts, she also had an appreciation for beauty, and such delightful accessories were certainly desirable. "Our small shop at Linglang Pavilion has just opened for business. Gifting a set to the princess is no trouble. However, Miss Lung, should you desire one, it will require payment," Xiao Wanyan informed her, emphasizing the need for prudence in business dealings. Upon hearing this, Lung Qing rolled her eyes. "I'm not a freeloader. I never suggested I wouldn't pay." Princess Yun Shu's expression stiffened. Was she to be regarded as someone who accepted charity? "You may bring 2 sets for me. One for my mother, and I shall pay you handsomely. Since it is promised to the princess, I shall not accept payment. Other young ladies will surely seek out Linglang Pavilion upon seeing the princess adorned with the velvet flowers. This will undoubtedly benefit our shop," Xiao Wanyan contended. Princess Yun Shu tilted her head, considering this, and agreed, "Very well, I shall wear them." Chapter 52. The disappearance of Tian heir upon hearing Princess Yun Shu's words. Mushuang felt reassured. With so many adornments, even if she favored the velvet flowers, she might not wear them often. However, if she claimed she would, it was certain she would don them. Xiao Wanyan remarked that they were fortunate to have such a beneficial arrangement. With no knowledge of commerce, Mushuang followed Xiao Wanyan's guidance without question. Just then, Yin Wushuang entered the room. After surveying the gathering, her gaze settled on Mushuang. "Your attire is quite beautiful. If you fancy the velvet flowers, I shall present you with a set as well," Mushuang said, bowing slightly. Yin Wushuang raised an eyebrow, replying, "Very well. I shall graciously accept." That being said, everyone is well aware that Yin Wushuang is indeed supporting Mushuang. She was once the most esteemed lady in the capital. And even though she now makes fewer public appearances, the jewelry she adorns herself with is fervently imitated by other young ladies in the city. Should she wear a velvet flower, it would not take long before the entire capital is swept up in the craze for it. Lu Ichio's expression darkened. She and Bai Moran had purchased velvet flowers, but refrained from wearing them to prevent such a situation from arising. She never anticipated that the typically aloof Yin Wushuang would grant such favor to Mushuang. "I too am quite fond of that velvet flower. Could you kindly bring me a set tomorrow, Miss Mu? Rest assured, I shall compensate you," Cui Mei suddenly interjected. Mushuang glanced at her and nodded, "Very well. Now, everyone, please take your seats. Today we shall perform Phoenix's Lament." Yin Wushuang cradled the peep in her arms, her fingers delicately plucking the strings. A mournful and enchanting melody gradually flowed forth. Mushuang became entranced, oblivious to the pair of eyes watching her from a distance. Pei Ci felt as though he were a voyeur. Each day after court, his first act was to visit Yunla Palace for a glimpse of her. Afraid that she might sense something amiss, he would always steal a glance from afar before departing. However, today, he found it impossible to tear himself away from the sight of her. The red peony velvet flower, nestled in her hair, gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, accentuating her already fair complexion, which now bore a touch of rosy hue, rendering her even more charming and vivacious, far from her usual cold demeanor. In her present appearance, she resembled the vision Pei Ci had conjured of their wedding day, gazing at him with gentle eyes, as if he were her entire world. Perhaps his gaze was too fervent, for she finally turned her head. Pei Ci's heart raced, and he swiftly ducked behind the wall. In his haste, he stumbled over a nearby sapling and fell to the ground in a most awkward manner. Ouch! His palm was grazed by a branch, and he grimaced in pain as he hastily rose and left the scene. In truth, Mushuang had not noticed him at all. She had merely lifted her gaze upon spotting a bird flying outside. "Your Highness, what has happened? Was there an assassin in Yunla Palace?" Ji Dong asked, observing his master's disheveled state with concern. "It's nothing, just a little fall," the crown prince replied, somewhat embarrassed. "Please summon someone to bring a sedan chair to escort me back to the East Palace." He wished to avoid returning in such a state, subjected to the strange glances of passing palace maids and eunuchs. Yes, although Jidong had not entered Yunla Palace, he surmised what his master had been doing there. This was the first time he had witnessed his master in such a disarrayed condition. During lunch, Lung Qing noticed that Mushuang had again failed to bring any snacks. Pouting in discontent, ever since the princess ceased to trouble Mushuang, she had not brought food over, and it had been several days since she had enjoyed the delights prepared by Qiao Wanyan. Gazing at the meal before her, Lung Qing found it utterly unappetizing. Princess, perhaps we should refrain from allowing Mushuang to partake in lunch at the palace anymore. Princess Yinshu instantly grasped her meaning and inquired with some confusion. Are her snacks truly that delectable? The royal chef has created so many new delicacies, yet none can compare. Indeed, not a single one stands out. Cold Qing gazed at Princess Yinshu with a sense of forlornness. If the princess were to taste them, she would surely be captivated. As if this princess has never tasted such a pastry. Who among you is so greedy? Princess Yinshu disdainfully retorted. It truly is different. The egg yolk pastry is savory and flaky. The cream puff is sweet and soft, and the cookies dissolve in the mouth, sweet yet not cloying, leaving an everlasting aftertaste. Cold Qing could not help but swallow at the thought of those flavors. Upon hearing her descriptions, Princess Yinshu acknowledged that the taste indeed seemed delightful. Yet she noticed Mushuang appeared to enjoy the palace cuisine very much. She could eat whenever she wished, certainly not yearning for it as I do. Cold Qing spoke dejectedly. Princess, why not refrain from allowing her to have lunch at the palace? When she brings pastries again, you can taste them and understand how they are. That won't do. Her injuries have yet to heal. It would be unfair to put her in such a situation. What kind of person would I become? Princess Yinshu shook her head, as she was not one to forget kindness. Then, let it be commanded that she brings pastries into the palace. Cold Qing blinked her large eyes, looking at her with anticipation. Princess Yinshu contemplated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. No. Alas, Cold Qing put down her chopsticks, exclaiming in frustration, why must my fate be so bitter? What troubles you, Miss Cold? Zhao Tinglan inquired, puzzled. Just moments ago, the onlookers had witnessed Cold Qing and Princess Yinshu whispering. Yet the specifics of their conversation remained unclear. Everyone knew the two shared a close bond, and it was natural to harbor some secrets. It's nothing. I'm merely on the verge of starvation, Cold Qing said, casting a wistful glance at Mushuang. Mushuang understood her implication. But the pastries she brought today were limited, as she needed to save some for heir. Having not seen her in 2 days, she was uncertain if she was hungry. Miss Cold surely jests. With such an abundance of food, how could one possibly go hungry? Zhao Tinglan shook her head, considering her to be merely childish. Indeed, there is an abundance of food, yet none of it is what I desire. Cold Qing felt even more disheartened when Mushuang ignored her. Observing her demeanor, Princess Yinshu softened and was about to speak when Lu Yiqiu gently interjected. The Lu residence has recently hired a chef renowned for his exquisite pastries. I shall ask him to prepare extra tomorrow for the princess and Miss Cold to sample. That would be splendid. The chef from the Lu residence must be exceptional, Princess Yinshu replied, her spirits lifted. Cold Qing nodded in agreement, choosing not to say more. After Mushuang finished lunch and made her way to the back garden, she found herself unable to spot the figure she had been eagerly anticipating. A sudden jolt of anxiety surged within her. Heir knew she would be entering the palace today and should not have arrived at this hour. She searched around the garden, but found no trace of her. A sense of unease began to creep in. What if something had happened to Heir? Just then, a figure appeared in her line of sight, carrying a bucket of water. Chapter 53. Could it be a spy? Upon recognizing a tall palace maid, her pupils constricted, and she hastily approached, coldly demanding, "Where is Heir?" The maid, clearly startled by the unexpected presence, spilled the water from her bucket, drenching Mushuang's skirt. The palace maid's face turned pale with fright as she hastily knelt on the ground, pleading for forgiveness. "Miss, please spare me. I did not mean to offend. I inquired, where's Heir?" Mushuang fixed her gaze upon the maid, demanding an answer. The maid hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. "I do not know who Miss refers to as Heir," She is the little maid who used to water the plants here, around 7 or 8 years of age. Mushuang's expression turned icy as she scrutinized the maid, wary of any deception. The maid continued to shake her head, insisting, "I have never seen such a young maid." "How could you not have seen her?" Mushuang frowned, yet it was clear that the maid was not lying. "Then why did you come here to water the flowers? Who was in charge here before?" "I do not know. I was working the flower house. Yesterday, the steward instructed me to come here at noon to water the plants. As for who was responsible before, I truly do not know." The maid trembled on the ground, expressing that she had never seen the young maid the miss spoke of. "When were you assigned here?" "I arrived just yesterday." Upon hearing this, Mushuang's expression grew colder. She realized that someone must have discovered her feeding Tian'er and deliberately reassigned her. But Tian'er was merely a small maid, so young. Who would be so cruel as to mistreat her? "Mushuang, what troubles you?" A calm voice arose from behind. Mushuang composed her expression and shook her head, replying, "It is nothing. Did Miss Xiao make these pastries?" The calm gaze was instantly captivated by the food in her hand. Mushuang, slightly embarrassed, nodded. "Yes, Mushuang, you are truly lacking in loyalty. You hide the pastries from me, giving them to this little maid instead." Cold Qing pointed angrily at the maid, still kneeling on the ground. "They are not for her," Mushuang replied coldly, looking at the maid. "You may return to your duties." "Yes, thank you, miss," the maid quickly responded and stood to leave. Just as she picked up the water bucket, Mushuang added, "Do not speak of this encounter to anyone." "Yes, I will remember," the maid acknowledged. "Are you all right? Is everything fine?" Cold Qing cautiously asked, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Mushuang remained silent, her gaze fixed upon her. After a moment, she extended the pastries towards her. "You may have them." "Really? Thank you." Cold Qing eagerly accepted them. "What did you make today?" "Biscuits." Biscuits are easy to store and carry without drawing attention, which is why she had specifically asked Xiao Wanyan to prepare them. Yet, she had not anticipated being unable to find Tian'er. "Miss Mu, who exactly are you searching for? Perhaps I can assist you." With the food in her mouth, Cold Qing naturally wished to alleviate Mushuang's worries. Mushuang's eyes brightened. "Indeed, Cold Qing, your father and brother work in the palace. They are familiar with the people here. Even if they do not know them personally, it will be much easier to find someone. I am looking for a little maid named Tian'er, who used to work in this flower garden and often went hungry. That is why I left the pastries for her. But she has not come since yesterday. She may have been reassigned to another duty. It is quite common for maids to be transferred. If she were to be transferred elsewhere, it would be one thing. My concern lies in the danger she faces. Within the palace, she seems to be constantly subjected to torment. At merely 7 or 8 years of age, she bears a burden heavier than that of others, often going without food. A clear indication of deliberate cruelty. Gazing into the indifferent eyes of Tian'er, Mushuang finds it difficult to fathom the life she has endured. She yearns to extend a helping hand, much like she once desired assistance in her own youth. "Very well, I shall inquire," Cold Qing replied, gathering all the cookies. "Thank you, Miss Cold." Mushuang sighed with relief, for relying solely on herself would likely make it impossible to locate Tian'er. With the cookies in hand, Cold Qing's previous gloom dissipated, and she returned joyfully to Yun Le Palace. Princess Yun Shu keenly sensed the change in her demeanor and, avoiding the gaze of others, beckoned her closer. "What were you doing with Mushuang just now?" "Nothing." Cold Qing lowered her eyes, unable to meet the princess's gaze. "Cold Qing, you're now keeping secrets from me. You have only known Mushuang for a few days. Do you not discern the closeness of your relationships?" Princess Yun Shu exclaimed in exasperation. "No, Cold Qing sighed, feeling aggrieved as she produced the cookies from her bosom. "She gifted me these snacks." Princess Yun Shu wrinkled her brow at the dark confections. "Is this what you are so infatuated with? How utterly disappointing. Furthermore, if she intended to give you snacks, why must it be done in secrecy?" "It was not in secrecy. She initially meant to save these treats for a young maid, but since she could not find her, I merely took advantage of the situation," Cold Qing explained. "What young maid?" Princess Yun Shu detected an anomaly. "I believe she was a young maid tending to the flower garden behind Yun Le Palace. She mentioned that the maid often goes hungry, which is why she brought her some snacks." "A young maid?" "It is rather peculiar that Mushuang, who appears so cold and unfeeling, would show such concern for a nameless maid? Could it be that the maid is her informant? Princess Yun Shu's eyes narrowed. For the palace strictly forbids any connections between maids, eunuchs, and outsiders. That seems unlikely. Mushuang has no reason to act in such a manner, nor does she possess the capability. Cold Qing believed the princess was overthinking the situation. If you were to say that Lu Ichio had planted spies in the East Palace, I might find that more believable. Do not speak nonsense, Princess Yun Shu coldly reprimanded. Sister Lu would never do such a thing, nor would she dare. No one would have the audacity to place spies in the Crown Prince's East Palace. I misspoke, Cold Qing quickly admitted, though she harbored some disdain for Lu Ichio, who acted as if she were already the future Crown Princess despite not being engaged to the Crown Prince. She realized that no one else was more suitable for the role. The thought of Lu Ichio becoming the future Crown Princess filled her with frustration. For if she entered the East Palace, she would have to live under Lu Ichio's scrutiny. I understand, you also harbor feelings for the Crown Prince. But Mother has stated that the rightful consort of the Crown Prince can only be Sister Lu. If you wish to enter the East Palace, you must not offend her. Princess Yun Shu kindly reminded her. I understand. With a sigh of melancholy, she picked up a biscuit and stuffed it into her mouth, hoping to alleviate the gloom within her heart with its sweetness. Is it truly that delicious? Princess Yun Shu inquired, gazing curiously at the dark confection. Indeed, it is delightful. You should try it as well, replied Lingqing, extending a piece towards Princess Yun Shu. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Shu accepted it, observing that it was merely thinner and darker than the sweet treats they usually indulged in, and it felt rather hard in her hand. Furrowing her brows in distaste, she returned the biscuit, insisting, You may enjoy it yourself. It is genuinely scrumptious. You must take just one bite, Lingqing insisted, unwilling to let someone who had never tasted the biscuit malign it. It surpasses even the delicacies crafted by the imperial chef. Do you not trust me, Your Highness? After a moment of contemplation, Princess Yun Shu blinked at the sincerity in Lingqing's eyes and, with a determined bite, placed the biscuit into her mouth. As soon as it touched her palate, a rich, milky flavor enveloped her senses, and she opened her eyes wide after just a couple of chews. What is this made of? It's remarkably unique. Well, did I deceive you, Your Highness? It seems that Mushuang's friend is quite the talented cook, capable of creating many delightful dishes, Lingqing said cheerfully. Yet, her smile faded quickly when she noticed that the princess had already finished the piece in her hand and was reaching for another from her bosom. Your Highness, these biscuits are limited. Please do not consume so many. Princess Yun Shu shot her a glare, exclaiming, How stingy! Let me have the imperial chef replicate this another day. You previously mentioned wanting the chef to make those cream puffs, yet nothing came of it, Lingqing lamented, reflecting on the fact that the pastries crafted by Qiao Wanyan seemed to be beyond the skills of others, even those of the imperial kitchen. The imperial chef simply does not know the ingredients. He has not seen how these pastries are made. I shall gift him 2 biscuits. Surely he can replicate them. Lingqing retorted. The imperial chefs are meticulously selected. How could they possibly compare to a humble cook from the common folk? After a moment's reflection, Lingqing conceded. You may take a few more for the chef to examine. Princess Yun Shu nodded confidently, declaring, Very well, I shall ensure they are made tomorrow. Upon leaving the palace, Mushuang learned from Xiaoyao about Lu's uproar at the Linlang Pavilion. Infuriated, she sought out Lu directly, addressing her bluntly. Mother, I have already entrusted the Linlang Pavilion and its other establishments to Qiao Wanyan, regardless of how prosperous Linlang Pavilion may become in the future. It bears no connection to me or the Mu family. Lu's expression stiffened as she angrily replied, You place such faith in an outsider. I fear she has no intention of returning the land deed to you. You are merely pouring water into a basket. It's all for naught. This vast Mu family is under my management. Do you truly think I would covet your few shops? Everything I do is for your benefit, dear. Do you wish to end up like Ninger, marrying without a proper dowry and then coming to me in tears, seeking assistance from the public funds? Mother, even as a concubine-s daughter, I am still my father-s child. Should not the Mu family provide a dowry when my elder sister marries? Mushuang frowned, realizing that Lu treated all of the Mu family's wealth as her personal property. believing that apart from her 2 children, no one else should touch a single coin of the Mu estate. You are not the head of the household and cannot fathom the difficulties within. How can one possess such abundant spare funds for a dowry? Such provisions are the responsibility of a mother preparing for her daughter's future. As for Aunt Wen, she has no personal wealth, thus Mu Ninger naturally possesses nothing. Lu's assertions are indeed presumptuous. Having lost her aunt at a young age, I, as your legitimate mother, have sought to plan for your future. With some silver in your possession, you shall not be without a dowry when the time comes for you to marry. Who would have thought that you would be so ungrateful? Very well, I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. Mushuang is utterly bewildered by how Lu manages to speak of her harsh treatment towards a concubine's daughter with such sanctimoniousness. Xiao Wanyan is not of the Mu family. If my mother were to trouble her further, I would not hesitate to report her to the authorities. If the governor chooses to protect you, then let her take her grievances to the Dali Temple or the censorate. With my support, she will surely find someone to advocate on her behalf. When the news spreads throughout the city, everyone will learn of how you, the governor's wife, have treated a concubine's daughter so cruelly. Mushuang, cease your nonsense. Lu suddenly rises, glaring at her. I have provided for your upbringing. How have I been cruel? With a cold laugh, Mushuang disregards her and turns to leave. Having spoken thus, Lu, being a woman of keen intellect, would surely comprehend the implications. She is highly concerned with her reputation and will dare not trouble Xiao Wanyan again. Lu trembles with rage, feeling increasingly unable to control Mushuang, who resembles her late mother, lofty and ungrateful. Despite being the head of the household, both mother and daughter maintain an air of superiority. The following day, Mushuang brings the plush flowers she had promised everyone, each carefully selected according to their individual temperaments. For Princess Yunshu, she has chosen a rhododendron, for the reserved one, a begonia, and for Cui Mei, an orchid. Princess Yunshu's face brightens at the sight of the plush flowers, as they will allow her to adorn herself in any season. Every woman adores flowers during the blooming season. They often wear their favorite blossoms in their hair. Yet in winter, such elegance fades. These plush flowers are no less exquisite than fresh blooms, perhaps even more vibrant in color. Cui Mei gazes at the orchid in her hand, lost in thought. What style did you select for mother and aunt? Princess Yunshu inquires, glancing at the other 2 boxes in her grasp. These require the princess's assistance to deliver to the queen and Mr. Yin. Mushuang does not intend to reveal their contents. Princess Yunshu purses her lips, remarking that the plush flowers for the aunt should be personally delivered to the Yin residence. For the past few days, Yin Mushuang has not visited the palace. Thus, they can only be sent to the Yin household. Mushuang pauses, puzzled as to why Yin Mushuang specifically requested her presence for the delivery. Nonetheless, given that Yin Mushuang has treated her well, she recognizes that requesting these plush flowers is a gesture of goodwill, and Mushuang will not decline. Very well, I shall deliver them to Mr. Yin. Upon hearing this, Lu Ichio's expression flickers. She observes that Mr. Yin appears to be somewhat more amiable towards Mushuang than with others. Mr. Yin has always maintained distance from people. It is unclear what has drawn her attention to Mushuang. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. How about I deliver this to Mr. Yin? There are still some parts of the piece we learned last time that I do not quite understand, and I wish to seek his guidance. That would trouble you. Princess Lu, replied Mushuang without much thought, as she prepared to hand the box to her. However, Princess Yunshu suddenly interjected, no, my aunt specifically instructed that Mushuang should deliver it. Upon noticing the displeasure on Lu Ichio's face, she quickly added, moreover, Sister Lu is quite occupied today and cannot visit the Yin residence. Mother has instructed that after lessons, Sister Yin is to join us for dinner at Fengyi Palace. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Lu Ichio. Instantly, Lu Ichio comprehended her intent, feeling a bit bashful as she lowered her head and acquiesced. Then I shall heed the princess's wishes. Chapter 55. A shocking reversal of engagement after class. Mushuang, carrying the soft flowers, made her way to the Yin residence. Upon learning that she was there to see Yin Mushuang, the servants guided her through the long corridor to the most secluded courtyard on the west side. Unlike the elegant and opulent pavilions of the front courtyard, This western courtyard bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary home outside the Yin estate. Mushuang pondered in confusion. Could it be that Yin Wushuang's treatment at the Yin residence was akin to her own at the Mu residence? Although Yin Wushuang hailed from a noble lineage, she had yet to marry at such a young age. Furthermore, with both the grand tutor and the old matriarch having passed away, her situation in the Yin residence was somewhat awkward. Stepping inside, she noticed the spacious courtyard, with flowers and plants on the left and a Qin pavilion on the right, housing a guqin and a pipa. At that moment, Yin Wushuang lay on a rocking chair, a book covering her face, appearing blissfully at rest. It was only when a maid leaned in to whisper in her ear that she lifted the book, opening her eyes to gaze at her visitor. "You have arrived, teacher." Mushuang slightly bowed. "I have brought soft flowers for you." "Indeed, I am fond of tranquility, and my brother and sister-in-law have arranged this courtyard for my residence. What do you think of it?" "This courtyard is elegant and exquisite. I truly admire it," Mushuang replied, understanding her implication. It was clear that her residence here was not due to mistreatment by the Yin family, but rather a choice she made herself. After all, even without a marriage, facing the scrutiny of outsiders, she had once been a celebrated noble lady in the capital, supported by her sister, the queen. The grand tutor, a man of integrity, would certainly not allow any indignities to befall her. Seeing that Mushuang understood, Yin Wushuang refrained from saying more, sitting upright and beckoning her closer. "Show me." Mushuang approached and placed a box before her. "These are magnolia flowers." As Yin Wushuang gazed at the soft flowers in the box, a smile graced her lips. "Why did you choose this flower?" "The magnolia signifies purity and resilience, making it most fitting for you, teacher," Mushuang replied softly, having perceived its suitability for Yin Wushuang at first glance. In truth, she had not erred. There stood a magnolia tree in the courtyard, likely a cherished favorite of Yin Wushuang. "It resonates perfectly with my sentiments." Yin Wushuang observed her, her gaze contemplative, "Although you do not resemble her much, nor do your personalities align, why is it that I can always see her shadow in you?" "Who is it that you speak of, teacher?" Mushuang inquired, perplexed. Yin Wushuang shook her head, "A bygone acquaintance, one I have not seen in quite some time." "Whom do you resemble more, your mother or your father?" Mushuang paused for a moment, shaking her head. "Some say she resembles her father, while others claim she takes after her mother. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seems she bears little resemblance to either. Her appearance is not a mere reflection of another person. Rather, it is a unique amalgamation of her parents' features, harmoniously combined to form her own distinct visage. Indeed, you possess a remarkable beauty," Yin Wushuang remarked, seemingly in jest. However, the truth is that Mushuang's countenance does indeed embody the finest qualities of both Mu Nan and Lady Ruo, further enhanced by her own ethereal charm, which amplifies these virtues to an extraordinary degree. Yin Wushuang rose and made her way toward the Qin pavilion. "The last time I heard you play the Guangling San, it was quite splendid. I wish to hear it again." "Of course," Mushuang replied willingly. She harbored a deep affection for the pipa, having previously been preoccupied with martial training, which afforded her few opportunities to learn the art of music. Now, with Yin Wushuang's intention to guide her, she was naturally delighted. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of Yin Wushuang's pipa, crafted from exquisite rosewood. She had never encountered such a fine instrument before, and she imagined that the Guangling San played on it would be even more enchanting. Yin Wushuang handed her the pipa. "Play it." Nodding, Mushuang took a seat on the stool, cradling the pipa and gently plucking its strings. The melody of Guangling San was both spirited and exhilarating, infused with an air of solemnity that most women find difficult to convey. However, having endured suffering and witnessed the brutality of life, Mushuang's heart harbored a profound resistance to the injustices of the world, allowing her to interpret the piece with remarkable depth. As the notes flowed from her pipa, Yin Wushuang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if the long-suppressed grievances within her heart had finally found a kindred spirit. Her life had not been as smooth as others presumed. Although she was the youngest daughter of the Yin family, her grandfather was preoccupied with court affairs during her childhood, while her mother prioritized the upbringing of her elder sister, who is now the empress. Only after her sister entered the palace did her mother begin to devote time to her, nurturing her to become the next esteemed young lady of the capital. In truth, she excelled in this endeavor, her innate brilliance allowing her to master new skills with remarkable speed, particularly in playing the pipa. Coupled with her beauty, she soon became a renowned figure in the capital, and after her coming-of-age ceremony, suitors flocked to her home, nearly trampling the threshold. Her mother meticulously selected a suitable match for her, the eldest son of the Duke of Lyon. He was handsome and, despite his youth, had already achieved the status of a genius, promising a bright future ahead. The young Duke expressed his long-standing admiration for her, vowing to take her as his only wife and never betray her trust. The union of their families seemed an impeccable choice, and with no reason to oppose, she consented to the engagement. However, on the very day of their wedding, the Duke's concubine arrived at the door, accompanied by a 3-year-old child, pleading to be allowed into the household as a secondary wife. In front of all the guests, she implored Mushuang to accept her presence. She demanded nothing more than to be recognized as a concubine, and as the rightful wife, she ought to graciously acquiesce, given that they already had a child together. The young Duke, filled with remorse, explained that this woman was a distant cousin who had come to seek refuge with him. In a drunken stupor, he had made a grave mistake, unaware that she had conceived, and now she had come to confront him on their wedding day. Upon hearing such a clumsy lie, she could only find it laughable. Without a moment's hesitation, she removed her veil and crown, defying all attempts to stop her, and left the residence of the Duke of Lyon without looking back. She had never been one to compromise her integrity. Since that woman wished to enter the household, she would grant her that, even bestowing upon her the title of primary wife. She felt she had committed no wrongdoing, yet everyone criticized her. They accused her of jealousy and a lack of decorum. Even her own parents failed to comprehend her actions. Nevertheless, she remained resolute, unwilling to marry the son of the Duke of Lyon again. As a result of her audacious choice, suitors no longer dared to approach her, and she found solace in her solitude, choosing to live independently until now. Even though she feigned indifference, the burden of being misunderstood weighed heavily on her heart. Now, as she gazed at Mushuang, she saw a reflection of her own past. "Are you all right, sir?" Mushuang inquired after finishing her piece, noticing Mushuang's complex expression. Mushuang shook her head, assuring her that all was well, merely reminiscing about the past, and invited her to sit beside her. After Mushuang placed her pipa aside, she moved next to her. Mushuang looked at her earnestly and asked, "Why did you leave the crown prince?" Chapter 56. Love Yourself More. Mushuang lowered her gaze. This question had been posed to her many times, yet it seemed no matter the reasoning she provided, others could not accept it. With a bitter smile, she replied, "Because I am weary, I no longer wish to revolve around him. I desire a life of my own, and he no longer needs me. Leaving is the best choice." Mushuang remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "You still harbor feelings for him? If he were to return and ask you to come back to his side, would you?" "Sir, if I were to say that I would only accept the position of his consort and would not tolerate any other choices or the taking of additional wives, would you think me foolishly bold?" Mushuang paused, a smile curling her lips. No woman wishes for her beloved to cherish anyone but herself for eternity. Yet many are unwilling or afraid to voice such desires. The absurdity of feigning magnanimity, even while consumed by jealousy, is perhaps one of the most ludicrous things in this world. And what do you think of Pei Ci? Will he choose not to marry by Mo Ran and return to you? He will certainly marry by Mo Ran, Mushuang asserted with conviction. Mushuang raised an eyebrow. Then by leaving Pei Ci, you have indeed severed any chance of return. I have never contemplated turning back, Mushuang sighed. I love Pei Ci, but I love myself even more. She could not sacrifice her entire life for him. You are absolutely right. One must prioritize self-love. Why should we women be expected to tolerate all of a man's faults? Mushuang's smile deepened. We can thrive independently without relying on men. Mushuang, would you like to become my disciple? Mushuang was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. After all, Mushuang was a master of the pipa, and many noble women in the capital sought her tutelage, yet she had always turned them down. Now, she wished to take her as a pupil. "What's the matter? Are you unwilling? In Mushuang teased. I would be honored to be accepted as your disciple. It would be a privilege, Mushuang quickly replied. Very well. In a few days, I shall visit the palace to see my sister and have her witness this formal acceptance of you as my student. Mushuang is her first disciple, and perhaps her only one. She is unwilling to settle for less. The ceremony of accepting a disciple must be grand. Indeed, everything shall be according to the master's wishes. Mushuang felt a joyful sentiment in her heart, as she also harbored a sense of closeness towards Yin Wushuang. In Fengyi Palace, Lu Ichio gazed at Pei Ci seated opposite her, unable to suppress a blush. Although it was not their first time dining together, her heart raced each time she saw him, making it difficult for her to maintain her usual composure. Ichio, the dish right in front of you is Shinra's favorite, the Empress remarked with a smile. Ah! Lu Ichio looked at the ribs before her and instantly grasped the Empress's implication. She hastily picked up a piece and placed it into the Crown Princess bowl. Your Highness, please eat more. The Crown Prince raised his gaze and forced a smile. Miss Lu, you are too courteous. In Fengyi Palace, you are the guest, and it is our duty to take care of you. Moreover, with so many palace maids present, they will serve whatever I desire. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lu Ichio's face faltered. The Empress shot Pei Ci a warning glance and gently interjected. Where is the guest? Soon, we shall all be one family. Pei Ci wished to respond, but, under the Empress's admonishing gaze, shifted the topic. The phoenix hairpin atop Mother's head is quite unique. Have you not seen it before? The Empress touched the phoenix hairpin and exclaimed with delight. This was a gift from Yin Shu, crafted from silk. I never imagined that silk could be used not only for clothing, but also for hair ornaments. Mushuang had not presented the Empress with a plush flower, but rather a vividly lifelike plush phoenix. I did not expect that Mother's phoenix is no less exquisite than one made of gold. Brother Crown Prince, do you think this plush flower atop my head is beautiful? Princess Yin Shu raised her chin, eager for the Crown Prince's praise. The Crown Prince smiled indulgently. It is lovely. You both are beautiful. However, he added, but I believe this is a case of borrowing flowers to present a Buddha, as I have heard this is an ornament from Linlang Pavilion, specially sent to you and Mother by Mushuang. Is this made by Mushuang? The Empress discerned the meaning behind the Crown Prince's words. It is not crafted by her. She and her friend run a jewelry shop, and this plush flower seems to have been made by that friend. Your Highness, how do you know so much about such trivial matters? Lu Ichio asked, feigning casualness as she looked at the Crown Prince. His smile deepened. For matters concerning Yin Shu, there is no triviality. As her elder brother, it is only natural to be concerned. Do you find this troublesome, Miss Lu? Of course not. It was simply my idle chatter, Lu Ichio quickly replied. Xuania, Ichio is merely concerned for you. Why so serious? The Empress patted Lu Ichio's hand. Do not take it to heart. Indeed, it was my mistake, Lu Ichio said, lowering her head. Although the Crown Prince had not met her expectations, he was even more distant towards other women. It is indeed different when it comes to her. You, my dear, are simply too kind to him, the Queen Mother teased. Pei Ci lowered his gaze, pressing his lips together, not wishing to dwell on the topic any further. He set down his chopsticks. Mother, I have finished my meal, and there are official matters that require my attention, so I shall return to the Eastern Palace now. Official business can wait for a moment. I have yet to finish my meal. Stay here and keep us company, the Queen Mother said, a flicker of displeasure crossing her brow. She had worked hard to bring them together, hoping they would bond, and she would not let Pei Ci leave so easily. Mother, some matters cannot be delayed. Pei Ci sighed, speaking with resignation. Your Majesty, I too have finished my meal. The sun has set, and I should return home. Otherwise, my grandmother will worry. Lu Ichio interjected promptly. The Queen Mother turned her gaze to Lu Ichio, her smile returning. You are right. We must not give the old princess cause for concern. Shinner, see Ichio back to the Lu residence. Mother, Pei Ci attempted to speak, but the Queen Mother interrupted him decisively. Off you go, and once you arrive at the Lu residence, pay my respects to the old princess. Understood. Pei Ci did not protest further and nodded in acquiescence. I take my leave. Lu Ichio bowed and exited alongside the Crown Prince from Fengyi Palace. Mother, what is troubling my elder brother? Princess Yin Shu cautiously inquired, sensing the tension in the air. Chapter 57. His indifference towards you, the queen mother sighed and spoke solemnly. He does not wish to marry Lu Yiqiu. A mother knows her son best. Pei Ci had consistently evaded this matter, and she understood well that he was not fond of this match. But apart from Sister Lu, there are no more suitable candidates for the crown princess, right? Who does my elder brother wish to marry? Princess Yinshu asked, puzzled. Who he wishes to marry? Even I do not know, the queen mother admitted. She suspected he had someone in mind, yet she had failed to discern who that individual might be. Her son treated everyone kindly, but there were few who genuinely captured his attention, none of them being women, it seemed. As this thought crossed her mind, her brow furrowed. Perhaps the person he longed for was not a woman at all. She quickly shook her head, dismissing such wild notions. No, her son would not engage in such absurdity. Princess Yinshu, somewhat bewildered by the queen mother's words, asked, But did you not say that the crown princess must be Sister Lu? Indeed, it must be her. It can only be her, the queen mother affirmed, her gaze lowered. Regardless of Pei Ci's thoughts, the one he was destined to marry could only be Lu Yiqiu. When spring arrived, and the Prince of Pingbei returned to the capital, this engagement would be settled. With concubine Yu and the eldest prince watching closely, this matter could no longer be postponed. Lu Yiqiu and Pei Ci walked along the long palace path. She lifted her gaze to her beloved, who walked a pace ahead, and felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed no matter how hard she tried, she could not penetrate the walls of his heart. Brother, what a coincidence to see Miss Lu. The eldest prince, Pei Yanhua, approached them in a deep blue brocade robe, adorned with a crown of 7 pearls. A smile illuminating his face. Greetings, Your Highness, Lu Yiqiu bowed respectfully. Elder brother, are you heading to Funing Palace? Pei Ci's expression grew restrained, though he smiled. His eyes were icy cold. Indeed, I had just dined with the emperor and was about to pay my respects to the empress dowager. Pei Yanhua, with a triumphant expression, urged him to hasten to Funing Palace, lest the gates of the palace close. Pei Yanhua had already left the palace and resided elsewhere. Very well. As Pei Yanhua brushed past him, he slightly nodded at Lu Yiqiu, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his gaze. Lu Yiqiu furrowed her brow and took 2 steps back. Pei Yanhua had shown interest in her, persistently pursuing her despite her numerous rejections, which she found quite vexing. Pei Ci escorted her to the palace gates and remarked, Miss Lu, the hour grows late. Allow Jidong to escort you home. You may visit the old princess tomorrow. Your Highness, Lu Yiqiu called out anxiously. Have I done something to displease you? You have misunderstood. You are indeed admirable, but I have no intention of marrying, Pei Ci replied candidly. You may seek a more suitable match and need not waste your time on me. Lu Yiqiu lifted her gaze, her eyes reddening as she questioned, Is it that your Highness does not wish to marry, or is it that you do not wish to marry me? Are you perhaps interested in Miss Cui? In the capital, only she, Bai Moran, and Cui Mei were deemed worthy of the position of crown princess. Bai Moran was already betrothed to the heir of the Chun prince, leaving Cui Mei as the only other candidate. Neither. My heart is currently unburdened by thoughts of marriage. Pei Ci was entirely devoted to Mushuang, yet she was not singular in her affections. He was uncertain of what the future held, but for now, he could not contemplate marrying any woman other than her. I understand that your Highness prioritizes state affairs, yet marrying me would fulfill all your desires, Lu Yiqiu articulated. At this, Pei Ci's expression turned icy. What I wish to attain, I shall pursue on my own. I require no assistance from anyone. Your Highness, forgive my indiscretion. I misspoke, Lu Yiqiu acknowledged, aware that she should not have been so forthright. However, after waiting so long, the crown prince remained aloof, which left her anxious, prompting her impulsive words. Pei Ci sighed as he observed her distressed demeanor. Miss, you hail from a distinguished lineage and are a talented woman. You should not reduce yourself to a mere bargaining chip. The hour is late. You should return home. With that, he turned and departed. As she watched his retreating figure, tears streamed down Lu Yiqiu's cheeks. She had no desire to use such tactics to compel the crown prince. Yet, apart from her status, what else could she offer to secure his unwavering choice? Her identity was indeed her leverage. Why should she not wield it? Miss, why are you left alone? A voice interrupted her thoughts, It was the crown prince who had appeared behind her. Lu Ichio hastily wiped her tears and managed a semblance of a smile. There is no need, Jidong is here. I shall take my leave. Reluctant to engage further with the crown prince, she turned and entered the carriage. Pei Yanhua raised an eyebrow, watching the departing carriage with a sneer. A mere adopted daughter, yet she seems to believe the world revolves around her. He was the crown prince, a scion of noble birth, and despite his efforts to win Lu Ichio's favor, he had received naught but indifference, which was beginning to wear on his patience. Sooner or later, she would come to seek his favor. Meanwhile, Lu Ichio returned home, where she found the old princess waiting for her. Tears of grievance could no longer be restrained. Grandmother, what troubles you? Have you been wronged? The old princess held her tenderly. Both of her sons were stationed at the border, and her daughter was missing. Now, only Lu Ichio remained by her side. She cherished her like a beloved granddaughter, nurturing her with care. Throughout her life, she had never seen her cry in such a manner of distress. Grandmother, it seems the crown prince is unwilling to marry me. Initially, her becoming the crown princess was a matter everyone accepted without question. However, the crown prince's attitude today had amplified her unease. The old princess furrowed her brow slightly. What did he say to you? He said he does not wish to marry and advised me not to wait for him. Lu Ichio leaned against her grandmother's lap, trembling as she asked, Grandmother, what do you think the crown prince means by this? The crown prince appears gentle and courteous, yet he is actually indifferent and cold-hearted. His intentions towards you are lacking. The old princess sighed softly. My dear, the crown prince is indeed an extraordinary man, but he is not your suitable match. The crown prince and the first prince are currently in fierce competition, and our Pingbei Wangfu holds significant power, making us a target for their conflict. The crown prince has long been aware of your feelings, yet his lack of action speaks volumes. He does not wish to marry you. The old princess had discerned this much earlier, but Lu Ichio had plunged headlong into her affections. Without a clear statement from the crown prince, she found it difficult to intervene. But he is not indifferent to the women of the capital. He treats them all with such coldness. Yet there seems to be a difference with me, Lu Ichio asserted resolutely, convinced that she was the closest woman to the crown prince in the capital. My foolish child, how do you know there are no other women he wishes to marry? The old princess caressed her head with compassion. Chapter 58. Sweetheart, is a princess the crown prince and the first prince are at odds, and he values power greatly. Marrying you would clearly be the quickest way to secure his position as heir, yet he remains unwilling. What do you think this signifies? Lu Ichio, usually perceptive, was momentarily bewildered. Was the crown prince too proud to rely on the influence of the Pingbei Wangfu? The old princess shook her head. The crown prince is not as lofty as you imagine. To win over court officials, he has secretly taken many measures. Moreover, he has reached the age of marriage, and the empress is pressing him. Even so, if he still refuses to wed, it can only mean he has someone else in his heart, someone he wishes to marry. Upon hearing this, Lu Ichio's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively retorted, That is impossible. There are no other women around the crown prince. You do not remain by his side at all times. How can you truly know his innermost thoughts? If that were the case, how could this woman not have made an appearance? Why does the crown prince not seek a decree to marry her? Lu Ichio remained unconvinced. The truth of the matter, it seemed, was known only to the crown prince himself. The old princess sighed. Ichio, regardless of the circumstances, the crown prince has made it clear he does not wish to marry you. It would be wise to let go. There are many fine young men in the world. Finding a husband who loves and protects you is what truly matters. The old princess did not genuinely desire for Lu Ichio to enter the royal family, as their Pingbei Wangfu had already become a thorn in the royal court side. What they needed to do now was to gradually relinquish power to preserve their position. They could no longer afford to climb higher. Grandmother, I only have eyes for His Highness the Crown Prince. After so many years of love, how could she possibly change her heart so easily? As long as the crown prince remains unmarried, there is still hope for my granddaughter. He will inevitably choose her in the end. The crown prince is not only the one she cherishes, but also the most esteemed individual in the state of Chu. How could you let go? Child, why must you be so stubborn? The old princess said with a pained heart. Walking this path will only lead to much suffering. Even if, Due to the connections with the Prince of Pingbei, the Crown Prince marries you. It may not be the life you desire. Yet, the granddaughter harbored no regrets. Lu Yiqiu embraced the old princess tightly. Grandmother, I have always been obedient. Let me be willful this once. The words of restraint caught in the old princess's throat. Lu Yiqiu was right. She had always been compliant. Perhaps knowing she was not of the Lu family bloodline made her feel insecure, constantly fearing abandonment if she did not perform well. Thus, she showed great filial piety towards the old princess, never once defying her wishes. The old princess looked at her with affection, realizing that without Lu Yiqiu's companionship over the years, she might have long since succumbed to despair. Do as you wish, but do not act foolishly. The granddaughter understood. On this day, Mushuang entered the palace, specifically having Xiao Wanyan prepare 2 small cakes. This was a directive from Leng Qing, who had mentioned sweet girls' matters, of which she could find no trace. Hence, she sought the assistance of Princess Yunshu. After having tasted the biscuits last time, the princess was still longing for them. Should a new delicacy capture her heart, she would surely be willing to help. Concerned for Sweet Girl, Mushuang agreed. 6 days had passed since she last saw Sweet Girl. After lunch, she presented the small cakes to Leng Qing and Princess Yunshu. Upon seeing the cakes, Princess Yunshu frowned slightly. Why are these not biscuits? I am quite displeased. The imperial chef has spent 2 days attempting to perfect the biscuits, but to no avail. Utterly useless. Like Leng Qing, she was quite tempted. Thus, when Leng Qing requested her assistance, she had made this demand. However, upon seeing the cakes instead of her favored biscuits, her temper flared immediately. Your Highness, these are also delicious. Do give them a try, Leng Qing urged, holding high expectations for anything Mushuang brought. After taking a bite, she encouraged the princess further. Observing Leng Qing's blissful expression, Princess Yunshu hesitantly took a bite. The rich, sweet cream instantly filled her mouth, and she felt as though she were soaring through the clouds. How can such a delightful treat exist? Unbeknownst to her, she finished the entire cake, her mood instantly uplifted. I told you, her pastries never disappoint. Leng Qing winked at the princess. Ever since tasting the delicacies brought by Mushuang, she found it hard to enjoy any other sweets. Indeed, they are quite good. Princess Yunshu nodded, turning to Mushuang. Then you shall bring pastries to the palace every day. Mushuang did not agree, but instead asked, Princess Yunshu, what have Sweet Girls made? Princess Yunshu pouted. She is no mere maid. Truly, she is blind to greatness. Mushuang was taken aback, gazing at her in confusion. When Leng Qing last spoke of this matter, she feared that the young palace maid might indeed be a spy, prompting her to order an investigation. The imperial guards, after all, cannot approach the inner palace too closely, so it was only natural they could find nothing. Yet, she had already uncovered the truth. The maid you refer to as heir is actually the 11th sister of this princess. She is a princess herself. How could this be? Mushuang was truly taken aback. How could a princess lead such a miserable existence? Princess Yunshu understood her thoughts, sighed, and remarked that her royal sister was indeed pitiable. Her mother had once been favored by the emperor, the Mei concubine, but this Mei concubine was ruthless, having poisoned the unborn son of the favored concubine, leading to her being cast into the cold palace. There, she gave birth to heir, and shortly thereafter, she passed away. Naturally, heir could not enjoy the privileges of a princess due to her mother's circumstances. The concubine despised her, and under the influence of Pei Ci, the sycophants within the palace sought every means to torment her. Upon hearing this, Mushuang felt her heart ache more. heir's plight was far worse than she had imagined. Even as a princess, her life was more wretched than that of a mere maid. With her mother deceased, and so many daughters of the emperor, her existence mattered little to anyone. Even when Princess Yunshu recounted this tale, apart from a faint sympathy, there was no other emotion, as if heir were merely a maid unrelated by blood. She furrowed her brows and inquired about heir's current whereabouts. She should be in the Huaqing Palace, came the response. After you helped her, Pei Ci assumed it was a command for me and had her taken away. Pei Ci, the 4th princess, is the daughter of the concubine, like the empress and the concubine, and the crown prince and the first prince. Princess Yunshu has always had a contentious relationship with Pei Yanqing. Pei Yanqing likely thought that Princess Yunshu intended to assist Tian'er, which is why she placed her in her palace to torment her. Princess Yunshu's influence could never reach her palace. Huaqing Palace? Mushuang Mermert. Recalling that it was to the east of Yunshu Palace, a place she had passed by before. Mushuang, I warn you, do not meddle in Tian'er's affairs from now on. Pei Huaqing is not someone you can provoke, Princess Yunshu admonished with a furrowed brow. Chapter 59. No way to grow up properly no matter what Mei concubine had done. Tian'er was innocent. She had not yet been born at that time. Mushuang spoke weakly, questioning why she must be subjected to such torment. It was no wonder that such a young child always appeared indifferent to life and death. For her, perhaps living was indeed worse than dying. Both the Yu concubine and Pei Huaqing were vengeful individuals. The Mei concubine had caused the death of the Yu concubine's unborn child, yet she bore a child of her own. Even though she had passed away, the Yu concubine, harboring resentment, would not let this go unpunished. Princess Yunshu explained that Pei Huaqing was likely to relish in such torment. Ultimately, the blame lay with the Mei concubine. Even if this matter reached the emperor, he would pay it no heed. The palace denizens tacitly acknowledged the non-existence of this princess. Whether she lived or died depended entirely on the will of the Yu concubine. Mushuang understood the futility of her efforts, recognizing that even Princess Yunshu was powerless in this matter. She could not save Tian'er. Her attempt to assist had only placed the girl in greater peril. Did you hear what I said? Do not concern yourself with this matter any further, Princess Yunshu commanded sharply. Mushuang lifted her gaze to meet her eyes. Your Highness, I only wish to see Tian'er just for a moment. She is currently in the Huaqing Palace and will not come out. How do you expect to see her? Upon seeing Mushuang's unwavering gaze, the princess hastily shook her head. No, I do not wish to encounter Pei Yanqing. I shall bring you cookies and small cakes tomorrow, whatever you desire, Mushuang offered. Your Highness, after all, Tian'er is your royal sister. Blood is thicker than water. It is only reasonable for you to check on her. Lung Qing chimed in support. Princess Yunshu pouted. You know very well that I am at odds with Pei Yanqing. Meeting her would only drive me to the brink of madness. Pei Yanqing was 5 years her senior, always adopting the demeanor of an elder sister, taunting her and vying for their father's affection, which was utterly exasperating. Is it possible that the princess fears the fourth princess? If so, I shall say nothing more, Mushuang lamented. Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief as she placed her hands on her hips. I am the legitimate daughter of the main palace. How could I fear her? Let us go now. With that, she strode towards the palace exit. Mushuang and Lung Qing exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. Enro, who had been waiting in the courtyard, quickly inquired, Where is the princess going? Must I report my whereabouts to you? Yunshu retorted sharply. When the gentleman arrives, inform him we shall be delayed. Enro felt discomfort at seeing Mushuang now ingratiating herself with Princess Yunshu. She wished to accompany them, but feared reproach from the princess. With Lui Qiu unwell and absent, she lacked support. She glanced at Zhao Tinglan and Cui Yimei, hoping they would follow the princess, thus providing her an excuse to join. However, they remained seated, indifferent to her plight. She could only watch helplessly as the three departed. The distance between Yunlu Palace and Huaqing Palace was not great, and they soon arrived at the latter's entrance. Upon sighting Princess Yunshu, the palace guard's expression shifted, and they hurried inside to report. At that moment, the fourth princess reclined on a favored chair, her shoulders partially exposed, enjoying a massage from a pair of delicate hands. Upon hearing the attendant's announcement, her beautiful eyes opened, and she gestured for her male companion to leave. What brings her here at this hour? She pondered. Just then, the voice of Princess Yunshu reached her ears. Fourth sister, have you dined? I have brought you some refreshments. Refreshments? Pei Yanqing scoffed, donning her outer garment as she stepped outside. What ill intent does the weasel have in wishing the chicken well? Upon seeing Princess Yunshu, she greeted her with a radiant smile. Dear sister, how thoughtful of you. It seems that your studies have indeed paid off. In such a short time, you have learned the ways of propriety. Hearing the mockery in her tone, Yunshu's expression turned cold in an instant. I have always been well-mannered. It is you, dear sister, who should perhaps exercise some restraint in broad daylight. Pei Yanqing's indulgence in male favorites was no secret within the imperial palace. However, with the support of the favored consort, everyone chose to turn a blind eye. As long as her actions did not exceed certain bounds, even the emperor indulged her. Pei Yanqing adjusted her garments, her smile deepening as she replied, "Sister, I was merely taking an afternoon nap." As the two conversed, Mushuang's gaze scanned the hall, yet she failed to locate the presence of Tian'er. Stealthily, she tugged at Princess Yunshu's sleeve. Understanding her intent, Princess Yunshu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Have you come to deliver snacks to me, sister? Shouldn't you invite me inside to sit? You know your purpose here, whether it be to deliver snacks or something else. Speak plainly, what is it?" Pei Yanqing, irritated by her interruption, felt no inclination to engage with her. Princess Yunshu's expression faltered slightly, and with a hint of embarrassment, she stated, "I heard that you brought little 11 back to Hucking Palace. As her elder sister, I came to pay her a visit." Pei Yunshu, "So it is indeed you who is looking after her. Are you determined to oppose me?" A flash of coldness flickered in Pei Yanqing's eyes. In truth, she had little concern for the girl's life or death. She merely enjoyed the torment inflicted upon her. Yet, Pei Yunshu insisted on protecting her. If that were the case, Pei Yanqing felt justified in not merely observing the situation. She was curious to see if Pei Yunshu could indeed safeguard her. "Sister, little 11 is also Father's daughter. She has committed no wrong. Are you not afraid of Father discovering how you treat her? And if he does, what of it? Her mother caused the death of my unborn brother. She deserves to pay with her life." A ruthless glint passed through Pei Yanqing's eyes. "I have shown her enough mercy by allowing her to grow this large." "You show mercy?" Princess Yunshu scoffed. "No matter what, she is Father's own daughter. A princess like you and me. If you were to kill her, do you truly believe Father would overlook it?" Princess Yunshu thought her words would instill some caution in Pei Yanqing. However, Pei Yanqing merely sneered, "Let us see. Bring her here." As her words fell, two fierce-looking matrons emerged from the back courtyard, dragging a bloodied girl behind them. "Tian'er?" Mushuang rushed forward, her heart aching as she examined the girl, whose body was marred with wounds. "Sister Mu?" Tian'er opened her eyes upon hearing her name, weakly murmuring, "I seem unable to survive much longer." "That will not happen. You will grow strong, and I will save you." Mushuang trembled as she reached out to touch her, but the sight of her battered body, nearly devoid of uninjured skin, made her heart ache. Behind them, Pei Yanqing's mocking voice echoed, "Save her? What do you think you are?" Chapter 60. Striking down Pei Yunshu. "Today I shall strike this little wretch dead, and see whether Father will punish me." "Pei Hucking, have you lost your mind? She is but a child. Why must you be so cruel?" Princess Yunshu was taken aback. This was her first encounter with Tian'er, and while she knew the girl had suffered, she had not anticipated such a tragic sight. The frail, thin body appeared as if it could vanish with a mere gust of wind. Feeling a deep pang of sorrow, Princess Yunshu thought that if she did not help her, Tian'er might somehow endure and grow amidst her torment. Yet, since she chose to assist her, Pei Yanqing resolved to kill her before her very eyes. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Pei Yanqing's eyes. "You're the one who caused her death." This final statement struck deeply at Mushuang's heart. It was she who had aided Tian'er, and consequently, it was she who had brought about her demise. Pei Yanqing seized the whip from the hand of the palace maid and lashed it fiercely towards Tian'er. That strike was potent enough to claim Tian'er's life. Unable to bear the sight of Tian'er perishing before her eyes, Mushuang's gaze hardened as she reached out to catch the whip that Pei Yanqing had flung towards her. With a swift turn, the whip rebounded violently back onto Pei Hucking. In pain, Pei Hucking cried out, "You insolent servant! How dare you lay hands on me? Seize her!" "Stop! Mushuang is a companion to the princess. Who dares to harm her?" Princess Yunshu responded sharply, regaining her composure. "Companion? How dare you strike at the princess? You shall all perish!" Pei Hucking screamed frantically, ordering her guards to apprehend them. This was Hucking Palace, and the maids and guards were all under her command. Thus they obeyed her. However, Mushuang and Lung Qing were skilled fighters and would not submit easily. A fierce altercation erupted, turning Hucking Palace into utter chaos. Meanwhile, in Fengyi Palace, the Empress was astounded to hear that Mushuang intended to take Mushuang as her disciple. If you wish to take on a pupil, why not choose Lu Ichio, whose musical talent far exceeds that of Mushuang? Lu Ichio had once sought to learn from Mushuang, but was turned away. Now, with Mushuang accepting Mushuang as her disciple, was this not a slap in the face of the Northern Prince's residence? Sister, taking on a disciple is not merely about musical prowess. It requires a meeting of hearts. After all these years, Mushuang is the only one who truly understands my music, Mushuang replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. She is the only one I wish to take as my disciple. Regardless of their status, I have no desire for anyone else. Over the years, many had sought to be her pupil, yet few were genuinely motivated by a love for music. Sister, at my age, I simply wish for someone to accompany me. Please grant this request. Upon hearing this, the Empress felt compelled to acquiesce, sighing, "It is rare for you to wish to take on a disciple as your sister. I must naturally agree." The next day, an imperial edict would be issued to hold a banquet in the palace, inviting the ladies of the capital to witness your acceptance of a disciple. She understood that Mushuang's actions were merely a way to pave a path for Mushuang's future. What is it about Mushuang that endears her to you so? The Empress mused. When I look at her, I see a reflection of my younger self and of you, dear sister. The Empress gazed at her only sister and solemnly remarked, "Mushuang, some matters require a degree of flexibility. That Duke of Liang has been waiting for you all these years without taking a wife. If you reconsider, you could still marry him." The former Duke of Liang had inherited the title of Duke. Since Mushuang publicly renounced their engagement on their wedding night, he had remained without a legitimate wife, declaring to the world that this position would always be reserved for Mushuang. Mushuang let out a cold laugh. "Sister, do you truly believe he harbors such deep feelings for me? His actions merely signal to outsiders that anyone who dares to pursue me is opposing him. This is clearly a deliberate act of revenge against me." Over the years, although the Duke of Liang has not taken a legitimate wife, he has certainly surrounded himself with a plethora of beautiful companions. The Duke is, in essence, a hypocritical individual, regardless of his intentions. You truly possess no better alternative than him. Do you genuinely wish to live your life in such a manner? The Empress, perplexed, could not comprehend why her sister remained so obstinate, as it is customary for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Even as Empress, she must tend to the harem and select consorts for the emperor. Images of that person riding a fine steed towards her flashed through Mushuang's mind. Having lived this way for so many years, she found no fault in it. Now, with the presence of a disciple, she no longer felt solitary. You, the Empress, sighed, shaking her head, knowing she could not sway her sister's resolve. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened." Suddenly, a palace maid rushed in, kneeling before the throne in a state of distress. "What is the matter that you are in such a fluster? How unbecoming." A head maid chided coldly beside the Empress. "Your Highness, forgive me. It is Princess Yunshu and the fourth princess. They have gotten into a fight at the Huaqing Palace." "What?" The Empress sprang to her feet. "What has happened to Yunshu?" "The princess is unharmed. It is the fourth princess who has fainted. Now, concubine Yu is demanding an explanation from Princess Yunshu, and the Emperor has also gone to the scene." The Empress's expression shifted. The altercation occurred at Huaqing Palace, where Yunshu was likely to be at fault, especially with Pei Yanqing having fainted. The Emperor would undoubtedly lean towards that side. "Sister, please remain calm," Mushuang urged, supporting her. She turned to the maid and instructed, "Clarify the details of the incident." "Yes." The maid promptly recounted all she knew. Mushuang was taken aback, realizing that the princess's conflict also involved Mushuang. "Sister, while Yunshu may be manageable, it was Mushuang who struck the fourth princess. We must come to her aid. To lay hands on a princess, Mushuang would surely pay dearly." Had such an event occurred previously, the Empress would have undoubtedly abandoned Mushuang without hesitation. A mere companion, she would not have felt compelled to rescue. Yet, she had just promised Mushuang that Mushuang would become her disciple. With a faint sigh, she resolved, "Let's first go to Huaqing Palace." "You go to the Eastern Palace," and summon the crown prince as well. Concubine, you will certainly escalate this matter, as she holds a moral high ground. Within Huaqing Palace, Concubine Yu's eyes were red-rimmed, her voice trembling as she implored, "Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for Yanqing. How could a princess be so ruthlessly assaulted within her own palace? This is an affront beyond measure. Father, it hurts so much. I must have numerous wounds. I shall bear scars for life. I wish to die." Pei Yanqing cried, her lament echoing with deep anguish. Everyone knew she cherished her fair skin above all else. And now that Mushuang had struck her with a whip, it was akin to striking her very pride. "Do not speak such nonsense. We did not strike you. You cannot possibly bear any wounds. You are merely slandering us." Princess Yinshu retorted, her anger palpable. Though she feigned composure, a flicker of guilt crossed her eyes. She had indeed witnessed the whip fall upon Pei Yanqing. Yet, Mushuang had just instructed her that they must deny any wrongdoing, asserting that Pei Yanqing could not possibly be hurt. As long as they all denied it, Concubine, you would be powerless to act. Chapter 61. Unscathed Princess Yinshu remained skeptical, for she had witnessed the whip strike Pei Yanqing, and in the ensuing chaos, Mushuang had also struck her several times. It was hard to believe that Pei Yanqing bore no wounds. Her demeanor did not suggest pretense. Clearly, Mushuang spoke with conviction and wishing to provoke Pei Yanqing. She declared as much. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Pei Yanqing nearly gasped for breath. "Despite my condition, you dare claim I have not been harmed? Pei Yanqing, are you attempting to deceive the emperor?" Tearfully, Pei Yanqing clutched the emperor's robes. The emperor found himself at a loss with his two beloved daughters, not wanting to see either wronged. "Let the imperial physician examine her first," he suggested. "If there are injuries, the physician will ascertain them, and we shall know who speaks the truth and who does not. Imperial physician, you must attend to this princess. I am in excruciating pain and surely have internal injuries." Pei Yanqing glared at Princess Yinshu and Mushuang, convinced that her injuries were far from fabricated. She was determined to punish them severely, particularly Mushuang, who dared to lay hands on her. She longed to flay her skin and pull out her tendons. The empress and the crown prince arrived just as the physician began his examination. Upon seeing Princess Yinshu in such a disheveled state, the empress wished to intervene, but the emperor gestured for her to hold back. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the eyes of Concubine Yu. How ironic it was that such an astute empress bore a foolish daughter who had dared to cause a ruckus in the Huaqing Palace. The crown prince glanced at Mushuang, who nodded subtly, conveying a sense of reassurance. He understood that she had a plan. After all, Mushuang was never without wit. Her actions must have been calculated with an escape in mind. "Mother, let us allow the physician to complete his examination first," the crown prince suggested soothingly. The empress nodded, aware that impatience would only serve to fulfill Concubine Yu's ambitions. After the examination, the physician knelt before the emperor, the empress, and the concubine, reporting, "Your Majesties," upon examination. The fourth princess's pulse appears stable, gentle yet strong, with no grave concerns. "What did you say?" Pei Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "I am covered in injuries, yet you claim I am unharmed? Do you wish for me to be beaten to death before you acknowledge my plight?" "Yanqing, do not speak recklessly." Concubine Yu chastised, turning to the physician with a serious tone. "Physician, the crime of deceiving the emperor is punishable by extermination of one's entire family. Do not be tempted by trivial gains to commit such a grave offense." The physician hastily clarified, "Your Majesties, I assure you that my words are true." From the pulse, the fourth princess indeed shows no severe injuries. If it is merely superficial wounds, not affecting the internal organs, I cannot diagnose further. Perhaps a female physician should be summoned for a more thorough examination. I can barely endure the pain. How can you suggest it is merely superficial? Pei Yanqing was on the verge of fury. "We did not strike you. How could you be injured? Even if you summon countless physicians, their conclusions would remain the same." At this moment, Princess Yinshu felt a surge of confidence. Upon witnessing the scene, the empress felt a sense of relief. It appeared that, thus far, her daughter had not suffered any losses. She offered a faint smile and softly spoke. The fourth princess, with her delicate skin and having never endured injury, inevitably exaggerated her wounds. Seeing the unwavering determination of the mother and daughter, the noble consort Yu, in a fit of indignation, addressed the emperor, urging him to summon the physician to examine Yanqing's injuries, for the truth would soon reveal itself. The emperor, already furrowing his brow at the ongoing dispute, gestured for the physician to approach. In a brief moment, the physician arrived, and the assembly exited the hall to allow the physician to assess the injuries. Shortly thereafter, a furious roar from Pei Yanqing echoed within the chamber. I have been struck numerous times, and you claim that I bear no injuries? Look here and here. The pain is unbearable. Are your eyes blind? Upon hearing her vehement outcry, the onlookers realized that Pei Yanqing bore no actual injuries. At the empress's behest, Princess Yunshu hastily knelt at the emperor's feet. Father, my fourth sister seeks to unjustly accuse me. How could I possibly strike her? We merely had a brief altercation, and I, too, sustained injuries. The princess revealed a faint whip mark on her arm, a subtle yet undeniable trace. This was inflicted during the chaos by my elder sister. I believed it was unintentional and chose not to disclose it, yet my sister insists I harmed her, which is truly unjust. As she spoke, Princess Yunshu seemed overwhelmed by a profound sense of grievance, bursting into tears. The emperor, who already held a special affection for her, was instantly filled with compassion upon witnessing her distress. Rise, my child. Your father shall not allow you to be wronged. Compared to Pei Yanqing, the emperor inherently trusted Yunshu's account, with the testimonies of the royal physician and the female physician corroborating her words. He began to suspect that Pei Yanqing sought to exploit the situation to punish Yunshu. Father, I swear I speak the truth. It must be that Mushuang employed some underhanded method to conceal my injuries. Pei Yanqing emerged from the hall, her expression one of grievance. Mushuang immediately knelt, pleading, Fourth princess, forgive me. Just now, I acted disrespectfully towards the fourth princess in my attempts to protect her. But not even with tenfold courage would I dare to strike her. She trembled visibly, as if in great fear, observing her typically cold demeanor now performing. The crown prince suppressed a smile. Is there truly anything she would not dare to do? You lie. You clearly struck me, and everyone from Huaqing Palace witnessed it. Pei Yanqing pointed at the palace maid beside her, demanding, Tell father and mother, did they not lay hands upon me? Yes. I saw Miss Mu strike the fourth princess with my own eyes, replied the maid. Did you hear that? The witnesses are right here. Do you still wish to deny it? Pei Yanqing seemed to have finally found her evidence, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Cold Qing, however, quickly countered. They are all loyal to the fourth princess. Naturally, they will echo whatever their master says. I was present as well, and I did not see Mushuang strike the fourth princess. Witnesses, as if anyone lacks them. Pei Yanqing, caught off guard by their obstinacy, nearly lost her breath and fainted once more. You dare to lie? I shall make your words clear, so be silent. The Empress Dowager scolded coldly. Since you're not severely injured, do not hold this minor wound against your royal sister. The Empress Dowager speaks wisely. Yunshu, let this lash not be a matter of contention with your royal sister, the Empress said gently, caressing Princess Yunshu's injury with concern. Chapter 62. A bold plea, Your Majesty. Let us set aside the matter of injuries for the moment. However, Princess Yunshu's intrusion into the Huaqing Palace, causing such a commotion, cannot simply be overlooked. The Empress Dowager swiftly shifted the focus. Even without injuries, it is still Princess Yunshu's fault. Indeed, father. I was peacefully napping when my royal sister burst in, nearly frightening me to death, Pei Yanqing sobbed. She even brought along the skilled companions, Lung Qing and Mushuang. Though I cannot fathom their intent, Pei Yanqing felt secure in her words, certain that Yunshu would not dare mention Tian'er. Since the incident involving Mei Fei, the emperor had decreed that no one was to speak of Mei Fei and her daughter in his presence. Therefore, she felt emboldened to mistreat Tian'er, knowing that no one would come to her defense. Indeed, Princess Yunshu lowered her gaze, hesitating to speak. The emperor, who had initially favored Yunshu, noticed her reticence and inquired sternly, Why are you not in the study to read? What brings you to Huaqing Palace? Father, I merely came to bring my royal sister some refreshments, Princess Yunshu replied, her head bowed, exuding an air of guilt. "Your Majesty." Yin Shu. The Empress attempted to interject in defense of her daughter, but the Emperor coldly interrupted, let her speak for herself. Seeing the Empress reprimanded, the Empress Dowager's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Your Majesty, it is best that the princess explains this matter herself." Princess Yin Shu, head downcast, was reluctant to reveal the truth. Mushuang, her expression darkening, knelt before the Emperor, her forehead touching the ground. "Your Majesty, we came to Huaqing Palace for the 11th princess." Mushuang, do not speak recklessly, Princess Yin Shu quickly interjected. "If we remain silent, the most we would face is a light punishment from the Emperor. But if we speak, it could cost us our lives." The Empress and the Crown Prince were aware that something had transpired in Huaqing Palace, yet the specifics eluded them. Upon hearing Mu Shuang mention the 11th princess, their expressions darkened in sudden understanding. "Mu Shuang, exercise caution in your words and actions," the Empress warned sternly. "The 11th princess?" The Emperor momentarily failed to comprehend whom Mu Shuang referred to. Mu Shuang continued, "Your Majesty, the 11th princess is the daughter born to Mei Fei." At the mention of Mei Fei, the Emperor's countenance grew cold. "You possess great audacity, Mu Shuang, to speak of a consort who caused the death of a royal son. Father, forgive her." Mu Shuang was unaware of these matters. "I implore you to pardon her," the Crown Prince interceded hastily. "Your Majesty, that unjustly deceased son of mine." The Empress Dowager began to weep. "Mu Shuang, I shall overlook your initial offense this time, but should there be a next time, I will show no mercy. Now leave my sight." The Emperor's anger was palpable, causing all present in the hall to tremble in fear, silenced by the gravity of the moment. It was Mu Shuang's first encounter with the Emperor, and though she felt a pang of trepidation, she could not shake the image of Tian'er, bloodied and on the brink of death. If she failed to rescue her today, Tian'er would be condemned to an eternity of darkness. She steeled herself, raising her gaze to speak, "Your Majesty, regardless of any transgressions committed by Consort Mei, she has already borne the consequences. Princess 11 is innocent. She is your own flesh and blood. Can you truly bear to watch her perish? She is but 8 years old. She has committed no wrongdoing. Yet from the moment of her birth, she has endured torment and abuse, living in a manner far worse than the beggars outside. If your Majesty believes she is at fault, then grant her death. Why subject her to such suffering?" Mu Shuang's words were both generous and resolute, as though she sought to admonish with her own life. The Emperor was momentarily taken aback. He had merely neglected her, never intending for her demise. Yet, she now lived in a state worse than death. Within the entire palace, no one cared for her fate, apart from Consort Yu and Pei Ci, who found amusement in her torment. No one paid her any heed. It was as if she had been forgotten, struggling to survive in this imperial abode. While she was provided with food, it pushed her deeper into despair. Noticing the Emperor's expression waver, Mu Shuang quickly added, "Your Majesty, my death would be of little consequence. But the one thing Princess 11 longs for most is to see you, to call you father. I beseech you, grant her this one meeting. Father, do not listen to her nonsense. Consort Mei is responsible for the death of my royal brother. She ought to pay with her life. How can my brother rest peacefully beneath the 9 springs if Consort Mei's daughter is allowed to grow up in happiness?" Pei Ci countered, astonished at Mu Shuang's audacity to voice such matters. Yet, since she dared to speak out, she clearly feared no repercussions, as Consort Mei and her daughter owed them a debt. "Alas, my poor child!" Consort Yu cried out in anguish. While the consort's child was indeed pitiable, Consort Mei's child had committed no sin. With Consort Mei deceased, did Consort Yu wish for her child to pay with her life to find solace? The Crown Prince coldly questioned. At that time, the truth of the matter was far from clear. In the Crown Prince's recollection, Consort Mei was gentle and amiable, and being with child, how could she have possibly committed such cruel acts against Consort Yu's child and succeeded? However, the evidence presented by Consort Yu was irrefutable, leaving Consort Mei with no defense. But were those pieces of evidence truly authentic? "Do not wrong me, Your Highness. I never sought the life of that child, or else how could she have grown up safely?" As soon as Consort Yu finished speaking, Princess Yin Shu interjected loudly. "She did not grow up safely. Father, You have no idea how wretched little Eleven's life has been. She has survived on leftovers, often going without food, her body frail and emaciated. She has been made to serve the palace eunuchs and maids, washing their clothes, cleaning their chambers, and frequently subjected to their beatings and scorn. This time, our conflict arose from seeing little Eleven's pitiful state. In Huaqing Palace, she was beaten, covered in injuries, barely clinging to life. I have never witnessed such suffering. As she spoke, Princess Yun Shu could no longer contain her tears, her heart truly aching. That was her royal sister, who should have enjoyed a life of opulence like all princesses, yet instead lived in such misery. Oh heavens, how could this happen? The empress was taken aback and hurriedly knelt down, pleading for the emperor's forgiveness, acknowledging her failure in managing the inner court, which had led to the suffering of the 11th princess. Seeing her perform such theatrics, the concubine Yu felt a surge of resentment. The empress was well aware of the situation. She had previously turned a blind eye, but now she was merely adding fuel to the fire. Enough! Bring the 11th princess here, the emperor commanded, his patience wearing thin. He wished to hear no more words. He needed to see for himself. He understood that the 11th princess had been living poorly, abandoned in the cold palace without the protection of her mother or himself. Her suffering was undeniable. Yet, he believed it to be a debt owed by her mother that she, as the daughter, must repay. Denying her the honor of a princess was tantamount to providing an explanation for the deceased child. However, he could not bear to imagine her existence as described by Princess Yin Shu. Chapter 63. Punishment despite the emperor's reluctance to accept the reality. When the frail, bloodied girl appeared before him, he nearly lost his balance. Call the imperial physician. Quickly, he bellowed in fury. Though he had been indifferent to this child, he could not endure the sight of his own daughter subjected to such cruelty. Father, Pei Yanqing trembled on the ground, quaking with fear. This time, she had struck a little too harshly, driven by her anger towards Pei Yun Shu, who had interfered in the matter. She never intended to cause such harm. But witnessing the tragic state of Tian'er left her at a loss for words. The emperor cast a glance at her, remaining silent. Your Majesty, this child is gravely injured. We should take her to Yunla Palace for treatment, the empress said, her eyes filled with compassion. To Yunla Palace. A throng of people departed in haste. Pei Yanqing turned to concubine Yu, her voice trembling. Mother, what shall we do? Will father punish me? Concubine Yu's expression darkened. What had initially been a favorable situation for them had now spiraled into chaos. The empress would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. Kneel at the entrance of Yunla Palace and confess to your father, she instructed. Mother, I truly do not wish to kneel, Pei Yanqing protested, her body still racked with pain, feeling utterly helpless. Whether you wish to or not, you must kneel. I shall accompany you, for the sake of the unborn prince. The emperor will not be excessively harsh, but this mistake must be acknowledged. If this matter remains hidden, it matters not how you treat Tian'er. But if it is brought to light, the emperor cannot allow his offspring to be mistreated. This error must be recognized. She then turned and instructed a palace maid. Go out and summon the first prince into the palace. Inside Yunla Palace, the physician, after tending to Tian'er, reported, Your Majesty, the 11th princess's injuries are severe. Coupled with prolonged starvation, her health is already fragile. While her life is not in immediate danger, she will require long-term medication to sustain her. The emperor gazed at the frail child lying on the bed, bearing a resemblance to Mei Fei, and his heart ached. Though she was already 8 years old, she appeared more like a 5 or 6-year-old. He now understood the truth of Mushuang's words. She lived worse than the beggars outside. His princess was faring worse than the beggars. Should this news spread, how would the common people ridicule the royal family? Prepare a prescription, he commanded. Understood. With the order given, the physician promptly withdrew. Your Majesty, it is entirely my fault. I have managed the inner court, yet failed to care for the 11th princess, allowing her to endure such torment. I am truly remorseful. The empress knelt on the ground, her voice gentle. It is not your fault. It was my decree that permitted such audacity, the emperor replied, lifting the empress to her feet, restoring her status as the 11th princess, and requesting her extra care for the princess. I shall obey your command. Your Majesty, something is amiss. The concubine has fainted outside the hall, a eunuch suddenly reported. How could she faint out of the blue? The emperor furrowed his brow, questioning. I pay my respects to father. The crown prince entered, explaining that both mother and sister are aware of their faults and have remained kneeling outside the hall. However, since that miscarriage, mother's health has been poor, and now, with the cold weather, kneeling on the icy steps has taken its toll. Quickly, summon the concubine back to the palace and have the physician attend to her. Crown Prince, you should also tend to the concubine, the empress said, feigning concern. The crown prince remained silent, casting a glance at the emperor. The emperor paused for a moment before speaking. Empress, you stay and care for the 11th princess. I shall go see the concubine. Understood. The empress lowered her gaze. Though she anticipated this outcome, a flicker of disappointment crossed her heart. The concubine's unruliness is still tolerated by the emperor. Just as the emperor was about to step out, Mushuang suddenly interjected, Your Majesty, the 11th princess is named Tian'er. The emperor halted, slowly turning his head, his sharp gaze fixed upon her. Mushuang, you have done well. Father, the crown prince hastily knelt, wishing to say something, but was silenced by a mere glance from the emperor. With a cold snort, the emperor remarked, Although Mushuang has rendered service by saving the 11th princess, she has overstepped her bounds, sowing discord among the princesses, and shall be punished with 20 strikes. Father, thank you for your grace. Mushuang's head fell heavily to the ground, refusing to let the crown prince plead for her. Her demeanor was so calm, as if the emperor had merely bestowed her a reward. As the emperor approached the hall's entrance, he noticed Pei Ci still kneeling and sighed softly. Do you acknowledge your transgressions? I acknowledge my wrongdoings. I should not have treated the 11th princess in such a manner, but whenever I think of my unborn royal brother, I become enraged and cannot help but scold her. Pei Ci offered a rationalization for her actions. She is still your royal sister, my own daughter. 8 years of torment is sufficient. I shall not hold past grievances against you. Let this matter rest. However, the maid concubine and her daughter still owe a debt and should not trouble her further. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Pei Ci felt a surge of joy. Yes, I shall obey. The emperor stepped forward to assist her. Noticing the fragrance wafting from her, his brow furrowing, he sternly declared, You are already 18. It is time to consider marriage. You must cease this foolishness. All those rascals in your court must be sent away. The emperor had long disapproved of Pei Ci's antics. Otherwise, he would not have favored Princess Yanshu. However, he found it difficult to be harsh with his daughter. And with the concubine's intercessions, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. As she increasingly lost her composure, it was disheartening to see a princess exuding the scent of the world outside. If word of this reached beyond the palace walls, who could predict the rumors that might ensue? Father, I, Pei Ci, feel unjustly treated and do not wish to part with her, she lamented. The crown prince interjected. Father only wishes the best for you. Do not let his efforts go in vain. Although our father cannot bear to punish you, as your elder brother, I must say that your actions have been excessively foolish. The 11th princess remains in a deep slumber. Thus, you shall copy Buddhist scriptures for her until she awakens. Pei Ci bit her lip tightly. While she could still plead for forgiveness from her father, she dared not oppose her elder brother. Yes, I will return to transcribe the scriptures immediately, she acquiesced, bowing respectfully before retreating. The emperor reflected on how he had indulged her in her youth, recalling how lively and charming she had once been, and lamented how things had changed. Father, it is my fault as her elder brother for not guiding her properly. I shall ensure she is disciplined henceforth, Pei Ci expressed, filled with self-reproach. Do not take all the blame upon yourself. The misdeeds of your younger siblings are not solely your burden. How can that be? As the eldest brother, I must look after them on behalf of our father. He insisted, emphasizing his responsibilities as the firstborn. Chapter 64. A desire for you to become the crown princess. The emperor paused, turning to him as a brother. No one has performed better than you. I understand you have endured much hardship. Traditionally, the heir apparent is chosen from the legitimate and eldest sons. Yet Pei Ci held the title of eldest, while Pei Ci was the legitimate heir. Both were capable individuals, and while the emperor felt a sense of assurance, He also grappled with the question of who was more suitable for the throne. Lacking a definitive choice, he allowed their rivalry to unfold privately. The throne ought to belong to the most capable, as he himself had ascended in such a manner. The ultimate victor would claim the position. Yanhua, having chosen this path, you should harbor no misgivings. I will not consider anything but your respective strengths. The journey to the throne will inevitably involve bloodshed, should one show mercy. That blood may very well be their own. I shall remember this, Pei Yanhua replied, his gaze downcast, a flicker of ruthlessness gleaming in his eyes. He had never possessed the trait of mercy, yet in the presence of outsiders, especially before his father, he must present himself as virtuous to earn a reputation for benevolence. With a sharp crack, Mushuang clutched a wooden stick in her mouth as the blows landed heavily upon her. Throughout the ordeal, she did not utter a single cry. 20 lashes, sufficient to claim the life of an ordinary woman, indicated the emperor's profound anger towards her. She had unveiled a scandal within the palace, which undoubtedly tarnished the royal image, prompting the emperor to seek retribution. After the punishment, she was carried out of the palace. Seeing her in such a state, Xiaoyao rushed forward. Miss, what has happened to you? It is nothing. Let us return to the residence, Mushuang replied weakly. All right, Xiaoyao said, wiping her tears and helping her into the carriage. Quiet, go outside. Unbeknownst to anyone, the crown prince had already taken refuge within the carriage, receiving the precious item from Xiaoyao's hands. Xiaoyao hesitated, casting a glance at Mushuang, and only after she nodded did she step out of the carriage. Your Highness, such behavior is rather unorthodox. Mushuang leaned against the carriage, her complexion pale. Now you are mindful of propriety. Yet, during your time at Yunla Palace, what emboldened you so? As he spoke, the crown prince placed a pill into her mouth. Mushuang managed a bitter smile, realizing that once the emperor departed, he might never glance at Tiana again. It was imperative for him to know her name. Moreover, this lingering resentment would surely compel the emperor to seek an outlet for his frustrations, lest the repercussions fall upon the empress and the crown prince. She could not allow them to bear the burden of her troubles. I must also express my gratitude to you, for without your intervention, my legs might have been irreparably harmed. Despite her profound internal mastery, enduring such a punishment of 20 strikes would undoubtedly leave her grievously injured. A lighter consequence might confine her to bed for 2 months, while a heavier one could threaten the very integrity of her legs. Presently, though the injury appeared severe, it had not compromised any vital areas. She understood that it was the crown prince who had instructed the executioner, thus resulting in a lighter punishment. Knowing this, you must refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future. Should you wish to do something, you must first consult me. The crown prince gazed at her, his eyes betraying a deep concern. It was he who had chosen to bring her into the palace, yet within merely half a month. She had sustained 2 injuries. He had failed to protect her. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Mushuang lowered her eyes. Your Highness, there is no need for such distress. We are merely friends. Rest assured, I shall not compel you to act against your will. The crown prince composed himself, explaining, while I may harbor some affection for you, it primarily stems from gratitude for your life-saving deed. I have never contemplated taking you as a concubine in the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing this, Mushuang sighed in relief, realizing that she had misjudged his intentions. Then, being friends is certainly permissible, is it not? The crown prince regarded her, his fists clenched tightly. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for Mushuang to be considered a friend by the crown prince. After hearing her words, he understood that this strategy was not misguided. With regard to Mushuang, one must not be hasty. Patience was essential. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, causing Mushuang to cry out in pain. The crown prince promptly steadied her, turning to chastise Jidong, the driver outside. Exercise greater caution. Zizong, disguised with a hood and garb, felt aggrieved, asserting that the road was uneven, leaving him powerless to alter the situation. Your Highness, I am fine. Mushuang shook her head, speaking through gritted teeth. The crown prince's brow furrowed deeply as he coldly remarked, Pain is pain. Why must you endure it in silence? Who, having endured such a grievous injury, can avoid suffering? Hiding it does not alleviate the pain. Taken aback by his words, Mushuang pondered, but expressing her pain seemed futile. How could it be useless? Releasing the anguish from your heart allows others to recognize that you too are capable of suffering. You are not a mere automaton. Unyielding strength will only lead to your own distress. The crown prince's heart ached for her, recalling that Princess Yunshu would cry out for the slightest bruise, demanding the attention of all around her. Yet, Mushuang had borne everything alone since childhood, accustomed to enduring in silence. But the more she did so, the more his heart ached for her. Upon hearing these words, Mushuang felt a tightness in her heart, accustomed to suppressing her pain without uttering a sound. She did not perceive it as something significant, yet an inexplicable ache filled her nose and heart, intensifying to the point of unbearable distress. It was not that she was unaware of her suffering. Rather, her pain went unnoticed by others. Even Pei Ci, upon witnessing her injuries, offered nothing more than a fleeting admonition to be careful next time. To voice her pain would be a sign of weakness, and she wished to conceal her fragility from the world. "Let your tears flow if you wish," the crown prince said as he gently wiped away her tears. "You have every right to do so. It is never a source of shame." With that, he turned his back to her. Mushuang gazed at his broad back, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort. She rested her head against him, allowing her tears to fall freely, no longer holding back. "Thank you," she whispered, "for reminding me that I am indeed a living being, deserving of the right to feel pain and to cry." Uncertain of how long she wept, fatigue overcame Mushuang, and she drifted into a deep slumber. The crown prince carefully positioned her onto his lap, tenderly caressing her face. "When will I be able to protect you openly?" He pondered, feeling a deeper pain than hers as he watched her endure punishment. He yearned to rush forward to shield her, yet he understood that such actions would only complicate her plight further. Thus, he endured the sight of the punishment falling upon her, each strike echoing in his own heart. "I will not allow you to enter the Eastern Palace as a concubine. I wish for you to be my sole crown princess." Pei Ci would never repeat the mistakes he had made. However, all of this would have to wait until she truly opened her heart to him. "If only I had known you in your childhood, how wonderful that would have been." He envied Pei Ci for being by her side when she needed it most, while his own arrival felt painfully late, as her heart seemed already filled with another. Chapter 65. The Mu family entangled in factional strife. Mushuang. Have you lost your mind? You dare involve yourself in matters concerning the princess? Are you willing to drag the entire Mu family into your grave? Upon awakening, Mushuang was met with the sharp reprimands of Lu Shi. "You are utterly unaware of the consequences. The emperor should order your execution. Death would be a relief. Who knows if the emperor and concubine you might direct their wrath toward the Mu family? What if it jeopardizes your husband's and son's careers?" Her mother's concern struck Mushuang as peculiar. After just a brief slumber, her wounds seemed to throb less painfully. Could it be that the crown prince's medicine was so remarkably effective? Then she recalled her emotional outburst before him, a display of vulnerability she had never exhibited before. "Do not threaten me with this. Do you truly believe I am afraid?" Lu Shi's sharp voice interrupted her thoughts. Mushuang regained her composure and met her mother's fierce gaze. "You, Lu Shi, seem not to fear anything. Very well. I shall await your letter of disownment." With a cold scoff, Lu Shi replied, "Fine, wait for it." She swept away, genuinely contemplating this course of action. The emperor's severe punishment indicated his disdain for Mushuang. Such a calamity could no longer be tolerated within the Mu family. "Master, Mushuang's actions are utterly reckless. She is determined to bring ruin upon the Mu family. We can no longer indulge her," Lu asserted as she entered the study, getting straight to the point. Munin raised his gaze and asked, "What do you propose we do?" "Expel her from a Mu family," Lu replied, initially hoping that Mushuang could pave the way for their family. But now she merely wished to sever ties to prevent any further entanglement. Is she still a companion to the princess? The emperor has merely imposed a minor punishment. If we act now, it is inevitable that we will attract criticism. While we could sever ties under normal circumstances, at this critical juncture, many are watching. Such actions may lead others to perceive us as unfeeling and ungrateful. It is but a fleeting criticism. The emperor has already punished her. and the queen will undoubtedly soon strip her of her title as companion, coupled with her enmity with Princess Yanqing, who would not let her off easily. Keeping her in the residence would only invite disaster. Though Lu had not personally interacted with the royal family, she had heard of Princess Yanqing's notorious vengeance. Given the precarious position at Hamlin Academy, we must consider our future carefully. Upon hearing this, Munan steeled himself. Now let it be as you suggest. Very well, I shall summon the clan leader at once. Lu felt a surge of relief and stepped toward the door, only to be met by the steward hurrying towards them. Master, Madam, there are visitors from the palace. Lu and Mu then exchanged a glance, their faces paling. It is too late, surely. It is Princess Yanqing coming to reprimand the Mu family. They had not anticipated that the princess would act more swiftly than they. We must convey our intentions to the princess. We cannot allow her to implicate the entire Mu family. However, before Lu and Mu Nan could utter a word upon reaching the front hall, they heard the palace matron announce, I am a matron in service to Her Majesty the Queen, here to deliver her decree. Miss Mu, you are both talented and beautiful, courageous and unyielding. You saved the 11th princess, a truly rare individual. For this month, you are commanded to recuperate at home, and upon your recovery, you shall return to the palace as a companion once more. Your mastery of music and exquisite skills have won the admiration of Master Mushuang, who wishes to take you as a disciple. Once you are well, a banquet shall be held in the palace for your formal apprenticeship. Lord Mu, Lady Mu, this is the Queen's intent. Do you comprehend? Yes, we understand. We are grateful for Her Majesty's grace. Mu Nan and Lu hurriedly bowed in thanks. These are gifts from Her Majesty for Miss Mu. You must ensure her health is restored this month, and she shall not suffer any indignities. The matron gestured toward a collection of rare medicinal herbs. Rest assured, I shall faithfully adhere to Her Majesty's wishes. With that, the matron departed the Mu residence. Master, what shall we do? Lu exclaimed. The Queen has clearly chosen to support Mushuang. To expel her from the Mu residence would be to oppose Her Majesty. This rebellious daughter seeks to embroil me in injustice. Munan seethed with anger. The battle between the crown prince and the first prince was severe, and the outcome remained uncertain. Yet, as long as they refrained from choosing sides, the eventual result would not concern them. Now, however, Mushuang had effectively aligned the entire Mu family with the crown prince. If this continues, it could lead to the annihilation of our clan. How can I not be worried? What shall we do now? Born into a humble household, Lu's perspective remains somewhat limited. Upon hearing discussions of internal strife, she feels utterly disoriented. What can be done? One can only observe the unfolding situation. Should the crown prince gain the upper hand, the Mu family will soar to great heights. However, if the crown prince falls from grace, both I and Han Feng will have no choice but to resign and seek refuge. Resigning? How could that be possible? Han Feng has only just become a jinshi with great difficulty. The Lu family is still waiting for her son to secure a title of nobility for her. Resignation would mean losing everything. Lu deeply regrets not having expelled Mushuang from the residence sooner. Upon receiving the Empress's decree, Mushuang feels utterly speechless. Although the Empress's intentions are benevolent, it extinguishes her hopes of leaving the Mu residence. The timing of this decree is indeed unfortunate. Sister, Xiao Wanyan rushed in. Her eyes slightly reddened upon learning of Mushuang's injury. How are you? Is your injury serious? It's nothing. I've applied the medicine, and I'm feeling much better. Mushuang managed a faint smile, having just learned that the crown prince had not only provided her with pills, but also entrusted Xiaoyao with treating her external wounds. Once back home, Xiaoyao applied the ointment, which significantly improved her condition. Sister, the palace is far too perilous. I think I should no longer serve as a companion. From now on, I will support you. Xiao Wanyan now comprehends the dangers of court intrigue. Even someone as capable as Mushuang had nearly lost her life within half a month in the palace. How could an ordinary person survive even a few days there? With such confidence, it seems the business at Linlang Pavilion is thriving. Indeed, it is flourishing. Many young ladies, having seen the princess and Miss Een adorned with plush flowers, have flocked to the shop to purchase them. In recent days, our business has nearly rivaled that of Kaifeng Pavilion. Speaking of the shop, Xiao Wanyan feels a swell of pride. Once business stabilizes after the new year, we shall open a dessert shop as well. To aspire to be wealthy relying solely on one or two shops is utterly unrealistic. Such a burden you bear, Mushuang remarked with concern, having intended to protect her sister when rescuing her, only to find the roles reversed. Sister, I enjoy conducting business. I do not find it burdensome. Arriving in this foreign world and establishing my own enterprise has provided me with a sense of belonging. I have never regarded it as a hardship. Oh, by the way, a person intruded into the courtyard a couple of days ago, and I haven't told you yet. Chapter 66. Then, let us proceed. What sort of person? Mushuang inquired anxiously. The courtyard had been deliberately chosen for its seclusion, with few visitors, and there were 2 guards present. How could someone have entered? I do not recognize him. He was covered in wounds, seemingly fleeing from pursuers. He stumbled into the courtyard, uttering a plea for me to let him stay, then fainted. Xiao Wanyan recounted the events of that day. Seeing his plight, I decided to take him in. Were there any others searching for him afterward? Yes. The guards mentioned a group of assassins lurking about in the alley, but they left empty-handed after searching. Has he regained consciousness? Did he reveal his identity? Mu Shuang's brow furrowed. Someone being hunted could hardly be an ordinary individual. He has awakened, but he refuses to speak about anything. Even now, I do not know his name, Xiao Wanyan replied. If he won't speak, then we shall cast him out of the courtyard. Mu Shuang's expression hardened. Who could discern whether he was benevolent or malevolent? To rescue him might invite peril upon herself, which seemed hardly worth the risk. She had never possessed a compassionate heart toward strangers with whom she had no ties. In due time, she would procure 2 formidable bodyguards to safeguard the courtyard. As Xiao Wanyan's business flourished, it was inevitable that others would set their sights on that estate. Very well, I shall cast him aside as soon as I return. Xiao Wanyan nodded in agreement. However, upon her return to the manor, she was informed by a servant that the man had already departed. Departed? How could he leave with such grievous injuries? Someone had come to escort him, seemingly a bodyguard, who referred to him as young master, the maid replied. Did he utter anything before his departure? No. The maid shook her head, sensing he was indeed an odd individual. Xiao Wanyan had saved his life, yet he had not even uttered a word of thanks. If he chose to leave, so be it. It spared them further trouble. Initially, Xiao Wanyan had been troubled by the thought of abandoning an injured man. Would he perish? Yet, in this instance, it indeed alleviated her concerns. In the dead of night, as Mushuang was on the precipice of slumber, she was suddenly roused by the sound of the window being pushed open. Startled, she opened her eyes wide and reached beneath her pillow for the concealed dagger. However, upon recognizing the silhouette of the intruder, her hand gradually relaxed. It was a figure she knew all too well. Had the young master come to visit under the cover of darkness to avoid the scrutiny of the county princess? She couldn't help but mock him as she spoke. The last time she had sustained an injury, he had brazenly awaited her at the palace gates, only to have the county princess discover it and retract her gifts. Yet this time, he lacked the courage for such an overt display. Pei Ci sighed softly, sitting at her bedside. Since you left me, you have only encountered injuries and grievances. Do you not harbor regrets? I have endured my share of grievances and wounds while beside the young master, Mushuang replied with a bitter smile. Perhaps her life was destined to be one of suffering. No matter the choices she made, a smooth path was never in store for her. Nevertheless, she had no regrets about the decision she had taken. Pei Ci had intended to say that since he had reclaimed his status as young master, she had not suffered injury again. Yet he recalled that to facilitate his betrothal to Bai Moran, he had deceived her into the far north to gather snow lotuses, an endeavor fraught with danger. Ultimately, he had failed to protect her. In the palace, I cannot safeguard you. Henceforth, you must involve yourself less in court affairs. The struggles above, regardless of victory or defeat, invariably harm those beneath. He continued, once I am married, I will find a way to no longer have you serve as my companion. You must endure this life. Young master, we are no longer connected. Please do not meddle in my affairs again, Mushuang said weakly. Once you wed the county princess, treat her well. Mushuang, you know my heart belongs only to you. Marrying Bai Moran is but a means to secure my position as young master, Pei Ci said, anguish evident in his voice. Once, he had believed Mushuang was the one who understood him best in this world, but now it seemed she had lost that understanding. Yet the young master still had to marry her. Love or indifference paled in comparison to the importance of his title. Since he had already wronged her, why should he further betray another woman? Mushuang's eyes reddened. Young master, you promised me you would let me go. Please, cease your relentless pursuit. He remained oblivious to the fact that each encounter with him caused her heart to ache a little more. As he recounted his feelings for her, there was not a flicker of joy within her. Instead, she found the situation both tragic and absurd. He professed his love for her, yet he was more protective of Lin Yining, unjustly accusing her on numerous occasions for Lin Yining's sake. He claimed to love her, but his true affection lay with his status as a prince. Aware that marrying Bai Moran would mean their inevitable separation, he still chose Bai Moran. She felt overshadowed by his power and responsibilities. Such love was burdensome, and she wished to be free of it. Schwanger, after all these years, how could you so easily let go? Pei Ci questioned in a deep voice, insisting that she was the one he loved, yet now she was the one departing. Your Highness, it was you who chose to let go first. Since you have made your choice, do not regret it. Your desire to have it both ways only invites my disdain, she retorted. Having spent so long together, Mushuang was well aware of how to strike at his heart. Indeed, upon hearing the word disdain, Pei Ci's face paled. Am I so unworthy in your eyes now? Yes. Once you were a figure of ambition and bravery in my heart. Meeting you was the greatest fortune of my life. I had always believed you to be someone capable of letting go and moving on, yet your current reluctance reveals your inability to achieve greatness. Mushuang raised her gaze to meet his. If you have chosen power, do not look back. Walk forward with courage, for that is the only way to attain what you desire. Pei Ci returned her gaze, silence enveloping them for a moment before he spoke. I once vowed to return to the capital and reclaim everything that belongs to me. I cannot disappoint my mother, nor can I relinquish everything to Pei Yujing. Thus, this is the only path available to me. He had once believed he could secure everything through his own prowess, yet without any backing. Even if he temporarily held the title of prince, it was precarious at best. It seemed that no matter how he strategized, he could not stabilize the situation. With his greatest support, the Empress Dowager, gravely ill, he had no choice but to resort to an advantageous marriage. At times, he found himself looking down upon his own decisions. Then let us move forward. I wish the prince great power, so that those who have wronged you may repent in the depths of despair, even if they were to part ways. Mushuang hoped for his well-being and that he would attain everything he desired. Schwanger, I am sorry. Throughout this journey, the only person he felt he had wronged was Mushuang. Within the dim candlelight of the room, and against the backdrop of the biting cold outside, another figure lingered. Just a step away, Pei Ci had nearly been the first to enter. He was unaware of what conversations might transpire within those walls. Would his presence, at her most vulnerable moment, soften her heart and draw her back? He yearned to enter, yet he felt he had no rightful place to do so. Chapter 67. Identical marketing. The crown prince stood outside the door, waiting for a full half-hour before witnessing Pei Ci emerge from within. Observing Pei Ci's sorrowful and disappointed expression, he let out a sigh of relief before turning to leave the Mu residence. The business at Linlang Pavilion was thriving, and Xiao Wanyan devoted her time to both visiting Mushuang daily and managing the shop's affairs. One day, while she was inside designing new styles, a waiter urgently knocked on her door. Madam, something terrible has happened. What is it? Xiao Wanyan furrowed her brows, for although she had always been of a gentle temperament, she detested being interrupted while drawing. Shopkeeper, please take a look, the waiter urged, hastily handing her a piece of paper. Upon examining it, Xiao Wanyan's expression turned to one of shock. The contents were strikingly similar to the promotional flyer she had created previously, with only the name Linlang Pavilion replaced by Treasure Pavilion. The location of the shop was directly across from hers. She was aware that the tea house across the street had been purchased, but she never anticipated that the buyer intended to replicate her establishment. Shopkeeper, just as our business was beginning to flourish, someone has come to steal our trade. This is utterly outrageous, the waiter exclaimed, indignation evident in his voice. I've never seen someone so brazen in business competition. After the initial shock subsided, Qiao Wanyan regained her composure. It is perfectly normal to encounter competition. We cannot prevent others from opening shops. However, while they may replicate our promotional materials, they cannot duplicate our exquisite jewelry. There is no need to be concerned. In the modern world, one encounters far more disheartening commercial rivalries. As long as a product can be replicated, it will soon be found in every corner of the streets. Moreover, in this era, there are no patents. Everyone engages in trade based on their own skills. Once the new shop opens in 2 days, I shall see who dares to challenge us. Such bullies prey upon those of us without power or influence. If he is to steal business, why not target the establishment across from Kaifeng Tower? The waiter retorted. Enough of this anger. I shall design a few more accessories. Even if he opens a shop, it shall not significantly impact us. After all, the plush flowers of Linlang Pavilion are one of a kind, and with my unique designs, how could we be easily outdone? Initially, Qiao Wanyan had not given the matter much thought, but 2 days later, upon seeing the proprietor of the opposite shop, she was utterly taken aback. Yivuyunk? She gasped. How could it be young Master Ji? He already owns Kaifeng Tower and is the wealthiest man in Chu. Why would he compete with us, a humble establishment? The waiter, too, was astonished. No wonder we could not uncover any information about Treasure Pavilion after inquiring for days. To think that such a prominent figure is behind it. How will our shop survive? As Qiao Wanyan gazed across the street, she could not fathom why someone as affluent as Ji Wuyong would be interested in the business of her modest shop. Let's go inside and take a look, she declared. Shopkeeper, is that wise? The waiter hesitated, feeling apprehensive. After all, the two shops were rivals, offering the same wares and situated directly opposite one another. They might very well be turned away at the door. However, Qiao Wanyan disregarded her concerns and strode confidently towards the treasure pavilion. Ji Wuyong had already noticed her approach and smiled warmly. Welcome, Miss Qiao, to Treasure Pavilion. Allow me to show you around. Thank you, young Master Ji. Due to Ji Wuyong's connections in the capital, the bustling atmosphere of Treasure Pavilion on this day eclipsed even the grand opening of Linlang Pavilion. With a multitude of influential patrons in attendance, as Qiao Wanyan entered the shop, she observed the identical displays and nearly indistinguishable plush flower jewelry, her smile fading. What is the meaning of this, young Master Ji? Ji Wuyong raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his gaze. What do you think? Last time, you merely explained to me the process of crafting plush flowers, and I managed to replicate it. Impressive, isn't it? Indeed impressive, Qiao Wanyan gritted her teeth. Although she never intended to rely solely on plush flowers, she certainly did not expect to be outdone so swiftly. Miss Qiao seems displeased, Ji Wuyong taunted. Did you not assert that the secret of Linlang Pavilion lies not in the plush flower, but in your own talents? Then, why not showcase your skills for this young master to witness? My talents are indeed considerable. However, I wonder why a young master like you would deign to compete with a humble establishment such as mine. She had never aspired to monopolize the market. As long as the business was profitable, others would inevitably seek a share of the pie, just as she intended to reveal the technique behind the plush flowers. She hoped for its tradition to endure through the ages, irrespective of the dynasty. Yet, she never imagined that the one before her would be Ji Wuyong. Her idol in this era, Ji Wuyong was more than capable of entering this trade, yet he should not resort to such unrefined tactics. At that moment, Qiao Wanyan felt her idol's allure shatter into fragments. Who would ever complain about earning more silver? Moreover, I do not consider Miss Qiao's business to be insignificant. In my eyes, the potential of plush flowers extends far beyond this, Ji Wuyong remarked, lightly fanning himself, a smile unwavering on his face. In comparison to Linlang Pavilion, how does Miss Qiao find the styles I offer? Qiao Wanyan grit her teeth and replied, they are practically identical. It would be one thing if he merely produced plush flowers, but to replicate the styles of Linlang Pavilion was excessive, especially since his prices were slightly lower. He had clearly mastered the art of commercial warfare. Practically identical? It seems I have the upper hand, considering that these plush flowers were originally conceived by Miss Qiao. To have accomplished this in such a brief span, I am bound to surpass you in the future, Ji Wuyong leaned closer to Qiao Wanyin and whispered at that time, "Do not shed tears." "Huh, you underestimate me, Ji Wuyong. If you wish to compete with Linlang Pavilion, then I shall accompany you to the very end." Qiao Wanyin blinked her sparkling eyes. After all, she was aiming for his position as the wealthiest. Thus, a confrontation might not be a disadvantage. "Excellent." Ji Wuyong's smile deepened. "I shall await your response, Miss Qiao." Their gazes locked, currents of tension swirling between them. One was determined to showcase their prowess, while the other anticipated the first move. To the onlookers, the proximity of the handsome young man and the beautiful young woman clearly suggested romantic undertones. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Mu Xixue, who harbored visions of Ji Wuyong as her future husband. The sight of Qiao Wanyin so close to him ignited her jealousy. With a surge of anger, she approached Qiao Wanyin. "Why are you here at Zhenbao Pavilion instead of remaining at Linlang Pavilion?" Miss Mu's words were rather amusing. "Zhenbao Pavilion is open for business. Just because you are here, does it imply that I cannot be?" Qiao Wanyin, already brimming with frustration, was taken aback by Mu Xixue's audacity to treat her as a mere plaything. Chapter 68. Neither side shall be disregarded. How could you possibly compare yourself to me? Setting aside your ignoble status as the manager of Linlang Pavilion, your presence here at Treasure Pavilion can only be interpreted as ill-intentioned. Mu Xixue cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her, young Master Ji. She was certain that her arrival was motivated by the belief that Treasure Pavilion had encroached upon her business, intending to create disturbances. Ji Wuying raised an eyebrow, asserting that one cannot refuse a customer in the realm of commerce. "If Miss Qiao is indeed here to cause trouble, I welcome her all the same." Mu Xixue was taken aback as she noticed Ji Wuying's gaze lingering on Qiao Wanyin, stirring a sense of urgency within her. Having found such a perfect man, she could not allow anyone to usurp him. She shot a warning glance at Qiao Wanyin. "Young master is magnanimous. Miss Qiao, you ought to recognize the bounds of propriety." Yi Wuying remarked. "In business, one should only advance and never retreat." With that, Qiao Wanyin turned and departed from Treasure Pavilion. As he watched her retreating figure, a deeper smile graced Ji Wuying's countenance. Life had finally begun to take on a bit of meaning. "Young Master Ji, I wish to purchase a set of headdresses. Which set do you think would suit me best?" Once the unwelcome presence had departed, Mu Xixue inquired sweetly. Ji Wuying turned to regard her, his eyes seemingly brimming with affection. "Miss Mu, your enchanting beauty makes you the perfect candidate for the velvet flower headdress." His words sent Mu Xixue's heart soaring with delight. With a bashful lowering of her gaze, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Ji. I shall purchase a set of the velvet flower headdresses." "One set is hardly sufficient," Yi Wuying exclaimed. "Lu, pack up all 10 sets of velvet flower headdresses for Miss Mu." "Huh? 10 sets?" Mu Xixue was momentarily stunned, raising her gaze to Ji Wuying, who had already begun to saunter away, fanning himself with a folding fan. Just as she contemplated pursuing him, Manager Lu obstructed her path. "Miss, the 10 sets have been prepared. Please proceed to settle the payment here." "Settle the payment? How much silver is required?" Mu Xixue asked anxiously. Upon hearing Manager Lu's response of 800 taels, she nearly swooned. Forcing a smile, she replied, "That is far too much. I cannot possibly wear them all. I shall take just 1 set." The entirety of her savings did not amount to 800 taels. Manager Lu displayed a knowing expression and, intentionally raising his voice, remarked, "Ah, it seems Miss Mu lacks sufficient funds. Then we shall only wrap up 1 set." The surrounding crowd, already attentive, could not suppress their disdainful expressions. Which family does this young lady hail from, to attend such an event without adequate funds? To aspire to align herself with young Master Ji is nothing short of delusional. If she cannot afford it, she ought not to boast. The manager has already packaged everything, and yet she cannot pay. I am embarrassed for her. As the mocking voices of the crowd reached her ears, Mu Xixue felt her face flush with heat. Raising her chin defiantly, she declared, "Manager, since these 10 sets were specifically chosen by young Master Ji for me, I shall take them all. However, I regret to say that I do not possess that much silver on hand." I kindly ask you to send them to Mu Manor. Arrangements for payment will be made. She understood that she must acquire these 10 headdresses today, for otherwise she would find it impossible to establish her standing in the capital. Furthermore, she feared she would lose even the right to approach Ji Wuying. She could not allow herself to be humiliated in such a manner. Upon learning that Mu Shue had spent 800 taels on accessories, Lu was nearly rendered unconscious. You foolish girl. How can you be so unaware of the gravity of the situation? This sum of 800 taels nearly equals our Mu family's annual expenses. In this capital, Moonin holds a lowly position and seldom engages in flattery or gift-giving. Aside from her meager salary, there are no other sources of income. Had it not been for the few shops under her control, our family would have long since collapsed. How could Mu Shue dare to spend 800 taels on jewelry? Mother, one must take risks to reap rewards. If I do not purchase this jewelry today, what will young Master Ji think of me? Mu Shue said, feeling utterly wronged. Besides, it is merely 800 taels. If I could enter the Ji family, I could easily acquire not just 800 but 80,000 taels. The question is whether you can enter the Ji family. Although Lu hopes for Mu Shue's marriage to the Ji family, she is somewhat more realistic than her daughter. Ji Wuyuan is a wealthy man, surrounded by beauties, yet at the age of 28, he remains unmarried. There may be hidden reasons for this. The rumors of his preference for men are not unfounded. If that is indeed the case, you need not waste your efforts. Mother, you are listening to nonsensical talk. Young Master Ji may not have a wife, but he has 3 concubines. How can he possibly be gay? Mu Shue replied impatiently, refusing to believe such words. Yet none of his 3 concubines have conceived. Perhaps they were brought in merely as a fade. Lu sighed, even if he is not inclined that way. He does not seem to harbor any feelings for you. What occurred today was clearly a deliberate trap set by Ji Wuyuan for Mu Shue. Which man would treat the woman he admires in such a manner? Just because he does not now, does not mean he never will. Mother, how can you lack faith in me? Mu Shue's voice rose slightly. In this capital, aside from the princes and nobility, young Master Ji holds the highest status. There is no more suitable match than him. Understanding her daughter's sentiments, Lu felt helpless. Given Mushuang's current situation, it is uncertain whether she can even marry at all. Any other choice would be better than this obsession. While she also wished for her daughter to marry well, she hoped for a husband who would cherish her. Mother, let me give it a try. Even if I cannot win young Master Ji's heart, there is still Zhao Ziming, isn't there? Mu Shue declared triumphantly. For she was not so naive. However, your actions at the treasure pavilion today will surely reach his ears. How can he not ponder over them? If I could marry Ji Wuyuan, that would be splendid, but if that is not to be, Zhao Ziming is also a fine option. Zhao Ziming, that simpleton, is quite easy to manipulate. A few kind words from me, and he will do anything I ask. Mu Shue felt entirely in control of him. If she desired to marry, he would readily comply, leaving no room for concern. You would do well to exercise caution. Come next spring, if young Master Zhao succeeds in the examination and there is no progress with young Master Ji, you must not hesitate any longer, Lu cautioned anxiously. Rest assured, mother, if Zhao Ziming succeeds, I shall agree to marry him. Mu Shue coiled her arms around Lu's, displaying a charming demeanor. And Lu could not bring herself to chastise her further for the expenditure of 800 taels. In the realm of Ji Wuyang, the mother and daughter of Mu Shue were hardly given a thought. Each day, numerous young ladies schemed for his attention, yet Mu Shue seemed to be of little significance. He was merely awaiting a move from Qiao Wanyan, and, after 5 days of anticipation, seeing no action from Linlang Pavilion, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. Had he misjudged her potential, placing undue expectations on a mere girl who, by chance, had crafted a floral ornament? This did not necessarily imply she possessed any true business acumen. However, on the 6th day, he sensed something amiss. Chapter 69. Breaking the vessel and sinking the ship suddenly. The clientele at Linlang Pavilion surged, and not a single patron exited empty-handed. Ningfeng, go across and see what schemes they're concocting, Ji Wuyang instructed, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The same jewelry at Jinbao Pavilion was priced lower than that of Linlang Pavilion. Logically, if Linlang Pavilion did not reduce its prices, Retaining customers would be a challenge. Yet, after 5 days, Linlang Pavilion had not uttered a word about price cuts. Surely they would not choose today to lower their prices. Before long, Ningfeng returned. What news? Have they lowered their prices? By how much? No. Ningfeng answered, his expression grim. Linlang Pavilion has not lowered prices. Rather, they have increased them. What? Ji Weiyang was taken aback. How could this be? Why were customers still purchasing? What had she done? Has Miss Qiao truly gone mad? First, she raises the prices of the jewelry. Then she gives a complete set away for free to customers. Ningfeng furrowed his brow, having accompanied his master for many years. He had seen various business practices, but had never witnessed one quite like this. What are the conditions? Ji Weiyang inquired in a low voice, unwilling to believe that Xiao Wanyan intended to ruin Linlang Pavilion. It appears that customers must deposit silver in the store. According to the waiter, if one deposits 100 taels of silver, they can select any piece of jewelry worth up to 10 taels for free, in addition to receiving another 10 taels of silver. Thus, the customer effectively deposits 110 taels, and when they wish to purchase jewelry, the cost is deducted directly from this amount. The more silver they deposit, the more they receive. My lord, you see, that 100 taels of silver effectively transforms into 120 taels. How could Linlang Pavilion profit from this? Ji Weiyang fell silent, contemplating for a moment before responding. What clever scheme, truly brilliant. How did I not conceive of such a remarkable idea? On the surface, it appeared that the customers were receiving free jewelry, and their 100 taels had become 110. It seemed as though the customers were benefiting, yet in reality, the true winner was Qiao Wanyan. By employing this deposit method, she had ensured the customer's loyalty. Tell me, if you had 100 taels deposited at Linlang Pavilion, where would you choose to buy your jewelry? Without hesitation, Ningfeng replied, naturally, I would go to Linlang Pavilion, as I would not need to pay any additional silver. Precisely, Yevuyank affirmed. These customers, having deposited their silver, had effectively become regular patrons, impervious to the schemes of rival stores attempting to lure them away. Moreover, although it appeared that they earned less, the deposited silver would accrue interest in the bank. As Ji Weiyang elaborated, his excitement grew. This method is truly exceptional. She has not disappointed me. Ningfeng, observed that while Linlang Pavilion had snatched away all the customers, his master remained uncommonly pleased. Subsequently, he heard his master say, go, post a notice at the treasure pavilion. Let us, like the Linlang Pavilion, fill our coffers with silver and adornments, offering an additional 10 taels for every 100 taels deposited. My lord, is this truly advisable? You are, after all, the wealthiest man in the realm. If the Linlang Pavilion takes a step, must we mimic them? Would that not render us mere imitators? How shall we establish our standing in the commercial world? We have already opened the treasure pavilion. What could possibly be amiss? Ji Weiyang has attained his current position primarily due to his audacity. He prioritizes face over profit. How then can one truly earn silver? Not only the treasure pavilion, but let all our establishments adopt this strategy. Yes, Ningfeng nodded and withdrew. Ji Weiyang approached the window, gazing at the industrious figures in green across the way, his smile deepening. I am quite curious to see what schemes you have concealed. Xiao Wanyan, witnessing those across the way imitating her promotional activities, truly recognized Yevuyank's unscrupulous nature. This was a declaration of relentless rivalry. She pondered what grievance she had caused him to warrant such treatment. Could it be that her desire to become his competitor had incited his ire? It was surprising that a man of such wealth could be so petty. Shopkeeper, what shall we do next? Inquired a distressed young attendant. What is there to fear? It is the treasure pavilion that is following our lead. After all, we are always a step ahead. In recent days, many customers have deposited silver, and we are not in haste, Xiao Wanyan continued. Currently, the city is abuzz with the trend of velvet flowers, and only our 2 shops offer them. The demand far exceeds supply. Such a brilliant technique should not be obscured. Therefore, let us present it to the court, allowing all shops to sell these adornments. Shopkeeper, that is unwise, the young attendant exclaimed in shock. Though the treasure pavilion poses competition, the velvet flowers are their specialty, and they still yield profit. If every shop in the capital sells velvet flowers, Will our clientele not be halved? Xiao Wanyan offered no further explanation, but instead wrote down the method of creating velvet flowers and entrusted it to Mushuang. In matters of business, she had faith in her, and without hesitation, instructed that the technique be delivered to the palace as a tribute to the empress. While the velvet flower may seem a mere trinket, it serves as an excellent means to benefit both the populace and commerce. If produced on a large scale, it could yield profit for sericulturists and various shops alike. Such a benevolent venture would surely delight the emperor and empress, who promptly made the method public. They praised Xiao Wanyan's contribution and bestowed upon her the title of County Princess of Wanrong, along with a generous gift of gold, silver, and jewels. Thus, the velvet flower became a sensation throughout the capital. Sister Mu, I desire only gold and jewels. I do not wish to be a county princess, Xiao Wanyan remarked. The emperor had not initially intended to bestow upon her the title. It was Mushuang who had sought it on her behalf with her own rewards. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Wanyan felt a pang of distress. This title was merely an empty distinction. It lacked any tangible wealth. However, this title, though superficial, could spare her from numerous troubles. At the very least, the members of the Mu family would think twice before causing her distress at the Linglang Pavilion. In the capital, a title often proves more valuable than silver itself. Mushuang understood that the Lu family had never ceased their ambitions to seize the Linlang Pavilion. Yet with Xiao Wanyan now a county princess, they dared not act recklessly. As a result, the disturbances at Linlang Pavilion would be significantly reduced. Perhaps many would even visit the pavilion out of respect for the county princess. Power is indeed a more lucrative business. Mushuang was not mistaken. After the technique of the velvet flowers was revealed, many chose to purchase hair ornaments from Linlang Pavilion, motivated not only by sympathy, but also by admiration. Consequently, the business at Linlang Pavilion began to flourish. My lord, could it be that Miss Qiao has lost her mind? With the velvet flower technique made public, how can Linlang Pavilion possibly survive? Despite their current prosperity, it was merely a temporary boon. Once other shops began to produce velvet flowers, the prices would inevitably plummet, and business would decline sharply. The Linlang Pavilion, reliant on velvet flowers, would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Chapter 70. Let her marry Ji Wuyo observed the bustling Linlang Pavilion, his brow furrowed. He had initially thought that her declaration to unveil the velvet flower technique was merely casual talk. He never anticipated she would actually follow through. In business, the emphasis lies on long-term gains. As Ning Feng had said, while Xiao Wanyan's actions brought her momentary glory and substantial profits, they were bound to be fleeting. What would become of Linlang Pavilion then? Had his relentless pressure provoked her into this desperate course of action? Suddenly, he recalled her words, that Linlang Pavilion did not depend solely on velvet flowers for its survival, but on her, Xiao Wanyan. What other schemes could she possibly have? For the first time, Ji Wuyo felt a sense of confusion. He feared that his pressure might extinguish a commercial genius. Yet he also wished to compel her to unleash her full potential. He had not encountered a worthy opponent in quite some time and was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity. Xiao Wanyan, please do not disappoint me. In the Chengwangfu, Qingzhou Courtyard Yinin, what do you think of young Master Liang today? Pei Ci brought Lin Yinin to the Zuaxian Lu to meet the son of the Minister of Works. Lin Yinin lowered her gaze and feigned ignorance, replying, "He is a friend of my cousin. This is our first meeting, so I cannot judge him. In, you must understand my meaning. Young Master Liang is quite taken with you." His words struck Lin Yinin like a thunderbolt. What did her cousin mean? Hadn't he promised to take care of her for a lifetime? After only 6 months, he sought to push her forward? Marrying young Master Liang would make you his legitimate wife, and I could protect you for life. Pei Ci spoke in a serious tone. Lord Liang is an upright man, and Lady Liang is gentle and virtuous, sure to be a good matriarch. The Liang family is straightforward and possesses a pure family ethos. You would not suffer there. It seemed her cousin had long since been planning this. When did you intend to marry me off? Tears streamed down Lin Yinin's cheeks. She had never imagined her cousin harbored such intentions. Yinin, the Chengwangfu is not a safe haven. Remaining here would only render you a concubine. It would be better to marry and secure a brighter future. Before he could finish, Lin Yining loudly questioned, "Is this because of Mushuang? Because I accused her of causing me to fall into the water, creating a rift between her and you, and now you wish to cast me aside? Yining, you shall always remain my sister. I promised our mother to protect you for a lifetime, and regardless of your actions, I shall never blame you. However, my feelings for you do not transcend familial bounds." As he stated, Lin Yining is his kin and a descendant of the Lin family. Even if she errs, he finds himself incapable of punishing her. Similarly, his feelings for the princess Bai are devoid of romantic inclination, yet he must still wed her as his consort. Lin Yining trembled as she spoke. "I am different, you understand. Marrying him as the consort holds significance for me. If circumstances allowed, he would not wish to wed Bai Moran. Different?" Lin Yining laughed heartily. "Even my cousin looks down upon me, disdaining the Lin family's inability to provide support. Yet, you are aware that had the Lin family not been wronged, the position of consort would rightfully belong to me. Now, I recognize my unworthiness to be your consort, and I would willingly choose to remain by your side for a lifetime. Why, then, does my cousin refuse to grant even this modest wish?" Pei Ci's expression darkened with sorrow. Both the Lin family and our mother were unjustly lost. Even though their grievances have been avenged, the deceased cannot be resurrected, and the culprits behind it all remain unpunished. He yearned for vengeance for his mother and the Lin family, seeking to secure his position as heir. Thus he had no choice but to marry Bai Moran. "Forgive me, Yining, is my selfishness. I do not desire any other concubines. This position of consort cannot be offered to Mushuang. In order to win her heart back, he could only choose to refrain from taking additional concubines. He wished for her to understand that marrying Bai Moran was a necessity. Aside from her, his heart harbored only one. Selfishness. Is it not that you seek to please Mushuang? Did she not request this of you?" Lin Yining, astute as ever, immediately grasped Pei Ci's sentiments. She pleaded, "Miss Mu must be angry with me for the grievances I've caused her. I shall go to the Mu residence to apologize, to seek her forgiveness, and to implore her to allow me to remain in the prince's residence." With that, Lin Yining attempted to depart. Pei Ci grasped her firmly. "Yining, this decision is mine alone. It has nothing to do with Mushuang. No, you cannot be so heartless. It must be Mushuang. Cousin, I implore you. I shall never contend with Miss Mu again. Please do not let her expel me, for I cannot bear to leave the prince's residence." Lin Yining wept uncontrollably. "Without leaving the prince's residence, I cannot survive. This matter truly has no bearing on her. She does not wish to return to the prince's residence. So how could she wish for you to be driven away? This is my own decision, made for my own sake, as well as for yours." Pei Ci turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze. "Yining, young Master Liang will treat you well. You will fare better in the Liang residence. I shall always be your support. The day after tomorrow, I will discuss your marriage with Lord Liang. This matter is settled." "Cousin?" Lin Yining lifted her head, unable to believe his unfeeling nature. "Is there truly no place for me in the prince's residence?" "Yining, I act for your own good," Pei Ci replied wearily. "Marry and lead an ordinary life." "Let me lead an ordinary life? Then you should not have brought me back to the residence half a year ago, giving me hope only to extinguish it. Cousin, your heart is truly cruel." Lin Yining shouted in anger, "What good intentions? This is clearly for Mushuang. I despise you." After pouring her heart out with a fierce shout, she stormed out of the room. Upon exiting, she spotted Lu Zhu standing in the courtyard, watching her with a sympathetic expression. With a cold laugh, she retorted, "Do not revel in your triumph. Your turn will come soon enough." Lu Zhu's face paled dramatically, and by the time she regained her composure, Lin Yining had already departed from Qingzhou courtyard. Running to the rear garden, she gazed at the pond before her. 3 months prior, she had pushed Mushuang into this very pond, orchestrating her downfall. As expected, under such a dual blow, Mushuang had finally recognized the harsh reality and left the Chen Wangfu. Originally, she had believed that Mushuang's departure would be beneficial to her. Yet, everything unfolded contrary to her expectations. Since Mushuang's exit, her cousin had not only distanced himself from her, but had also intentionally grown more aloof. Now, he was intent on marrying her off, but her heart belonged solely to her cousin. How could she possibly wed another? She understood that all of her cousin's actions were aimed at pleasing Mushuang, To him, she would always be a different entity. Had she known this would be the outcome, she should have acted decisively and allowed Mushuang to drown in that pond, severing her cousin's lingering affections entirely. Lost in thought, she unconsciously stepped closer to the water's edge. "Cousin, are you contemplating suicide?" A mocking voice called from behind her. Lin Yinyin slowly turned around to face the man whose expression was rife with derision. In a cold voice, she replied, "I'm not your cousin." Pei Yujing raised an eyebrow and feigned sorrow as he said, "I regard you as a dear sister and am genuinely concerned that you might do something foolish. How could you be so heartless to your cousin? I would never act foolishly. I intend to live well and witness the retribution that awaits those who conspired against the Lin family." Lin Yinyin spat bitterly. "Cousin, one must not speak recklessly. The injustices faced by the Lin family have already been rectified, and we have no part in that." "At that time, I was merely a child," Pei Yujing replied, shaking his head. "You must not lash out simply to defend Pei Ci. You know better than anyone the truth of the matter." Lin Yinyin retorted coldly, "We have always been adversaries. There is no need for you to say such things. I shall not believe a word. I am aware that you harbor some misconceptions about me, but this time, I genuinely wish to assist you," Pei Yujing said softly. "Pei Ci is truly unfeeling, willing to cast aside his fragile cousin, causing you such sorrow. It is truly lamentable. My affairs with your cousin are of no concern to you." Despite her anger, she would not allow Pei Yujing to speak ill of him. "That is not the case. I am merely concerned for you and wish to extend my help." Pei Yujing stepped closer to her. "I want you to remain in the Chenwangfu." Lin Yinyin raised her gaze to meet his ambiguous expression, recoiling in fear and stumbling back, nearly falling into the water. Pei Yujing caught her around the waist, spinning her away from the pond. "Cousin, do be careful. Let go of me." Lin Yinyin's face flushed crimson as she forcefully pushed him away. "Do not entertain such foolish thoughts. Even if I were to marry young Master Liang, I would never submit to you." "Cousin, you jest. I have declared you my dear sister. How could I ever harbor other intentions toward you?" Pei Yujing chuckled softly. "I genuinely wish to assist you. What do you truly mean?" Lin Yinyin regarded him with suspicion, doubting his intentions. "I am aware that my cousin's heart belongs solely to her brother. I cannot bear to see her in sorrow, which is why I have decided to extend my help." As he spoke, Pei Yujing produced a small porcelain vial from his waist and handed it to her. "This item will make your deepest desires manifest." Lin Yinyin gazed at the pristine vial in her hand, perplexed. "What exactly is this?" Pei Yujing smirked and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "It is something that will render a man utterly unable to resist. Rest assured, it poses no harm to one's body. I do not need it." Lin Yinyin hastily returned the vial to him. "My dear cousin, do not be so quick to refuse. This is your sole opportunity to remain close to the young master. Consider your decision carefully." Pei Yujing placed the vial back in her palm. "I am merely trying to assist you. You are too kind for your brother to neglect you." "Assist me? Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You merely wish for my cousin to heir, thus ruining the engagement between the Xianping Marquis's household and him." Lin Yinyin saw through his motives, but clutched the potion tightly. "I offer my sincere intentions. All that I do is for your benefit. How can you misunderstand me so?" Pei Yujing feigned hurt. "Ultimately, the potion is in your possession. Whether you use it is entirely your choice." With that, he departed. Lin Yinyin stared at the vial in her hand, lost in contemplation. She understood Pei Yujing's ulterior motives, yet he had spoken a truth. This was her only chance. If she wished to remain in the prince's residence and marry her cousin, she must set aside her pride. As a mere concubine, she posed no threat to Bai Wuren's position, and her early entrance into the inner courtyard would not prompt Bai Wuren to withdraw from the engagement. Having resolved these thoughts, her gaze reflected newfound determination. That night, she summoned Pei Ci to her courtyard for dinner. "Cousin, I have come to terms with everything. In the past, I was overly fixated, thinking we were the only kin, unable to part." With reddened eyes, Lin Yinyin continued, "I know your feelings for Mushuang run deep. She holds a unique place in your heart. I feared she would take you from me, and, out of jealousy, I acted wrongly. I am sorry. Yinyin, you must not blame yourself. It is I, as your brother, who failed to protect you, allowing you to endure such suffering over the years. Pei Ci's voice was solemn. It was also wrong of me to make promises to you. I have wronged you, and for that, I apologize. You should not have considered marrying Lin Yingning solely out of responsibility, thereby hurting everyone involved. Fear not. Even if you marry into the Liang family, I shall protect you, ensuring you live without worries. You will always be my sister, my kin. Very well, Lin Yingning noted. With downcast eyes, she lifted the wine cup from the table. Then let us drink to this cup, and from this moment on, let us be merely siblings. Pei Ci, without hesitation, raised his cup and drank deeply. Lin Yingning's expression darkened as she held her cup still, quietly observing the man before her. Watching him grow disoriented, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He shook his head in frustration and then inquired about the contents of the drink. Cousin, I am truly sorry. I do not wish to leave you. Why must you force me? She reached out to caress his cheek. All I desire is to be your woman, even if merely as a concubine. The icy touch sent a shiver through Pei Ci, and as he gazed upon the woman before him, the one he had long yearned for, their images began to intertwine. Outside the window, a pair of servants kept a vigilant watch over the room until they noticed the candlelight extinguished and the young master had yet to emerge, at which point they finally sighed in relief. My lady, why do you choose to assist Miss Lin? One questioned. She has already captured the young master's favor. Surely she will become even more audacious in the future. Lu Zhu quietly observed the room, sighing softly. That is far better than being cast out of the estate. Lin Yingning, the young master's cousin, had been expelled, forced into marriage with another. The next to be banished could very well be herself. She would rather aid Lin Yingning in gaining his affection than become a discarded soul, lacking the courage of Mushuang. She felt she could not survive outside the Prince of Chen's residence. Moreover, she had no desire to leave. At present, she dared not hope for Pei Ci's true heart. She merely wished to remain safely within the Prince of Chen's estate, to become his concubine, and to stay by his side for a lifetime. Do not blame her for calculating. He ought not to be so heartless. He wished to marry by Murian while expressing his genuine feelings to Mushuang. Contemplating the sacrifice of both women, how could that be acceptable? Lin Yingning refused to resign herself to fate, nor did she wish to. My lady, if the young master were to find out, would he not lay blame? This was Miss Lin's doing, and we bear no responsibility, Lu Zhu replied coldly. Chapter 72. Yearning is ultimately yearning Yingning. How can you so willingly degrade yourself? Pei Ci awoke to find the woman beside him, and he understood the unfolding of events. He was a man who could drink 1,000 cups without yielding. How could he possibly be rendered unconscious by a single cup of wine? Lin Yingning's eyes were red-rimmed. She too came from a prestigious family. Were it not for dire circumstances, she would not have fallen to such depths. With a trembling voice, she implored, Cousin, I only wish to remain by your side. Pei Ci painfully closed his eyes. If it were another woman scheming against him, he could easily put an end to it. But this was no stranger. This was his cousin, the one he vowed to protect for life. He could not bring himself to harm her, nor could he find the words to reproach her. Just as Lin Yingning had said, he had been the one to grant her hope, and now he had to extinguish it himself. He spoke solemnly, From this day forth, you shall reside in Ilian Courtyard. Ilian Courtyard was the dwelling for the young master's concubines, and with a mere sentence, he had defined her status without any ceremony. Cousin, Lin Yingning gasped. I can wait until Princess Bai enters the estate, and then, her words were cut off by Pei Ci. She will not mind. Since this is the identity you desire, I shall grant it to you. However, Yingning, I cannot provide you with what others possess. Marrying into the Liang family, she could don a phoenix crown and bridal robes, arriving in a grand sedan chair for a magnificent wedding. But to be the concubine of the Prince of Chun, she would have nothing. Lin Yingning understood this truth well. Biting her lip, she declared resolutely, As long as I can be by your side, I am willing to forsake everything else. Very well, then it shall be as you wish. Pei Ci rose and donned his clothing, leaving without a backward glance. The heir only watched him with concern. Pei Ci cast a glance his way, his voice low as he uttered, Is it truly impossible for me to win her back? With those words, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Mushuang was basking in the sun in the courtyard. After several days of recuperation, her health had significantly improved. Upon learning that Pei Ci had formally taken Lin Yingying as a concubine, she felt no surprise whatsoever. The heir bore a heavy responsibility towards her and could not bring himself to be cruel, while Lin Yingying was singularly focused on marrying him. In this contrast, the one destined to lose could only be the heir. Just as, during her time at the Chunwang Manor, every attempt to undermine me had succeeded. It ultimately stemmed from the heir's desire to protect her. In the past, she had failed to see clearly, believing that her bond with the heir was unparalleled. The emergence of Lin Yingying made her realize that no matter how much he cherished her, when faced with power and obligation, she would inevitably be placed aside. This was not what she desired. Mississippi Xiaoyao felt a sense of injustice for her lady, for Lin Yingying had indeed achieved her wishes. Surely, her heart ached. I am fine. I knew this day would come, did I not? Mushuang closed her eyes. He would marry and have children, securing his position as heir, while she had already departed from his life, severing all ties. Yet, despite her words, her heart remained in anguish. She had once dared to hope he might forsake everything for her. Yet, hope was ultimately just that, hope. Lin Yingying's success had extinguished any remnants of her heart's desire. The one most delighted by this turn of events was undoubtedly Pei Ci. Without delay, she sent her lady to the Xianping Marquis's residence, embellishing the tale with fervor. She had assumed that even if there was no annulment, Bai Muren would surely feel jealousy and rage, causing a scene. To her astonishment, Bai Muren presented a chest of gold, silver, and jewels, claiming it as a blessing. She even requested Lin Yingying to take good care of the heir before her own entrance into the estate, exhibiting a facade of sisterly affection. Darling, do you think Bai Muren's display is genuine, or does she harbor ulterior motives? Pei Yujing's lawful wife, Mei, could not fathom the ruse. Pei Yujing's countenance darkened. She was no saint. How could she not be incensed by Pei Ci's antics before her entry into the household? Her actions were merely a means to send us a warning. A warning? For what reason? Mei inquired. My words are all in her favor. The entire capital knew of our relationship with Pei Ci. She surely understood that her determination to marry him was resolute and that she sought to bolster his position. Pei Yujing did not anticipate Bai Muren's profound affection for her brother. To endure such humiliation was remarkable. My brother is truly fortunate. First, he has Mushuang, a confidant who risked everything to assist him in returning to the capital, and now he has Bai Muren to safeguard him. With just his countenance, he is poised to secure his place as heir. Darling, with both the king and queen mother at his side, this position of heir is destined to be yours. Mei's expression brimmed with pride. He has the Xianping Marquis's residence, and we, the Mei family, stand with him. In terms of influence within the court, our family may not yield to the Xianping Marquis's estate. The Mei family oversees the Yushitai and possesses the support of the Grand Prince and the Chancellor, thereby wielding considerable power within the court. The formidable nature of the lady is partly attributed to the Marquis of Xianping, but primarily due to the backing of the Pingchuan princely house. Pei Ci's marriage to Bai Muren has garnered the support of two prominent families, rendering even the king hesitant to act against him. It seems he is on the verge of ousting the Empress Dowager, with no one daring to oppose his ascension to the title of heir. Who could have imagined that Pei Ci would make a triumphant return? Having won the favor of Bai Muren, the Pingchuan prince has always maintained neutrality. Thus, it is uncertain if he would choose a side. Mei mused that should the Grand Prince wed Lu Ichio, the Pingchuan prince would likely align with their interests. Her father once mentioned that the rivalry between the Grand Prince and the Crown Prince hinges significantly on Lu Ichio, who favors the Crown Prince. Pei Yujing rubbed his forehead in contemplation. He is aligned with the Grand Prince, while Pei Ci is loyal to the Crown Prince. The struggle for the Crown Prince's position is deeply intertwined with their claim to the heir of the Chunwangfu. Initially, he too had intended to support the Crown Prince, but as the Crown Prince has favored Pei Ci, he found himself compelled to seek a more favorable lord. Both the Crown Prince and Pei Ci secure their positions through strategic marriages, while he and the Grand Prince must toil immeasurably harder. How unjust! Despite being the eldest, They find themselves at a disadvantage merely for lacking a legitimate son. The crown prince has shown indifference towards Princess Lu, whereas the grand prince is striving to win her affection. It remains uncertain whom she will ultimately choose. Mei speculated that it is possible Princess Lu may not become the crown princess after all. Lu Ichio, an adopted daughter, is poised to become the future mother of a nation. Truly, it is a case of envy incited by comparison. A flicker of irritation crossed Pei Yujing's eyes. After all, she is the sole princess of the Pingchuan princely house. Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that Pei Yujing had initially sought a marriage with Princess Lu, only to be humiliated. My dear husband, do not fret. The position of heir shall undoubtedly be ours. Indeed, it rightfully belongs to us. Pei Yujing gazed towards the Qingzhou courtyard, a smirk playing on his lips. My dear brother has taken a concubine. We ought to extend our congratulations. Chapter 73. Diamond that night. Lin Yining donned a resplendent rose-red wedding gown, her makeup exquisitely applied as she sat in the bridal chamber. Though the scene differed vastly from her imagined wedding to her cousin, lacking a sedan chair, firecrackers, and even guests to offer their congratulations, she nonetheless was marrying him. Today marked their wedding night, and she resolved to soften her cousin's heart, believing he would forgive her. Miss, the Qingzhou courtyard reports that the heir is not in the residence. The maid responded cautiously. What do you mean he is not at home? Today is our wedding night. Where could he possibly be? Lin Yining exclaimed, tearing off her bridal veil in a fit of anger. I do not know, but the official said the heir left the residence since the hour of shun and has not returned. The maid replied timidly. Then send someone to find him. Lin Yining shouted. If I cannot locate my cousin, I will not spare you. Yes, the maid replied, frightened, and hurried out. Lin Yining collapsed to the floor, weeping bitterly. Cousin, how could you be so cruel as to abandon me even on our wedding night? Meanwhile, Pei Ci, inebriated, arrived at the Mu residence. Gazing upon the desolate courtyard, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight, he found himself devoid of courage to take another step closer. He feared facing her. Just days prior, he had confidently asserted his intention to marry Lin Ying off, yet today, he had taken her as a concubine. He was at a loss for words to explain to her that he too had been ensnared by Lin Ying's schemes. Though it was clear he had unwittingly granted her the opportunity. Frost, will you ever forgive me? He murmured outside Mushuang's chamber. Frost, wait for me to seize control of the Chunwang mansion, and then I shall come for you. You must wait for me. By then, with power firmly in his grasp, he would possess the ability to resist all adversities and provide her with everything she desired. Ultimately, Mushuang would return to his side. The crux of the matter lay in his present weakness, rendering him susceptible to the machinations of others. After uttering these words, he departed from the Mu residence, aware that Mushuang had heard him. Yet, even after hearing him, her heart remained untouched by any ripples of emotion. Pei Ci cared solely for his own desires and had never truly understood her innermost thoughts. Even at this juncture, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of wielding power to act as he pleased, catering only to his own heart's whims. Mushuang sighed silently. Farewell, Pei Ci. Farewell to the boy who once protected me. After the art of plush flower crafting was unveiled, nearly every shop began to sell plush flower ornaments, inevitably impacting the Linlang Pavilion and the Jinbao Pavilion. When Mushuang visited Linlang Pavilion that day, noticing the conspicuous decline in patrons, she expressed her concern. What plans do you have moving forward? Is there anything I can assist with? Though she received a substantial monthly dividend, she had never contributed to Linlang Pavilion's efforts, and the money weighed heavily on her conscience. Sister Mu, do not worry. Since I intend to present these plush flowers, I have a backup plan, Xiao Wanyan assured her, producing a collection of newly designed ornaments. What do you think of these headpieces? Mushuang accepted the sketches, admiring their innovative designs and unique styles. However, she noted, currently, we take one step and Jinbao Pavilion follows suit. Relying solely on these ornaments may not suffice. After all, Jinbao Pavilion possesses greater financial resources than we do. Then, how about this? Xiao Wanyan opened a brocade box, revealing a complete set of jewelry, including hairpins, bangles, earrings, and a ring. Even within the box, the pieces shimmered brilliantly. What gemstones are embedded in these? They are exceptionally radiant. These are diamonds, Qiao Wanyan exclaimed enthusiastically, surprised to encounter diamonds in this era, especially ones that had not yet been utilized. Diamonds are a woman's favorite, even more irresistible than plush flowers. Diamonds? Mushuang furrowed her brow, having never seen such a thing before. They resembled gems, yet carried the appearance of glass. Are they prone to shattering? If they break easily like glass, wearing them would be perilously risky. Diamonds are incredibly hard. They cannot be shattered by swords or knives, Qiao Wanyan clarified. Diamonds are ideally suited for jewelry. Are they not even more expensive than glass? How did you come by them? Gazing at the jewelry before her, Mushuang found it difficult to tear her eyes away. The velvet flower exuded opulence and elegance, while the diamonds sparkled brilliantly. I acquired this from a child for merely a couple of silver coins. He claimed to have found it in the countryside. Qiao Wanyan continued, I visited the location he mentioned, where a mountain harbored this diamond. Which mountain? The hills on the outskirts are not far from the capital, and are frequented by many. How could it have gone unnoticed? It is a wild mountain, situated behind a manor known as the Yunding Courtyard. The prince's manor? At that moment, Mushuang comprehended why treasures lay hidden on that wild mountain, unobserved by anyone. The prince's estate is not easily accessible to others, and he would hardly concern himself with such a remote hill, allowing the diamond to remain buried. Indeed, I wish to ask Sister Mu if she could inquire with the prince about the possibility of purchasing that wild mountain from him. Qiao Wanyan calculated her earnings over the past few days, along with the rewards from the empress, and found it substantial enough to afford a mountain. The prince is no fool. If we seek to buy a mountain without reason, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Mentioning the prince, Mushuang lowered her head. Since their last parting, she had not seen him for over half a month. Thankfully, due to her injury, she was spared from entering the palace. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to face him. What then shall we do, if we do not acquire it? And the prince decides to exploit the mountain. Jiweo will learn to craft diamond jewelry, just like us. It is lamentable that this world lacks copyright protection. The jewelry she creates can be replicated by Jiweo without alteration. No matter how many ideas she conjures, they cannot outpace his ability to copy. The prince also intends to win over Jiweo. Should we oppose him, the prince might not side with us. Jiweo is immensely wealthy, and with his backing, both the prince and the crown prince would possess formidable financial resources. Pei Ci has also attempted to curry favor with Jiweo, yet Jiweo is astute, and given the current uncertainty, he is reluctant to commit prematurely. That is not a certainty. The prince's interest in Jiweo is primarily for financial gain. If we can provide the prince with what he desires, why would he choose Jiweo over us? Upon hearing Qiao Wanyan's words, Mushuang's complexion turned pale. The struggle for the crown prince's favor is of grave importance. We are powerless and without influence. Should we align ourselves, we might not even know how our demise will come. Chapter 74. Testing the waters, but Sister Mu, you are already deeply entangled in this. Qiao Wanyan's words awakened Mushuang. Although she had no intention of engaging in courtly strife, to others, she was indeed perceived as part of the princess faction. From the moment she saved the prince, the crown prince would not let her go. Moreover, Pei Ci has always been loyal to the prince, and now, as a companion to Princess Yunshu, she enjoys the protection of both the prince and the princess. Given the incident involving Tian heir, she has also incited the wrath of Princess Yanqing. Claiming neutrality now seems rather absurd. But this is my affair. I cannot involve you in it. Sister and I have always been one. Qiao Wanyan spoke solemnly. Sister, how do you perceive the prince in comparison to the crown prince? The prince is benevolent and possesses extraordinary talent, making him the rightful heir. In contrast, the crown prince is deceitful and hypocritical. Should he succeed, it would spell misfortune for the kingdom of Chu. Though to outsiders, the crown prince appears to be gracious and sincere, Mushuang has witnessed his true nature, which is nothing short of hypocritical. Given this, we support the rightful heir without fear. Even if the crown prince were to fail, it would be preferable to witnessing the decline of our nation while merely prolonging its suffering. Mushuang gazed at her sister in astonishment. Wanyan, You truly have opened my eyes. She felt that the timid sister before her had transformed into an independent individual with aspirations and ideals. Xiao Wanyan lowered her head shyly, saying, I only wish to have a good relationship with you, sister. However, since you're already deeply involved, let's take a chance. If we succeed, we will be one step closer to our dream of wealth. Mushuang pondered for a moment before resolutely responding, Very well, let's take the risk. Regardless of the reasoning, she could not bear the thought of the crown prince being the one to lose. Having reached this conclusion, Mushuang arranged to meet the crown prince at the tea house. The crown prince, who had been reviewing official documents, immediately set aside his work upon hearing that Mushuang had summoned him. He rose to leave, but paused after a few steps. Did she mention the purpose of the meeting? No, she merely sent a message requesting to meet at the Tinsha tea house. Ji Dong thought to himself that the crown prince had spoiled Miss Mu. If anyone else had requested a meeting, the prince would have disregarded it. The crown prince contemplated, as he had been wanting to visit Mushuang these past few days. However, due to the matter of Pei Ci taking a concubine, he hesitated to see her, fearing that it might cause her further sorrow. He could hardly fathom what she could want from him. Surely, she did not wish to return to the residence of Prince Chun. The mere thought of this possibility tightened his heart. Your Highness, would it be prudent for me to go and respond to Miss Mu? Ji Dong, noticing the crown prince's furrowed brow, assumed he did not wish to meet Mushuang. No, she has made an effort to invite me. I cannot refuse. Prepare the carriage. We are going to the tea house. Yes, Ji Dong sighed, knowing that his usually astute master had no defense against the invitation from Miss Mu. Fortunately, she harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to ensnare the crown prince. Upon arriving at the tea house, the crown prince was taken aback to see Xiao Wanyan present. He maintained a guarded stance towards her. Although he had found nothing amiss, he could not shake the feeling that she was peculiar. The more he scrutinized, the more suspicious he became. Sensing the crown prince's assessing gaze, Xiao Wanyan nervously rose to greet him. Greetings, Your Highness. She finally understood the oppressive nature of those in power, where even the briefest glance could compel an ordinary person to kneel in submission. Please rise. What business do you have with me? Upon seeing her, the crown prince realized that Mushuang was the one who had arranged this meeting for Xiao Wanyan. While he felt a sense of relief, he was also somewhat disappointed. When would she ever invite him for a simple tea and heartfelt conversation, without any ulterior motives? Feeling his displeasure, Mushuang quickly explained, Your Highness, you are burdened with countless responsibilities, yet you still find time to meet us. We are grateful for your presence. Allow me to raise a cup of tea in place of wine, in honor of Your Highness. Pei Ci finally lifted his gaze to her, observing her rosy complexion and natural demeanor. A faint smile graced his lips, dispelling the gloom within him. He raised his teacup and took a delicate sip before speaking. Are we not friends? There is no need for such formality. Feel free to express yourself. Mushuang realized it was the promise made that day to become friends. Recalling her earlier embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. Noticing this, the crown prince's smile deepened. Speak, what is on your mind? We wish to discuss a business proposition with Your Highness. Xiao Wanyan interjected at Mushuang's prompting. Business? Your Highness raised an eyebrow. Did you not just open a jewelry shop? What business could we possibly discuss? It pertains to the jewelry shop's business, Xiao Wanyan explained, producing a diamond ornament for the crown prince's consideration. Initially indifferent, the crown prince's expression turned serious upon seeing the diamond. He picked up a small stone and scrutinized it closely. You claim this was discovered on my mountain? Indeed, it was merely found by passing children who played with it, unaware of its value. Xiao Wanyan hastily clarified, fearing he might blame the children for their discovery. It is indeed a fine specimen, but as a small merchant with limited capital, your offered price may not suffice. Collaborating with me seems less advantageous, the crown prince remarked, setting the diamond down. Only by partnering with me can you fully utilize this diamond's potential, Xiao Wanyan asserted confidently. For only I possess the means to transform an unyielding diamond into exquisite jewelry. A diamond's worth lies not in its raw form, but in its transformation into adornment. Otherwise, it remains merely a dull stone. In this era, the art of cutting diamonds was non-existent. Xiao Wanyan had traversed the capital to procure a diamond from a foreign trader. Without proper guidance, no one could cleave a diamond in this age. However, I lack any need for mere coins, Pei Ci remarked, placing the diamond aside. I am aware that recently, Linlang Pavilion and Zhenbao Pavilion have been fiercely competing. If I were to gift this diamond to Zhenbao Pavilion directly, it would seemingly benefit me far more. A small trader versus a wealthy magnate. It is clear which side one should choose. Xiao Wanyan's expression stiffened. The young woman understood the crown prince's reservations. Yet through the rivalry between Linlang Pavilion and Zhenbao Pavilion, he should also recognize that in terms of commercial acumen, she was not inferior to Ji Wuying. Indeed, you are not beneath him, but why is that? Seeing Pei Ci's enigmatic smile, Xiao Wanyan suddenly realized he was testing her. Her complexion paled. Her background and experiences could indeed raise suspicions, yet this matter was not easily explained. Pei Ci's gaze grew increasingly frigid, a palpable pressure weighing down on Xiao Wanyan, making it difficult for her to breathe. A cold voice pierced the air with a sharp inquiry. Who are you truly? What is your purpose in the capital? Chapter 75. We shall all succeed, just as Xiao Wanyan's hands trembled, unsure of how to respond. A pair of warm hands clasped hers. Your Highness, everyone harbors secrets. If these are not meant for outsiders, why the compulsion to pry? Do you truly trust her so completely? Pei Ci was not concerned about any ulterior motives from Xiao Wanyan. Rather, his fears stemmed from the potential harm that might befall Mushuang. I trust her. She is not a malicious person, nor would she harm me or His Highness. I stake my life on it, Mushuang declared with unwavering conviction. Pei Ci sighed softly and explained, I mean no offense. You know how intricate the court's dynamics are. I find myself ensnared in its whirlpool and must tread carefully in all matters. I understand. It is only natural for His Highness to harbor concerns. Our discussion regarding this business venture is mutually beneficial, Mushuang replied. Ji Wuying is indeed His Highness's optimal choice, yet he evidently refuses to take a stand. Any effort expended on him is, without a doubt, a waste of time. Thus, if we assist His Highness, once we ascend to the pinnacle of wealth, he will be one step closer to success. You aspire to become the wealthiest? Pei Ci exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by their ambition. Xiao Wanyan composed herself and responded in a steady tone. Yes, my goal is to become the wealthiest. I am aware that His Highness has many reservations about me. I wish to convey that everything you have uncovered comprises my entirety. The only thing I have withheld is the dream I had when my life hung in the balance. Xiao Wanyan recognized that without revealing some details, Pei Ci would remain skeptical of her intentions. She was reluctant to have the crown prince feel compelled to choose them solely for Mushuang's sake, as such a partnership would be precarious. It was essential for her to earn the crown prince's trust to genuinely secure his support. Suspicion is the bane of collaboration. It was a lengthy dream, as if I existed in a parallel world. In that dream, I attended school, learned many skills, crafted jewelry, and made confections. My parents were merchants, which is why I'm adept in commerce. Parallel world? Mushuang murmured, recalling what she had previously shared about such worlds. Was I also present in your dream? Yes. In that dream, you're my sister. When our parents were absent, it was you who kept me company, making you my only family in this realm, Xiao Wanyan said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Mushuang felt a stirring within her, finally comprehending the disjointed nature of Xiao Wanyan's speech. It was the result of her reality intertwining with the dream world, blurring the lines of her perception. She had never lied to herself. Perhaps that truly was me. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt an undeniable familiarity, Mushuang confessed, unable to articulate why her trust in Xiao Wanyan was so profound. If they had indeed met in another world, it would make sense. Mu's sister, encountering you here is a true blessing, Xiao Wanyan said, her voice trembling. Had it not been for this meeting with Mushuang, she might have already lost her life. Pei Ci's keen gaze remained fixed on Xiao Wanyan, and noticing her sincerity, he inquired, the velvet flower and this diamond, these are things you encounter in your dream? Yes, they were indeed present in my dream, along with many items that do not exist in this world, Xiao Wanyan replied, her tone oscillating between reality and illusion. In my dream, my primary focus was commerce. The jewelry shop was merely the beginning. Once I accumulate sufficient capital, I plan to establish numerous shops and workshops. I aim to ascend to the status of the wealthiest within a decade. If she could collaborate with the Crown Prince, 10 years would be her most conservative estimate. How do you envision this collaboration? Asked Pei Ci with keen interest. Although he doubted the capabilities of the woman before him, he was willing to extend her an opportunity for the sake of Mushuang. The first aspect involves diamond mining. The diamonds extracted would be exclusively supplied to our Linlang pavilion, with the prince claiming 60% of the profits. Qiao Wanyan had already devised a plan for their partnership. For any business I establish, the prince would covertly protect the shop, and in return, I would grant him a share of the profits. This business arrangement sounds rather disadvantageous for me, the prince remarked. If these diamonds yield no sales, I would gain nothing. And as for the shops you mentioned, they seem rather speculative. Do you truly believe these diamonds will fail to sell? Qiao Wanyan countered. Pei Ci fell silent. Such dazzling jewels would likely be irresistible to any woman. My prince, business inherently carries a gamble. No one can guarantee success. Qiao Wanyan continued, swallowing hard. Just as we choose to support your highness, can we be certain there are no risks involved? Boldly spoken, what are you implying? Jidong's expression shifted as he reached for his sword. Seeing this, Mushuang quickly stood in front of Qiao Wanyan. Jidong, stand down, Pei Ci commanded. Reluctantly, Jidong sheathed his sword and stepped back behind Pei Ci. My prince, Wanyan is merely naive and has misspoken. I apologize on her behalf, Mushuang said. Bowing slightly, there is no need for apologies. We both know she speaks the truth. My current situation indeed does not guarantee success. Why then? Do you insist on wading through these murky waters? Pei Ci questioned solemnly. Because we wish to see your highness triumph, Mushuang replied, her gaze unwavering. Pei Ci felt a stir in his heart and softly asked why. Because your highness serves the country and its people. You are the wise ruler in our hearts. Is that the sole reason? Nothing more? What more does your highness refer to? Mushuang inquired, sensing a deeper meaning in his words. Nothing of consequence. If we are to collaborate, it is essential to speak from the heart, Pei Ci replied, lowering his gaze and gently stirring his teacup. Noticing his demeanor, Mushuang continued. Naturally, we also wish to take a chance. If your highness succeeds, we too shall swiftly ascend to wealth. Very well, let us take that chance, Pei Ci smiled. I accept your proposal regarding the business. The Diamond Mountain shall be gifted to you, and I only request a share of the profits. We can discuss other ventures once your shops are established. Thank you, your highness. Mushuang and Qiao Wanyan exchanged glances filled with joy. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Qiao Wanyan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. This is the wisest gamble your highness has made. Standing by my side is indeed the most prudent choice you could have made. You too will bet wisely. Pei Ci's eyes reflected determination. Your highness will undoubtedly succeed. Mushuang said softly, gazing at him. In every regard, Pei Ci appeared to be the most suitable candidate for the position of Crown Prince. We shall succeed, Pei Ci replied with a smile. Chapter 76. The Abuse of Power. Though Pei Ci mentioned gifting the Diamond Mountain to Qiao Wanyan, she did not accept it. Beneath the imperial canopy, diamonds remain a precious commodity. With the current capabilities of Qiao Wanyan and Mushuang, it is impossible for them to safeguard such treasures. Thus, the task ultimately falls to the Crown Prince, who will extract the diamonds, which Qiao Wanyan will subsequently purchase. However, an agreement must be forged, stipulating that these diamonds may only be sold to Qiao Wanyan alone. Once the terms were settled, the Crown Prince dispatched individuals to secure the Diamond Mountain and assembled a group to accompany Qiao Wanyan in the extraction process. Sister, the winds on this mountain are fierce. Perhaps you should return and wait for me to bring the diamonds to you once they are unearthed. Qiao Wanyan suggested with concern as she supported Mushuang beneath a tree. I have nearly recovered, and I cannot remain cooped up at home. It is a perfect opportunity to breathe some fresh air, Mushuang replied, her injuries having almost wholly healed with the medicine sent by the Crown Prince. She was eager to witness the process of diamond extraction firsthand. Very well, you stay here, and I will observe the masters at work. I will call for you once we find something, Qiao Wanyan affirmed. All right, Go ahead. I shall have Xiao Yao to keep me company. Mushuang acquiesced. In truth, she longed to join the excavation, yet to prevent distracting Qiao Wanyin, she agreed to rest. Miss Qiao, where shall we begin our excavation? Master Meng inquired, his expression one of confusion. Though he had experience mining for iron and copper, he found himself at a loss here. This mountain bore no signs of iron or copper. After a cursory inspection, it appeared to him merely as a wild hill. How could there possibly be diamonds? The diamond held by Miss Qiao seemed utterly out of place. Given her youth, he found himself questioning the veracity of her claims. However, under orders from the Crown Prince, he felt compelled to comply with Qiao Wanyin's directives, albeit reluctantly. Qiao Wanyin, too, felt a pang of distress. She had never mined diamonds before, and in this era, there were no detection instruments. Nor was there anyone with experience in diamond excavation. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled the location mentioned by the child who claimed to have found diamonds and pointed to a specific area. Let's begin there. We can only try one spot at a time. Master Meng scrutinized the indicated location, his brow furrowing. Ultimately, he waved his hand, signaling the workers to commence their efforts. As the morning slipped away in silence, not a single diamond was unearthed. In fact, aside from stones, Master Meng had seen nothing. Miss Qiao, this is merely a wild hill. Might it be possible that the diamonds you speak of do not reside here? He queried, concern etching his features. Qiao Wanyin's brow furrowed in determination as she replied, this mountain indeed harbors diamonds. Master Meng, I appreciate your efforts. Please dig deeper. They must be here. But we have excavated all morning without success. Another worker tossed aside his tools, displaying reluctance to continue. Embarrassment washed over Qiao Wanyin. She struggled to articulate the truth that diamonds indeed lay hidden within this mountain. Master Meng, the Crown Prince has sent you to follow Wanyin's orders, not to cast doubt. Mushuang interjected, her gaze icy. Whether we have worked for a morning, a day, or even a month, as long as we do not call for a halt, you are obliged to continue. Surely, you do not expect to extract iron and copper in a single day, do you? Ultimately, it boiled down to the mistrust harbored by these workers towards Qiao Wanyin. They were reluctant to labor under her direction. Mushuang gazed at the individual who had discarded their tools, contemplating their reluctance to continue. They could simply depart. After all, they could always seek out another craftsman. Master Meng's face flushed red. Mushuang was indeed correct. They were tasked by the Crown Prince to undertake the excavation. And regardless of whether they had worked for a mere morning or an entire month, as long as they had not received a command to cease, such sentiments should remain unspoken. Do not misunderstand, Miss Mu. It is not that we wish to shirk our duties. It is merely that we must adhere to some semblance of order. We have never excavated diamonds before, and we fear that after toiling for half a day, our efforts may yield naught but futility, wasting precious time. You merely need to work, and you shall receive your remuneration. We are not daunted by the passage of time. What does Master Meng have to fear? Mushuang asserted sternly, insisting that if they were to work, they should do so with diligence. If you are unwilling, I can promptly report to the Crown Prince and have another team dispatched. We are willing to work. We shall heed your instructions. Master Meng quickly signaled to the others, who picked up their tools and resumed their labor with renewed fervor. Having spent considerable time alongside the Crown Prince, Master Meng understood his character well. Should this matter come to the Crown Prince's attention, the repercussions would be dire. Seeing the workers now eager to labor, Qiao Wanyin exhaled in relief. She approached Mushuang and whispered, "Thank you, sister." Though they were laborers, they belonged to noble families and naturally looked down upon her status. Dealing with them required more than mere flattery. It necessitated the weight of authority for it to be truly effective. The Crown Prince's word held more power than 1,000 of her own, which was why Mushuang had adopted such a firm stance. Even though the workers harbored resentment towards them, at the very least, they no longer dared to voice their unwillingness to work. Days passed, and on the third day, a sharp scream pierced the air. Something had been found. What is it, a diamond? The workers hurriedly gathered to witness the discovery, unsure of what a diamond truly looked like. They collectively turned to Master Meng. "Boss, is this a diamond? It doesn't seem as radiant as the one in Miss Qiao's hand." Master Meng scrutinized the find, but could not confirm its authenticity. Hurry, go to the capital and summon Miss Chiao. Today, Linlang Pavilion has matters to attend to, and Miss Chiao has yet to arrive. Yes, I shall go at once. One of the workers set down their tools, preparing to leave. Wait, Master Meng called after him. Go to the East Palace and report to His Highness. Understood. Master, do you think this is it? Master Meng's hands trembled slightly as he reached towards the diamond, and with a sense of certainty, he believed it to be so. Although it appeared somewhat different, it was an object he had never encountered before. Initially, the group had abandoned hope, merely intending to accompany Xiao Wanyan in her endeavors. They thought if they excavated for half a month without finding anything, it would not be a loss, for they would still be working elsewhere. Yet, upon witnessing the diamond, Master Meng was filled with exhilaration. If this truly was what Miss Xiao sought, they, as the first to unearth a diamond, might etch their names into history. Such honor was priceless, far beyond what gold and silver could procure, and how could he not be thrilled? In less than half an hour, Xiao Wanyan, Mushuang, and the crown prince arrived at the mountain. Upon a mere glance, Xiao Wanyan proclaimed, "Indeed, this is a diamond. We have finally unearthed it. Why is it not as bright as the one in your hand?" The crown prince expressed a similar doubt. "The diamond in my possession, having been meticulously cut and polished, indeed resembles this form when freshly unearthed, just as iron emerges from the earth as a black lump." Master Meng immediately grasped her implication. Chapter 77. Foolishness. All workers were generously rewarded. The crown prince's face lit up. "Master Meng, please document the entire diamond extraction process and summarize your insights." He intended to dispatch individuals to scour the mountains of the Chu kingdom in search of more diamond deposits. "Thank you, Your Highness." The weariness of recent days vanished in that instant. "Splendid. With diamonds unearthed, our Linlang Pavilion shall soon surpass the Treasure Pavilion and outshine the colorful Phoenix Tower." Xiao Wanyan had already designed numerous diamond jewelry pieces, awaiting the gem's arrival. Should we also gift Mr. Yin a set? Such diamond adornments would undoubtedly be coveted by the young ladies of the capital. Mushuang recalled how the last floral embellishments had gained such popularity. "Of course, we must send them. Moreover, I have other plans." Xiao Wanyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the debut of the diamond jewelry. "In 10 days, your apprenticeship banquet will take place. The ladies and wives of the capital will attend, so you can present it to your aunt at the banquet," the crown prince remarked. Mushuang nodded, aware that this banquet was arranged by the empress and Yin Mushuang to elevate her status, and she was determined not to disappoint them. "Then let it be 2 sets, one for the empress and one for Mr. Yin." "Very well. I shall return and craft the finest 2 sets," Xiao Wanyan replied. "From now on, any diamonds extracted should be sent directly to Linlang Pavilion, and you must assign several people to keep watch there," the crown prince instructed. "These diamonds are valuable, and there will undoubtedly be those with nefarious intentions. It is relatively safe on my end, as few would dare. But Linlang Pavilion is another matter entirely. I cannot afford to protect it overtly." "Understood. I will make arrangements immediately." Xiao Wanyan had already commissioned the creation of a secret chamber specifically for storing the diamonds. She returned to Linlang Pavilion radiating with joy, a sight keenly observed by Ji Wuyo. His brow furrowed. Where'd she just been? Miss Xiao and Miss Mu went to the back mountain of Yunding Villa together, and shortly after, the crown prince arrived as well, Ning Feng reported cautiously. Ji Wuyo's expression tightened. Had she aligned herself with the crown prince? It appeared so. Ning Feng continued. The crown prince seems to have sent someone to excavate something on the mountain, but the news is tightly held. Our people could not ascertain further details. Foolishness, Ji Wuyo reprimanded coldly. "Do not be angry, young master. I will dispatch someone to investigate at once." "No need. You may leave," Ji Wuyo replied impatiently. Ning Feng was somewhat perplexed, but quickly withdrew upon witnessing his master's furious demeanor. Ji Wuyo clenched the teacup in his hand, glaring at Linlang Pavilion. How could this woman be so foolish? To involve herself in political strife as a mere merchant was tantamount to courting disaster. No one is unaware of the perilous struggle for the crown prince. A misstep could lead to the annihilation of entire clans, and even he cannot evade it. Yet, This Qiao Wanyan seems intent on plunging headfirst into the fray. Truly reckless. With this thought, he abruptly turned and opened the door, striding towards the opposite direction. "Young master, where are you headed? Shall I prepare a carriage?" Ning Feng inquired cautiously, trailing behind. He then observed his master storming towards the Lianlong pavilion in a fit of anger. "Young master, do not act impulsively," he urged, perplexed, for the rivalry with Lianlong pavilion was but a trivial matter. Even if Jinbao pavilion were to suffer defeat, it would bear no consequence for the Ji family. Why must his master be so perturbed? Such disruptive behavior is hardly befitting of a gentleman. "Master Ji, what brings you here?" the waiter exclaimed upon seeing Ji Wuyong hastily approaching him. "I seek Xiao Wanyan. I have business with her," Ji Wuyong replied coldly. "The manager is on the second floor," the waiter stated, but before he could finish, Ji Wuyong ascended the stairs. "Young master, our manager is busy. Please wait here while I summon her," the waiter quickly interjected. "Step aside. I have urgent matters to discuss," Ji Wuyong reprimanded, his expression icy. The waiter stood frozen in fear, and by the time he regained his composure, Ji Wuyong had already reached the second floor. Xiao Wanyan, poised to cut a rough diamond, was startled when the door was flung open. She looked up to find Ji Wuyong and hurriedly covered the diamond. "Master Ji, this is my room. Please leave," she requested. In response, the door slammed shut. Ji Wuyong had locked out all the attendants, leaving only the two of them in the room. His demeanor was frigid, eyes ablaze with fury, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful countenance. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qiao Wanyan. She took a few steps back. "Master Ji, are you all right?" Noticing her distressed and flustered expression, Ji Wuyong realized the extent of his intimidation. He composed himself and asked in a low voice, "Have you pledged allegiance to the crown prince?" "That seems irrelevant to you, Master Ji," Qiao Wanyan retorted, feeling for a hairpin, clutching it tightly for protection. Seeing her reaction, Ji Wuyong felt a pang of sorrow. Was he perceived as such a dangerous figure? He sighed, taking a seat. "I mean no harm, as fellow merchants. I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in court matters. You cannot contend with them." Noting his calm tone, a departure from his earlier rage, Xiao Wanyan breathed a sigh of relief. "Whether I can contend with them is the crown prince's concern. I am merely a merchant, conducting the affairs that a merchant ought to." "The affairs a merchant ought to conduct? Collaborating with the crown prince?" Ji Wuyong questioned sharply. "If the crown prince fails, what awaits you is utter ruin. And what, in your opinion, should a merchant do?" "Naturally, a merchant's aim is to amass wealth," Ji Wuyong replied impatiently. "And for what purpose does one amass wealth? To ensure a good life for oneself and one's family." "Then, Master Ji, as the wealthiest man in the state of Chu, have you achieved the life you desire? Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied?" Ji Wuyong was momentarily at a loss for words. He knew what he ought to feel. Yet those two words eluded him. If one is unsatisfied, no amount of silver can bring contentment, for the soul remains hollow. Xiao Wanyan interjected, stating that even with immense wealth, one might remain oblivious to its true purpose. "To you, those coins are no different from pebbles by the roadside. Their abundance means little to you." "Nonsense," Yivuyang retorted defiantly. "To a merchant, profit reigns supreme. In my eyes, nothing holds greater significance than silver. If that is your stance, then I must have misjudged you, young Master Ji, and there is little more to discuss," Qiao Wanyan remarked as she approached the door. Opening it. Chapter 78. Is it too cowardly? Qiao Wanyan, I speak for your own good. The current political landscape is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. You should not wade into these murky waters. Had anyone else urged him to depart, he would have said nothing further. Yet, he could not bear to see such a commercial prodigy as Qiao Wanyan become a casualty of the court. Qiao Wanyan closed the door and continued. My aspirations differ from those of young Master Ji. In my trade, beyond the desire for wealth and power, I yearn to improve the lives of those who suffer. What do you mean? Ji Wuyong furrowed his brow. There are countless suffering souls. How can you possibly manage that? I cannot govern the entire world, but with every additional coin I earn, I can perform more acts of charity and alleviate their hunger. In modern times, Sister Mu taught me this principle. Thus, I donate 1/3 of my earnings to charitable organizations. Having experienced the depths of despair herself, being sold and living on the margins, she understood the profound yearning in those hearts for someone to assist them. She was fortunate to have met Sister Mu, while many others awaited their own strokes of luck. I may not save the world, but I will do what I can for even one. You possess a kind heart. With wealth, you can indeed act thusly. Why then involve yourself in the court's disputes? Xiao Wanyan raised her gaze, hesitating briefly before responding. Sister Mu said the crown prince is ruthless and ambitious. Should he ascend the throne, the people will suffer. Ji Weiyang's pupils dilated sharply. You so readily trust her? After all, Mushuang is aligned with the crown prince. Her words are naturally biased. Sister Mu would not deceive me. Xiao Wanyan frowned. Furthermore, even if she did, I would still assist her. She is my only kin in this world, and I must protect her. Ultimately, you act out of loyalty to Mushuang. It is truly foolish, Ji Weiyang thought, feeling exasperated by the individual before him. Not entirely. When the nest is overturned, how can one expect the eggs to remain intact? I also act for my own sake, for the countless others who share my plight. With a sigh, Xiao Wanyan replied, I understand that young Master Ji means well, yet I am alone in this world, lacking the concerns that you bear. For the sake of a noble cause, I would have no regrets, even in failure. Noble cause? Yivuyank murmuret. Miss Mu is not mistaken. What did you say, young Master Ji? Nothing of consequence. A smile reemerged on Ji Weiyang's face. Indeed, life had become quite mundane. Your choices were not without merit. Should you succeed, perhaps you could indeed usurp my position. Yet, it is also possible that by the time that day arrives, I might overshadow you instead. It seems you have devised new strategies, and I shall eagerly await their revelation. Ji Weiyang was keen to learn what she had concocted this time. It appears that the treasure pavilion is soon to unveil new products. Xiao Wanyan gazed at his smug demeanor, utterly speechless at such audacity. No wonder he has ascended to wealth. Upon returning to the treasure pavilion, Ji Weiyang inquired of Ning Feng beside him, Do you think I am too timid? As Xiao Wanyan had articulated, he was acutely aware of who the wise ruler was, and which ascendant would benefit the populace the most. Yet, out of fear, he refrained from supporting either faction. He believed that by remaining uninvolved, he could preserve his own safety. But is reality truly so? In a crumbling nest, is there truly a complete egg? It is likely that no one will escape unscathed, and he is certainly no exception. The crown prince, Pei Ci, is hailed by the common folk as a paragon of virtue, serving the nation and its people, and by officials as a humble and gracious prince. He had sought Ji Weiyang on multiple occasions, eager to recruit him, promising that success would lead to titles and positions of power. For a merchant like him, such prospects were immensely tempting, and he nearly acquiesced. Until that fateful day when a servant, while pouring tea, accidentally tipped over a cup, and the murderous intent that flickered in Pei Yenhua's eyes revealed to him the fade behind which the prince operated. To serve a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger. Within the royal court, there exists no benevolence. Collaborating with them could lead to an untimely demise, leaving one oblivious to the manner of their end. Henceforth, he chose to navigate the treacherous waters between the crown prince and the first prince, neither assisting nor offending either. Thus far, this has proven to be the wisest decision. Ultimately, one of them will ascend to that exalted position. Deep within, he harbors a greater hope that it will be the upright and just first prince. He approached the window once more, casting his gaze towards the adjacent Linlang pavilion, a modest establishment that had dared to embroil itself in the affairs of the crown prince, despite its lack of renown in the capital. He could not decide whether to commend her for her bravery or to chastise her for her folly. He sincerely wished for her aspirations to be fulfilled. On the 2nd day of December, Mushuang's official apprenticeship commenced. The empress, in an effort to bolster Mushuang's standing, invited all the noble women of the capital. Naturally, Lu and Mu Xixue, as the rightful matriarchs, were among them. This marked the first occasion for both to attend a palace banquet, and Lu felt a thrill of excitement, eager to seize the opportunity to cultivate relationships with esteemed ladies. Conversely, Mu Xixue wore a grim expression. Such a grand affair was held in honor of the illegitimate Mushuang. How could she find joy when the spotlight shone so brightly upon her half-sister? Were it not for Lu's insistence, she would not have attended at all. Witnessing Mushuang's brilliance was more painful than death itself. Moreover, she scarcely recognized anyone present. In a fit of frustration, she sought a secluded corner and sat down. This scene did not escape the notice of Pei Ci nearby. Was that the legitimate sister of Mushuang? Indeed, I have learned that the two have never been on good terms. Pei Ci smirked, considering her a fool. As a legitimate daughter, shielded by her mother, she still could not contend with Mushuang. It is the foolish who can be more easily manipulated. Over the past month, she has endured confinement and the dismissal of her suitors, living a life worse than death. All of this is the doing of Yin Shu and Mushuang. Yin Shu has the protection of the Empress and the Crown Prince, thus she does not dare to act against her. As for Mushuang, she naively believes that her apprenticeship under Yin Wushuang ensures her safety. What a delusion! Summon her to my presence. Yes. The maid promptly brought Mu Sushiwe to Pei Ci's side. After a brief moment, Mu Sushiwe's troubled expression dissipated, and she returned to the banquet, overflowing with gratitude. Pei Ci, however, did not wait for the banquet to commence and returned to the palace. There was no way she would remain here to support Mushuang. Meanwhile, Mushuang was encircled by Princess Yin Shu and Lung Qing. You have missed over a month of lessons. You have fallen behind considerably. When you return to the study in a few days, let Lung Qing help you catch up. Me? Surely, the princess jesteth. Lung Qing replied with a grimace. Although she was physically present, her mind was elsewhere. How could she possibly remember what the teacher had lectured? Chapter 79. The Apprenticeship Feast. You are truly useless. Princess Yin Shu admonished without hesitation. I am destined for martial pursuits. The study of literature is of little consequence. Lung Qing retorted indifferently. Observing their banter, Mushuang smiled and inquired, where is heir? How is she faring? Heir has been bestowed the title of Princess Jia by our father and resides in a palace not far from Yunlu Palace. Mother has instructed her to accompany us to lessons daily. Hearing that heir is doing well, Mushuang sighed in relief. With this title of princess, the concubine and Princess Yanqing would no longer dare to trouble heir. However, heir has caught a chill these past few days, so mother has not permitted her to attend the banquet. When you return to the study, you will be able to see her, Princess Yin Shu explained, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, this was their royal matter, yet Mushuang had suffered the brunt of the punishment. The concubine and Pei Ci had merely faced a few scoldings from father and a 2-day confinement. Such bias was evident. She had initially desired to confront father in protest, seeking justice for Mushuang. However, mother informed her that, ultimately, the concubine had lost a child, leaving the emperor with lingering guilt. Heir was a victim, and so was the concubine. This was an unalterable truth. Should she cause a fuss, not only would she fail to achieve justice, but she might also incite the emperor's wrath, implicating more individuals. Otherwise, had I been present in the palace, I would never have watched as heir was bullied without intervening. The current situation is already the best outcome. Miss Mu, congratulations on becoming Master Yin's disciple. Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted their conversation. Mushuang turned to see Lu Yiqiu and Bai Moran approaching. I greet you, Miss Lu and Miss Bai. Both were adorned in splendid garments, their heads adorned with jewels, radiating elegance and brilliance. Princess Yin Shu. The two offered a slight bow to Princess Yin Shu. Sister Lu, Sister Bai, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise, Princess Yin Shu affectionately remarked. I had thought you would not attend today. What brought you here? Ah. Only then did Princess Yin Shu realize her blunder. She considered that Bai Moran and Mushuang had never gotten along, so it was unlikely for her to come, while Lu Yiqiu had been refused when she sought to learn from her aunt. Now, with her aunt taking Mushuang as a disciple, it would surely be a slap in her face. The presence of both princesses at my apprenticeship banquet is indeed a blessing for Mushuang. I sincerely thank you for gracing us with your presence. Mushuang promptly interjected to ease the tension. As fellow princesses and students of Master Yin in the art of music, your innate talent has garnered the master's favor, and we are all genuinely pleased for you. Lu Ichio smiled graciously, her eloquent words eliciting admiration from those present. Truly, as a princess of the Pingbei royal house, her demeanor radiated both generosity and poise. Aware of the gazes directed her way, Lu Ichio lifted her chin slightly. As a princess, she represented the Pingbei royal house, and despite any inner turmoil, she could not allow herself to become a subject of ridicule. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mushuang expressed her gratitude, whether sincere or feigned. Her attendance was a gesture of respect. Her eyes turned towards Bai Moran. A fortnight prior, the Empress, in place of the late Prince Chen's consort, had set the wedding date for Pei Ci and Bai Moran 3 months hence. Everyone understood this was the Empress's intent to pave the way for Pei Ci before her departure from this world. She had directly bypassed the current Prince Chun and his consort to establish the engagement, and the Xianping Marquis' estate had acquiesced. "I have yet to congratulate Princess Bai on her engagement." Bai Moran smiled faintly. "Thank you, and I hope you will attend the wedding." "Most certainly," Mushuang replied, her gaze open and unguarded, rendering Bai Moran to feel as though she had never harbored feelings for Pei Ci. Could it be that she had truly moved on? Bai Moran's gaze bore an evaluative quality, yet it also perceived the truth. She acknowledged her own anxiety, fearing that Pei Ci might have second thoughts. Yet she also sensed that perhaps she was overthinking it. Her visit today was tinged with a desire to gauge Mushuang's feelings. As the wedding day approached, her unease deepened, and she could not pinpoint the source of her disquiet. Surely, it was Pei Ci who longed for the marriage. As long as he aspired to the title of heir, he could not renege on the engagement. The position of heir's consort was destined to be hers. Even if Mushuang were to change her mind and wish to return to the Qin royal house, she would only be a concubine. As the rightful mistress, she had ample means to deal with a concubine. Contemplating this, her smile deepened. "In the future, I shall invite Miss Mu for a lakeside tea." "Excellent. I wish to join as well. It has been ages since I last left the palace." Princess Yinshu innocently chimed in. "Very well, then we shall go together." Lu Ichio concurred. Hearing their exchange, many cast envious glances towards Mushuang. This Mushuang, a daughter of a fifth-rank official, had indeed integrated herself into the circle of these true noble ladies. Soon, the Empress arrived with Mushuang at the banquet. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Please rise." Today's banquet is primarily to witness the apprenticeship of Mushuang, so there is no need for formality. Everyone, please be seated. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The guests responded in unison as they took their seats. "Sister, congratulations on acquiring a beloved disciple. From now on, you shall have a companion by your side. Both the Duke and I are genuinely delighted for you," a resplendently adorned noblewoman remarked with a beaming smile. Upon seeing this person, Mushuang's expression instantly turned cold. "I am the youngest daughter of the Yin family, devoid of any siblings. Please do not address me incorrectly, madam." The one lady, feeling aggrieved, responded, "In my heart, you shall forever be my sister, the matriarch of the Duke's residence. I am aware that you may still harbor resentment, but I have had enough. Today is about Mushuang's apprenticeship, and there is no need to elaborate further on other matters." The Empress interjected with a hint of impatience. Were it not for the Duke Liang's unwavering dedication to the Crown Prince, she would never have invited this one lady to the imperial banquet. This one lady was, in fact, the concubine the Duke had kept outside. After Mushuang called off her engagement, she entered the Duke's residence. Though not the principal wife, she wielded authority over the household affairs, much akin to that of a legitimate spouse. How petty of her to utter such words in this setting. Seeking to provoke Mushuang. "It was my misstep, Your Majesty, please forgive me." The one lady hastily knelt, her demeanor filled with trepidation. She had no intention of causing a scene today, but since Mushuang seldom attended gatherings, she rarely had the chance to see her throughout the entire year. Moreover, despite having called off her engagement, Mushuang still retained the title of the Duke's wife, obstructing her own ascent. Naturally, this caused her some ire, leading to her unwittingly mocking her. Knowing she had spoken out of turn, the Empress coldly admonished, "Then speak less." "Yes." The one lady's face flushed crimson as she took her seat, refraining from further comments. The onlookers merely regarded the scene as entertainment. Chapter 80. Dazzling Splendor, let us commence the apprenticeship. The empress instructed a nearby matron. The matron called out loudly, the daughter of the Mu family, Mushuang, possesses exceptional talents and extraordinary skills in the Guqin. She has garnered the favor of Master Yin and is thus accepted as a disciple. Mushuang stepped forward to pay her respects. Yin Mushuang, seated in a high position, had a round cushion before her. Mushuang approached, her hands clasped before her forehead. Master, I bow to you. Present the tea. Following the matron's command, a cup of tea was presented to Mushuang. She lifted the cup with both hands, offering it. Master, please enjoy this tea. Yin Mushuang gazed at her, her eyes slightly reddening. The one lady had not spoken entirely in error. From this moment forth, she would no longer be solitary, for companionship had come to her side. Good. After partaking of the tea, she stepped forward to assist Mushuang to her feet. From today on, you are my disciple. This is a token of my goodwill. Yin Mushuang received a pipa from her maid and handed it to Mushuang. She recognized it as the exquisite rosewood pipa she had seen during her visit to the Yin residence. Master, this is far too precious. I feel undeserving of such a gift. She understood how much Yin Mushuang cherished this pipa, not only for its material value, but also for its special significance to her. How could she accept such a lavish present? It is a gift for you. Accept it, for it is my sincere intention. Yin Mushuang placed the pipa into her hands, not permitting any refusal. Thank you, Master. Mushuang felt profoundly moved, for henceforth, she had a mentor, a true source of support. Such a joyous occasion warrants a gift from me as well. The Empress commanded her attendants to present a pair of jade rui to Mushuang. With the Empress's gracious gesture as a catalyst, the other noble women hastily followed suit, offering their own congratulatory gifts. Lu's eyes sparkled at the sight of so many treasures, and she quickly rose to express her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, Miss Yin, and all the esteemed ladies for your kindness. It is a great fortune for my daughter to be favored by you all. She shall earnestly devote herself to mastering the art of the Guqin under Miss Yin's guidance, striving not to disappoint your expectations. Lu's modest intentions, though she believed them well concealed, were readily discerned by the astute attendees. Many wore expressions of disdain, pondering how a family of such humble standing as the Mu could cultivate a beauty and talent like Mushuang, if she were not burdened by her origins. Would she have been cast aside by the heir, reduced to a state where no suitor would come forth? Though she had now taken Miss Yin as her mentor, it remained that Miss Yin was also an unmarried woman of no desirability. Even if Mushuang were to achieve renown in the future, it seemed unlikely that she would find a partner. The crowd displayed a mix of contempt, sympathy, and a keen interest in the unfolding drama. It was evident that Lady Mu had skillfully nurtured Mushuang, the illegitimate daughter, to such an exceptional degree, leading many to speculate that her legitimate daughter must also be equally gifted. The Empress, radiating warmth, bestowed ample respect upon Lu. Lu's joy was palpable as she eagerly introduced her daughter, Musa, who bowed deeply, her heart brimming with excitement at receiving the Empress's praise, an immense honor indeed. Indeed, it is remarkable. Lady Mu has raised two such outstanding daughters, a true exemplar among the noble women, the Empress remarked. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. It is merely the duty of a humble servant, Lu replied, her smile deepening. With the Empress's endorsement, she felt emboldened to stand tall among the noble women. Very well. Continue to nurture your daughters diligently, ensuring fairness in your affections. Upon hearing this, Mushuang looked gratefully at the Empress, recognizing that she was being supported. The Empress elevated Lu, while subtly cautioning her to treat Mushuang with greater kindness. Lu, not one to be oblivious, understood the Empress's intent and promptly replied, This humble servant shall heed your command. The Empress waved her hand, drawing Mu Siu's side, initially anticipating further praise from the Empress. Mu Siu now felt like a mere jester, her face flushed with embarrassment. In the eyes of the Empress and the noble women, Mushuang, the illegitimate daughter, had eclipsed her, making her feel like a mere accessory. A flicker of resentment crossed her gaze as she looked at Mushuang, recalling the instructions from Princess Yanqing, her eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Do not blame her for being ruthless, Mushuang had consistently overshadowed her, leaving her with no opportunity to shine. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness, and to my esteemed master for your affection," Mushuang said, bowing deeply. "I have also brought gifts for you both, and I hope you will find them to your liking." "What kind of jewelry have you brought?" inquired Princess Yinshu. "Indeed, it is jewelry, though not the fluffy flowers. It is a new collection of diamond adornments from the Linlang Pavilion," Mushuang replied, presenting 2 sets of jewelry. "Diamonds? Were those?" Princess Yinshu asked, her face filled with confusion. The assembly exchanged glances, as they had never before heard of such diamonds. "Diamonds are merely stones," Enru scoffed. "You speak nonsense. How could Mushuang possibly gift the Empress and the gentleman stones?" Longqing shot Enru a glare. "Indeed, it is a type of stone discovered by chance in the mountains. Its brilliance compelled us to embed it in jewelry." As Mushuang spoke, the crowd's interest waned. A mere stone, no matter how beautiful, could not compare to the gems they had encountered before. Jewelry crafted from such stones was hardly worthy of adornment. Enru, with a sense of triumph, lifted her chin. "I told you it was just a stone, but it is no ordinary stone," Longqing retorted with a cold huff, unwilling to engage further. "Since it is a new item, let us unveil it for all to see." Mushuang comprehended Mushuang's intent and was eager to offer her the opportunity to display it. Nodding, Mushuang slowly opened the box in her hands. Inside lay a necklace, a pair of earrings, and a bracelet, distinct from the gold ornaments they typically wore. Crafted from silver, which they deemed inferior, the pieces were adorned with gems more translucent than glass. Under the sun's rays, these stones radiated a stunning brilliance, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Even the silver settings appeared resplendent against the backdrop of the gems. The Empress, visibly excited, rose to her feet, having never encountered such dazzling jewels before. "Is this truly a diamond?" "Yes," Mushuang confirmed. "This diamond is entirely transparent, emanating a spectrum of colors under light. And it is harder than any other gem, impervious to shattering." As Mushuang elaborated on the diamond's properties, Princess Yinshu expressed her confusion. "This diamond cannot shatter? It appears exceedingly fragile. That is its unique quality. It is harder than many stones, completely resilient to breakage. It is indeed beautiful, surpassing even glass," Princess Yinshu remarked playfully. "I desire one as well." Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly turned their gazes toward Mushuang, particularly the young ladies who found it impossible to resist the allure of diamonds. "These diamonds are exceedingly rare. We possess only these 2 sets of jewelry, intended for the Empress and our master," Mushuang conveyed, adhering to Qiao Wanyan's instructions. Despite some disappointment, the audience understood the rarity of such precious gems. They could not be easily acquired. "Not many? Then there must be more. Regardless, I must have a set. No matter the cost." Princess Yinshu pouted, determined to claim her prize. Mushuang hesitated, revealing that Linlang Pavilion indeed had a few more, but the larger ones were scarce. There were smaller diamonds, which would be fashioned into jewelry and sold in 5 days. Should the princess and the ladies desire them, you may visit Linlang Pavilion to purchase then. The largest diamond must be reserved for me. Princess Yinshu insisted upon hearing more were available. "Your Highness, I regret to inform you that this may not be possible. That diamond belongs to County Princess Wanyuan, and I lack the authority to decide. She is aware that many ladies wish to purchase diamonds, but given the limited quantity, it would be unfair to sell to just anyone. Thus, it shall go to the highest bidder." Mushuang elucidated that in 5 days, everyone would gather at the Linlang Pavilion to place their bids. Upon hearing that the highest bidder would prevail, Princess Yinshu felt emboldened, for she possessed ample silver. Lu Ichio scoffed disdainfully. A mere small shop, adorned with plush flowers and diamonds, seemed to overshadow the illustrious Kai Feng Lu. These ornaments were indeed novel. The jewelry from Kai Feng Lu had grown tiresome. It was no wonder others sought a change in style. Bai Moran observed Mushuang, surrounded by a throng of young ladies, her gaze deepening with contemplation. She had expected that leaving the residence of Prince Chun would leave Mushuang despondent, relegated to a shadowy existence. Yet now, she stood amidst the crowd, sparkling like a diamond. The diminutive figure appeared to embody greater freedom and joy. Perhaps this was the authentic Mushuang, not one solely defined by Pei Ci. Such precious jewels as diamonds could hardly be safeguarded by a mere small establishment like Ling Lang Pavilion. Lu Ichio chuckled lightly, assuming that amassing wealth was as simple as it seemed. If they could not even secure the plush flowers, how could they possibly protect the diamonds? Hearing this, Bai Moran glanced at her. Mushuang was no fool. Her willingness to present the diamonds indicated she had secured a formidable ally. Who could that possibly be? Bai Moran's eyes widened in realization. The Crown Prince? It seemed an unspoken truth that Mushuang could no longer turn to Pei Ci, and few in the capital could safeguard such treasures. Given that Mushuang was at odds with the First Prince's faction and had presented the diamonds to the Empress today, if there were indeed a powerful backing, it could only be the Crown Prince. She claimed the diamonds were discovered in the mountains, and the Crown Prince had recently frequented the Yunding courtyard, located near those very mountains. It was likely accurate. Just a few days prior, while visiting the temple to pray for blessings, she noted an increase in guards around the Yunding courtyard. Bai Moran took a delicate sip of tea. The Crown Prince was indeed the most advantageous ally. Therefore, in 5 days, I too shall venture to Ling Lang Pavilion, Lu Ichio murmured. Despite her annoyance towards Mushuang, she felt compelled to honor the Crown Prince's status. I have heard the Crown Prince has gone to Lu City. When will he return? Bai Moran inquired. Tomorrow, came a reply. In 5 days, we shall invite the Crown Prince and the heir to accompany us to Ling Lang Pavilion. Lu Ichio lowered her head, somewhat bashfully, adding, I shall first ascertain the Crown Prince's intentions. There is no need to consult the Crown Prince. A subtle hint to the Empress would suffice, Bai Moran remarked. Exasperated by the lack of assertiveness, they should not indulge them too much. At times, a gentle push was necessary. But the Crown Prince, he may not be fond of it. As long as he is interested, he will appreciate whatever you do. That disinterest is merely an excuse, Bai Moran asserted, her brow furrowing slightly. You must also press the Crown Prince. His indecisiveness could delay you. Bai Moran remained silent for a moment, still unable to discern the Crown Prince's true feelings. Then I shall make an attempt. The Empress was certainly aware that the diamonds were associated with the Crown Prince. Consequently, she praised the diamonds further, adorning herself with diamond headpieces to express her fondness. On the way back to the residence, Lu Shi gazed at the cart filled with gifts, including the precious diamonds, and could not help but voice her thoughts. Frost, the Linglong Pavilion, is currently thriving, and Xiao Wanyan is no longer the girl you could easily manipulate. It will be prudent for you to have the shop transferred to your name for security. Mu Frost gazed at her in silence. Lu felt a pang of awkwardness and continued, Rest assured, it is your shop. We have no intentions of claiming it. I only wish what is best for you. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mother, but I have no aptitude for business. Even if I were to possess it, it would be of no use. I have promised Wanyan and will not regret it. No matter how prosperous the Linglong Pavilion may become, I will not covet it. The final words were articulated with particular emphasis. Lu's expression chilled. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. As she spoke, Lu looked towards Mu Sishua, seeking her support. However, Mu Sishua seemed lost in thought, oblivious to their conversation. Lu, frustrated, closed her eyes and ceased to speak. Upon returning home, just as Mu Frost intended to leave, Mu Sishua suddenly called out to her. Mu Frost, tomorrow, eldest sister and I plan to visit the Fane Temple. You should accompany us. I do not wish to go. You may go alone, Mu Frost replied, observing her with a peculiar look. Mu Sishua, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. It's settled then. We'll call for you tomorrow. Without allowing Mu Frost a chance to refuse, she hurried off towards her courtyard. Lu, somewhat confused, chimed in, Then the three of you sisters should go together. What does the second miss mean by this? Xiaoyao inquired, perplexed. She certainly does not harbor good intentions. Mu Frost's expression darkened. Mu Sishua had never invited her before, so this sudden insistence on going to the temple could not be as simple as seeking blessings. Then I shall not go, she declared firmly. I am to accompany my master to the Yin residence tomorrow. I will not visit any other places. Mu Frost clutched her peepa tightly and instructed, ensure that the rewards from the carriage are sent to the other residents, so Wan Yin can convert them into silver for business. Keeping these rewards in the estate will only draw Lu's attention, so it is best not to enter the Mu estate at all. The next day, before Mu Frost could leave, she was intercepted by Mu Xixue. Why are you holding the pipa if you're going to the temple? I'm going to the Yin residence, not the temple, Mu Frost responded, surprised by her sister's early rise and growing suspicious. That is not acceptable. We agreed to go. You said that, but I did not agree. Mu Frost scrutinized her. You have never cared for the temple before. Why the sudden desire to go today? Chapter 82. The Deadly One's Mu Xixue, feeling guilty, shifted her gaze. It is because eldest sister is to be wed soon. We should accompany her to the temple to seek a marriage talisman. You have always had a good relationship with eldest sister. Why now? Do you hesitate to accompany her for a talisman? It seems your past affections were merely pretense. Yusten moning ter aproatet. Third sister, if you have matters to attend to, please do not worry about me. I can go to Fan temple alone. When did eldest sister decide to seek a marriage talisman at the temple? Mooninger paused, then replied, a month ago, she made the decision. It is said that seeking a talisman before marriage can ensure love and harmony. In the kingdom of Chu, this was a tradition, regardless of its validity. Many women would visit the Fahua temple to seek a marriage talisman before their weddings, and this was not considered unusual. In January of the coming year, Mu Ninger is to be wed. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for her to seek a charm for love. Could it be that she is overthinking? Mushuang observed that her elder sister was not lying, and she lifted her gaze to Mu Xixue. The latter, having learned to be astute, huffed coldly and turned to board the carriage. I apologize, elder sister, but I must go to the Yin residence today. Before Mushuang could finish her sentence, a young servant approached, saying, Third Miss, Mr. Yin has just sent word that he has business in the palace today and advised you not to go to the Yin residence. Very well, Mushuang nodded in response. Since there is nothing else, I shall accompany my elder sister to Fan temple. That is wonderful. Your company brings me comfort, Mu Ninger sighed in relief. She felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of letting Mu Xixue go alone. Upon seeing them both board the carriage, Mu Xixue too felt a sense of relief. The carriage rolled out of the capital slowly, but midway, Mu Xixue suddenly exclaimed in distress, clutching her abdomen, Stop! Quickly stop! What is wrong? Mu Ninger inquired with concern. I may have eaten something bad this morning. My stomach is quite uncomfortable. Mu Xixue grimaced, her brow furrowed in pain. Then let us return home and summon a doctor at once. Mu Ninger instructed the coachman urgently. No need. Mu Xixue shook her head resolutely. This is the only opportunity to seek the charm for love before the year ends. There is a post station ahead. Have the servants procure another carriage, and I will return to the capital on my own. You and Mushuang should proceed to Fan temple. It matters not if we do not seek the charm. Mu Ninger expressed her concern for her sister's solitude. However, Mu Xixue's resolve was unwavering. This concerns my elder sister's future happiness. If I fail to secure the charm, my heart shall be troubled. I shall be fine with the servants accompanying me. With that, Mu Xixue allowed her maid to assist her down from the carriage and urged, You must hurry. If you delay, you may not obtain it. Very well, take care, Mu Ninger, eager to secure the charm, acquiesced. As the carriage departed, Mu Xixue, who had been bent over in pain, straightened her posture, appearing unfazed. Let us return home and await good news. Inside the carriage, Mu Ninger cast a puzzled glance at Mushuang. What has come over you today? You seem so benevolent. Typically, if she were unwell, she would cause a commotion. Yet now she fears not being able to obtain the charm. Mushuang, who had remained silent, scoffed, There is certainly something amiss. When did she ever express a desire to accompany you to Fan temple? After you both returned from the palace banquet yesterday, she came to my quarters and insisted that you both accompany me. What on earth is she plotting? Mu Ninger spoke gravely. We shall soon find out, Mushuang replied. Mu Xixue's urgency to disembark indicates that something is about to transpire. Stop the carriage. We shall not seek the charm for love any longer. Let us return to find Mu Xixue. Mu Ninger surmised her sister's ill intentions, her expression turning serious. It is too late. Mushuang's words had barely left her lips when the sound of rustling leaves reached their ears. With a sudden neigh from the horses, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. What is happening? Mu Ninger lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and beheld a dozen figures clad in black surrounding the carriage. Her face turned pale with fear, resembling that of a fragile flower. Mushuang observed the figure cloaked in black, her brows furrowed in concern. Initially, she had dismissed Mushuang's petty schemes, believing they posed no real threat to her. However, the aura emanating from the assassins made her realize that Mushuang was not the true mastermind. It was evident that she could not locate someone of such formidable skill. These were no ordinary assassins. Their exceptional prowess suggested they were closely associated with nobility. The identity of those who sought to harm her became painfully clear. Pei Ci. She was the only possible suspect. The incident involving Tian had thoroughly enraged her. With her vengeful nature, she would certainly not let Mushuang escape unscathed. What surprised her, however, was how foolishly Mushuang had allowed herself to be manipulated. Dear brothers, have you mistaken us? Our carriage harbors only weak women, honest and unoffending. I implore you to show mercy and let us go, Mushuang Ninger pleaded, her voice trembling. Yet the assassins paid her no heed. They unsheathed their swords and charged toward the carriage. Big sister, I will hold them off. You seize the opportunity to flee, Mushuang said with a resolute expression, pulling Mushuang Ninger from a carriage. In the instant they escaped, the carriage was torn asunder, the horses, Xiaoyao and Chunlan, collapsing under the force of the sword energy. Mushuang set Mushuang Ninger down and urged, you and Xiaoyao, Chunlan, find a chance to escape. And you? Mushuang Ninger asked, aware that the assassin's target was clearly Mushuang. I have my ways. As long as you can escape, they will not be able to harm me. Although victory was uncertain, there remained a chance for evasion. All right, I understand, Mushuang Ninger replied, recognizing that her presence would only be a burden. As they spoke, a dozen black-clad figures surged forward to attack Mushuang. She drew her flexible sword and engaged them in combat. Despite having begun her martial training at the tender age of 10, her innate talent had allowed her to master advanced swordplay within 7 years, establishing her as a top-tier expert in the realm. Though formidable, these assassins could not inflict harm upon her after several exchanges. To provide Mushuang Ninger and the others with an opportunity to flee, she gradually retreated. Only after she could no longer see Mushuang Ninger did she let out a sigh of relief. Just as she prepared to escape, she heard Mushuang Ninger's voice calling. Third sister. 2 black-clad figures had captured the trio, one holding a sword to Mushuang Ninger's throat. Her pupils constricted. In addition to the dozen or so attackers, there were hidden accomplices lurking in the shadows. She landed gracefully on the ground and declared coldly, your target is me. Let them go. Chapter 83. The foolish Mushuang, the leader of the assassins, snorted disdainfully, we may release them, provided you lay down your sword. You are correct. Our aim is indeed you. As long as you surrender without resistance, we shall not trouble them. Miss, do not concern yourself with us. You must flee, Xiaoyao urged, struggling against her captors. Mushuang Ninger opened her mouth to speak, but could not bring herself to voice her desire for Mushuang to escape first. She, too, wished to live. As Chunlan cried out, Third Miss, save us. Mushuang remained silent, lowering the sword in her hand. Observing this, 2 men in black swiftly approached and bound her. Release them, commanded the lead black-clad man, his expression darkening as he raised his sword to strike at Mu Ningen. Mushuang's pupils constricted. She yearned to struggle and rescue her, but was firmly held back by the 2 men. You all shall perish today. The anger surged within Mushuang. She had not anticipated that these assassins would possess such a complete lack of integrity. Unwilling to spare even the seemingly worthless Mu Ninger and her maid. Just as the sword was about to pierce Mu Ninger's body, Mushuang's eyes turned crimson with desperation. Feeling utterly helpless, in that moment of despair, a swift arrow pierced through the body of the black-clad man, killing him instantly. Mushuang looked up to see Pei Ci, clad in armor and mounted on a fine steed, drawing his bow aimed in her direction. Soon after, 2 more arrows flew forth, toppling the black-clad men who had captured her. allowing Mushuang to hastily break free from her restraints. She swiftly slit the throats of the three assailants, holding Mu Ning. Third sister. Mu Ning, frightened, turned pale, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Xiaoyao. Hearing Mushuang's call, Xiaoyao regained her senses and rushed to support Mu Ning. After ensuring the safety of the three, Mushuang re-engaged with the black-clad men. Unlike before, the presence of the crown prince turned the tide, and the assassins were soon subdued. However, as they were trained to die rather than be captured, none were taken alive. "Are you unscathed?" Pei Ci inquired with concern. Mushuang shook her head. "I am fine. Thank you for your timely rescue, Your Highness." The crown prince was still somewhat shaken. Had he not returned to the capital just in time, taking a shortcut to hasten his arrival, Mushuang might have faced dire consequences that day. These assassins were likely cultivated by Pei Yanhua. The first prince had secretly trained many assassins, primarily for the purpose of assassination against him, a fact the crown prince was well aware of. Pei Yanqing is known for her vendettas. Having provoked her, she will not let this go easily. In the coming days, you should avoid leaving the capital. Understood. I am grateful for the crown prince's assistance today. Mushuang had not anticipated such peril, nor the sheer number of assassins present. Pei Yanqing truly held her in high regard. Leave these assassins to the Ministry of Justice. Declare that they attacked this crown prince. The crown prince spoke solemnly. With so many assassins involved, this will surely attract the attention of the court. Even if the first prince cannot be implicated, someone must bear the blame. Your Highness. Mushuang hesitated. My legitimate sister is involved in this matter. She understood that the crown prince aimed to support her, yet despite her current desire to eliminate Mu Xishu, handing this over to the Ministry of Justice would inevitably lead to calamity for the Mu family. Accusations of attacking the crown prince were punishable by extermination of the entire family, leaving no escape for the Mu clan. Pei Ci furrowed his brow. Your legitimate sister? Moisawainge nodded, surprised by Musixu's foolishness. Pei Yanqing could never have anticipated such a turn of events. It was undoubtedly orchestrated by the crown prince. Pei Ci's gaze darkened, realizing that the intent was not only to eliminate him, but also to ensnare him in this treachery. It was common knowledge that the Mu family relied on Pei Ci, who was aligned with his faction. The assault on Mushuang and the crown prince by the Mu family would hardly be credible. In the end, it would only lead the emperor to believe that the crown prince had devised this scheme to frame the crown prince himself. If they did not attack, they would merely have to swallow their pride. The crown prince scoffed, acknowledging that upon witnessing his success, his elder brother was eager to suppress him. Truly, the crown prince was lacking in patience. What are your intentions, Your Highness? Mushuang inquired, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had it not been for the foolishness of her kin, this predicament would not have arisen. Let us cast these assassins into the crown prince's manor. It is for his own people to deal with. The crown prince's expression darkened as he replied solemnly, I shall escort you back to the capital. Very well, thank you, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Mu Xishu had already returned to the Mu household. The thought of Mushuang being beaten and humiliated, rendered incapable of further arrogance, filled her with delight. She commanded her maid to bring a reclining chair, basking in the sun while awaiting the arrival of good news. Yet just as she began to doze off, she was roused by her maid's exclamation, Miss, third miss, what brings you here? Opening her eyes, she was startled to see Mushuang and Mu Ning approaching. What are you doing back? She gasped. With a swift motion, Mushuang struck her down to the ground. Mu Xishu, have you lost your wits? Mushuang, have you gone mad? How dare you strike me? Mu Xishu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she clutched her face. Not only will I strike you, but I shall also end your life. As she spoke, Mushuang seized a nearby fruit knife, pressing it against Mu Xishu's throat. Witnessing this, Mu Xishu's face turned ashen, and she fainted from fear. What are you doing, Mushuang? Lu Shi and Mu Nan, having received word, rushed over only to be met with this shocking scene. Lu Shi cradled Mu Xishu, pleading, Shuer, wake up, please wake up. Mother, save me. Mushuang intends to kill me. Mu Xishu shouted as she regained consciousness. Outrageous. It seems the emperor's previous punishment was too lenient. Seize Mushuang and let the family law take its course. Munan Fandert. Seeing this, Mu Ning hastily intervened. Father, Do not blame third sister. It is truly second sister who has gone too far. She colluded with assassins to place both me and third sister in mortal danger. Had we not encountered the crown prince today, you would have found our lifeless bodies. The crown prince? Mushuang recoiled in shock, realizing that the two had been saved by him. Moonan furrowed his brow. What assassins? What on earth is happening? He was aware of the discord among his daughters. Yet how had it escalated to this level? Father, Mushuang and Princess Yanqing conspired to lure me to the outskirts, intending for assassins to kill me. You are speaking nonsense. The princess only intended to teach you a lesson, to give you a beating. How could that equate to killing you? Mushuang retorted without hesitation. Shuai, be silent. Lu Shi interjected, her brow furrowing in exasperation at her daughter's foolishness. Mushuang boldly declared, Father, Mother, Mushuang has offended Princess Yanqing, and the princess intends to teach her a lesson. She must endure it. Should we allow the princess to vent her anger upon our Mu family? Chapter 84. Reassignment. So you conspired with Princess Yanqing to assassinate me. Do you not realize that the crown prince has also returned to the capital today, coincidentally taking that very route? Do you believe this plot is aimed at me or the crown prince? Mushuang, witnessing her unrepentant demeanor, felt a mix of anger and amusement. Naturally, it is directed at you. What does the crown prince have to do with this? Mushuang retorted sharply. Do not cast your filth upon me. Before her words could settle, a resounding slap landed on her face. Fool! Mushuang, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, was met with the cold reality understood by Mu Nan, who had navigated the political arena for many years. While he often indulged his daughter, he would not hesitate to protect the family's interests when necessary. Father? Mushuang gazed at him, horrified by his wrath, and instinctively nestled closer to Lu Shi. Mother, save me. I was unaware of the crown prince's return to the capital. Lu Shi, recognizing that her daughter had been manipulated, pleaded, My lord. Shuai is innocent and has been used by Princess Yanqing. Please let her off this time. Innocent? Is her naivety worth risking the entire Mu family? Mushuang was genuinely furious. She and Mu Ninger had nearly lost their lives, and a simple claim of innocence would not suffice. Why has the crown prince said? Has this been reported to the Dali Temple? Mu Nan's face darkened. This was a crime that could lead to the extermination of 9 clans. A burden the Mu family could not bear. The crown prince has suppressed this matter, but he is already aware of the details. We must provide him with a satisfactory explanation, mustn't we? Mushuang observed her father, who had just threatened to discipline her, now faced with a dilemma regarding his other daughter. Munan's expression remained grim as he refrained from making an immediate decision. Father, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. Please forgive me. Mushuang was genuinely frightened. She was not a martial artist and could not withstand the family punishment. I was truly deceived by Princess Yanqing. She assured me it was merely a lesson for Mushuang. You foolish girl, how can you be so oblivious? We are aligned with the crown prince, while Princess Yanqing is close to the crown prince's elder brother. How could you associate with her? How did I end up with such a foolish daughter? Lu Shi scolded while striking her. Mushuang, witnessing this, scoffed. To think they could brush the matter aside with a few slaps was sheer folly. She hurled the dagger in her hand, which grazed Mushuang's hair and embedded itself in the column behind her. Mushuang screamed in fright. I have tolerated your previous misdeeds, but this time you seek my life, endangering the entire Mu residence. Mushuang spoke solemnly. If I do not receive a satisfactory resolution, then let my parents expel me from the Mu household. I refuse to be an unwitting victim of her schemes. Mushuang, are you threatening your parents? Do you think you are still Pei Ci's court lady? You hold no value for the Mu household now. If it were not for your mother's kindness, there would be no place for you here. Mushuang blushed, resolutely refusing to allow Mushuang to reprimand her, despite her own wrongdoing. This is outrageous. You have been spoiled beyond measure, Moonan declared sternly. Take her away, administer 10 strikes, and confine her to the ancestral hall for 3 days. She shall endure a month of solitary confinement. Father, please don't strike me. Mother, save me. Mushuang pleaded, clutching Lu's sleeve desperately. Yet, Lu remained silent, fully aware that this was the lightest punishment possible. After all, she was his most cherished daughter, Even at this juncture, he could not bear to impose a harsher penalty. Mushuang let out a light laugh and turned to leave. Was it too lenient to spare her this time? Mu bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. She had always been gentle and accommodating, but this time she felt a swell of dissatisfaction. She had nearly lost her life. Yet Mu Sishu suffered only 10 strikes, and in the Mu household, all power lay with Lu. Those 10 strikes might not even draw blood. After all, who would dare challenge those shielded by their parents? Our 2 lives pale in comparison to even a fragment of Mu Sishu's existence. Mushuang's expression grew cold. What then? What shall we do? If they are determined to protect their daughter, let their son bear the consequences instead. Do they truly believe the crown prince can be so easily swayed? Their father is utterly foolish. Indeed, the following day, upon arriving at the Hamlin Academy, Mu Hanfeng received an edict. He was appointed as the magistrate of Bailey County and was to depart immediately. Upon hearing this news, Lu fainted. Bailey County was not only remote, but also a harsh and frigid place. Once assigned there, it would be exceedingly difficult to return to the capital, and to leave at once meant years without reprieve. Lu could not bear the thought of her precious son enduring such hardship. She immediately sought out Mushuang. Shuanger, Hanfeng is your elder brother and the hope of our Mu family. You must help him. Mother, how can I influence appointments in the court? I lack such power. Mushuang replied coolly, pouring a cup of tea and placing it before her. You could appeal to the princess or the queen, Lu insisted, her composure slipping. The queen has spoken highly of you. If you intercede, she will surely listen. Mother, the inner palace does not interfere in state affairs. The queen cannot influence court matters. If the queen cannot, then there is still the crown prince. This is merely a word from the queen. Mushuang raised an eyebrow and replied solemnly. You have just angered the crown prince. Do you think you can simply ask him for favors today? Lu's face paled. I understand this is Sishu's fault. She has already been punished. If you are dissatisfied, I will have her punished until you are, but Hanfeng must not be implicated. He cannot leave the capital. It is not a matter of my satisfaction, but rather whether the crown prince is content. Mushuang sighed. I offered you an opportunity yesterday, evidently. Your actions did not please him. Lu believed that since the crown prince had concealed the matter, he would not pursue it further. Mu Sishu was merely a frail girl. They could feign punishment and move on. Little did they know it would ensnare Mu Hanfeng as well. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. I shall take Sishu to the nunnery at once. It is too late. Mushuang coldly remarked. The transfer order has been issued and will not be altered. Even if you were to kill Mu Sishu now, it would be of no avail. Lu Shi halted her steps and gazed at her. Shuanger, you cannot disregard this matter. Hanfeng is your elder brother and your future pillar of support. If he thrives, you will have confidence even when you marry into another family, will you not? Mother, I've already stated that I cannot intervene in this matter. I do not possess such capabilities. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Shi interrupted her. Can you just return to the heir's side? With the heir's presence, the crown prince will surely not pursue this issue. Our Mu family can live a better life in the capital. Lu Shi spoke urgently. Since Mushuang left the Prince Chen's residence, the father and son Mu Nen had often faced exclusion in the court. If everything could revert to how it once was, it would be splendid. That is impossible. I will not return to the Prince Chen's residence. Mushuang resolutely refused. There is no need for you to waste your breath on me. I cannot assist in this matter. Mushuang, do you wish to witness the decline of the Mu family? What benefit does that bring you? Lu Shi was somewhat exasperated by her refusal to relent. How can it be a decline? The Mu family is significantly better off than before. My elder brother's reassignment as a county magistrate is a normal appointment in the court. Many scholars are arranged this way, so why is it unacceptable for him? Mushuang replied indifferently, Mother, leaving the capital is not such a bad thing. Is it? The situation in the capital is ever-changing. Departing is the safest option. Perhaps Hanfeng's departure may even turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Very well, since you refuse to support the family. Do not seek my assistance in the future. Lu Shi flung her sleeves and departed. Upon returning to normalcy, she chanced upon her husband and son returning. She hurriedly approached and asked, How is it? Have you found a solution? I have sought assistance from everyone possible, but no one is willing to help with this task. Mu Hanfeng despondently slumped into a chair. Though he was prepared, he had not anticipated matters would unfold so swiftly. There were still several months until next spring's examination. And the heir? Did he say anything? Lu Shi seemed to grasp at the last straw of hope. We can send Mushuang back to him. The heir refuses to see us. Mu Nan's countenance darkened, regretting the leniency of his previous punishment, which had now implicated his son. What are we to do then? Lu Shi exclaimed in desperation. In the capital, she held no connections, and at this critical moment, she did not know whom to turn to for help. The transfer order has been issued. You must depart for Bailey County tomorrow without further delay, Mu Nan stated in a grave tone. My lord, how can this be? Bailey is a frigid and harsh land. Fenger will not endure it, she protested. He must endure, for there is no other option. If he does not go, he may lose even the position of a county magistrate in such a bitter place. Mu Nan replied angrily. We can only devise another plan to have him reassigned back to the capital, but he must leave tomorrow. Very well, I'll go pack my things now. Muhan Feng resigneidly acknowledged. Lu Shi glanced at her ineffectual husband and then at her departing son, ultimately pursuing after him. The following day, Muhan Feng indeed departed the capital, heading to Bailey for his new post. His departure, aside from making the Mu family feel as though the sky had fallen, stirred not a ripple in the capital. This day marked the unveiling of new products at the Ling Lang Pavilion, and the young ladies and matrons of the city were well aware that the new offerings would be diamond jewelry, arriving early at the store. Princess Yinshu, accompanied by Lunching, also made her way there, only to discover upon arrival that all the displays were empty. There were no diamond adornments, nor even the usual trinkets. What happened? Did we arrive too late, and everything has been sold? Princess Yinshu furrowed her brow, having longed for diamond jewelry for several days. She was determined to procure a piece today. Your Highness, all the jewelry has yet to be displayed, a young attendant explained. Today we have a new product launch, and the shopkeeper will first introduce each piece before allowing purchases. A product launch? Princess Yinshu inquired curiously. When does it commence? Half an hour later, Miss Mu awaited the princess and Miss Lung in one of the elegant rooms on the second floor. Ladies, please proceed upstairs. It was Mushuang. Lungxing excitedly pointed towards the upper floor. Let's go. As they ascended to the second floor, they saw Qiao Wanyan also present and immediately asked, Will you reserve a set of diamonds for this princess? Greetings, Your Highness. Qiao Wanyan was taken aback by her directness, momentarily feeling awkward. Today, the small diamonds can be purchased freely, but if the princess desires those of superior quality and larger size, bidding will be required. The highest bidder shall prevail. Why do you not show me any courtesy? Princess Yinshu replied, somewhat annoyed. It was one thing for Mushuang to say such a thing during the palace banquet, where many eyes were upon them, and she dared not promise anything. But today, in this room with only a few of them present, why was Qiao Wanyan being so unperceptive? Princess, do not trouble Wanyan. Just look at who else is here. Mushuang pointed to the opposite side of the second floor. Princess Yinshu moved closer to the window and then noticed the familiar faces sitting across from her. Crown Prince, Sister Lu, and Princess by alongside the heir of the Chenhua. Why are they all here? They are, of course, here for the diamonds. Mushuang raised an eyebrow. Would you like to join the Crown Prince over there? Certainly not. They're all paired up. What purpose would I serve there? Princess Yinshu shook her head, convinced that Sister Lu must have invited the Crown Prince along. Diamonds were objects of desire for women, and the Crown Prince could hardly be interested. Not just the Crown Prince. The first prince is here as well. Mushuang whispered into her ear. The first brother? Princess Yinshu quickly turned her head to look, but saw no one. Mushuang pointed toward the room with closed windows. Who did he come with? Princess Yinshu asked, her curiosity piqued. He came alone. What? This revelation deepened Princess Yinshu's confusion. Why were so many people gathered? She understood that diamonds were popular, but she hadn't anticipated such a turnout, with both the Crown Prince and the first brother present. Mushuang urged Princess Yinshu to sit, explaining that the diamonds were a joint venture between Wanyan and the Crown Prince, and the first prince was likely there to gather information. The Crown Prince has a stake in these diamonds? Princess Yinshu, with her naive thoughts, was oblivious to the fact that the Empress had not disclosed this matter to her, leaving her puzzled. Indeed, the prince has taken the lion's share of the profits, so the princess should refrain from causing any disruptions. Am I causing any trouble? Princess Yinshu furrowed her brows. I merely wish to purchase diamond jewelry. Where is the disruption in that? I misspoke, Mushuang gently reassured her. However, the bidding for the diamonds was predetermined and cannot be altered. Had I known it was your elder brothers, I would not have contended with these others. Princess Yinshu immediately grasped her meaning. Even the small diamonds were quite appealing. The princess, with her beauty, would look splendid in anything. Qiao Wanyin chimed in. I have prepared some delicacies in advance. The princess can enjoy them while she watches. Are they pastries? Princess Yinshu and Lung Qing's eyes brightened simultaneously. They had not had any treats during the month that Mushuang had not accompanied them to the palace. Yes, I made them all by hand. The princess is sure to enjoy them. Qiao Wanyin waved her hand, prompting the servants to swiftly bring forth the food. Upon seeing the abundance of pastries, Princess Yinshu and Lung Qing forgot all about the diamond bidding. Princess Yinshu immediately picked up a cream puff and savored its soft, sweet texture, which brought her instant satisfaction. Miss Qiao, with such exceptional culinary skills, you should open a dessert shop. It would be a pity to confine yourself to making jewelry. Princess Yinshu lamented. The princess is astute. I do have such plans. Once the jewelry shop stabilizes, I shall open a dessert shop, and I hope the princess and Miss Lung will come to support me. Certainly, we shall be there every day. Lung Qing exclaimed with excitement. Thus, whenever they craved pastries, they could simply visit the shop to purchase them. The shopkeeper, young Master Ji, has arrived, a young attendant reported. Qiao Wanyin nodded. Very well. The princess and Miss Lung may watch from here. I shall attend to my duties. All right, go ahead. Princess Yinshu waved her hand dismissively. Qiao Wanyin glanced at Mushuang, nodded, and then departed. As Pei Ci took his seat beside Mushuang, he couldn't help but notice her. It had been over a month since their last meeting, and she seemed to have changed. His gaze lingered on her with a sense of nostalgia. He had never imagined a day would come when he would wish to see her yet could not. Bai Moran was conversing quietly with Lu Yiqiu when she raised her eyes and saw him gazing sorrowfully at the scene before him. Her smile instantly froze. Princess Yinshu has also arrived. Should we invite her over? Upon hearing her words, Lu Yiqiu looked up, noting that, logically, Princess Yinshu should have taken the initiative to greet them, especially since the prince was present. Yet, she did not approach. Lu Yiqiu glanced at the prince, who was focused on his tea, and replied indifferently, No need. Let her enjoy herself. Yes, Lu Yiqiu observed the prince cautiously, uncertain whether he was pleased or displeased with today's gathering. The diamonds were meant for him, so he ought to be satisfied with the invitation to attend. However, since arriving at this splendid hall, his gaze had grown somber, and he remained silent, seemingly uncontent. Bai Moran directed her gaze toward the three cheerful figures across the room. Forcing a smile, Young master, shall we invite Miss Mu to join us? Sensing the discontent in her tone, Pei Ci retracted his gaze and replied, No need. It would not be appropriate for her to be here. All are familiar faces. There is no need for propriety. Bai Moran implied with subtlety. Indeed, it is inappropriate. Before Pei Ci could utter a word, the crown prince suddenly spoke. Bai Moran's expression stiffened, as she was so preoccupied with her whims that she momentarily forgot the presence of the crown prince. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward until the rhythmic sound of gongs resonated. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Lin Lang Pavilion. Today marks the unveiling of our diamond jewelry collection. We have designed a variety of exquisite and dazzling pieces for your selection. We shall present each piece in turn. Given the rarity and preciousness of diamonds, some pieces are singular in existence. To ensure your satisfaction, we will conduct an auction, and the highest bidder shall prevail. Standing at the center of the first floor, Qiao Wanyin introduced the rules. Shopkeeper, we have waited long enough. Let's dispense with the theatrics and bring forth the jewelry, exclaimed a rotund gentleman clad in luxurious garments, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qiao Wanyin recognized him as the proprietor of the Wubao Pavilion, a jewelry establishment second only to the Kaifeng building in the capital. She was surprised to see him in attendance. Surveying the room, Qiao Wanyin noticed numerous owners of jewelry shops present today, a testament to the anxiety the arrival of diamonds had instigated among them. With a slight smile, she addressed the crowd. I sincerely apologize for the wait. Good things are worth your patience. Today, we shall present 10 unique styles, each available in a single piece. Now, please bear witness to our first diamond creation, a diamond necklace. As her words concluded, a lady clad in white gracefully ascended the round platform, adorned with a necklace unlike any they had ever seen. She circled the platform, showcasing the necklace. It was a splendid creation composed of sheep-fat jade beads and diamonds, intricately layered to enhance its three-dimensional allure. The gentle warmth of the jade harmonized beautifully with the brilliance of the diamonds, exuding a touch of heroic elegance. This necklace, named Dazzling Youth, symbolizes everlasting beauty. It features 24 diamonds and offers 10 distinct ways to wear it. As she spoke, Qiao Wanyan stepped forward to demonstrate, changing the way the necklace was worn. The diamond, which had previously stood prominently, now cascaded down, softening the overall appearance of the piece. Remarkably, the same necklace evoked different emotions. Before Qiao Wanyan could showcase any additional styles, a woman in the audience called out, "How much for this necklace?" "I must have it." "What do you mean you must have it?" "I have taken a liking to this necklace. It is mine by right. I too am determined to possess it." A commotion began to stir amongst the crowd. Indeed, it was exceptional. On the second floor, Ji Wuyo observed with deep-set eyes. This necklace could be deemed a treasure, and it was unlikely that anyone would wish to miss out on it. As the clamor grew, Qiao Wanyan quickly interjected, "Ladies, there is no need for contention. The highest bid shall secure the piece. The opening bid is set at 200 taels. The necklace, priced at 200 taels, is undeniably expensive. However, today's attendees are primarily nobility, capable of affording such luxury. The first to voice an offer is the lady who was initially captivated by the necklace, 200 taels. Beside her, another woman scoffs, declaring, "I offer 250 taels, 300 taels, 350 taels." As their bidding escalates, a gentle voice from a second floor interjects, 500 taels. The crowd looks up to see Pei Yanqing smiling down, softly stating, "I too am quite fond of this necklace." The two women, clearly recognizing her, nod slightly in acknowledgement. Realizing the princess has an interest, one lady graciously withdraws, conceding that such a dazzling adornment is better suited for royalty. "Thank you, Miss Li," she remarks, though the other lady, still reluctant, refrains from continuing the bidding, unwilling to offend Pei Yanqing. How lacking in resolve these people are, so easily giving up. Princess Yinshu scoffs, disdainfully regarding the two ladies. That's why I advised the princess not to bid. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare compete. What can one do in the face of power? Few can stand their ground. Mushuang replies helplessly. Chapter 87. The ring representing love. How utterly uninteresting, Princess Yinshu remarks, biting into a biscuit and shaking her head. Qiao Wanyan shares her sentiment. The 500 taels far exceeded her expectations. As the silence stretches, she sighs, preparing to speak, only to be interrupted by a familiar voice. "I bid 800 taels." Qiao Wanyan snaps her gaze to the left side of the second floor, where Ji Wuyong leans against the window, a triumphant brow raised in her direction. The sudden jump from 500 to 800 taels astonishes the crowd. Ji Wuyong, seemingly unfazed by the audacity of his bid, addresses Pei Yanqing, "Princess, my younger sister also desires this necklace. Since the rule is that the highest bidder wins, I trust the county princess will not mind my offer." "Of course not. Anyone wishing to bid may do so," Pei Yanqing replies softly. "I bid 900 taels. 1,000 taels, Ji Wuyong continues, raising the stakes. 1,000 taels for a necklace is indeed a high price. While the diamond and jade are exquisite, they hardly warrant such an amount. Others may admire the piece, but none dare to bid further." Pei Yanqing's expression darkens. 1,000 taels is within her means, yet Ji Wuyong's demeanor suggests he is determined to win. In the capital, who possesses more silver than Ji Wuyong? Competing against him would be futile. She glances at her brother, Pei Yanhua, who gently shakes his head. Acknowledging this, Pei Yanqing concedes and refrains from further bidding. Ultimately, Ji Wuyong secures the necklace, dubbed Diamond Blossom, for 1,000 taels. This price aligns with Qiao Wanyan's expectations, and she looks at Ji Wuyong with gratitude, understanding that his bid was to assist her while also reaffirming the integrity of the auction's rules. With the first piece successfully sold at a high price, the subsequent items are likely to follow suit. The owners of the other jewelry shops regard Ji Wuyang's actions with confusion. It is evident to all that the Linlang Pavilion has surpassed the Jinbao Pavilion. And should this diamond continue to captivate the capital, it will soon overshadow the Kaifeng building. Their presence here today is merely to gauge the situation. While they're not here to cause disruption, no one would be willing to spend their silver on the jewelry of Linlang Pavilion. Logically, Ji Wuyo should not behave in this manner, yet he has just been seen assisting Linlang Pavilion. The crowd is somewhat perplexed by his intentions. Not only are others confused, but Ji Wuyo himself is at a loss. He merely wishes to witness the performance. However, upon observing her auction faltering, he cannot help but feel compelled to lend her a hand. Such a brilliant business endeavor should not be stifled by the weight of power. Nevertheless, he will only assist her this once. The rest must depend on her own capabilities. With the successful commencement of the diamond auction, the subsequent pieces of jewelry are being sold with great ease, each fetching prices exceeding 1,000 taels. The Crown Prince acquires 2 pieces, while Pei Ci secures 1. Congratulations to the esteemed guests who have won the aforementioned 9 items. Each is a unique treasure that Linlang Pavilion shall never replicate, rendering yours the only one of its kind. Hearing this, the bidders who have won the pieces are filled with delight. Such singularity renders the price incalculable. Xiao Wanyan continues, stating that the final piece is not unique. Anyone desiring to purchase it may do so without the need for bidding. As her words conclude, a man and a woman step forward, revealing their hands to showcase the rings they hold. This pair of rings has been specially designed for couples and lovers. Diamonds are forever, a single stone enduring through time. The durability of diamonds symbolizes the eternity of love. Our ring finger has a nerve that directly connects to the heart, and wearing a ring on this finger signifies the everlasting bond between 2 hearts, embodying love and commitment. A ring on the ring finger also indicates that one has a family or a beloved in their heart. Upon hearing these words, nearly all the women are stirred. Each woman, especially the unmarried young ladies, harboring dreams of love. Excuse me, esteemed shopkeeper, how can one purchase this ring if it is not being auctioned? A young man, holding the hand of a beautiful woman beside him, inquires. Since it represents love, it is meant to be a symbol of unwavering fidelity. Anyone may purchase it, but one is only permitted to buy a single ring in a lifetime, to be given to their one true love. Xiao Wanyan conveys the modern understanding of rings to the audience. Anyone wishing to buy this ring must provide their identity information to prevent the purchase of a second. What kind of business is this, allowing only one ring in a lifetime? It is simply ridiculous, scoffs the shopkeeper of Wubao Pavilion. In business, the more the merrier. If customers wish to buy more, then one should provide more. To deny customers the opportunity to purchase is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Upon hearing this rule, Ji Wuyo's eyes light up. How astute! What appears to be an unreasonable rule is, in fact, a masterful grasp of the female psyche. Surely, there is not a single woman who does not wish to possess this one-of-a-kind ring, to validate a man's loyalty. Many would likely insist that their husbands procure this ring. He can already foresee the immense impact this ring will generate. A seemingly ordinary ring, once imbued with different meanings, can transcend into an invaluable treasure. Xiao Wanyan adeptly grasped this nuance, amplifying the significance of the ring. It was merely a ring. The guests were not fools to be easily swayed by her mere words. Ning Feng voiced his dissent, asserting that he would never purchase such a thing. Naturally, it was not of interest to men. Ji Wuyo chuckled softly, noting that what men desire is often a multitude of affections, rather than binding their hearts to a single person. For them, this ring symbolizes restraint. Yet for women, the sentiment is entirely the opposite. In the future, when one has a beloved, one will come to realize that the decision to purchase is not dictated by oneself, but rather by one's wife. Should she feel that not buying signifies a lack of love or a reluctance to marry, would one still hesitate to buy? Ning Feng was momentarily taken aback. Although he believed the ring to represent little, if the woman he adored wished for it, he would undoubtedly purchase it. The outcome was clear. This jewelry was intended for women, rendering men's thoughts inconsequential. Ji Wuyo, observing the eager expressions of the women, recognized the cleverness of Qiao Wanyan's strategy. The guests present, wishing to make a purchase, were instructed to inform the attendants to register their identities before proceeding. Qiao Wanyan announced loudly that there were many more accessories, all newly released styles from the Linlang Pavilion, which would be showcased, and if any caught their fancy, they could purchase them at the listed prices. With that, she clapped her hands twice. Soon, women began to step forward, one after another, showcasing the accessories adorning them. Chapter 88. Two exceptional women displaying the jewelry upon oneself is far more captivating than having it merely laid in a box. This collection featured not only diamonds and plush flowers, but also gold ornaments, all in styles previously unseen by the crowd. Princess Yunshu leaned against the windowsill, conversing with her personal maid about her preferred styles, instructing her to procure them. The jewelry from Linlang Pavilion indeed surpassed that of the Kaifeng Tower in novelty. As the latter had grown tiresome, Mushuang informed Miss Qiao that any new style should be sent directly to the Yunla Palace in the future. Yes, Mushuang nodded in agreement, gazing at Qiao Wanyan with appreciation. From this day forth, Linlang Pavilion had firmly established its presence in the capital. Sister, that ring is truly exquisite. Since you and the heir are soon to be wed, why not purchase a pair? Lu Ichio suddenly interjected. Bai Moran glanced at Pei Ci and gently remarked, I understand the heir's intentions. There is no need for a ring to validate them. A ring may not signify much. However, if one can only buy one in a lifetime, it should rightfully belong to the elder sister. What think you, heir? Everyone was aware that Pei Ci held affections for another. Lu Ichio's words were a clear indication of her support for Bai Moran. If Pei Ci refrained from purchasing, it would imply his desire to buy for another. And with the legitimate wife present, he ought to make some show of acknowledgement. If the princess desires it, then let it be purchased. With that, Pei Ci turned and exited. In a brief moment, he returned with the ring. Here it is, heir. Pei Ci accepted the ring, opened it, and gazed at the pair of sparkling diamonds, his heart tightening suddenly. Instinctively, he lifted his head to look across the room. At that moment, Mushuang was engrossed in conversation with Princess Yunshu, her attention diverted from him. This ring is indeed exquisite. Thank you, young master. Bai Moran's voice pulled him back to reality. He forced a smile, took the ring, and placed it on her finger. As long as you like it. Bai Moran blushed shyly. Then I shall also adorn you, young master. Mushuang looked up and witnessed the scene of the two exchanging rings. A sense of relief washed over her. She no longer felt the same sorrow as before. They were, after all, a perfect match, the golden boy and the jade girl. Mushuang, let us go downstairs to choose some jewelry, Lung Qing said, pulling her away from the room. Yet, the faint glimmer of desolation in her eyes did not escape the prince's notice. The prince tightened his grip on the teacup, casting a glance at the affectionate, engaged couple. In a cold voice, he remarked, in public, one must observe decorum. Bai Moran's expression stiffened. She was merely placing a ring on her future husband's finger. How could that be deemed inappropriate? If this were to spread, what would become of her reputation? Your Highness, they are soon to be wed, and between spouses. Such acts do not constitute a breach of decorum, Lu Ichio quickly interjected. However, since they are not yet married, they should still be mindful, the prince replied. Your Highness speaks truly. We shall be more cautious in the future. Pei Ci nodded in agreement, seemingly endorsing the prince's words. Bai Moran, who had just felt joy from receiving the ring, instantly paled, her body trembling slightly. Just then, a sharp knock broke the awkward atmosphere in the room. Concubine, Miss Lu, these are gifts sent by the Crown Prince, a guard announced, holding two brocade boxes aloft. Without opening them, everyone could surmise their contents. One contained the diamond crown recently acquired by the Crown Prince, and the other was a small box identical to the one holding Bai Moran's ring. The guard continued. His Highness says that in his heart, no one is more suited to wear these jewels than the Mississippi Lu Ichio instinctively glanced at the prince, who maintained a neutral expression, as if the matter bore no significance to him. Disappointment flickered in Lu Yiqiu's eyes. "Tell the crown prince that I shall not accept this gift." "Miss, the crown prince insists that this gift must be given to you. If you refuse, you may dispose of it, but it cannot be returned," the guard said, trembling with trepidation. "If you persist in your refusal, then you may have me executed." Lu Yiqiu was taken aback by the crown prince's relentless pressure, unsure of how to proceed. She looked to Pei Ci for assistance. "Your Highness, this is a gift from my elder brother to the miss. I cannot make decisions on her behalf." Pei Ci rose, stating, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." "Your Highness." Lu Yiqiu watched helplessly as the prince departed, her heart simmering with frustration. "You may leave the items behind." "Very well." In the carriage returning home, Lu Yiqiu's anger grew with each passing moment, and she could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. "Sister, what do you think the prince means by this? Is he pushing me towards the crown prince?" Bai Mo remained silent, equally perplexed by the prince's intentions. It stands to reason that the actions of the crown prince should have incited a sense of urgency within the first prince. Even if he does not hold a profound affection for Lu Yiqiu, the demonstration of power by the first prince should have compelled him to respond. For a man's pride cannot allow him to appear submissive. Yet, in reality, he yielded unexpectedly, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of Lu Yiqiu choosing the first prince instead. "My intentions are undeniably straightforward. Both the empress and my grandmother share this sentiment. However, the crown prince continues to procrastinate." "Sister, do you believe the crown prince harbors ulterior motives?" Although Lu Yiqiu posed the question, she was acutely aware that the crown prince indeed must have other considerations. If not, she would have long since been betrothed to him. The crown prince, a favored son of heaven, possesses a certain pride. Perhaps he does not wish others to perceive that his status was conferred through the Prince of Pingbei. Bai Muron gently reassured her, noting that the crown prince's nature is inherently aloof, and he has shown no particular favor towards other young ladies, indicating that he does not harbor affections elsewhere. As long as his heart is unoccupied, all matters could be negotiated. With a sigh, she reflected that the path she chose might be more arduous. Although Mushuang has departed from the residence of the Chun prince, Pei Ci will forever hold a place for her in his heart. Today, at the Linlang Pavilion, Pei Ci devoted more attention to her than to himself. Were it not for the Empress Dowager's failing health, he would not have sought her hand so hastily. Yet, soon you shall be the young lady of the heir. The heir merely struggles to forget Mushuang, and with time, he will inevitably move on. I wonder how long I shall have to wait. Lu Yiqiu anxiously twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, her heart unsettled. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Muron grasped her hand and said, "When spring arrives, the Prince of Pingbei will return to the capital. You should have him intercede on your behalf. The crown prince will undoubtedly acquiesce. Yet, I fear father may not consent." The thought of her nominal father sent a shiver through Lu Yiqiu's heart. His character is forthright, his temper unyielding, and having spent years on the battlefield, he exudes an air of ruthlessness. Lu Yiqiu, having spent most of her life in the capital, has had little interaction with him, and each encounter fills her with trepidation. 2 years ago, her grandmother broached this subject with him, but he asserted that love between men and women is a matter of fate. If the crown prince and I are truly aligned in our feelings, this union will naturally come to pass. If not, it cannot be forced. Chapter 89. Being remembered upon hearing her words, Bai Muron furrowed her brow, realizing that they indeed reflected the sentiments of the Prince of Pingbei. Perhaps it is precisely due to his integrity that the crown prince has yet to take decisive action. He understands that regardless of whom you marry, it would unlikely sway the Prince of Pingbei's decisions. The Prince of Pingbei would not compromise his principles for the sake of familial ties or personal gain. It is important to acknowledge that he is a man who dares to admonish the emperor, and in his heart, only the welfare of the people and righteousness reside. Lu Yiqiu's complexion turned pale. Even if her father does not take a definitive stance, the ministers in court, particularly the military officials, will certainly align themselves. Moreover, the common folk hold her father in high esteem. Aligning with the Prince of Pingbei would yield nothing but benefits. Why would he object? Furthermore, the Prince of Pingbei has only her as a princess, Even if her connection with her father is not particularly close, he would still support his own. Should there come a day when a choice must be made, her presence would undoubtedly amplify the crown prince's chances of success. She simply could not fathom what the crown prince was waiting for. His actions were indeed perplexing. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation seemed to be that he harbored affections for another, wishing to wed someone else. Bai Moran shook her head, pondering aloud. But we have grown up alongside the crown prince, and I have never noticed him displaying particular regard for any woman. He cannot possibly be in love. Lu Ichio firmly countered. She had been vigilant, ensuring that no one could entice the crown prince, and in truth, he had afforded no one the opportunity. He treated all the young ladies of the capital with the utmost courtesy. Recently, she had observed the crown prince's demeanor toward Cui Mei, finding nothing distinct. Moreover, Cui Mei seemed intentionally aloof from him. Do not dwell on this any longer. Regardless of the crown prince's thoughts, since you are resolute in your desire to marry him, cast aside your doubts, Bai Moran asserted with conviction. The empress will counsel him, and your task is to persuade your grandaunt to visit the empress and finalize the engagement. Even your father cannot defy your grandaunt. They were the most radiant women in the capital, endowed with both talent and beauty, deserving of marrying the men they cherished. What they desired would inevitably come to pass. Lu Ichio lowered her gaze. She had always wished for this, yet feared the crown prince's displeasure, which held her back. She possessed her own pride, aspiring for the crown prince to seek her hand out of genuine affection. Recalling his previous rejection and his recent attempt to push her towards the eldest prince, she felt an urgency to act. As Bai Moran had stated, the position of crown princess was destined to be hers. With the emergence of diamonds, Linlang Pavilion had completely eclipsed Junbao Pavilion, becoming as renowned as Kai Feng Pavilion in the realm of jewelry. Other shops, unable to procure diamonds, could not replicate such exquisite designs and could only watch as Linlang Pavilion prospered immensely. The first to be unable to bear this was the eldest prince. Diamonds had become akin to gold and silver, and with the crown prince in possession of a veritable mountain of diamonds, how could the eldest prince not feel envious? On this day, in the imperial study, the emperor was troubled by the disasters plaguing the southern regions. In a fit of anger, he cast the memorial to the ground. Consider this band of incompetent fools. They cannot accomplish anything and only clamor for silver. Since the flooding began, how much silver have I already allocated? I might as well empty the treasury for them. Father, please temper your anger. The recent disaster in the south has been severe. Though the floods have receded, homes have collapsed, and the people are displaced. Naturally, rebuilding requires funds. Pei Yanhua carefully picked up the memorial and placed it gently upon the dragon table. Now that the treasury is nearly depleted, how can we possibly furnish such a sum? The emperor's brow furrowed. Those court officials and noble families, whenever I mention disaster relief, they cry poverty. I cannot conjure silver out of thin air. Indeed, the officials were in a difficult position, and without a leader among them, they were reluctant to willingly part with their resources. Pei Yanhua sighed, lamenting his own inadequacy in leading the officials to alleviate his father's burdens. Do not blame yourself. If anyone should take the lead, it ought to be the crown prince. This matter should be handled by him. The emperor spoke solemnly. As the heir apparent, the crown prince naturally ought to step forward. Yet this disaster relief was no trifling sum, and the crown prince must be feeling the weight of this responsibility, which is likely why he has delayed his actions. In the court, who possesses greater wealth than he? A mountain of diamonds is worth a mountain of gold. It is said that the Linlang Pavilion earns gold by the day. Surely, much of that wealth has made its way to the Eastern Palace. The emperor's countenance darkened. A wild mountain suddenly transformed into a mountain of gold. Who would not be wary? The crown prince holds such vast riches, yet does not bring them forth. What purpose does he serve? Is he to raise an army, or buy off courtiers? Pei Yanhua lowered his gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. To speak too much might seem contrived. Just as he reveled in outmaneuvering the crown prince, he heard the eunuch announce from outside. The crown prince requests an audience. Let him enter, the emperor commanded in a low tone. The crown prince strode into the grand hall, greeted by the smiling Pei Yanhua and the brooding emperor. I pay my respects to father. Your timing is impeccable. The southern disaster is severe. What do you think should be done, Crown Prince? Naturally, we must allocate funds for disaster relief. And from when shall these funds be sourced? I have come to alleviate father's concerns. The Crown Prince called out to those outside, "Bring them in." Soon, soldiers entered, carrying box after box of gold ingots, 10 boxes in total. "Father, I am willing to donate 5,000 taels of gold to aid in the southern disaster relief." Pei Yinhua's pupils dilated in shock. Truly, diamonds are more valuable than mountains of gold. In just 10 days, the Crown Prince had amassed such wealth. The Emperor, initially pleased with the Crown Prince's initiative, felt a pang of unease upon hearing this declaration. "Dear brother, while diamonds may be in vogue in the capital, how could one acquire such profits in merely 10 days? Do you truly believe it is akin to a gold mine?" Pei Ci bowed toward the Emperor. "Father, the 50,000 taels of gold, aside from the profits from diamonds, largely stems from the savings of the Eastern Palace, as well as contributions from Fengyi Palace and Yunla Palace. As a member of the royal family, one must care for the commoners. My mother and I are willing to offer all our savings to ease your burdens." "Well done, Crown Prince. You are indeed commendable. And the Empress is equally worthy of her position as the foremost consort." The Emperor stepped forward to support the Crown Prince, saying, "You have done well. You have truly relieved my worries. With you and the Empress setting an example, I believe the courtiers will no longer dare to refuse." The Emperor understood that such a substantial amount of silver likely constituted the private reserves of the Eastern Palace and Fengyi Palace. Chapter 90. Where you have no say, Father. You overpraise me. I can only offer my modest assistance. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow. Given the current emptiness of the national treasury, he resolved to submit the Diamond Mountain located in the outskirts to the Emperor. Though it is but a drop in the bucket, it is. Before he could finish, the Emperor interrupted. "That Diamond Mountain belongs to you. Keep it for yourself. No need to submit it to the court. After all, the diamonds are valuable only because the Linlang Pavilion has fashioned them into jewelry. They're not true mountains of gold and silver, and would serve no purpose in the treasury." The Emperor's brow relaxed, filled with contentment. "Thus, I shall heed my father's wishes. However, half of the profits from the diamonds must be contributed to the national treasury. As a son, I find little use for such vast wealth. The Crown Prince's dedication to the nation and its people brings me great comfort." The Emperor laughed heartily, patting Pei Ci on the shoulder. Witnessing this, Pei Yanqing promptly knelt down, declaring, "As the elder brother, I too shall not be outdone in benevolence. I am willing to donate 1,000 taels of gold." "Excellent. Truly excellent. I am fortunate to have both of you as my sons." The Emperor rejoiced, lavishing praise upon them. "Crown Prince, you shall be responsible for collecting donations from the court officials. Ensure it is completed within 5 days." "Understood." The Crown Prince lowered his gaze, feeling burdened by this ungrateful task that his father always entrusted him with. Upon exiting the imperial study, the eldest prince wore a grim expression. He had intended to use this opportunity to instill fear in the Emperor regarding Pei Ci, aiming to bring the income from Diamond Mountain into the court. To his surprise, Pei Ci had been prepared, preemptively securing his position, making it difficult for their father to claim the Diamond Mountain. The Crown Prince is truly willing to sacrifice? The profits from the diamonds are so substantial, yet he is generous enough to allocate half to the treasury. That wealth rightfully belongs to the common folk. Contributing it to the treasury ultimately serves them. So what is there to lament? "What do you mean, elder brother?" The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a smirk. Pei Yinhua scoffed. "This time, you are fortunate." The Crown Prince stepped closer, whispering in his ear, "I am the destined heir of the Eastern Palace. Fortune shall naturally favor me." With that, he forcefully bumped into him and strode away. Pei Yinhua clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. "The Eastern Palace heir, let us see how long you can maintain that position." In the Yunla Palace's study, the Empress instructed Tian Heir to accompany Princess Yin Shu in her studies. However, due to Tian Heir's tender age and lack of prior learning, she felt as if she were deciphering an ancient script. Nevertheless, she listened with utmost diligence. After lunch, Tian Heir expressed her desire to visit the flower garden at the back to see if the flowers had bloomed. Mushuang accompanied her. During her time at Yunla Palace, with no worries about food or labor, Tian Heir's complexion had noticeably improved. If you do not understand what the teacher teaches, do not fret. You may take your time to learn, Mushuang reassured her, adding that the Empress mentioned she would find a dedicated teacher for her once princess Yin Shu ceased her studies. In truth, other princesses typically receive their initial education at the Guozijian before coming of age. However, the Empress feared that Tian Heir might face bullying there, which is why she remained at Yunla Palace. Sister Mu need not worry. I shall simply strive a little harder, Tian Heir smiled at her. I'm truly happy to be able to attend class alongside Sister Yin Shu and all of you, even if she understood nothing. Just sitting there with them in the study filled her with contentment. Sister Mu, thank you. Tian Heir had once believed her life would be spent enduring the torment from Pei Ci, never daring to hope for the day she would reclaim her identity as a princess. In this palace, no one cared for her life or death, and no one would come to her aid. Yet, Mushuang's appearance changed everything. She risked her own life to save her, restoring her status as a princess. She is her lifelong benefactor. Do not dwell on the past. Those days are behind us. You may now grow up in peace. Mushuang gazed at her with compassion, for she could finally see a glimmer of hope in Tian's eyes, no longer filled with despair. Who allowed you to come here? A sharp voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. At the sound of it, Tian instinctively crouched down, shielding her head. Mushuang turned to face Pei Ci, adorned in exquisite pink attire, and bowed, addressing her as Your Highness. Pei Ci snorted coldly, casting a scornful glance at Tian. My sister is indeed better suited to remain in the cold palace. What? Do you miss the days of servitude? Such a fate for a servant. At this moment, Tian regained her composure and rose to meet Pei Ci's gaze. This flower garden was planted by the Emperor's order, and naturally, anyone may come to admire it. How bold of you to speak back. Pei Ci's delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. Do not presume that, having regained your status as a princess, you can stand on equal footing with me. Such delusions. I am the Emperor's most cherished daughter, while you are merely the child of a disgraced concubine. The Emperor's kindness bestowed upon you the title of princess, but in truth, you remain akin to those servants. Remember your place. My mother is not a disgraced concubine. Tianevi taught it filmly. What did you say? Pei Ci's expression turned icy as she glared at her. Your Highness, please do not be angered. The 11th princess is still young and unaware of past matters. Mushuang interjected, remaining kneeling before Pei Ci. Despite her disdain for Pei Ci, she understood that in this secluded moment, should conflict arise, it would only lead to their own suffering. This is not a place for you to speak. Slap her. Pei Ci seemed to have found her outlet for frustration. Her two maids immediately advanced to restrain Mushuang. Do not hit my sister. Tian rushed to shield her, but her frail form was of no consequence, and she was easily pulled aside by Pei Ci. Mushuang, are you not formidable? With your exceptional martial prowess, why do you not strike back? Go on, hit this princess. Mushuang clenched her fists, turning her head away. She recognized that Pei Ci was deliberately provoking her. Any retaliatory action on her part would provide Pei Ci with a legitimate reason to punish her, potentially leading to her demise. It seems she lacked the fortitude Pei Ci had anticipated. It appears you are not as spirited as I presumed. Pei Ci scoffed, addressing the matron beside her. Slap her. A stout matron with a wide back and prominent features approached. She raised her arm, seemingly exerting tremendous effort. One could only imagine the force behind the impending slap, likely resulting in dizziness and ringing in the ears. Mushuang closed her eyes, bracing herself against the weight of imperial oppression. Even in her helplessness, she could only endure. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she heard the matron's anguished wail. Chapter 91. Heartfelt stirring as she slowly opened her eyes. She was met with the sight of a yellow brocade robe adorned with embroidered serpents. The broad chest before her evoked a sense of reliance. Upon seeing him, Mushuang felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Release her, Pei Ci commanded coldly. Initially, the two palace maids who had seized Mushuang were so frightened that they hastily released her and knelt on the ground, pleading for the crown prince's forgiveness. "Your Highness, Mushuang has overstepped her bounds and dared to speak disrespectfully. Am I not entitled to discipline her?" Pei Ci, after a moment of panic upon his arrival, quickly regained his composure. "Mushuang is a companion to Yun Shu. If she is heired, you may inform Yun Shu, who will not show favoritism." The crown prince turned, firmly shielding Mushuang behind him. "Moreover, she is the daughter of a minister, not a mere palace maid or eunuch. Is it truly appropriate for you to administer punishment on your own accord?" It was indeed Mushuang's audacity that prompted this reprimand. It could hardly be deemed an act of personal vengeance. A flicker of guilt crossed Pei Ci's eyes. The Mu family held a position too lowly, and she instinctively failed to regard Mushuang as a minister's daughter, nearly allowing the crown prince to seize upon a weakness. "Sister Mu has treated you with utmost respect, devoid of any disrespect. It is clear that you are the one seeking to cause us trouble," heir retorted, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Am I the one troubling you?" Pei Ci scoffed coldly. "Your mother is responsible for the death of my royal brother, a grievous sin. She was indeed a guilty consort, yet you dare claim otherwise? Who has incited you to speak thus?" With a pointed glance at Mushuang, the implication was unmistakable. She sought to accuse Mushuang of inciting the princess. However, heir denied her the opportunity. "No one has taught me to speak this way. I believe my mother is not that kind of person. Yanqing, the matter concerning consort may has long since passed. The 11th princess has endured suffering for many years. Our father has decreed that this matter should not be mentioned again, and the Guifei has concurred. Are you thus dissatisfied with our father's decision?" Pei Ci's icy voice cut through the tension. "Your Highness, I dare not." Pei Ci lowered her gaze. "Since there is no such intention, let today's incident be forgotten. Otherwise, both old and new grievances will resurface, and it may not bode well for anyone." Detecting the veiled threat in the crown prince's words, Pei Ci's expression stiffened as she realized she had missed the opportunity to punish them. "I take my leave," she declared, departing the flower garden with her entourage in tow. "Thank you, Your Highness," Mushuang mused, feeling that the palace had been particularly antagonistic towards her. Since her entry as a companion reader, she had known no peace. "I've been keeping an eye on you. In the future, do not leave Yunlu Palace without reason." The crown prince noticed her swollen wrist and furrowed his brow. "What a coincidence that you should be here." "I happened to pass by," he replied. "Indeed, it is quite fortuitous." Mushuang was no fool. The flower garden rarely saw visitors. Pei Ci was aware that they had intentionally sought trouble, and the crown prince's appearance could hardly be mere chance. Surely, he had come to her aid in her time of need. She raised her gaze to find beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Considering this, her heart softened. She retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom and offered it to him. The crown prince paused for a moment. Then his heart swelled with joy as he quickly accepted the handkerchief. Yet, instead of using it to wipe his brow, he carefully tucked it into his own garment. Mushuang's cheeks flushed with a hint of annoyance as she remarked, "That is intended for you to wipe your sweat." "I am aware," he replied. As Mushuang lifted her gaze, her eyes met his, and in his gaze, she perceived a glimmer akin to starlight, reflecting only herself. It was so pure and beautiful, devoid of any impurities. Her heart could not help but beat violently. Realizing her own abnormality, she hastily averted her gaze, thinking to herself that she ought to return to Yunla Palace. Watching her retreating figure, pulling along Tian'er in a flurry, Pei Ci felt a surge of sweetness within. The look in her eyes towards him had finally transformed from an expression of calm indifference. He placed his hand over his chest, feeling the warmth of the handkerchief, and found his entire being enveloped in a comforting warmth. "Your Highness, what has transpired?" Jifeng hurriedly approached with the imperial guards. "Nothing, just admiring the flowers." The crown prince replied, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Jifeng was utterly bewildered. His prince had been engrossed in official documents, and a minor eunuch had inexplicably delivered some news, prompting an immediate rush here. The speed was so swift that he could not keep up. Observing the crown prince's demeanor, it seemed to be of great importance. Yet how could it be merely flower gazing? Moreover, the crown prince was in exceptionally high spirits, as if under a spell. Meanwhile, Upon returning to Yunla Palace, Tiana remained sullen. She hid in a corner, wanting to speak to Mushuang, but hesitated repeatedly. Once the lesson with the teacher concluded, Mushuang did not hurry to leave the palace. Instead, she made her way to Tiana's chamber to inquire about her distress. Tiana bit her lip, remaining silent for a moment before stating, "My mother is truly not a sinful consort." Upon hearing this, Mushuang felt a pang in her heart. She was still a child, having never seen her mother since birth. Yet what she had most often heard was that her mother was a wicked person. Such a notion is exceedingly cruel for a child's upbringing. She stepped forward and embraced her gently, whispering, "It is all in the past." "No, Sister Mu," Tiana protested. "The nurse told me my mother was a gentle and kind woman, beautiful and nurturing, especially while carrying me. She could never have committed such an act." With a quivering voice yet a remarkably clear line of reasoning, she continued, "They say my mother was jealous, but at that time, the favored consort already had 2 children. My mother had no reason to act against her. She was in the height of favor, and harming the favored consort child would bring her no benefit." Mushuang was not well versed in the past affairs between consort Mei and the favored consort. Only hearing that consort Mei had been responsible for the death of the favored consort child. Listening to Tiana now, it indeed seemed implausible. Even if consort Mei was not a paragon of virtue, she would not commit such a grave error. To poison the child in the womb of the favored consort was akin to courting death. "Sister Mu," Tiana said earnestly, "the nurse told me my mother was framed by the favored consort." She lifted her small face, speaking with sincerity. This matter had been concealed in her heart for a long time, yet she had dared not speak of it to anyone, not even to the Empress, of whom she had uttered not a single word. But she trusted that Mushuang would not betray her. She wished to share her secret. "But why would the favored consort wish to harm your mother?" Mushuang pondered. There was no reason for consort Mei to harm the favored consort, nor vice versa. Although consort Mei was favored at that time, she had not eclipsed the favored consort. Additionally, since the favored consort was pregnant with the emperor's heir, how could she possibly risk the life of her unborn child to frame a concubine of lower status? The old woman remarked that it was because my mother had uncovered the secret of the favored consort. Yet the nature of this secret remained unknown to her. A secret? A tremor coursed through Mushuang. If this were indeed the case, everything began to make sense. Chapter 92. The Portrait. The favored consort's secret, discovered by Mei Fei, was lethal enough to warrant her demise. In a bid to safeguard herself and the first prince, sacrificing the child within her womb became a justifiable act. It seemed that Pei Yanqing's relentless targeting of Tiana was motivated by more than mere anger. It was also a test, probing whether Tiana possessed any knowledge of the matter. Realizing this, she hastily cautioned, "Tiana, do not mention this to anyone henceforth, especially in the presence of Princess Yanqing and the favored consort. Not a single word must escape your lips." "I understand," Tiana nodded, yet she added, "Sister Mu, I cannot bear the thought of my mother living a life of unjust accusation." This was the very reason she had brought up the matter today. Her mother had committed no wrongdoing, yet she would endure a lifetime of slander, forever burdened with the blame for the prince's demise. Hearing others refer to her as the sinful consort was more agonizing than death itself. I know both mother and the old woman wish to bury this matter forever, so that my life may be preserved. Yet, to know my mother is wronged and to remain silent for the sake of my own survival, what meaning does my life hold? She grasped Mushuang's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. "Sister, you know I have never feared death." Indeed, she had never feared death. When Mushuang first laid eyes on her, she recognized that profound detachment from life and death, which deeply touched her. "Have you made your decision?" "I have," Tiana replied with unwavering resolve. "Very well. As I cannot involve myself in palace matters, we must confide in someone to assist us." "Is it the crown prince?" Tiana knew exactly whom she referred to. "Precisely. However, we are under the watchful eyes of Princess Yanqing's spies. A direct visit to the Eastern Palace would certainly raise suspicions." After thoughtful consideration, Mushuang concluded that they should invite the crown prince to Yunla Palace, with Princess Yinshu providing cover. "Should we inform Sister Yinshu?" Tiana hesitated. It was not that she lacked faith in Yinshu, but rather that the princess seemed ill-suited to keep a secret. Mushuang shook her head. We must not tell her. Princess Yunshu has been overly sheltered by the empress and the crown prince. She is far too naive and could easily be led to reveal our intentions. Are you seeking the crown prince's help for a portrait? Upon hearing this request, Princess Yunshu furrowed her brows. It is not for me, but for a portrait of Mei Fei. I have heard that the crown prince's artistic skills are exceptional, particularly in portraiture. Mushuang turned to Tian'er, explaining. The 11th princess has never seen her mother, so she wishes to ask the crown prince to paint a likeness, so she may know what her mother looks like. The crown prince is not one to easily take up a brush, especially not for Mei Fei. Princess Yunshu glanced at Tian'er, her words trailing off. Mushuang understood her implication and promptly reassured. Rest assured, Princess Yunshu, I will ensure that we do not cause any trouble for His Highness. As long as the crown prince comes over, after completing the painting, he will show it to Tian'er for a fleeting moment to help her remember the visage of her mother, and then he will destroy the artwork, ensuring that this matter remains a secret. Princess Yunshu hesitated to comply, yet upon witnessing Tian'er's forlorn expression, her heart swelled with compassion. Tian'er merely wished to glimpse the face of her mother, a humble desire that seemed insurmountable. The Mei consort had been labeled a guilty consort, and the palace's painters dared not depict her likeness. Those who had seen the Mei consort were limited to the inhabitants of the imperial palace. Tian'er, yearning to know her mother's appearance, felt her only recourse lay in beseeching the crown prince. Moreover, even if word of the painting spread, it would hardly be a scandal. The emperor had not forbidden paintings of the Mei consort. It was merely the fear of the noble consort that deterred others from capturing her likeness. The crown prince, however, did not share such trepidation. After contemplating these thoughts, she promptly assured Tian'er, Fear not, I shall implore the crown prince on your behalf, and you shall surely behold the visage of the Mei consort. Thank you, Sister Yunshu. Tian'er replied joyfully. In truth, the scheme also stemmed from Yunshu's own selfish desire. She too wished to catch a glimpse of her mother's countenance. You are most welcome. Now, you two wait in the study. I shall personally seek out the crown prince. With that, Princess Yunshu made her way to the Eastern Palace. The crown prince was seldom inclined to create portraits, and she had anticipated needing to employ some persuasion for him to acquiesce. She had even devised a plan to resort to tears and tantrums should he refuse, intending to remain in the Eastern Palace until he relented. To her astonishment, the moment she broached the subject of Mushuang requesting a portrait for Tian'er, the crown prince nodded in agreement without hesitation. Is it truly so easy for you to consent, given your princely countenance? She asked incredulously. Pei Ci playfully flicked her forehead, replying, Did you not come ask me? Ouch. Princess Yunshu rubbed her forehead, reflecting. In the past, when I sought your favor, you were never so readily agreeable. I know you well. You must have already made promises to Tian'er. If I were to refuse, I can only imagine the uproar you would cause. Pei Ci sighed resignedly, concluding that it was wiser to yield than to endure her potential outbursts. Princess Yunshu, having her thoughts discerned, chuckled as she clung to his arm and said, You treat me the best, dear brother. They must be in your palace now. Let us dine together here this evening. Excellent. I shall instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare an abundance of your favorite dishes. Princess Yunshu exclaimed with delight. Upon arriving at the study in Yunla Palace, they greeted, We pay our respects to the crown prince. Your Highness, Mushuang and Tian'er quickly rose to bow. The crown prince glanced at them before approaching the writing desk. Princess Yunshu has already informed me. Though 8 years have passed, I still retain a vague recollection of the Mei consort's appearance. I should be able to capture it. That is wonderful. Thank you, Your Highness, Tian'er replied, her eyes welling with tears at the thought of finally seeing her mother. Unbeknownst to them, her yearning to meet her mother was profound. You shall grind the ink for me. Mushuang hesitated, uncertain if the crown prince had indeed addressed her. He lifted his gaze, arching an eyebrow. What? Are you unwilling? No, it is my honor to grind ink for the crown prince, Mushuang quickly responded, stepping forward to take the ink stone and grind it meticulously. The crown prince, upon witnessing the scene, curled his lips in a slight smirk, remarking that she had indeed learned to utter flattering words. Mushuang fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. After all, who would willingly assume the role of a servant? Yet, within the confines of the room, only the three of them were present, and she certainly could not expect the two princesses to grind the ink. The crown prince refrained from further teasing and picked up the brush to commence his painting. The brush danced in his hand as if it possessed a life of its own, and in a matter of moments, the outlines were completed. With Princess Yunshu present, Mushuang and Tian'er found no opportunity to speak. After a while, seeing that Princess Yunshu had begun to doze off, Mushuang softly called out, "Your Highness, Princess Yunshu is weary." Pei Ci paused his brushwork, casting a glance at Yunshu and then at Mushuang and Tian'er. Mushuang nodded in affirmation. Chapter 93. The unease between them. The crown prince cleared his throat and called out, "Yunshu, brother prince, is the painting finished?" Princess Yunshu jolted awake, her inquiry laced with confusion. "Not yet. One must not rush the art of painting. Please step outside and ask the imperial kitchen to prepare dinner." "All right. I shall wait for you outside." Princess Yunshu hesitated for a moment. Then her heart leapt with joy, and she joyfully ran out, akin to a bird freed from its cage. Once she had departed, Pei Ci set down his brush. "Speak, what is it?" Mushuang stepped aside, gesturing to Tian'er. Tian'er approached and knelt before Pei Ci. "Your Highness, I seek to vindicate our mother. I implore you to grant her justice." Pei Ci's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated this matter. "Arise. Why do you believe Consort Mei was wronged?" Tian'er recounted everything she knew. After listening, the crown prince furrowed his brow. "While your reasoning is coherent, it is based solely on what you heard from that old nurse, who has since passed away, leaving the truth of her words unverified. The favored consort has enjoyed the emperor's grace, making it nearly impossible to investigate such an old affair." Disappointment washed over Tian'er at his response. She possessed no evidence. All was based on hearsay and her own conjectures. Such claims were indeed difficult to substantiate. "But the nurse would not deceive me. Your Highness, the secret discovered